if you let your sign up for it. I mean, you're gonna have no control. I'm just saying. If someone's like, "Hey, it's up to you, man," would you encourage them to do it?
I don't want my kids to fight or ever see war.
An opportunity maybe that.
You want to pass on that one.
But at the same time, the reason I asked you because it's obviously not the war part, but the elite levels you've got to, the friendship made, the networking. Now
that was a 20-second conversation. But that was Candy.
Like you wouldn't want your kids to fight on.
I think forming.
It's not right. I've never been more proud of our military.
I had no
watching the War Guard, the 82nd, an entire company of Special Forces, Ranger Regiment, that one Abrams tanks, Strikers, Bradleys, HIMARS, Palantirs, like mobile artillery just cruising down Constitution in front of the Washington Monument as the Golden Knights, American Special Operations Free Fall, the best free fall jump out of the air, fly and land on the White House lawn, and deliver a folded flag to the president after 250 soldiers raise their hands to the oath of enlistment to protect the Constitution. That'll happen on Saturday. Like, I love this country, and the military is so back. And the whole world is looking at us like, this is a different thing. It's such a deterrent for them to, it cost $45 million to do this parade. It just saved us from maybe going into a $5 billion or $50 billion war. Because everybody's looking at it. They got all that stuff. We had more firepower on Constitution Avenue than 95% of the world combined.
Yeah, it's also good marketing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, come get some. Oh, you almost have forgot. Yeah, this is what it is. Yeah, those other days, those are over. Yeah, you almost have forgotten. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. It's the best.
It is. I almost missed Father's Day though. I was kind of pouty yesterday. Delayed flights, trying to come in from DC after all those people flew in there. So like the airports were a mess, and got in, barely got to see my kids. Got to give them kisses.
That's good for you too, because when it comes to the territory with the job you do, you're probably gone a lot, right? Yeah, this is the thing I struggle with most with stand up and a lot of that stuff, and some of the other agreements I had is I was leaving so much where my kids started to notice, especially once they started getting involved in sports. Like, hold up, you coach and you're not at the game? Like, no, but I got work.
Yeah, that glove costs money, that bat costs money, that coach costs money. To be on this field costs money.
But I was fortunate enough where I could stay home and still.
It's a fine balance of and every time that if I'm ever going to make money, it's not going to be in Texas. Like every once in a while, maybe we'll have a speaking opportunity in Dallas or Houston.
Outside that, you're like,
yeah, I mean, 90% of my ability to make money is traveling, advising, consulting. That's going to be DC, that's going to be New York, that's going to be overseas. It's hard. And I tell them, if I had my wish and I had limitless resources, you'd never see me on another plane. But for you to have a future, for you to have an opportunity, you just have to work. Great line at tacos to my right was Shane Steiner, to my left was Tripp, across from me is Satoshi Ishii, Tyler from Archery Country. We need to get you a bacon bow. Another thing we have here in Texas is a good bow. We got Joe Rogan, Evan Hafer owns a bow shop with Tyler at Archery Country. It's like the best archery bow shop on the planet. And so I can just pull a bow anytime that you want in the backyard. It feels so good. But I was bragging about how awesome my wife is when I keep home middle of the night after being gone and can see for a week on Father's Day. She's a good woman. It makes working so easy. You gotta get before it. Yeah. And then like one my ability to go to work because like I can do it with bigger. I don't want to go travel. I don't want to go and be away from them. I'd like to come home from that.
Essentially,
I can come home to chaos.
A good woman makes it look easy.
yeah, try to get the word out.
Yeah.
To be honest,
So you're not, with how busy you're not watching on UFC. You're not watching team sports and shit.
So this weekend, I brought in Frankie Edgar, Michelle Watterson, Gordon Ryan, Luke Rockhold, and we had one other UFC fighter to have a team of 5 to compete against 20 teams that were fielded by the Army as the most fittest team. It was awesome. It was CrossFit, the event together. It was brutal. It was a CrossFit like workout. Yeah. It was.
Say what you're looking for.
It would have been perfect for because it ended up being a ton of power. Hegseth and Secretary of Defense. Yeah, he wants strong, like Ox military again. He wants men to look the part. Like, you should look at an American and be like, yeah, I just believe people so this was, there's 100-pound sandbags, and you're in teams of 5. You had to grab the sandbags, move them about 25 meters while you're doing 10 rope climbs that about 10 meter tall. And then you go to a assault bike that has a fat deadlift bar with 500 pounds on it. And the only time that somebody can be pedaling to burn off the 100 calories is after you guys do 5 deadlifts and then hold it up. It's tough. And this stuff starts adding up.
How the UFC boys do?
Not great.
I was just going to tell you, man, I'm in pretty good shape. That'd be damn tough.
We're only like a third way through the workout. Oh, yeah, and then you're jumping over these logs, and every time that you carry those sandbags down, you have to put it over this 3-meter tall log, and then jumping over the log to then pick it back up and then carry it another 10 meters. Then they have this snake sandbag that has 5 70 to 100 pound sandbags inside of it, which makes it uneven. And all of you guys have to lift it to shoulder overhead and drop it. And you have to do it 10 times. After 10 of those, you do 10 burpees in unison and synchronization over the snake to then pick up the 10 sandbags and carry them back to the start point. Yeah,
I feel like that's right.
it was epic.
Let's take a little break here, chatting with Tim Kennedy. Most gear gets built to look like it works. True work is different. It's built for real conditions. Hot rooftops, quick turns, jobs that don't ease up with sweat-wicking fabric, unrestricted movement, strength that holds firm under pressure. True Work helps you keep pace when it matters. All right? Every True Work product is engineered for maximum comfort, protection, efficiency, and minimum bulk or extra weight. They sent me these khakis. They're freaking fantastic. I even wear them out here in the Austin summer. It's great. All right? Denim and cotton canvas haven't changed much for over 200 years. TrueWork upgrades traditional plastics by using the same fabrics worn by elite outdoor athletes. All right, TrueWork has over 50,000 5-star reviews. Upgrade to TrueWork for a major change in the way you work. TrueWork helps you be your best when your best matters. Check out their full lineup and get 15% off your first order at TrueWork.com/fighter. That's 15% off at TRUEWERK.com/fighter. TrueWork.
So it's teamwork, it's intellectual, it's cognitive, while the heart rate is through the roof. I burnt 900 calories in the warm-up, the workout, and the cool-down.
Damn.
Yeah.
And I assume because I know all these people. They're great.
Yeah. Luke is such a freaking athlete still.
Freak. Yeah.
He's just such a phenom. Frankie, all heart, all grit. Michelle, sweetest woman on the planet.
Love Michelle.
And then Gordon, so talented. And he's getting over some health things, so he was in a hurt locker.
I was just gonna say, I love all those people on there, but if I had to bet against the troops,
Troops smoked him.
I give the troops a -2,000.
And odds, again, bragging about the Army, the Sergeant Major of the Army, his name's Mike Weimer. The guy's in his mid-50s. 20 years in Delta Force. Former Special Forces NCO. He is now the highest ranking NCO in all of the Army. Has a fake hip. Knees are destroyed. I mean, 20 years. He has more time in combat, than like I probably have in the Army. And Mike Weimer,
Still in good shape.
led a team. I was on his team. So he picked 5. Yeah, that's Mike right there. Look at that guy. Oh, I would follow him to the gates of hell. Like anywhere he wanted to go, he's just such an incredible leader. And another example of why this is a different thing. He in his 50s put together a team of generals and sergeant majors, and we as the 5 of us went against all the other teams.
And what's your average age, you think?
The average age of the team was 50.
And you guys held your own.
I think we were exactly middle of the pack.
Wow. That's impressive.
Like our time was 13:04. We made 2 huge mistakes on the time. We were the very first team to do it. You know when you get to see somebody do a workout, you're picking. We were the first team to go, and we still finished 50% out of the whole entire field.
Does the military know that those UFC guys aren't really going to do that great in it?
Yeah, we knew.
They knew what's up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again,
It's not like they're watching like, that's the UFC guys.
and credit to Michelle and Luke and Gordon and Frankie, because they knew they weren't going to do well.
I would hope so.
Yeah, like they know.
That's tough. It's just not.
That's not their area of expertise, but that is the area of expertise for military. The military now. We're going to be fit. We're not going to be fat. We're going to be savage studs that are strong and powerful.
That's what it should be.
And
Now, not to brag, and I don't know if I could do it now. I still run now, but I remember when I was coming off a loss. I was like in a dark space, and the UFC marketing team was like, "Hey, we have this thing." They flew us to some remote location, Nevada, and I don't know if there's Marines or Armies, but it was 5 days. Like me, Anthony Pettis, Henderson. Forget the other people there, but there was some hill or mountain that they run, but you have to. It's like 85 or 90 pounds, maybe more than that. They loaded you up like the troops.
Yeah.
Like we want to see how you guys do, and I think I finished second best time. Like clearly the guy, it was Army and Marines. Whoever was their number 1 guy, I finished like say 3 seconds behind him at the time. And they were like baffled. Yeah. And I was like, it's just running with weight. And they're like, no, you don't understand. Yeah. That's all we do.
That's rare.
Yeah.
You're a freak athlete.
I loved it, man. Loved it.
You're not normal. I know you know this, but like you're a great fighter.
Yeah.
But you're a great fighter because you're a great athlete.
Yeah, I was an athlete before I was a fighter.
That's right.
That's the difference.
And I not to like bring back kids back. I'm building like good humans that are athletes, and then he can go play whatever sport he
You should
wants.
be able to plug them in.
Yeah.
Right? Like your son wants lacrosse, cool.
Yeah.
Lacrosse. Baseball, yep, you got it.
I was supposed to be a swimmer until my dad very wisely, as a freshman, was like, bro, you're going to be 5'11", maybe 6 foot tops.
These guys are.
You got to find a different sport.
Yeah.
But as an athlete first. So cool. I switched overnight.
100%.
And athletes first.
My wife's from Mexico. She loves soccer, so she put kids into soccer when they're really young. And T's always been big, always 99 percentile. He's huge, and he's out there. He's kind of jogging. He's doing things. He's getting real physical with them. And it was like towards the end of the game, he's on the sideline. Come on, hey, let me talk, because I see him, and I'm like, having fun. He's like, that's all right. I go, yeah, buddy, you're too big for soccer. This isn't your thing. It's fun that you have fun doing it. This isn't your thing. You got to sign up for baseball, football. He's like, all right, it's just an athlete you play with that. I'm like, you're too big to play soccer. Yeah. It's just not, it's all good. Your mom means well. You're too fucking.
Anybody can play soccer. I love sports where there's a barrier of entry of both physicality and technical difficulty.
Yes.
Lacrosse, hockey, baseball.
Yep.
Yeah, these are like difficult, complex, compound movements. Watching the shortstop that like catches a ball off his right side off of a knee and spins around off of his other knee to like do a sidearm throw to first base. You're just like athlete.
How about lacrosse with those kids? You just scoot with your left and your right. Yeah, it's wild, man. Yeah, it's wild. I love it. Yeah. I love it. But back to the UFC. So you watch? So because there's guys that I'll talk to race do shows with where they're UFC legends, but they won't watch any of it. Like I did a panel. The league went under, but I was on a panel with guys that they were in the UFC a long time, commentator stuff, and I started talking about like Tom Aspinall or Islam Makhachev, and they're like, who? I'm like, what? Like, I didn't watch UFC in like 8 years. Like, oh wow.
I know. I still mostly keep up, but because all of us were together, we were watching the fights in the apartment after the birthday. So the day in the morning we did the workout, competed. Then we did, award ceremonies, Army Festival. We had about 90 minutes to go, shower and change, get out of my military uniform. All the guys, Michelle, got cleaned up, put on our clothes to go to the parade because we had to go through Secret Service. Once we got through Secret Service, we were at the parade for it was a 3-hour-long parade. Finished with the Golden Knights with the flag and the re-enlistment, and then there was fireworks. Then we went and grabbed dinner, and then we went and watched fights.
You watched the fight night with me.
Yeah.
Due to the subject matter, this episode had to be heavily censored.
I had to show up like the call time for
None of the
Tim
content
Kennedy,
cut out
Master Sergeant Kennedy uniform was like 4 in the morning. So I didn't make it to the last fight. I'm just gonna be honest. I can't even.
And we're on the East Coast, especially out here. Like on the Texas time, it's like by the time I come, and my family loves UFC. We watch all of it. But none of them have finished UFC out here. Everyone's asleep by the moment. And even I'm
thank you for coming.
because I get to do it for work. So I'm like, oh my God. But you did see, we were talking about before, that Paul Craig Adolfo.
I did. Watched it live, and then we watched that fight and argued about it for
2 weeks ago.
a long time.
And what was the consensus? How did you guys feel about it?
This is, I got a lot of conflicting emotions.
Because you went through it, I mean,
I've had dudes cheat against me. Maybe I have some PTSD around some trauma around guys cheating.
That one was wild.
Yeah,
yours is way worse. I mean, absolutely. So,
100% that was an illegal strike. So he upkicked a down opponent. And two angles of like the 5 thing. Thankfully, there's so many cameras in there now. Everything that was, as we're looking at the fight on the right hand side, you see that kick, and the guy's head whips around, and you see that heel go from his upper jaw across his temple as the guy then falls over. Then it gets weird. Yeah, it gets really weird. So we can just pause there before we see his Oscar-worthy performance.
We're on the same vibe right now. Definitely
I
the
saw is the discussions we're having about processed food.
On the betting and statistics side, after an illegal strike, fighters that continue to fight after an illegal strike almost always lose. Groin strikes, pokes to the eye, kicked down opponent. From that moment on, that fighter that's like, I'm going to tough it out, I'm going to grit it out, that fighter will lose.
My whole take on it, whether it's intentional, unintentional, eye poke, groin strike, defense grab, it should be automatic deduction. There's no warnings. I don't know why they do warnings. It drives me nuts. It should be automatic. It's illegal. 100%. You're so good. It changes the dynamics of the fight.
Statistically, 90% of the time, they lose. So knowing that, that's an illegal strike. Absolutely disqualifying to kick an opponent like that if that fighter cannot continue. Now, you can have the Henry moment where he's like, that was an illegal strike. I can't continue to fight. And he just said it. Like, I'm not right. What we saw here, and I don't know, I wasn't the guy that got kicked, how bad he was on Warrior Street.
Yeah, but with your experience, my experience, I've seen guys get concussed. Yeah, and I know how they react and how the human body reacts. That's right. You've never seen a human body react that way.
That was pretty sus.
The weird thing is, he gets kicked, and granted, illegal for sure. He didn't see him that hard.
We have to let each other talk on screens. It's hard to do.
It's just not how the human body reacts to
it.
Okay, 100% illegal kick. Right kick, right up to the head, right on the temple.
So I'm going to tell you.
He's saying he came out with this statement. He said,
I see this opportunity.
so at first he was in concussed, and then we went back, his body shut down, and that's why he reacted that way.
And temple strikes are different than a jaw punch. You know, you get the flash knockout, the concussion from a temple strike ends up. It's weird. Is it that weird?
I don't know. It's a little questionable.
Should it be no contest? Should he continue to fight after an illegal strike like that? In my opinion, no. And what happens after that?
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound.
Yeah, I think.
Yo.
My analysis on it, whether, obviously legal kick, if they want to take a point, continue to fight, that's on him. But when I see that, when a guy has an out, takes it, I go, man, he's never going to be a top dog. It's over. If you have that quit in you, and you're looking for the, you found his way out. You found it.
Yo, I'm just testing the sound. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound, baby.
So if you're looking for an out, he got it. You got your out, dude. There's no contest. Didn't go the way you thought it was going to go. But when I see that, I'm like, man, he was a good prospect. It's like, he's never going to be a top dog.
Extraordinary.
That part too, where he's like pretending that he's we're injecting pretending. So
that's happened before.
Yeah, I was waiting for a second after the kick, and then I looked back and I saw him fighting the ref.
Me too, and I was like, oh man,
he's messed up.
And when they showed the replay, I'm like, no.
But it's only one angle of the replay where you're like, man, I don't know what's going on here.
It's when he's playing, it's when he's falling
Yo,
down.
dog, I'm just testing the sound.
Look at the ref. See that? This is unreal. And then pretends he's not down.
Yo, I'm just testing the sound.
This angle looks like a legit bad kick.
I think all those things came together to my mom, and they're coming together for a lot of time.
I don't know.
And the book was about this.
Maybe he's telling the truth, right? Maybe it just looks like that acting, and he goes on to become champ, and I'm wrong. But
On Paul Craig's side, like, you can't pretend to that.
it's also tough because he's going up and down.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound.
From pancreas to MMA to UFC to IFL to he's like, I've never kicked down on that.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound.
But I also,
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound.
before I knocked out Joe Romero, when I'm trying to grab it, my hand slips down, and it was like, oh, look, Tim grabbed his glove. Watch it in real time, not in slow motion, and you'll see, like, hands are going. There's no intent of me trying to grab my hand, grab his glove. I'm grabbing his wrist. But I also in defense of him, like, as bodies are moving in fight time, shit happens.
And also, Paul Craig's like, I would never do it. Look at my wrist. I would never do this.
And I was thinking intentionally trying to kick down the point, he's on his back, up kicking, as he goes up and down.
I'm going to give him a minute. It's weird. It's drama. It's fun fighting.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound, baby.
So UFC's lost Strike Force, and my final fight under
Yo, dog.
either my last one or two fights, depending on like the date of purchase, were under Zuffa.
Fine.
So those two fights,
How about this one?
I'm getting paid for those two fights, even though it's under the Strike Force banner. Zuffa owned.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing the sound.
So agree that I should. But it's not as
Yo, dog.
nice for me as to like how many fights are included in that. I know how it's not a little bit, but it's not like Frankie Edgar. Frankie Edgar talked about it? Yeah.
First, they sit down at dinner and talk about what everyone's getting paid. So I don't want to hear that. I'm like, really?
That dude has like 20 fights.
Yeah, dude.
Like, dudes like him, Daniel Cormier,
children are still getting
I've heard
All babies,
a loose as
all
a
babies. This is our own government. Is recommended
Yeah.
to get free mRNA shots. Synthetic modified mRNA
They
shots.
called me and they're like, hey, we know if you don't want to take this because they use the backlash, which is crazy.
And we know that
You're
a
talking about
we have an abundance
Yeah, and I don't think there's
we have over
huge feedback.
3,400 peer-reviewed
I have profound respect for Dana White.
Again,
I do love him.
with the
He does
heat, I don't
really
want
great
your
things
self-promotion, dog.
for the
No one
military,
does. I don't
for
even
the
want it.
FBI,
No one wants it.
for
It's
the
terrible.
administration.
It's like the worst thing ever happened on the internet.
And
People are gonna be like, who gave this motherfucker a
Obviously,
computer?
when I was on the opposite end of the
No one. I had to buy my own.
feeling is
You know, I had,
that if you
like,
have a large
not
microphone,
a great relationship. That was his
public
job.
space, that
And
you are
now we're not on the opposite end of
obligated
the
to speak
table.
out about
And
this
it's all
issue.
good.
Yeah, and I get it.
And
Yeah.
I understand
I'm probably doing the same.
this is not your issue.
You know,
And we've talked
there's
about this.
what, who was I fighting?
I mean,
Hodger Gracie.
the trans
It was my
problem
first
is
fight
not
in the
my
UFC.
issue.
When he brought
But
the
I
old athletes,
definitely
his coaches
feel
get out,
that this
just
this
fighters
gender
come in the locker room.
modification is
This is
wrong.
before
So I do
the
see
fight.
that.
Before the fight's up.
definitely feel that
And he's,
in any way pushing
you know, I'm not going to name names.
Well,
But I want you guys to go out there and put on a show. I want you to go out there and wrestle and grapple. You know, I don't want to talk about people.
Welcome to Chabad to the
They
emissary.
don't want to get in trouble.
Chabad.
You know, Tim Kennedy, you know what? You know, this is in front of all the fighters before the fight as he's dressing me down. That's how you got to look on him.
Holy shit, the whole fucking guys.
Yeah.
And if I was him, I'd do the same thing.
Same thing, man. Yeah. But also the UFC manager, Roy told me too. He's like, now a lot of guys are hesitant to take it because they might work for the UFC currently, they're fighting, or they're commentators. He's like, but there's gonna be no blackball, like because the UFC's paid this money, so whether you take it or not, it doesn't
Boring.
matter. Like they're not gonna look ill upon those that take it.
Boring.
That's also the attorney telling us that he's getting whatever, like 40, 50, 60% of his fees.
It is
Shit.
interesting because the original lawsuit.
Look at these ones. Look at this one.
So,
I think that we have an opportunity next year.
Listen, it could be better than nothing. You know,
What do you got more Khan's lawsuit?
This is what I feel.
Ah,
And we have an
that one's
opportunity
tough, right? Tough.
to have Jake.
You know, his argument, he was fighting guys that during an era where nobody's supposed to be using performance enhancing drugs. Nobody's supposed to be. And they got a few of the guys that he fought, two in particular,
I think it's a
the
general.
UFC knew that they were using PEDs and was allowing them to fight him in hands.
Is there evidence that they knew? Yeah, they didn't know there was a training. It's tough, right? Because he would have an argument if he didn't fight. I think that's the problem. It's like he continues to fight knowing,
We have too much.
You're a prize fighter. The only time that you get the prize is when you fight. So, I don't know how many times you fought, not 100%. All the time.
But then I also fight guys who I knew were on sobs.
Because you're a fighter.
It's part of the game.
It's not supposed to.
Drop off LeVar Johnson, like,
You're full of shit.
clearly juicing the gills.
And Mary just
Why you're full of shit? Because you can't say yes or no. I said, sure enough, when you say to the American public that my children can't have the shot, so we can't say anything for anybody else. To me, that's incumbent. So you would argue that Especially he's fighting Brock Lesnar. Of course he's on shit.
Absolutely. It should be on.
Yes, it's
It should happen with one nation monster.
It should have happened in the first movie.
I think it's a policy process.
Tough life is part of it.
The policy process of swine flu when we got 7
So, I don't know how I feel about a girl that's throwing
kids and we pulled it off
things
the market.
that weigh lots of weight
I'm
further
saying
than
this to
I
be the data.
No way.
And that's
If you're Brock, how do you feel about if you're Brock?
that's not an
He's
answer.
the highlight. It's a tough game, man. For sports, it's great. For personal life, it's a tough game. They look identical, especially at that same age.
what
that's how long the tooth. If the pictures of them at the same age, it is strikingly similar.
Yeah, you see Brock Young,
my answer right
like
now.
when he was wrestling, I think at Minnesota, freak, man. Freak. Couldn't get right in the full school. Talking about a complete freak. Didn't have a ton of experience. Catapulted right to the top, making me in his first fight. A real fit for the fight.
Not an easy fight.
No. Molly
And
Wop.
that
Like Brock was the real deal.
process.
Have you met him?
Yeah,
Great guy.
great human.
Unbelievable guy.
He does great things for
You know
veterans
how
too.
many people died in the
He's a
first
stud,
month
man.
following
Because I
the
remember I was trying to get a fight with him. I
Yes or
talked
no?
all this shit. And then we're at some press conference. I won some award for the UFC, and he was there promoting
That's
some
right,
fight.
Jack.
I see it where you Coach Schleicher. He's like, I so much shit, be ready to go.
Let's go.
He's gonna fight. I can definitely overstep the boundaries. And I'm so nervous. And I get up and I love what you're doing. I get it, man. Okay.
Well, you know how many people died the first month?
So cool.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
He's awesome.
700. And that's that were reported to be that.
great human. Another father-son combo. Jocko Willink's daughter.
Jack, what would be your argument?
She's one of the best women grapplers on the planet right now. Just mopping the mats. Yeah. And
Does she look like Jocko?
Just had a listeners through.
I do like hell yeah, this is badass. And also,
feminine. I think she's beautiful. And she's
yeah, she's just like Jocko.
just Jocko.
Yeah, she has the muscles.
Broad shoulders, good jaw.
I've never met Jocko.
He's one of my favorite humans on the planet.
Everyone says that. Yeah, he's closer to it. Like, yeah.
And another selfless behind the scenes helping people out. You know, like when I was going through some stuff 6 months ago, one of the first dudes to reach out, him, Joe, Huberman, these people that are super famous and everybody loves to listen to them, and they're behind the camera.
Yeah, love that.
Like, those guys are cool. Like, I don't know. You're pretty freaking amazing. Brian's amazing. Joe's amazing.
I'm not.
I don't know. Like, he's just,
But I am
the greatest dudes are the greatest dudes. If you're faithful to small things, you can be faithful to big things.
Did you expect that when you're going through your bullshit? Did you expect the back and forget those guys? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't. No, I never even thought that.
I guess I should. You want to expect it.
I think it is
So,
having a national conversation.
you get to find out who your friends are. And that was the greatest gift of all of it was, you know, like the fair weather friends, the cocktail writers, the sponsors are like, no, all support Tim when he's Captain America. You know, but like somebody starts talking smack about overseas, and you find out really who your friends are. Like we're still in the heart of like people talking all that stuff and nonsense. It still sucks. And then
Just happened last.
I don't know.
So there's no transparency on
No,
one
it still
side.
sucks.
Anybody questions these
But
products
now I'm just like,
on the
dude, I
internet,
love these people
it's completely
so.
silent. I think that is the number one issue with it.
And I will forever.
We're not going out and
My stance on that whole thing
everybody
is
must
really
really
like talking about it. I'm just people online about it too. It's like,
But you have a
I don't
choice.
know what the world. I don't know.
You have a choice.
I don't know.
And I want to say something about RFK because we have been fighting so hard the last 20 years to get this information out to the public.
I do, motherfucker.
Kennedy was our big
You know,
hope.
from
Kennedy was
Instagram,
finally,
the
he was
videos on
the
it.
one that's
I know
going to get in
So if
in
anyone
a
wants to
position of
contest that,
power. And even if he didn't win the presidency, he has this
I'll
gigantic
you know,
microphone.
bow for you all fucking.
And then
That's
all of a
that was my
sudden,
stance on it.
his
Now, when it
message
gets into the
shifts.
weeds
His
and all that
focus
shit,
shifts. He's our nuclear bomb.
It's
They're
like if
World War III.
someone's not a
He's going
black
to take down Japan.
You
All of
know,
a sudden,
if you want to talk about
the nuclear bomb, the target has shifted to food. And you, let me finish.
Remind
In this coincided with this
connect
New
you
York
directly to
rise
Mr. Hugo.
with
Yes, I just started
needs.
communicating with
None of us had
Okay,
seen.
you guys are-
I am curious, and don't
Yeah,
answer
we're
yet
supposed
because
to
I
set
want to keep
something up this
talking.
week. And
But
there's
I am curious about what you were doing during the pandemic.
I've been doing
But
I do a
while
lot of training on
we're
my
not sure,
shows
but
like
you
that.
came on and
Coolest
it's
thing.
great. You
He's like
brought your
the,
message, and I have told you this.
Hey,
I
I need
want
to
you to
flow,
join
we'll
forces
bust
with
it up.
us.
He's gonna be like, yeah, I want to grapple.
And I don't,
It's
you
just
say
my whole
it's a
thing is
theory
I
test.
can't afford to get hurt.
It's an
You know what I'm saying?
ethical
So many
test.
people
You
get
have
hurt.
this gigantic
world
microphone,
champion.
and
The ego does
you
not
have the
exist.
ability.
You know, like,
You have the
there's
ear of
Victor
Trump
Hugo,
Kennedy,
I'm here to
and
compete.
also very
And
curious
then
about
there's
that.
like, I run an academy.
You're the
As
one
a
that
professional
that orchestrated the
owner
call
and
between
martial artist.
Kennedy and Trump. And Kennedy says this. This is in his speech. That you
He's one of my
orchestrated the
favorite
call
roles and
between
makes me feel like a
Kennedy
child.
and Trump to have Kennedy drop out of the race
in Austin.
and endorse Trump. And that is very, how did that happen? Very curious.
Six Flags gym, we'll train with
So,
Gordon Ryan
Kennedy's
and Gary are
focus has
opening their
shifted,
gym, which is
and
about a
that's our
mile
big concern, and it
the other Six Flags gym.
coincides with
Obviously,
your
a
runs.
B
I
team
mean,
with
6 months
Anthony
ago,
Rodriguez and Craig Jones. Right, so we
I
can go up
looked this up. You
to
had about
New
19,000
Wave
followers
and
on
train
Twitter
with
6 months
Luke
ago.
Griffin.
Now you have
Danner's
230
just
something
coming back
thousand.
to my
It's
gym. I
amazing.
think I have
Good for you.
40
Because
black
you have
belts.
figured out
See, I
how
didn't know
to
you had a
get
gym.
that
I just thought you
information
bounced
you want to
around
get that out.
Belton's gym.
And that is commendable. That's what we
I
all
bounce
want.
around to these
We
gyms.
want our
Still
message
have
to get out.
I
We
have
just
him
can't
on. I
keep
grade
getting
you
out.
mine at Cedar Park
And so
is
maybe
my
you could tell us
jiu-jitsu
your
gym.
secrets.
There's another grade you mine south, which is Paolo Brandao, Hoyler. I'm a Hoyler and Paolo black belt under them. So my grade you might be like the pyramid scheme that is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Bro, yeah, because technically I'd be a black belt under Henzo. Because my black belt out, yeah, well, it's pretty cool. Well, but Henzo didn't give it to me. It was given to me by Paul Easton, who was a black belt under Henzo. And then we trained at Henzo's with this. My black belt was supported from a Henzo black belt. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Let's take a little break because dads, the Father's Day sale at Drive Fast All Gas is still going on through Wednesday. You get $5 off using the promo code DAD. $5 off anything on the site, anything you buy. Diesel Dad merch, Methlate Blue, Diesel Dad. I said that twice now, but still, the Diesel Dad merch is fire. Here's Drive Fast All Gas gear. We got new hats on there. We got a bunch of merch on there for you. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass TRX last call edition with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. Do it for your dad, do it for your boyfriend, do it for your mans. We got you. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Promo code's DAD for $5 off until Wednesday. Drivefastallgas.com. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm a Hoyler Gracie black belt, but Hoyler and Paolo gave me my black belt. Yeah, you know, so like Hoyler tied around my waist, but Paolo Brandao was my jiu-jitsu coach.
Yes.
So same thing. That's awesome. And then you have these purple belts that are monsters.
You always gotta watch out for the purple belt. Yeah. The purple is just the guy, like, they're usually young, people let them out and put their hours in. They're probably skill-wise just as good as the black.
They are.
Yeah, but they just haven't had the years. Yeah, they're trouble, man. They're trouble.
Yeah, a purple belt, getting ready for competition. Besides the professional grapplers, they're the most dangerous grappler on the mat.
I learned that one. Yeah, my thing in LA is especially in the valley where I was at, because I rolled with Henner and Huron at the Torrance Academy, and then when I started rolling down where I'm at, it was like guys would go so hard at sort of game. Dana White's not going to give you a contract if you tap me out. Like, I've learned just from working there. So it was a fight. And then I was like, man, this just isn't what I want to do every day.
Yeah, Merrick Ellie's here too. He's just getting healthy again. We have Big Dan. Merrick Ellie's another great role. Are you in a gi a lot?
Just depends.
Okay, because that's a gi academy. Yeah. I think they only have like 1 or 2 no-gi classes.
You like gi a lot?
I'm almost exclusively in gi. Yeah. I wrestle no-gi. Like this morning at boxing, we did, after the 20-minute warm-up, we did 7, 8 rounds of back stuff, and then I did 3 or 4 rounds of wrestling no-gi stuff. Satoshi was there. William Tacker was there.
Satoshi did get a ride. remember when I first started training with him, you know,
Interesting.
if you let me get that underhook, I've seen him launch well-made guys.
And he tells
You
me
know I love the body lock. Yeah, you know I love the clench. It's like, I'll be in a phone booth and I'll fight. I was shooting the lowest singles I possibly could on that guy because just if my hands went above his knees, you can get launched.
Yeah, it took me a long time to learn how to shut that down.
So we'd like to put before
It was like a Top Gun. Like, I was imported.
Dude, I've seen big names, and we would all wait like. The name would come in that rain down there in Orange County, and we just wait and see him go with each, and we'd all just pretend to smart.
Yes, I got John Danner was using me as a body for some of his MMA rounds, getting him ready for a few of his last fights. And that really solidified that I'm happy to be retired.
So
Bobby said, "Yeah, I'm gonna get the dust off the old joints and get back in there."
It's such a great on the guys like us that are, you know, well into, we still want to do it. We never want to get hurt. I never want to get hit in the head. I want to take care of my brain. I want to take care of my joints. But I love it still. And I'll love it forever. So for that to happen, I have to have guys like you and Sean and Tyson, you know, and Victor, where they take care of men. Yeah, and they do take care of us.
We're all living the same thing.
So I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. All right, what do you got, Jim? All right, I have a question for
Hold on, before you answer, I have a question too. So with the Israel-Iran stuff, what happened to Ukraine?
Really catch Bobby
Oh, we're still going.
Yeah, I know it's still good. Like the news just decides, like, yeah, we're good. This is the new trend.
It's okay, start us news. You get me fired up. Yeah, that's completely. So the news, they just should take that. They have a sole purpose, which is to sell book. That is how their revenue works. That's the business model. So for them to sell something, for them to sell ads, they have to have people tuning in. People tune in to fear. People tune in to drama. People turn into war and conflict. So the fresher, the newer, the scarier, the chance for escalation. Is America to be dragged into this? You know, like the bodies being dragged out. That's what they want. They got more. Drone warfare, trench warfare is Ukraine.
Illegal,
But it's still
not ethical, and it's nefarious. And anybody who says otherwise,
Right, so I just I forgot that.
automatically is looked at
So
badly.
you mentioned
And
the
that's
glove,
the
right?
real reason I don't trust you.
You
cannot.
So
You
I
cannot
was still
answer
running this.
various
I
questions.
feel like there's such an easy fix for that. Where, like, you know how there's a glove, you do wrap the strap, right, with tape. But if you put that tape over the glove as well and onto your forearm,
You kind of do.
You just said
you gotta do it. You say like at the very, if you actually like wrap it around your forearm to where it's on your skin and the glove, I think that would just solve that problem.
It doesn't happen very often.
I know that's what Bruno was saying too. It's not that often, but I believe that would actually just solve the problem. It's not a big deal.
That duct tape on your arm hair would be pretty uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, I get that. That's the one thing I thought about.
And I don't know the blatant glove grab. I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've seen it a few times in UFC, but I mean, it's very rare with like grab. It's more like that. Yeah, you guys are like in a scramble and you just accidentally grab. While we're speaking of UFC, because you trained with John. Where you at, Jack?
I don't think we John was there. I don't know what
His second fight and his first training camp with Rashad is when I was there.
So you're there during the heyday.
I was there.
And I keep trying to tell people, because I was there for his Gus Finn fight, and then right when I started, when we had Ultimate Fighter, I was at Jackson's.
The funny thing is,
I know still people, I don't think I was one person, whatever. But as far as a fighter goes, I will never see him fight.
and the people that are in Washington, D.C.
Existence of humans. You can take anyone in recorded history, you lock them in a room with John Jones, as answer for death. John Jones walks out.
I think there's a
Francis Ngannou, I don't care who drop any name. Peak John Jones is going to beat anybody Goliath.
The best I've ever seen.
But
he's not like this when it comes to like the training and the regimen and having structure. But it works for him. Like that chaos kind of works. But don't get me wrong, he still put his hours in. But it was just different. To me,
I'm very curious what happened to you during the pandemic. Did you?
Where I was a guy, if I was
Well, I mean,
off here,
seriously, did you have? What was the hardest thing? What was the hardest?
I need to do this rep count when I'm, in the octagon. He wasn't like that. He believed in his skills, even if he had a 2-week training camp.
We got like the vertical and the blind stand on this end of the spectrum. And then on this end of the spectrum, you have the Cowboy Sorrow. We'll just call it on this scale of 1 to 10, Cowboy down here, and the perfection athlete over here. Counting every calorie, every minute of sleep, optimization of rep time during that sleep, how many training sessions they're going to have in a day, right? That's like the psycho perfect. And on this end, if something's off about that perfection of that camp, that is going to negatively affect their performance in the octagon. Now on this side, these guys are like hopping on a boat or hopping on a jet ski or sitting on a snowmobile. They're riding on horseback throwing tomahawks at each other. They don't care about anything. They're all getting injured. They're drinking, getting DUI on a boat, fighting a dude on the side. And that cowboy grit thing, like no matter what happens in the ring or in fight camp, it doesn't matter because they're just a regular day. Both are super important. Obviously, perfection is number 5. Where you have that cowboy John Jones thing. And then if we could get a little bit of, I was an obsessive person off this side, and I definitely had like the fight, but I was maybe like a 6 or 7 on that scale. John Jones is like a 3 or a 4. He's definitely on this side. He does real fight camps, and he's training with Gibson, and he's training with, like he's getting holes and blocks and checks, but he just cares a little less. It's a rare thing when you get that number 5. That perfect balance of both. It's Randy Couture. That's Henry Couture. That's Jose Aldo. That's an Anderson Silva. And those days would be the goats.
John just has that thing where I can stare at like, can you up all night and come up with just position? I was like, I wish I had that. I'm freaking out with it. I can't help my juice. My day's fun. It's like, he angered. I would like do, not that I do it often, but I'd get something. I'd like a takedown or a submission. That was the one and only time I would ever hit that again. Never would I see it another time. And it always happens in training. And I'm not saying that like great things happened in rounds between me and John Jones in training. I'm saying that moment where something went right for Tim Kennedy in a round never happened again. Yeah, was the day. Remember we had a guy. I remember there was a guy that he passed away. His brother Wild Boys at Jackson's. Because me or Wild Boys some of the big names. And then these brothers, one brother, I was like, God, look at his energy. Like everything he's doing. And Winter John was like, okay. It's okay. There's no pre-workout there. Big corn-fed white guys. They always passed away. Yeah. His brother was too. His brother came from UFC. Wow. But he was doing, which we were supposed to do, like, he kept doing spinning backwards over and over and over. Me or Lasky gets up and died. Like, fuck it. He's kind of landing stuff. He's just awkward to put him down. And then John goes in there. We told him, I told you all this. And just beat the shit out of him. Like, he was like, what? Okay. Just get his thing. Fight 2 hours of sleep. I only got 2 fights with 2 fight camps with Rashad at the gym. I love Rashad. I love it too. I almost fought him in Madison Square Garden. I would have loved to have fought him. Loved him as a training partner. He's great. He also, when you arrive at a new place, first time I got to Jackson's, took me under the wing. Very first meal I had there was with him. I was like, no, come eat. And we went out to Santa Fe. We got the vitamin-enriched IV bags.
best recovery. He's like, no, here's great massage plates. They hook us up with great. Yeah, it's great.
So
I didn't need to do any of that stuff.
Rashad Thope was the reason I made the Ultimate Fighter training. So he's the one who gave me that ticket. And when I first came to Jackson's, I stayed at Don Cerrone's house with him, Leonard Garcia, and Don was just like, Mr. Jackson. Let me stay at his house. Like, Cowboy's one of those guys. Cowboy's one of those guys.
He is. I don't talk to him anywhere near as much as I should. He is on a short list of maybe 5 guys that are my 3 o'clock friends, my 3 a.m. friends. And I know he will pick up. And I know no matter what I ask him, he would do it. If it's like, and I mean anything, if I said, Cowboy, I need your help right now, he would write me a check for whatever he had in the bank account. If I need you to bury a body, you would bury a body. And people say that. Cowboy would do it. He's just one of those dudes. Even because me and him did the mid 400 race together. I wish I had Polaris.
How many times
Had a deal, was doing some promotion work for this team, and I spent months driving the car, driving the race car to get ready for the mid 400.
He goes every year.
Flying for spec, leave my family. It's this huge commitment. Flying for spec, and just the engine blew. And they didn't tell me. Flew the day before. They didn't tell me. They still want me for appearances and stuff. I'm here to race. And me and Cowboy have the same sponsor. We're doing this thing together, and he can tell I'm down. It was fine. Like, I can't say all that time. My brother's here. He's my co-pilot. All that time.
I think Callie's the foundational, like the foundational.
You can just use mine.
Attribute of my story.
Cowboy, it's like so much. Don't worry about it.
Right. Nicole is very much so. Brent, like, here's the key. Hold on, Jack. Here's the key. Jack Rockefeller.
He's kicking ass. That's why I got mad when I came back for a fight. So I got mad at him. He called me. He explained it to me. I got you. I get it. It's big for me. That's all I want.
Correct.
Yes. I love it.
That's the foundation.
It's not going to change. I don't want to change. I don't want to fight. I don't want to change. I don't have to reconcile those two things. These kids think sort of I think my kid wants something. Danger, like savages and shit. It's wild. We went out there on the weekend. Had a hard training week. It's Saturday. It's supposed to be like a fun, like let loose day. I get out there and he has like guns, spears, and axes, and he just built this huge 2x4 wall, and he had like balloons, and we just went out there and started like chucking edged weapons.
So
look how much fun it is. Yeah.
That's why I saw some.
Well, I think again, I'm not laughing. I'm being very serious.
It's a little different.
Because I'm not done talking, Callie. You're asking.
No, I'm not just saying a bad. It's just a different time.
What's the question?
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Did you listen to the last
I
podcast?
know the UFC's an industry, and the UFC is the brand now.
Did you listen to the one that I did with Danny?
We were the brand.
I listened to almost all of it.
As the athletes,
You know about the link to MPO.
now the fight promotion is leading up to an event, and that event is the product.
They sell out before they announce the card.
Yeah,
He is. Steve, why don't
It's
you
just different time. But now for the UFC, it's like, I get business, do your thing, man. It's the money, you're worth $1 million, you're worth a lot of money now. Do your thing.
Did you know? And do you know what the methodology for Edelman is, my friend?
if
It goes
goosebumps.
all the way back to the
Like you feel the energy in the one when Anderson Silva was walking and he starts
So
moving,
again,
you know,
Jack,
and
I
like
just described
the
it.
electricity was,
But
the
my
energy was
question
contagious.
Cal,
It was because of
why
him.
do I keep finding
You know,
your
calling
name,
out.
dad's name?
And it's now that, we get to business, so I get it. Now, they're mandatory 46 fights a year, fight nights, so you get, 2-3 cards a month with a pay-per-view. Just
The depth of the roster is 4x from what it was in our era. 4x. They're determined fighters that are like 1 and 2 in our era. Like,
they're getting a lot of guys from there, like contender series. They win one fight, and then they're getting these contracts.
yeah, you get put on one exciting fight from like a spinning whatever. We'll punch the ticket for this kid.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to this kid like, dude, it's a marathon, not a ramp guy. Just different time. I don't know.
I don't want to sound like the old.
I know where the old guys are just like, in my day, look at the heavyweight division. There's not a guy from the champ to number 3. Those guys would be right, but the rest was not a chance.
So we worked hard, got us
No chance.
studied economics.
We had Moss. I don't know what happened because there's always this thing like, I remember when I was finding out, you imagine kids, like, in 10 years from now, like, they're growing up with UFC and MMA, so they're going to be just this much MMA, not just specialized in jiu-jitsu or wrestling or boxing. It's going to be just MMA. These heavyweights, man, it's like going to the NFL is game, they're going to the UFC. So it's fine. It's just another game.
It was really, really hard. I didn't put
What was the last time that you went to a fight?
but those companies I worked for.
I went to one championship because I was working for them. I went to Denver. And I commentated a game right there.
So I worked at 2
That's why UFC had a great friend. I was good friends with Steve in Boston.
My sister went to
I've been to a couple of them. We should do like a legacy event where especially here where we have so many there's 20 crossroads here. Chicago's here. Yeah. Yeah, he's like 20 minutes from here. He doesn't train with us enough. He'll like help pop in some days, but he's a great guy. He's great. He's a monster.
Yeah, that would be fun to go.
All of us, like 20 of us, fly out to an event.
Yeah. And yeah, my heart rate definitely got up, especially when I was commentating for bare knuckle MMA. Just like, oh my god, it was who was it? It was JDS. Junior Santos was fighting in Purdue. I'm just sitting there like, good god, this is wild.
How good. My last getting really good too. Had a jab to the up elbow.
A lot of those guys are still doing the damn thing.
Arlovsky's still going. He won the heavyweight title 20 years ago. Oh yeah. If not more.
Yes.
How long
helped
that
my
was?
sister write a book in 2020.
He had the bangs in his mouthpiece. His hair. Oh, God, it was so gorgeous. It was luscious. It was so gorgeous. Back and forth.
News to me. And
He went
they're
to
so
title.
good that they're,
Dude, he probably won in the 90s, maybe 2001.
Well,
He's another great human.
What's the agent's name?
He's a shooter.
Richard Pine.
That makes sense.
Where Richard Pine is.
Against Tim Sylvia?
Yeah.
2005.
This is 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, and he's still doing it at a high level.
Stating.
Me and Arlovsky trained together for a long time.
Guess what?
When the UFC
The
told us
Rays
that,
and Penguins have confirmed to me.
it was such a fun fight because we knew each other.
I don't say homework. Is it
We were training with him. I was like, because I
No,
drank
it was
coffee
Indoor
before.
Publishing. No.
And I was like, hey, it's outside. I'm going to tell you as long as I had a coffee. But that's the thing yesterday. That's the thing to shit. We just walked away.
We're going to talk about your mother here very, very
It's
shortly.
20 years ago.
Savage.
Okay.
Because
Do you like bare knuckle?
Okay, for you. So,
this is a good thing I like
tell
about
us
it.
where
You
your
know?
mom lives. Tell your, where did your mom live?
Hold on. 1 second. I want to ask a question
Yeah,
first.
someone
I
was
want to
tough.
ask. You mentioned there was a spiritual awakening in your sister.
The cuts especially. Luke learned the hard way.
Yeah.
For you,
It's a
is
different-
there a specific
it's a different type of fighting.
point for
Luke's
spiritual
so
when you
skilled.
for you to
So
separate
skilled.
from
His
the
grandpa, we grab a big monster. So skilled. Good striking, his kicks, his spots, his movement, and his grappling.
I got 25 minutes with him in the ring.
Yeah.
He's a savage.
He's great. He's great everywhere too.
Yeah, where the heart is.
Yeah. Then he had his teeth put through his lips.
Decided to write a book.
And my parents was like, say last
In the
dude,
middle.
watch this. It's just, that's what guys don't realize. Like, well, I had success in the UFC.
Considering the
And
stuff that's been
Just
going
gonna
on.
Are you suggesting
My
that
parents
we're
decent,
some
man.
conspiracy where we're on a place
No,
to
you're
look
not.
and
No, you're not.
and then the conspiracy to
The distance is different. The punches are different. He's going to get miserable.
I'm
He's
not really looking
he's
for
awesome.
answers
Sparring
from
with
you because I don't think that you're being very transparent.
You'll have to
my
explain
parry was just
how
with Sean Strickland.
conspiracies that a lot of people
Yeah, Sean Strickland was
this year's first time holder, right? It's very unusual for a first time holder, and you're not the first person who's done this message. I mean, this message has been going on for 50 years. You just managed to overcome what most people can't, and get that message out to most of America, which is amazing. And I want to know how you did it. So we can do the same thing that you
Yeah, I would never bare knuckle fight Mary.
No, it's also like his lane. Like if it was built for this, I'll tell you what, I wish it was still around. But the other system sucks. She's what makes women fight. No one touch her. Don't touch her.
And ignorance are two words that are next to each other. I would like to know where your line
She's really transparent about it. You know, she wrestled with as a mom, is it the right thing? I know to the UFC champion. Their highest weight class for women is this. So I have to do that. And she did it the right way. I was really happy to watch her dieting, calorie cut. She's only
It's a book about the multi.
She doesn't have trauma, unfortunately, in her background.
Since I read the book.
And to be fair, Callie does talk a lot about the pharmaceutical industry and pharmaceutical.
A lot of us are. Yeah, that's
Let me give you 2 points. Because Mary said something earlier that, and I do want to agree with her.
she's beautiful too.
Yeah.
I mean, not right now.
Most of the things she's talked about.
So good her hands. That's such a great game with you back there. But with Kaylee Harrison, like her fights that weight
His
cut,
stance that
and
Did she get touched in that title bout?
no.
those
I mean, one
forces,
punch.
I
Yeah,
am
I don't
willing
think
to
so.
concede 100%.
It was so dominant.
That is
And now she'll fight Amanda Nunes, and my thing is, Amanda's a big girl too. Like, why make him?
It's the
As long as for a belt, no one cares. No one's
He's
gonna
a
remember.
public
45, 45.
relations guy.
Why
A lot
make her?
Oh.
Both of them kill themselves.
Legalized
They're
lying.
She's gonna
Just
destroy.
I want to make sure
Destroy Amanda.
he's
That's what I
not
said.
still
There's
lying.
no
Because when he
there's no place that she wins that fight.
Now we
I
asked
mean,
him
unless Amanda
about
just
the
was able
elephant in
to
the room, because the
completely
message
stop the
on
takedown, keep on
jab.
her feet. But
She's gonna racetrack the
on here,
on
you know
the whole entire. No,
you're not
you
even a
can't do that for
science
25
guy.
minutes.
Right, understood. There is a huge
London
stigma
Holly
and a huge
are
thing
a
that
great
is
example
attached
of
to
it.
the conversation because
Holly
people
did it
know
perfect.
he get
And I think that was
blasted on the internet.
Yep,
You
great.
get completely scrubbed.
All right, we got you.
Talk
I
about
got
that
so
in the
bad.
main
Go
topic.
ahead, yeah.
So my question would be,
Take a break.
Is there-
Today's episode of Fire Kitty is brought to you by V-Bus. Sometimes when the day winds down, your body's still wired up. You're not going to use it or use the best solution if you want to stay sharp.
is there a
presents relax, unwind shot. It's a plant-based way to decompress complex out and other common herbs
reason
without
why
alcohol.
choose
Heavy sedatives or next day groggy is sweet gotcha. Right? I tried after a long day of recording and working out and dad life. And boy, it just takes the edge off naturally. Beavis has been trusted for over 12 years with over 600 million servings sold. Every batch is independently lab tested for quality and consistency. Right now, you can try a free 3-pack of Relax on Wine Shot. Just cover shipping. That's it. Click on the link in the description. All you have to do is cover shipping and experience the difference for yourself. Beavis it. Let's get back to the program.
This is another wonderful thing. The law enforcement in Texas really care about enforcing the law. Like criminal law. Yeah, like, you know, they're, hey, go get new plates, man. Like, that's the thing. That truck right there, there's a machine gun in that truck. There's body armor in that truck. And they'll see my name, and they're going to be walking up like, bro, what's going on? You know? And it's just a different thing. But on the flip side, like,
I'll explain what I'm actually thinking, but
you say something slick,
we
and
have a
you've
huge
broken the
problem
law.
with trust. Right?
You're
I
having
see it every day
Thanks
in my
people in
office.
general,
I
like
have
they're
patients
great.
coming to me
Open
who
arms,
say,
welcome.
who can I go
Cross
see?
the
Who
line,
can I
man.
find in your office on a regular basis?
And
For whatever drink. I mean, that's not
If you
normal.
like walked around
ENTs
anywhere
do not
down here,
normally hand
and
Kleenex
like if you
to
come up to
patients.
Cedar Park or you go to
By
Leander,
treating ear
you go down to
infections,
Dripping,
I literally several times a week I have people crying in my office.
I think
what's
the
going on?
point though also needs to be made for the audience because you and I are
Yes,
the
I
doctors.
did just be nice. First day, I got there. I run in the mornings, I run around the
She normally doesn't get involved anywhere close to the issue. And guess what?
You just see people going like this over and
The
over.
guy goes, morning.
So Mary, I know
Morning.
we're
I took him out.
like
What's up, man?
hour into the
Morning.
podcast, but let's give me like a brief
Morning. This is going to be a great day.
Right, so I went to Stanford, I'm an
That's it.
ENT,
I put out like, have a
and
good
I
day.
stumbled into
You know,
I had patients
and if
coming
our
in me
neighbors, like,
because no one else would treat them, and I'm an expert in respiratory diseases, so it makes sense.
yeah, I'm talking to my wife.
And because I didn't shut my doors, people started coming to me, and initially I tried hydroxychloroquine because here's President Trump
You're going to realize
mentioned it as an option and got shut down.
no one's asking
Literally, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies.
And then
Those
you
were
get
great.
recognized. It's
Turned
not
out
like
very quickly, and I get
it's not like
everyone
this
that's
like
fine.
cool like
Well,
posture.
then the government shut that down, and that was right around when Biden mandated jobs. They shut down monoclonal antibodies.
The further
It was an
out you
orchestrated
get,
effort.
the
And so I
more
started
people
using
will
ivermectin. And I
So if you
found
come
that
up to
ivermectin worked. I was a
the
little
HC
nervous
Center,
that it wouldn't because
which is
monoclonal antibodies worked so well.
we have our own
But when I
hockey
did
team
find
here
I found
on
that it
the
worked.
AHL.
And so I treated over 6,000
Just
patients. When you see that high volume, I mean, that's something I'll never again experience in my career. I mean, usually I see a wide variety of issues as an
You would not be
EMT.
able to take
Never
two
had
steps
such a
without
large
somebody being
volume of
like,
the same disease
what are you
in such a
doing
short
here?
period of time.
They're going to hug you.
Become an
Yeah.
expert
Because that's what Texans do.
and,
You
I
know,
started
with
switching
women,
out, and of
oh,
course,
God bless you. You are
I got
such a
ridiculed,
clever
sued,
man.
canceled. I'm still fighting for my medical license. So I put everything on the line to tell the truth. And I think that brings us to another point, is that it's all these people, all these doctors who have really sucked their nuts out, have suffered because, just
waving and saying hi nonstop.
just
Hey, what's going
following the
on?
Hippocratic Oath are being
Like
completely ignored, especially right now.
like
Right
going
now.
around the lake, so I jumped out and like all these like college kids, whatever there. I pushing the boat, and these guys are screaming, asking me to help. I'm pushing the other toe. Fuck you, don't push
And
the
I reached out to her several times, and I didn't hear anything back.
Get out, man.
We need some rain though. I'm sorry that you're seeing this lake in the shape that it's in.
I've heard.
Yeah, it's
Right. And maybe I understand. You are not in my position. It is not.
Even yesterday,
Doesn't carry with you as somebody who's saying the same thing over and over and over again. It seems to decline that volume
Do you think that may have something to do with why she wrote a book about food?
we've been getting a lot of rain the past 3 weeks. We need
Well, I think our priority is to I don't want to
Texas weather.
I don't want to assume nefarious motives on our part.
You get out a little bit.
But I do find it
This is Texas.
interesting. It's just
Stereotype Texas for a reason. Across all races, across all religions, across all cultures. There is a stereotype about Texans being Texans. They're kind of crazy. They're kind of like absolutely they're welcoming, but they're a little feral. You get out a little bit. You forget when you're in Austin. Because it's posh, you know, it's fancy. It's like we got good steakhouses, you know, true lobster, we have ABs, we have Steiners, we have Michelin stars, we have Luchico, you know, we have, you know, I got it. You got 30 minutes. And there's rattlesnakes that want to kill you. There's mountain lions that want to eat your face. There's bears that want everything that's inside your truck. They don't want to deal with you. They're going to be scared of you. You know, there's going to be pigs that you can kill 1,000 of them and haven't even made a dent.
What's weird too is like it's just a different type of living. I get used to like it's pretty chill. Like even I have pictures of my house. It's almost 89 million. It's all action. So I've heard I redid all that. So in Texas, it's like I'm driving a fucking guy. Like they freak out. They see like what power stroking on something. They freak out. In LA, they freak that shit out. So they love it out here. So I had an issue. Just I got somewhere to rest, they go shop, drive up, shop looks nice. I forget what it's called. The guy comes out with proper tags, cowboy hat, all that shit. I explained, he's like, I'll take care of him, man. I'm like, all right, cool. He's like, don't worry about it. I got him a pocket sign. Don't worry about it. That was last Sunday. So on Tuesday, I'm going to East LA with the guy who knocked out Tuesday. Okay, man, just making sure you're doing right. He goes, doing fine, man. What's going on? I'm the guy that knocked out the issue. He's like, yep, man, get around to it. Don't worry, get around to it. I'm like, right, okay.
I think that, but
what's up, man? Just see what's going on. And he just thinks I'm calling him. He's like, right. So, I'm calling Humvee. He goes, yeah, I'm hoping to get to it this weekend, man. I got a lot of business right now. Hopefully I get to it this weekend. Right. Is there but he'll do it. He's gonna do it. But he's just he'll do it right. There's no sense of urgency. Like LA is not. I was like, it's quirky. I can't believe you're here. That was so much fun.
I have a list, a printed list of doctors. These are people that are like-minded. These are the people that will never make you wear a mask in your office, never ask you to they're very like-minded.
Like yesterday, I'm like, man, I feel like
the government does not take this opportunity to come down and hold people accountable, we will never restore the trust, at least in our lifetime. And that people need to have everything taken down and we need immediate swift action. We'll never restore the trust. I'm telling you, okay, look how many people are still getting these jobs. It's probably less than 100%. And that's a reflection of their trust in our government, because our government is telling them they need to be
the hustle and bustle that life has been. From the time as a collegiate athlete to a professional athlete to an actor to a comedian to a host to a podcaster, like just this litany of things of this kind of non-stop movement. But now as a husband and a father, still as an athlete, still as an entrepreneur, still as a racer, what moment am I here in the present to just be here?
I think that's why this conversation is so
The only
important.
thing that's not fair for you, though, I probably not, but I'm talking about what's healthy for you. You can't. Like, I'm doing crazy stuff. I don't remember some of it, like switching to UFC, some of the college stuff. I remember some of it vaguely.
You have a big microphone right now. You are all over the news. You're a bipartisan news. You're all over the news right now.
Texas football player, he's up the street, and he was so good. He played 2006.
Should be given the option of being able to see modified synthetic mRNA shot that has dire consequences if it goes wrong. And it doesn't go wrong in everybody. We know that. But there's different, they're varying degrees, varying numbers, 4%, 15%, 1 in 500, 1 in 800, serious adverse reaction. If you see the patients in my office, that they're life-changing. There's nothing we can do for these people. It's very hard. They don't get better.
With my kids, I can tell you.
It's wide range. I have young people and I have older people. So a lot of it's neurological, which is very difficult to fix. I don't see the myocarditis, the stroke, that sort of things in outpatient, but I see those people with the real chronic, debilitating health problems. I looked at my medication appointments in 2 years following the rollout of the shot. 7% of my medication
sunrises are just a little bit more beautiful. The stars, if you right now have not assimilated acclimated to be a Texan, if I took you to understand that, it's one of the quietest and darkest places in the world. And in the United States it is. And you look at the stars, it would unnerve you.
Well, the injuries, yes, the neurological, I see hearts, which is where the blood pressure fluctuates up and down erratically.
Never in your life seen stars that bright. And there's Avalon run across, there's coyotes. Then you go into Marathon, and there's Little Beatnik, super cute hotel that has an incredible barbecue place, fantastic coffee shop.
lot of
You
people
take
slowly
one
get
below
better,
us out there,
but
and you can
I
drive
think it was severe
trenches that are
go away.
120
Young 10 years younger than me,
Jesus.
otherwise
You can
healthy,
drive
just
all day and never
completely
see a
debilitated,
fence.
to barely get
Good
out.
about being president.
I have another patient with severe tremors. I mean, he's the CEO of a company.
More salty grits,
You
you
know, for
5 years
30
old,
years,
otherwise,
I don't even remember, I
healthy,
can
now
barely
he's
remember my name.
I don't think you can. I think when you're flying at that, in
I
that
had
gear,
another patient with severe unexplained pain in her flank, but she's had all these individual studies, nothing should
I have
have
to
done.
rely
She's
on,
previously healthy,
just like
and now
your shorts, I had to rely on other
she's
people to tell me like, what happened in moments and events. I journaled for periods of times on and off, and I was using those for references, but like,
I got asked to do.
I don't know.
I guess you
I don't know.
would
I can't tell you. Yeah, it's not good.
with McCullough.
Is it?
I don't know. I don't know. I remember my first pro fight against Scott Smith,
And my part of the movie
which was like the first sanctioned bout.
Scott Smith was good.
He was good.
first fight.
Yeah, I lost it.
I was the first one to notice.
I had had maybe 30 fights before that, and I can't tell you anything about 30 fights.
No.
I
Wow.
went back to work.
I'm not concussed.
Went back to
No.
life.
But I think your brain,
Started going
like,
back 2 times.
just
every.
is organizing things that way. You know,
I started.
like, nah, man, we gotta keep going.
13
Don't go all right. Yeah.
clocks.
It can't be good.
People
No. All right, what is that big huge scratch on your microphone?
Very
The
interesting.
table.
No, it's this.
Really,
Oh, that just happened.
That just happened. That's what he is. I was like, I'm gonna pretend I'm not hurt, because, dude, that's a good one. That's a good one. But it really is. Bro, it's fine now, but when I was walking about,
I know, dude. It was hard. It was hard. That's because when the box jumps and you miss and it like breaks your shins, and your face turns pale, and like you're that's gonna scar up. Now, there's a duality of man here. On your right calf, you have this smiley face.
yeah.
On the right side of that left calf, on your right shin, you have this brutal scratch.
All right, what do you got?
Have you
This
ever
episode of Fire Kid is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow! And they're in the business of keeping your car on the road. That's what they want for you. They want your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. Whatever you're looking for, the team at O'Reilly Auto Parts got you. Whether you're a freaking expert with cars or a rookie, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, restful, super friendly. All right, the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. This episode of Fire Kid is also brought to you by Progressive. It's brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose a play on this podcast thing, smart choice. We got Tim Kennedy on. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So if you save time on the research, then you can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates not available in all situations. Prices vary based on how you buy Progressive.
She died.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Oh, 11 Alpha. What's that? 11 Alpha. Okay, yeah, so you know about this. Bro, 272 people on board this flight. 271 people died. One guy in seat 11 Alpha survives. The only anomaly about this seat is that it is a window seat, even though it's in the front of the plane, but there's an air conditioning unit that sits out inside of it. Having gone down the AI chat GPT, asking what is the safest place seat in the flight, and then it breaks down like, you're talking about fires on the flights, waterborne crashes, or belly down crashes, or nosing crashes. So I had to specify my query search. Yeah, I went down the rabbit trail hard on this thing.
Because didn't somebody else survive too?
It's happened a whole bunch of times. No, that seems to be so. It's not just the 11 Alpha. It's so statistically, That's just a seat that is 3/4 way back in the middle
Let me
seat.
answer the question. She was,
Unless it's you're crashing in the water, and it's how close you are to the exit.
So you can get out.
There's more exits towards the front of the plane, so first class has a higher chance of survival in water or fire. But in crashes where they're slamming into buildings, the dude's pretty much untouched. Everybody died. His brother died. There's a really horrible family picture of this family. Right, there's their first air fight.
because maybe your mother didn't die.
It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, it was an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Bruce Willis.
Pancreatic cancer.
Unbreakable? Unbreakable.
I think cancer is probably tied to.
Sixth Sense is also a good movie. And he survived this car wreck, and there's like this superhuman, like on the spectrum of humanity, right? We have marathoners and power wrestlers. We have the Brian Shaws and the Brian Cowens. We have the Brendan Schaubs and the John Joneses, and then we have Brock Lesnar's daughter. You know, like humans are just so are these like superheroes that are these not mutants, but such a unique adaptation of mutation of being human that they can do these extraordinary things. It's like we can't explain why this person survived.
But the only thing is you could explain it because it's that scene. There's been other people that have done that.
It's not a number thing. It's not like there's an 11 alpha. The location statistically doesn't support the middle seat 3/4 the way back that has the highest survivability. But even ChatGPT and Grok went back and forth, and I was like copying and pasting from each of them and making them argue with each other. And both of them were like, well, under this circumstance, in this instance, in this example, in this, they couldn't even figure it out. And I said, given every data available about aircraft crashes, where is the safest seat on a plane? And it couldn't do it.
Recent period to the cancer.
I wonder if this is just like a once in a lifetime situation where he just somehow got fortunate. Something virtually that protected him. He's just so wild. Over 200 one person survived. Decently tall, but he has survived for more. This is the only thing I saw in Survivor killed me. That's something that's actually real too. But yeah, so this is like a Thai singer apparently. He had the same seat back like 20-something years ago. Survived it, and then he saw this. He's like, what the hell? Same seat. I just want to heard other people as well.
See, confirmation bias is a really dangerous thing where we see this outlier, this anomaly about this one number, but if you're intentionally looking for the reoccurrence of that 11A and other things, that's not like a healthy data cross section of what's happening. That is us looking for data that supports it, right? Like I think, confirmation bias.
No, but there's like a woman that has a Karen.
No, like it's a Karen. Like a whole Karen bitches. But what happens is, like, we've met a couple of Karens, and we always look for examples. And we show people, like, oh, that's a Karen. Of course she's a Karen. Or, you know, of course they're not. Are all chats sluts? No. They're like, so there's this on the law enforcement side where if I am looking for evidence to support this thing or this idea I have about why or how this crime went down, that's not real investigative. Right? I have to take all the information and that becomes evidence. That's very difficult compared to like this. I'm assuming this thing happened, and now I'm going to go and ask specific questions. That's something else.
So like my father-in-law was a CSU for 30 years. And I can pull over a certain kind of car, like it's a lot of diseases. I was 83% more likely to get in a gunfight with this type of car. So I pulled that over a line. And it's just that. So just go 80% get that out. Show up on it.
we've been conditioned to look for things out of place. We want order. That's one of the greatest things about the military is we make everything uniform. The uniform looks a specific way so I can see things that look out of place. I think all the soldiers should make their beds a certain way. They have to wear their uniforms except -1. The rules and regulations about appearance, how their hair is cut. What colors they can use for, on women's side, for fingernails. I can see when something looks off the eye that you can condition is predisposed to see these kind of outside of bell curve abnormalities. It's for self-preservation. It's our adaptation. Like we're cruising through the woods. That doesn't smell right. That didn't sound right. It's hardwired in our genetics for us to survive. But then there's things like this. We're so dude, where everybody on that plane, or somebody on that plane had cancer, or had go down this route. How many times a scientist or an engineer around two specific things, curing cancer and renewable energy, how many times somebody has said that they have one of those two things and then the plane crashes around those two things? Are you being conspiracy? Oh, yeah. I'm batting 1,000. But take that word away, first of all. That word, that phrase was designed by the CIA. So, how many times is I'm bad at 1,000 right now. Go 100%. Like, I call everything. The vaccine. You're right about everything. But how far do you go with the flat earth? So you can call that September 11th. I'm not saying anything like 9/11 is conspiracy theory. I think just like the Trump assassination, was the government complicit? Absolutely. Were they intentionally negligent? Absolutely. Were there Secret Service agents that were like taking a guy and placing him on a roof with a clear line of sight? No. But they turned a blind eye to it. They were privy to that. And if there's enough of those things that have happened, like the fires in Hawaii, the fires in Los Angeles, it just took enough negligence on as a business owner. If I am that negligent, I am liable for being as if I was complicit. Like, you can sue me for being so bad at the thing. We can't do that as a government, unfortunately. But when you look at the government's level of negligence, that line has moved into them being complicit.
You should have. We learned September 11th. But we learned September 11th with their negligence. The point would be just to start a war. Get Americans on their side like that would do it. Yeah, they did what? And then Americans go get them.
We're knocking on it right now. Like if a false flag operation happens on American soil right now, and somebody's named that these Iranian radicals came and did this attack, America's like, go to war to Iran, right? Like, is Israel not incentivized to facilitate some radicals doing a terrorist attack on American soil? Is the military-industrial complex, the American military-industrial complex, are they not incentivized to facilitate? I mean, let's call a spade a spade here. If this happens, Cowboy, come and protect me. Yeah, because they're coming for me.
Wow. So, let me ask you a question.
Actually, I bet you in the next
something's gonna happen. People that used their birth
they're gonna try.
the death certificate's not there. So, Levels was.
There's just a few bad apples, maybe a few from A16Z, and of systems to take a blind eye to it because they know if it does happen, that's your good business. Because at the top, I'm sure those, yes, Trump or any of those top guys, what the fuck?
Right, but they can only clean and prune and cleanse and remove the gangrene that has been embedded in our system, in our government, for the past 50, 40 years. the FBI or intelligence agencies, they have been captured entities. If you look at poor RFK right now, him coming in the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services, when you look at the CIA, or mixing up two, intelligence and health, if you look at Kennedy with Health and Human Services, where he's going through Medicare, Medicaid under him, you're going through the CDC, FDA, NIH, all under him. Hundreds of thousands of employees, all of them captured by the largest pharmaceutical lobbyist, the largest lobbyist group on the planet, which are the pharmaceutical lobbyists, have captured every single one of these entities. The science that we've seen for the past 20, 30 years, like the food pyramid, get fucked, get out of here. You know, like allowing these dyes to be in our food, the use of the seed oils.
What's scary is 4 years. It's impossible to do this in 4 years. 4 years hasn't loaded up. No, that's what's scary.
But we're on the brink of fighting for the existence of American health, American security, American intelligence. And I'm just using Health and Human Services as one example. You go one over to like Tulsi Gabbard, the new director of national intelligence. She's also lives local. She's just such a badass and a great human. That poor woman having to go through every single intelligence organization, and there's a dozen that fall underneath her. And how long these bureaucrats and professional government people, non-appointed, non-elected, and they want more. Like that's stability and security for them, and all of their jobs after their government positions, where they're going to be making millions of dollars, working for the Lockheeds, working for the Raytheons, looking like it's a busted, broken system. And then let's not even get into the elected officials that are making big, huge stock purchases the night, hours before closing time, the night before Israel strikes all.
When did you write the book?
Both sides of the Yeah, and I'm not like.
It came out in 22, 23.
There's no way
The
to
book
go
came
back.
out in 22, 23.
Not enough time.
Well,
When did you start writing?
you do some damage.
21,
But they're not going to rank up your friends. You know, especially if they know
Right
this
after your
is
mom
Yeah, we got
said,
There's no King's protest, right? Going every which way. Absolutely hilarious. The irony and hypocrisy here, where you go back 5 years and you put your mask on, this is a drug in your body, you can't ride on a bus, you can't ride on a plane. Yeah, you're not allowed. Putting sand on skateboards, you can't walk outside and go surfing or you'll be arrested, even though the best possible thing for your health and combating COVID would be the sun and to be outside to exercise.
I was not middle of nowhere in the center. I probably wrote
also,
I'm
religious. What is the kind of point?
See,
I'm
no
so
one's out
totally
there.
open that
Something about myself.
correct. I do think
I see it.
biology is like a data.
I don't think
Okay,
Come on,
I
can't be
I
out
think
there.
honestly that's a pretty
What?
small part of
Like, where's
it.
your mask?
For sure. I think
there's
that that
no, but yeah.
is the next
Who
10
are you?
years.
Go to the fucking
More
bird up there. What are you talking about?
what's
Say,
happening
can't be out here, man. I said, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Tyrannical dictatorship applied.
Even they were like, we're so sorry, man. It makes no sense. It's just, we got the call, we got to get the name. And I was like, this is insane. You guys go, yeah, let's not catch you out there again. I will gladly take it. Same time, come here, everyone. All right, see you, man.
You're talking to the wrong guy about that. No, how would you measure success like that?
There's this gym owner, I think he was in California.
And the reason why
Was getting fined by the city.
I find it very interesting that you and Matt
This is what we're supposed to be as Americans. Strong, independent entrepreneurs that are healthy, our existence in the wilderness. And we have some people that come and claim us that, hey, we're going to tax you. You can actually taxation without representation, and we're going to tax this for everything. And you're not going to have a say about it. And what do we do? We kill them all. We kick them off the continent. I hope Americans remember who they are. I was really scared in 2024.
You know, it's like the city said, you know, it's 6 months was doing all the time to sabotage things. But the businesses around for sabotage, they want to get shut down too. Because they would think this thing will be worse.
Not here. calling, telling on other neighbors, like I saw him cross that pass. I always wondered how a little girl that was running in her diary from the World War II was murdered by insane murders. How did that society turn where a little girl was able to hide and here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get my house. Psychology side, I wish Jordan Peterson was sitting right here.
So people with vested interest in mRNA are going to use every
contagious because you saw it spread like a virus.
And so that's why we're suspicious. And maybe you're an unwitting agent. Maybe they're using you. You have no idea. But
one or two people to do it with them.
there's a technique called
It was usually fear-based. Maybe there's
It's a
somebody that was compromised immunity-wise and they died of COVID. Or there's and then that was back to confirmation bias. That was the excuse. And then you're a killer that's killing their friend because you want to wear your mask. And immediately it was flipped.
My family, we had a family where it come, and
I have an uncle that won't talk to me.
same. And he came.
I love him.
He hasn't seen his grandkids. He hasn't seen my children. Nothing. Came to the house, just to get a mask on. Had all. I'm like, you can't.
But Jack, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to gain on
your
argument is. So my argument is I want to actually make
My kids.
a diagnosis. In fact,
It's
I'm not
it says that we were not born scared of fear, but of sound mind and discipline.
Well, my sister.
My kids are not going to know fear.
You know,
like he's gonna get the butterflies. It's they just lost a championship this weekend, and like again made it to the finals.
How's he handle losses?
figuring out
Not great.
how to
He hates them.
crying about policies,
Frustrated, like
I mean, here,
goals that
it's all the right thing.
it's all the way. I tell my wife, my son,
Let the process happen.
but if he's crying, he's upset because he can't. Now, if he's going around, Dad, what are you doing? Playing with his other thing. He doesn't care. He wants to care.
But I do support, even in a loss. Like, do you want to go get ice cream? No. I don't want to actually feel good. I saw how hard you tried.
I've actually done something.
We're gonna go celebrate because how hard you worked. I saw you force that turnover. I saw you grit. I saw those defensemen coming and double teaming you. Like that's what I saw.
We have a policy where
Why do you think nobody has been appointed that has been outspoken about taking
talk
shots off the market?
about
So nobody has
about
got
everything else but baseball.
a position.
Do you think it's the best idea
It's not my job.
just to ban
It's not my.
them, or do you
That's the
think
thing.
it's
That's
the
why
best
we don't talk.
idea?
Last weekend,
Do you think
we were in Dallas.
with the transparency
and
If
Game
they
One
want to save face, they could just say, "Hey, we're gonna
off the
pull off the
field
market while we can
because he
further
was not
studies." That would be a very
He was
easy
not
way
trying.
to save face
And I was
and
like,
not,
where did you get all your stuff? We're driving home. He's like, we have 4 more games. The thought of the embarrassment. And I was like, I did not drive. I did not bring your 5-year-old sister 4 hours in the car to sleep in a plate of, like, there's some tournaments where you have to stay at the hotel. That, if we don't have to
story
you're not even allowed to. Like, your name has to be on the reservation if you're an out-of-town family. And it's a state to play. Like, it's a requirement to stay to play. You have to stay here. You have to have a room. It's kind of a little shady. That's not a nice hotel. So I'm sitting here, a family of 4 with a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, my wife after driving 4 hours, and then my son's out there not putting out effort. Now you'll see that, and that is my place. Go get your stuff. We're packing up. We're going home.
That's why I wrote a constitutional amendment.
Now he's shaking. I'm like, well, if you're emotional now, then I want to see that emotion in front of the coaches of you fighting to get on the field. You're in a AAA league. They're not going to play you unless you deserve field time. Second time, you get equal field time. This is
I do when it comes to the skill of it, the strikeouts, I can't. That should happen. But if they tell you Rex Springs come in last, that's when I show up. Because that's everything. I don't mind if you're trying your hardest, work good at all times. If you're trying your hardest,
I think
you start half-assing, well then
my brain goes is like, how
that's right. I'm not going to fix it in front.
Yeah,
we're going to go home.
So like outside agitation and
can we come right back?
like
I love that we have this thing called dude, I watched it out there. He played 6 games last weekend. It was 100-something degrees. It had rain. And I don't even know what it was. He's in lacrosse pads. And he was a bull. And I will carry that back to the car with the stroller, with the
my concern coming in here is that
1-year-old.
there's a line between ignorance and fraud, and what I'm trying to do is
Not all that makes him cry. The kiddo, he falls out, dude. I'll
for
start
the
crying.
globalist and the
Not
protector.
I was in it. I mean, my kid, if you want to lacrosse, you'll see me driving up last weekend to Dallas. And his headphones on, dude. He's sitting there, he sleeps with his lacrosse stick. And I looked over at him, and I started crying in the car. I had to he doesn't see me run, so I had to look away so he couldn't see me.
Well, that's the
On
truth.
Instagram? Yeah,
That is
a little bit
absolutely the truth.
What do you mean by that?
It's just what I said. I've told the right people
more now. I post a lot.
that they need to be concerned about you two until
There's that boxing ring right there.
podcast. And to your credit, I'll be the first one to give you this credit. Danny told me that you're not down until 25, and then you said no. Well, stop saying, let's do this now.
Nah, we're past
Next
it.
year, let's talk about this now. Because you know what?
Are you talking about when we originally had a podcast schedule
All the
and then you
fields.
had to reschedule it until 2025?
Oh, yeah, for
You said, let's that's great. I'm glad
I
that
tell
we're
my son all
talking
the
about this.
time.
To be honest,
Wait, that's it. Go back
I'm
down.
giving you
The one in the blue shirt on the left.
I want you to actually set the record
So
straight. Because the
his
audience,
baby is
I can
listening to
tell
this
you right now,
chance.
this is
Man, I can barely.
a very simple litmus test. Is it ignorant or is it fraud?
And I can't.
Which one are
Every.
people going to go? And you know there's going to be people
I have
in the
2 grown
comments
daughters.
that there's just
I
the
missed
way
this
we
thing.
look at each other,
This
the
whole
way we
phase
talk
of
to
this
each
life.
other, the
It was
issues
before.
that have been presented. And
And
I
they
really
they're so.
want to
I love you girls.
hear from you
They're
because
adults
there's
now.
things about
Like one of them's
your
married,
family.
one of them's like living this
Without-
epic
without
life,
arguing about
and I'm so proud of
books
them.
your dad's written.
But like,
These
I
are,
never
these
had
are
this written down.
really concerning.
I missed
We know that
90%,
what his history is
95% of their ballet recitals,
This
their
is what I'm
figure
trying to say.
skating
You will
moments,
not let
their
me finish
performances,
any
and
points here. The bottom line is your family is painted with a globalist brush. There's not even
no choice.
no.
I had to.
But just for you, selfishly, it's like, oh boy, did you miss out.
I think your father wrote, your father wrote is directly tied
They're the most beautiful, incredible women on the planet.
Richard,
I've missed every moment.
who you used to work for. His wife
You do with that.
is a DEI
And
leader
like I see him, and I go,
in
you
the
know
World Economic
what
Forum.
I'm saying? Like I see him,
So
and that's why I always ask, how's he doing? How you doing again? We got one. I looked at my wife. We're talking about it.
Jack,
Tell
just
me,
need to
got
answer
one.
the question.
He fucking
That's all
got
we need
one.
to do.
It's the
And you're not doing a good job.
8-year-old
Thank you for
home
that
around this park.
analysis.
I looked at him, I got one. Dude,
What's the
You
question?
see Kobe Bryant talking about his daughter, and God bless his soul, when they're asked about,
Specifically, what was it?
Jack, what is
hey,
the
are you gonna have a
question?
son? And he's like,
Is it ignorance?
have you seen me?
Or is it
We got, those were almost his exact same words, Brandon. We got one. Like, dude, don't worry about it. And then she steps up and she's like, hey, don't worry about it. I got this.
dude, I think monster.
He was, you are, they will be. That is the beauty and the responsibility. And I think the pendulum,
This is
in a really unhealthy way, had swung so far to like this self-realization, self-exploration, this entitlement idea that like I'm living through life for me to experience things for me. But then in truth, in reality, not this existential idea, but a provable experiential fact that these experiences are made through acts of selflessness for others. That moment is so special because it was him.
All of these social media platforms that are basically
Being
monopolies
present.
that control all information in the world, and making it so they cannot be infiltrated by government
The
agencies
culture or
big pharma.
the
Where they
conventional wisdom
or the
of
people
the
that
pendulum
are
swinging from selfless or selfish back to selfless, where people are valuing families again. It hasn't swung all the way back.
It's not all getting there though.
Somebody
Texas.
questioning these
Oh, it
things.
never went away.
There's a policy
It did a little
called
bit.
the
It's not
Executive
okay, like,
Information
especially
Policy
the bad.
on which
Oh,
we make it
oh
very
my God,
clear
we're on
from
the same.
Yeah.
right before
Oh my
we listen to
God.
the podcast, a
Oh,
full
shit.
disclaimer up there
Yeah,
that says
it's
that
the
we're
best.
clearly not doing
You're standing like this when at
but
practice.
there are policies
You can go and take a photo and you see
that can
Zach,
take things
Kaz, like
anybody
all the
who
lacrosse
questions
dads, we're all standing here like watching every single movement, not saying anything, you know, like look over like, yeah, I was working, oh, it's so great, you know, like we're out on the lake, you know, the boys, I got to cook some fajitas, you know, and it's like, yeah, what do we have to do to me? It's like a white vacuum sealed it, you know, and we're just like, such dad shit.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love it. I was talking to one of the dads about his, he brings a chair, I can't sit in chairs like this, you know, I just can't sit down when he's playing. And I'm like, that's a nice chair. And he's like, oh, and they're going through the chairs they sit in.
West
And I'm
Side.
like, holy shit, I'm getting older, man. Like, we're talking about chairs. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
There's nothing bad.
Ken, so I gotta drag you around to some of the places around here.
Hell yeah, dude.
But 1 mile from where we're sitting right now, there's a place called Rogue American Apparel. That's owned by Wes Whitlock, and he has 2 Connex metal Connex shipping containers.
Like the Rogue Fitness?
Yeah.
Like the, oh yeah, I know Rogue. Yeah.
And then we have the Atlas Stones. Draconian Barbarian. He like lifted that thing and carried that wheel around. We got one of those that we can put 1,000 pounds on.
It's like the strongman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have all the pull bars, all the dumbbells, all the barbells, all the weights, all the things. But it's outdoors. There's no air conditioning. It's metal Connexes sitting on the land 1 mile from here. Like, you're Texas, so the bugs are in your face, everything's dirt, it's like moon, sand, powder.
It's athleticism.
You know, go real quick, man. I know I have some friends in my life where they're not as hands-on as they don't get or the kids not the sports. I'm like, man,
It's really no. I think it's actually
missing out.
I want to understand. No, I
Telling
actually
you, you're dropping the ball, dude.
this is
Not that you're building,
like this is
whatever
where I
achievement
bring
you
this.
get to, you think you can entertain whatever you're in.
Is
Telling you,
like
nothing's
that
gonna be
was
done.
my
You're
like
missing the ball.
that
If
was
I have to
my
tell you that,
and then you could climb the ladder. Yeah,
I was
so that's what you're
traveling
saying.
yesterday,
So because we used that,
got
you
home
thought that
super
you could
late,
get points in DC.
and
So look, can I ask you?
I accept that.
I
just flew in from Colorado from the lacrosse tournament with the 5-year-old and the 10-year-old without me present.
How many
And flights delayed, hour on the tarmac, waiting for takeoff, landed, gates not open, had to sit again on the runway for an hour, checked bags with all the lacrosse gear, right? She makes it home, they've been traveling, and he had three games that day, before they get on the plane to Colorado and fly back to Austin, and then fly land, and it's Father's Day. Still dresses out like a sexy perfect wife. I got one. That's right. And it makes working hard so easy.
So, no, actually, but find out where we're at. Just to get this things you have is that my dad wrote a children's book that I went to
see that quad picture
meeting, which is central
on the right.
Story about these things.
So that's an M1 Abrams tank in front of the Washington Monument, and that's the Constitution for American troops walking right to it on the right-hand side.
I mean, it's very look at the name of the guy
at a parade
that you work for
in Afghanistan being driven by the Taliban after we left. And I could have said it more succinctly, but I wanted to paint this picture of what the strength looked like. Obviously, they're military parades, but the difference is this is us on full display on our soldiers, with our soldiers on our land with our equipment. And inversely, the opposite end is the Taliban using our stuff and projecting to the world weakness. On the left is strength, on the left is deterrence, on the right is incompetence.
Richard's new wife is the DEI expert for the left. So just to tease out what you're saying.
That was so crazy. It's so cool. So cool.
My story is attacking
It's going to be so fun. Oh, so this is that fitness competition.
Of kind of what you're describing.
Right, for like that's been on the wall is so sick. Can you go back to
that's why I came on this 8 years ago. I started
go back to the mainstream, scroll down
to say that
right,
was basically
on the forehand,
and
on the right,
food
yeah, go one more. That one.
Those tactics are very dark. And
so that's me on the assault bike. That's them deadlifting the 500 pounds. And I can't start until they start deadlifting. And then after 5 reps, they have to hold it until I get to. That's one of 6 events. And all of us have to go through that the whole entire time.
So it's 500 pound deadlift amongst 5 guys.
4 guys.
So
that thing weighs 500 pounds.
And
yeah, it's terrible.
The CFR.
And you have to work timing-wise and you miss it.
My real concern. Yeah, but my real concern, and I think you've tried to dance around this fact. What's the direct question? I'm happy to address the agent for your book. It's a left person. It's a left person, so it seems fair enough.
I don't think you get sore if you
so guess what? These are the people you're running away from, but that's the agents telling you about it. And then you use non-native EMF, Fitbits, and chronic glucose monitors. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
At least you're going to be like that. So that guy in the middle right there, that's Mike Weimer.
This is, let me just, this is good on the top agent, but not on top.
That's the Secretary of VA, Doug Collins. Literally taking off his shirt to put on an army. He's the Secretary of VA in the middle of the war, taking off his clothes to put on a life support army shirt. And look at all these studs. That guy's a former unit member from Delta Force, leading the whole entire CrossFit workout. Just savage.
Just the troops are fucking
stoked. They're about it. Look at these guys. They're just beautiful.
Is evil. And then
that's him right there, Mike Weimer. Obviously, I'm still on the high post-event where it's like, it just gets your heart going. I'm so proud to be an American. I'm proud to wear the uniform. Cool. And guess what goes Michelle and Frankie and Gordon got paid to come out. A couple people helped cover their travel. This company, Turbo Vets, was helping get them like flights and room and board, and then Smith and Wesson Gun Company like helped cover flights. It's crazy.
So I should go. Tim, I love you, brother. I love you. You're the best, man. We do 6 hours. This is easy for you. 2K, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fighter and the Kennedy. We're out.
Listen, guys, sometimes you're feeling sluggish during the day, all right? Struggling in the gym. Maybe not your right feeling yourself. Well, guess what? With Joy Mode,
Not that eloquent today at all.
Throwing up gang signs.
I thought ignorance was a fair game.
Rabbi eating panty
The more
lines.
you've talked today, the more I feel like there is actually something there. Now, do I know what the something is? I don't, but I would say to you, and I think you can discuss this both with Mary and your sister, in medicine, when you're not sure about something, we have something called a precaution, meaning we should be careful. So I think anybody who listens to this podcast that's in Washington, D.C. should know who you are and be careful with you before they put you on another podcast, before they give you a platform, before they stick a microphone in your face. That's all I'm saying. You're a great guy.
Athleticism. West side. Gonna whoop somebody's ass.
Another classic session for everyone to digest. This time we have a sports conspiracy expert. Actually, he's like the sports conspiracy guy. Mr. Brian, too. I'm excited for this one.
When I looked him up, the title that I saw was Supreme Court Scholarly Authority on Sports Fixing. And I'm excited for this one too because my dad's a big sports fan. A lot of my friends are big sports fans. I've gotten into it with them before saying how fixed everything is. And
Bitch.
hopefully I sound good because I'm going to give myself a little humble brag. Being so bad with technology, I finally got the computer and microphone set up. Despite weeks of Mike trying to help me out, I think I finally did the bare minimum here. So
That's
hopefully I'm sounding good.
You sound great.
Something that I've been using to
Peace, bitch.
sway people into thinking that sports is fake and fixed or whatever. It has to do with some numerology shit that I covered
No,
last year.
good shots.
So
Awful.
it's about that type of stuff. So
Bye.
yeah, I'm going to tell you about it too. Super crazy. LeBron last season was
Shit.
about to break Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record.
Oh, you're done, son.
For 38 years.
What a
And
terrible, terrible
LeBron was
shot.
38 years old.
Gotcha, B.
Last year, when he was attempting to do it,
Yo, Lone
it was on
Wolf.
the 38th day
You
of the
suck.
year, 308 days after the 38th
Look at this shot.
anniversary of that record.
Oh, shit.
To break the record, LeBron had surpassed
That's terrible.
8,388
Terrible.
points.
Go, you little bitch.
Wild guess says LeBron scores 38
Don't,
points.
don't,
How many fucking points do you think LeBron scored that game?
don't,
38.
don't.
Kareem set the record in the 38th NBA season, and then LeBron was born 38 weeks after that record.
Fuck
I
yeah.
know. So I don't know
Oh,
where guess
fuck.
is a numerology guy.
This is the worst.
Supposedly, how sports are fixed.
Don't fuck up, dude. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf 8-9, don't fuck up. Lone Wolf 8-9, don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. Lone Wolf 8-9, don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. You fucked up. You fucked up. Ain't no way I'm fucking up. Not like you, son. I feel like that move, B. Oh, what are you doing, you ass? Look at this athleticism. Oh, shit. No, you're going to give him a shot to win. And he fucked up. And he fucked up. I think one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Right here, baby. One of the greatest shots in the history of the game. And I got it, son. This guy's got to be pissed as fuck. That was amazing.
It's like
Yo, dog, this sucks.
people that kind of want to think that sports is like the secret to
Look how sick that shot was, though. One of the greatest shots you could have ever had. This guy should give up. Yo, dog, you should give up. Dude, I just had one of the best shots of all time. You're fucked. You're fucked with that shot, son. Look how sick. Look how sick that shot is. Dog, you are fucked. He needs like the best shot of his career. Oh, baby. Oh, no. No. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Just one. Give me the W, baby. I beat you, son. I beat you.
Powers that be already putting the sensor ban on us.
Dude, not even 24 hours. Okay, so yesterday I applied for a YouTube.
Please join Rabbi Rothschild. Shit.
I accepted. It said that within 24 hours or so, that will tell me, or that will shoot me an email. Basically, you need to go.
Sick.
Well, I got that email, I guess, sometime in the middle of the night. I woke up this morning, the email was there. So I got to work this morning. I breakfast, and then shortly after that, about 7 o'clock.
One of the greatest.
So sick. All of the red tape bullshit I had to get the podcast up on YouTube. And I would say maybe around 8:30 is when the podcast uploaded to YouTube. So you're talking roughly 4 or 5 hours. It was up there, bro.
Yeah, algorithms out to us already.
I mean, shit. We're not even hitting any crazy, topics. I want to get this one structured. Like you just talked a little bit about some of the fuckery that went on in the year of 2020. You know what I'm saying?
If we want to stay up on YouTube, we're gonna have to get some code words on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Or we can just do like I said, the Mario jump noise.
Yeah, I like that.
So I can't really think of anything else, I guess. Should we just the good conversation we have with Brad too? Yeah, welcome to the show, man. Conspiracy and Chill. When it comes to sports conspiracies, man, you're pretty much the guy.
As far as I know, yeah, I think I'm the only one doing this. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people on YouTube who do something similar, but a lot of them copy what I've done and don't give credit for it. And at the same time, a lot of them just throw anything and everything up against the wall just to see what sticks. So what I try to do, what I always try to do is prove my point through research.
I would never go on
Or
Joe
and talking to people and get as much information as I can, trying to connect the dots. A different way of doing things. I don't want to say more scholarly things, but it's a more legitimate way of doing things. Like just say, oh, this is this because it's not necessarily evidence to back up what you're saying.
And anybody who has read any of your books, whether it's Fixes in Arsenic Games, Season of the Abyss, and Fixes Still, knows that it's not just words you're saying, that's really the approach that you take. You are really all about evidence. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's one thing to just say it and spell it out like it's because, but it's another thing to actually
I think there's a reason why
You know what I study, research, sports
I went to school to be a screenwriter, and I tried doing it for a long time, and I had minor success. I'd like to create it and produce, but I had a manager out in the house who listed concepts that I've ever heard. But my wife was telling me basically write a book, and the first kind of idea I had.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented. Yo, dog. So sick. So athletic. Shema. Yisrael. Adonai. Adonai. Look at this move. This is so athletic. One of the most fucking athletic shit. See this move. So sick.
fight, but like a good fight.
Man, there's so many things I want to ask you and talk to you about. Tom comes from a wrestling background, not a pro wrestling, but like I said, a catch wrestling background, and I come from a mixed martial arts journalist background. There's no shortage of conspiracies and avenues I can take, but the one thing I wanted to ask you right off the jump is recently, a couple days ago, you had retweeted a still frame from a broadcast that somehow already knew who was going to be in the Super Bowl. What's going on with that, dude?
Well, that's one of those weird things that could just be one-off accidents.
I am outside.
It just so happened that whatever the newscast was, I think it was actually somewhere in Canada. Although I think
I don't see a ton of
tweet that I referenced that was there's something like that. But basically, in the news broadcast, they said the halftime show for the Super Bowl is going to feature Usher and these other artists, and the Super Bowl is going to be played between San Francisco 49ers and the Baltimore Ravens. As we know, as we're talking right now, that hasn't happened yet, although both teams are still alive. And so a lot of people talk about that. I had a lot of people send that to me through email or my Twitter account or what have you. They hated this. I mean, there's been other cases where, things have jumped the gun and they said, this is the new champion or whatever. And sometimes it proves to be right, and sometimes it proves to be wrong. It could be just one of those things where, like, whoever was doing the broadcast had to fill in the blanks, and they didn't really think about the blanks they were filling in or that. Or maybe they don't. We'll find out soon enough.
And it was tweeted before literally the teams had won that week too. So I don't know. It's crazy.
But they were both the number one seed, so I mean, sure. I try not to see those are the kind of things I try not to read too much into because that could just be a coincidence that one off half the thing.
You've talked to Trump, I think, a lot.
When you dig into the subject, there's more to it.
For sure. How did you?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you've seen the talk lately of people citing the logos, how the logos will have like a tint of two colors and be like, oh, this is foreshadowing which teams are going to be in. This year features red and purple. So, yeah, that's another one that's the past two Super Bowls that didn't super play out. That's the interesting thing with the logos and the colors within the Roman numerals that match the teams that want them to play. Like last year's was kind of green and red, and the Chiefs playing the year, because I forgot what's the year before. What the colors were for the match of the two teams as well. That's always one reason I feel almost for sure that it's not going to be the Niners and the Ravens, because it became, again, that was another thing I kind of trended on Twitter for a while, like before I think even the playoffs started. And I think the NFL, I know the NFL was aware of what I've done, and I know the NFL was really aware of things like hashtag NFL Brand Trigger. I will say, I do remember a game when Peyton Manning was on the Broncos, and it was like, it was either the AFC Championship or the game just before, and they were playing the Ravens, and it was like the final play of the game, or what should have been, and the Broncos threw up like a Hail Mary, and the defender used it obvious, and I was like, couldn't get any more obvious than this when I was watching it at the time, and the cornerback was barely covering the guy, like, he should have been double or triple covered for throwing a Hail Mary to win the game. The guy, like, watched it so bad, he, like, jumped way ahead of the time, there's no way the guy misjudged it, because that wasn't holy crap, that was completely fixed. That's just one of the moments I can recall. I don't know if you guys remember that exact moment, but that was extremely suspect. I don't remember that distinctly, but there's been so many plays by players and calls by referees. There's so many of them, and that's the part that I think fans should wake up to. If it happened once, like a year, once every 2 years, it's like, okay, well, that's yeah, I agree. And it seems to benefit certain teams over other teams all the time. And those same teams are tied to the main storyline. league as a broadcast partners are pushing. That's when you start going, well, wait a second, is this just a happy accident or is this controlled? Is this being manipulated? What the NFL and the broadcast networks want, because that's just going to drive fans to the games and that's going to make everybody fun. Yes. Oh, yeah. Just like when they had Ray Lewis's last season and the Super Bowl, they had the Harbaugh brothers perfectly lined up to make it to the Super Bowl. Hey, Manning go out on top of Super Bowl 50, get Joel Bettis of the whole Super Bowl in Detroit, get Saints after Hurricane Katrina. I mean, you go on and on. There's so many storylines that come true.
And I will tell you,
that's why I started. I saw too many coincidences that seem to benefit the league. And I said, I don't believe in coincidences when it's tied to $1 billion. It's no longer a coincidence, it's business.
One of my favorite storylines, and I predicted it too, was when September 11th, 2001, that horrible day, and we all remember, but who won that year's Super Bowl? The Patriots. And they came out of nowhere because they weren't like this juggernaut powerhouse team. As a matter of fact, the greatest show on turf, they had no business winning that game. So
the story just got a call from because it was interesting too for that is because of what happened on 9/11 and how America changed after. People forget that the NFL changed the logo of the Super Bowl right after that to become a more patriotic thing. And all the people were patriotic in the Patriots. The Patriots were the first team in NFL history that wasn't introduced. Like had their starting lineup introduced, they all just came out of the field as I mean, it was like this whole, it sounds conspiratorial, but it's this whole psyop thing where they were trying to, push this message on the American people through the NFL and through the football games, the most watched television program of the year. And, that is one of the things that, makes you stand up and go, wait a second, was this planned? Or was this just wanted on the NFL's part? And again, I don't believe the lock was tied to $1 billion.
Very, very interesting.
Honestly. And I believe the Saints also won the Super Bowl after Hurricane Katrina, too. Yeah, it took them a couple years to get it. The first year, immediately after Hurricane Katrina,
and we know why.
That lost to the Bears.
Destroyed because someone
went up
used
to
to
the
work
Super
at
Bowl.
home, which was a
Colts
powerful,
was kind of odd because when the Saints did get to the Super Bowl, they began to play Patriots.
This was
So it's almost like it was supposed to happen, but it didn't happen. And that's to me, it's like Peyton Manning to
you're not that important. I know that.
I was going to say Mike and I approached
You're not that
so
important.
no, like, well, I was here on this. I was the area fan. Plenty of suffering as a Bears fan. I was also a Bills fan too. And, yeah, exactly. I don't really watch football much anymore. And I know that the Bills are kind of good now. But something I noticed back a long time ago when I was a Bills fan, I was kind of noticing like they were getting screwed. They put a complaint with the league one year, like they were facing more teams with extra time off by like a massive disproportion. Like they would have a bye week, or they'd be playing a team going off a bye week, they'd be playing a team going out on Thursday night. Like they had a disproportionate amount of teams that had extra preparation. And I guess I believe it was only the Browns owners and the Bills owners who didn't know the commissioner to like approve him as the commissioner. And we saw how well those teams did for however many years. I don't think that's a coincidence. No, I think one of the things, people always like look at starting lineups and then coaching.
I reached out to him a lot
but I think it's
regarding my case
who has the power within the ownership of the NFL. Because some people think, well, Roger Goodell, the owners run the NFL. They employ Roger Goodell.
When you were saying you like
they get rid of him.
I can't remember.
And it was great to be able to tell Roger Goodell comes out as like the NFL draft after the Super Bowl. All the fans boo. It's like Vince McMahon going out there, boo. They all go crazy. He kind of smiles and he plays at home. And it's like he views to a man-made job. The owners would get rid of him. But he's making them millions of dollars and they love him.
And so those are the guys who worry about the owners. They're the ones who control it. I think certain owners like Robert Kraft and the Patriots have more power within the league than other owners do. Because Robert Kraft has a lot of the ties to the broadcast television networks and getting media rights for the league. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Patriots did so well and got so many calls. Because he brought a lot of money to a lot of games. And I also think it's one of the reasons why the Cowboys continue to lose. Because Jerry Jones doesn't share his revenue like the other NFL owners. When Jerry Jones built that $1 billion stadium down in Texas, certain revenue streams from that stadium and from the Cowboys he keeps himself. He doesn't share like the revenue from buying merchandise like Cowboys hats and T-shirts and other things. All the other teams do. He does not. And so I think that a lot of the NFL owners don't like it. They're not happy with him. They can't get rid of him necessarily. But at the same time, I think they can gang up on him and be like, yeah, you're not going to give us money. Guess what? You're not getting the call. You're not getting the Super Bowl without the call. So if you want to keep your money, keep your money. But you're not going to be Super Bowl contender.
The thing there has been for a long time. I think that most people don't want to hear that their beloved sports could be fixed or are fixed. I think their biggest worry would be, okay, and who's fixing it? How are they doing it? What do you think? You think that the quarterback's just out there purposely? So my question would be, how are they doing it, and who and how?
Well, the first thing is people say, well, there'd be too many people involved. There's so many people involved, everybody would know about it. Well, the fact of the matter is, you don't have to fix every game. And I don't think every game is. I don't think it is professional wrestling. I think there's certain games you tweaked. I think certain games are manipulated close to the very end. But I don't think it's every game is scripted to the game. But I think in order to do it, I think the easiest way to do it through both the sports, football, basketball, hockey, is officiating. Clearly, certain calls benefit certain teams, hinder other teams, back to play, and affect the outcomes of the games. And most of the calls that are made in all those sports are highly subjective. Because, we've all heard it, we've all been watching football games, basketball games, or what have you, and heard even the broadcasters say, boy, they're really letting them play out there. Well, if they're really letting them play, that means they're not enforcing rules. So, what are they out there doing? And when they do enforce rules, when they call holding or pass interference or what have you, why do they suddenly do it now? Why is it suddenly now that it's just enough that it's flags, but we know the other 10 times beforehand, they didn't bother at all. So I think the officiating is the easiest way to manipulate a game. It's an outcome that you can get if you do it like so, because the players make so much money. You can't get the players to get them to throw a game. I would say that points. And I think it happens way more than people assume. Players don't make as much money as people assume. And even if they do make a bunch of money, you have guys like, especially basketball, you have a guy like Anthony Walker for the Celtics. I think he made over $110 million in the NBA. He's making so just because a guy makes a lot of money doesn't mean he doesn't go through it. Doesn't mean he doesn't lose it. Doesn't mean there aren't taxes taken out, lawyer fees and agent fees, that sort of thing. And certain players, especially in the NFL on rookie contracts, aren't getting paid that much. So I think there is way to blackmail players through performance states or drug testing. There's ways to get players. There's even ways to get the head coach. Because how many times have we seen the head coach? There's 15 or whatever with the NFL team. With an NFL team, he loses his job, and 2 years later, he's coaching for another team. These guys get recycled so much. Maybe it's because they're company players on the team. And again, it doesn't have to be every game. Just certain games here or there that they have a problem.
Yeah, I think you're right on. I think you're right on with all that. It only takes one call in a certain particular moment of the game to completely change the outcome. It reminds me of a saying, you've never met a bookie that has a part-time job. They somehow always know just where that point line is going to be, and they understand they're good at their job. But how good can you really be?
clearly,
you mentioned basketball. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was, we mentioned we're from Chicago. In my case, just outside, like you mentioned, outside. It's just a lot easier to tell they're from Chicago when you're from, like, Lombard, But, exactly, right. But, with basketball, we had the sudden Derrick Rose, we won the Derrick Rose lottery, and in the 80s, the Knicks won the Patrick Ewing lottery, and then LeBron gets traded, but then miraculously, the Cleveland Cavaliers get the number one pick a few years after that. So, can you talk a little bit about the NBA and how they fixed the draft lottery?
Well, the early draft lottery was very easy, especially the original one with Patrick Ewing in 1985. When they came out, John Henson threw in the hopper. And even if you watched the Knicks, you paid attention, you could see how they made sure that the Knicks got the number one pick. But, again, it goes back to the fact that the owners run everything. They own everything. So if they decide, hey, we're going to benefit this team over that team, and we're going to let this team win the lottery, what are you going to do? Drive out and sue them? What kind of recourse do you have as a fan to prevent this sort of thing? Now, supposedly they have this
Ideation leads to deletion. I don't they say. I want to see the action. You're willing to give them. I'm not giving Blanche now. They don't deserve shit.
They want to rig it every year. Not saying that they do. In certain years, do they want to rig it? I think they definitely do. And I think, again, they have to control the story. So it's just if they don't make it out, they don't even make it public. They have to trust this team and journalists. Watch what they have. They trust the journalists. Here, you guys want to keep reporting on my game, not make sure access to the locker rooms. Guess what? You'll do exactly what we said. You'll tell the fans exactly what we want them to do. Right? And that's all.
Literally,
You feel like basketball is probably the easiest team sport to rig their
places now. And I start.
one player can make a massive difference in basketball. I start with
everything right to because there's nobody worthwhile.
Obviously, the officials can rig any game when they're calls, but basketball might be one of the easiest team sports to kind of get the result they want. Well, I think, yeah,
Constitutional amendment.
So almost like football is a game for almost every play, every possession, potentially,
Anybody associated with goes to Guantanamo.
I mean, traveling
and foremost.
It was the whole end.
That's it. That's the first thing I did.
They really
I
there
knew
was
that
a lot.
the was in. That it happened.
Was that a charge or was that a block?
That's the first place. And then I started changing laws.
I mean, there's a lot of
change. It's a 1980 law.
Laws, especially about point shooting purposes.
Scientists paid by taxpayers
there's a lot of
benefit from research. That shit.
Players even talk about it. Of course, you can't talk about it as a player. It's fine. But at the same time, you hear players talk about it. Well, we're not going to have the 5 guys on the court.
And with the people that Trump's put in. The second thing that needs to happen is that
they know it's
needs to go by the way. And here's the big issue. The first 100 days, the only thing Bobby should focus in on is a legal case against everybody associated with messenger RNA technology. That includes the Department of Defense.
The president just lets it go on and acts like it doesn't happen. There's no big deal.
Investigate. We already have 5G's emails. We have Laura's emails. We have tons of data. You don't seem to act like the data's not there. Kevin McKiernan literally could go to Congress and tell them that he found SV40. Anybody associated with the FDA approval process, Guantanamo Bay.
That's not exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know what else is. That's the proof. And if they can do that in regular season games, they want those games to happen. That's what games really do. In regular season games,
so you just want to ignore everything that's already
happened. They say, hey, look, so you want to do we like to go to 6 or 7 games to really sell more tickets for hot dogs or just more whatever. That's been, we've taken a couple of playoff games, taken a couple of games in the finals.
People need to go to jail.
It's my point 100%. And I've had
Most journalists
Are
are
they interested in your story?
What
They're interested in the story of
else do you
people.
call them? They're not fixed games. If an owner's telling the team to lose, fixed game, straight up.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Go against your owner and not have a job? Come next week? Yeah, you'll never really have a choice. One of the things that kind of blew my mind, Tom is really big into numerology, and he brought up this great, I guess you could say, I don't believe in that either, but
In the first year, and that's not like
oh, that Tom went, Tom went this crazy number 30.
Yeah, so I'm no expert on that, but this conspiracy show we go right deep into conspiracies, and this guy who that is his specialty is numerology. Last season posted this about LeBron, so I'll kind of sum this up here. This is just too much coincidence. I try to use this as a glaring example to try and show people like how sports are manipulated. But this is like another level of it. So last year, LeBron was about to break Kareem's record after 38 years. LeBron was 38 years old during that. And it was 38 years. He was having
You know,
which
like,
was
if he is in this
308
way,
days
he understands how to
after
talk to
the
these people and communicate with these folks. Like, you understand
anniversary to break that record.
sending everyone to
LeBron would have
is like
surpassed 38,388 career points.
It's
Follow that guy said, while he says he scores 38 points, LeBron's doing
because he doesn't.
Yeah, I understand what I'm trying to.
added after that.
I don't know how, what the logistics are, but I think the spirit of that is correct. There's probably a different way of doing it. But the bottom line is we need swift, immediate accountability. I mean, this is,
just in case
don't act like nothing's
looking
happening.
into things way too much and trying to find, coincidences where there really isn't any. Or I think, I don't know, man. Like you said, that's a little much.
and that's hard to say. I mean, I'm not the guy. I know there's a lot of people.
She used to be right there when she was
I mean, I used to be good at that. I'm just saying, when I see people one time since high school, I don't think I'm that good at that. But it seems to me like a lot of times with those things,
That's right,
they
because
cherry
guess what?
picking
They're
numbers,
all
cherry picking. One is divided by one or it's multiplied or added.
Or people that are off. Nicole wasn't a politician.
I think try to
She's in
solve
a
at least in
patent
my
attorney for Google.
I know some people supposed to do it. Those numbers. I haven't looked into it obviously one way or another, but there are certain people who like coincidences that seem way too coincidental to be answered. I just think it's a grand idea. That's trying to get it
But she doesn't have a big voice. A big voice
Before
is
we get into some MMA and some UFC questions, one last football question I wanted to ask you about. There was a group of people who believe that, well, first off, a few years ago, they put this rule in play where they have separate footballs with field goals they can still rest. And there's a group of people that believe that maybe there's some kind of magnetic device or something in these footballs where they can turn them on and then make the field goal swerve to the left or to the right, like we had just saw this last weekend. Buffalo wide right, and it kind of looked like the ball made a very abrupt right turn. Do you think there's anything to that at all? Do you think that they're doctoring these field goal balls at all?
I kind of almost think I started this. I could be wrong. I could be taking credit where credit is not due. But I talked, and I can say also the guy who used to be a ball boy. And then he was practical in that standpoint. And he told me, there's magnets in the basket. People asking for it, what this movie asking for. I think it was a yeah, there's magnets in the basket. It's not, and I do, and I goes, well, that it was they have balls magnetized, the hoop magnetized, so when the ball goes through, it automatically resets the shot clock. I don't know about that. Yeah, I think the Cowboys was supposed to trade the ball away from the basket if they want the ball to go in or stay out. Then I started thinking about it because there is, you know, online research there is
They want to
technology
know
that you
there's a
can't
premise.
do
There's a
this.
premise. Mary, how many people have died?
Magnets in like
The
football
jab,
have
right?
a
The
magnet
estimates
glove,
that
and you
you
can make one hand
low end to the
The
all day
numbers
long.
vary, but
But it's real thing, and something you can
So
actually
you're
buy.
what's the high end? What's the high end?
And that's what I'm thinking about it.
Austria
It's
said
well,
it
you
goes
know,
to 17.
but a basketball.
well, that's worldwide.
So let's just say it's probably either or somewhere in between.
It's far more than it should be.
We don't know. Let me ask you a question. Because you said something like what else your question? How many people died in World War II?
Magnet inside some possibly football to basketball.
457,000.
Could you create a strong
So we
enough
are
version
the
of
more people on the low end dead.
you know, from football to basketball in or out of the goal if you wanted to. And I don't know.
It's good faith.
You know,
It's just like, it's not like,
I don't know how much fields you have to generate, but
I want to hear you
potentially
adapt
work
to the
something out of
data.
it. I think it's a very real possibility. If they have the ability to put that
If you don't like this data,
a football, but they have the ability to put it in basketball, they certainly have
I've heard
the
enough of
ability
your
to put it in
podcast.
frozen pop because
Like I
you
said,
don't lose little microchips.
but it's
on
data.
the television back in
Your
the days,
ideology.
Jack,
And you said this. Is this stuff I'm saying?
streaking
Really
and
not
all
in
the
service of what I'm trying to say?
watching
It is, but you're not talking about the
It's
elephant in the
not-
room.
it's
I
the
just
same.
told you what the elephant in the
Say
room
it has
is.
time.
We have killed more
Yeah,
people
I don't necessarily know.
in the last 4 years than we did in any world war we've been involved. And you want transparency to
It's
get
not too far fetched at all.
Because I do
At
not
all.
think
Yeah, I think there might be something to it, to be honest with you. I definitely think there's something to it.
And guess what? There's something about this podcast you're gonna get.
Hold on. Before Punk went right through the viral web between his legs, about 6 inches before it got a big line issue on a 90-degree turn, and that's not going to that.
Yes.
And nobody's ever been able to
Not
explain
even
how
an
that was
inkling
possible.
doubt.
I thought maybe it was a test. Oh, this is the notice that Sleeper just tried. That was it. But you've seen a lot of, some weird shots like Kyrie Irving basket, where he just kind of chucked it up in the corner and bounced and it still went in.
down on like
Maybe that was pulled in.
I try to
See
be
stuff,
I'm trying to
field goals
point
right now.
out.
I feel like they're
It's
going
almost
in.
like you're told that you just said on Danny's podcast that you are so happy
I
with Trump's
think so. I've seen
If you
it.
go on Twitter,
Of, basketball game for like
the kickback.
the halftime or before the game or whatever, where the fans a chance to make like a half-court shot or a free throw for money. There was one where the guy the ball got stuck directly on the dead center of the rim. The backboard wasn't like wedged on the side, like how you see where the ball would get stuck. Like everyone's playing basketball, got the ball stuck,
I would agree that
wedged
different
between
than
the
yours.
backboard and the rim.
Yours, I think, are
Dead
very
center on that
place
little,
I've been
like,
dragging
I don't know,
through.
like 2-inch flat part
I think
between
most
the
Americans
very center of the rim and the backboard. There was no bounce, there was no nothing. It just got stuck dead center. I don't think that's possible at all. There's no way it would bounce off or
I do feel
yeah, that looked extremely suspicious. And the fact that it was just holding it in
I would
place.
agree with
Yeah,
you
he likes
that-
all the physics behind it. Like,
that
how's that possible?
way better, but you know that I flew back here to vote for. Right. So
I
there's
don't think there is
that's not a
science
question.
behind that that could explain
I
it legitimately.
you guys are both
But
listening.
the
Some sort of
UFC,
science. What kind of science? But
yeah, right. It depends on the expert that you're going with. The UFC MMA. I heard you say that yeah, that is no different than any other sport. It's fixed. Do you think that goes mostly when the fights are fixed? Do you think that it's more so the fighters, or the referees, or the judges?
look at the history of boxing. It's all different.
I think if you look, okay, let's just do the
Depending
uptake
on why you're
of
fixing it.
the shot.
The history of boxing, 100+ year history of boxing,
All of
they
it,
all
right? So if people believe in the government, they would follow the government directives and be lining up for their 11th booster, and they would take their kids.
That's good. No,
Referee might not help you too much.
Here's your narrative straight out the
It's
water.
a reflection of the mindset of America.
Jack, it actually
is a general.
We just had a recent example of this too. The UFC with James Krause and his group of fighters.
It's like we're trying to dance and you have to
Patreon family. Yeah, exactly. When you know what it's going to be for the and then one of his fighters supposedly fixing the fight going down. Did you hear about
I
it?
realized now certain hours.
Is there any
No,
to
they're
say that
He's right here that doesn't ring a bell.
know, I think I want to say it was maybe last year. Actually, he got totally banned from the UFC. Him and the fighters that he's associated with his gym is banned from competing in the UFC, and because of him now, fighters in the UFC can no longer bet on fights because of him.
I remember that.
So what it was, the betting line changed like dramatically, like within 24 hours of the fight, because I guess a guy was going into a fight like highly injured, so he knew he wasn't going to win. His coach was running like a big betting scheme and like was making money by giving these fake advices to people. So somewhere along the line they were like, wait, so don't go pull out of the fight. You'll still make money. Like I can guarantee you money. You just go in, you lose. Like, get people to bet against you. And the guy in the fight went out and he took a kick. Or he threw a kick. And then he pretended like the kick hurt his leg. And then he went down. And I guess the UFC was suspicious because the betting line just got flooded. It was like a random prelim fight. They didn't really matter either. And a bunch of people started thinking like, okay, round one finish against this guy. And then he goes out there and gives a very suspect performance where he kicks with his own injured leg and then takes a guy. Yeah, that's what resulted in that. Now no one wants to be affiliated with James Krause.
Well, that's fair enough. So yeah, that's the way you get caught. The way of doing it. I mean, that's what happens. You know, it's tennis a lot. Because tennis is used all the time, all over the world. And a lot of times, the people that they've caught this in tennis are, you know, the person who's 179th ranked in the world in like ranked 181st one, and yet there'll be, you know, $500 bet on the first set, but there'll be like $20,000 bet on game 2 of the second set, and only $500 bet on the third set. Until something weird happens in game 2 of the second set with $10,000 in bet, and people start going, I wonder if something went on there. You know, it's the same kind of thing with that fight. You know, some prelim fight that nobody cares about, like there's all this money floating in on one side over the other. It's enough to raise suspicions. I mean, that's not the way of doing things. If you want to get away. I think that matchmaking is obviously the way that you could argue the message that resonates with her. Kind of like building up a star in a guy's career and, well, chasing her dream. You know, exactly. I mean, if you were a guy named Charles Burrows, he might be a provocative after you. That name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I can't put it in the face. Well, Charles Burrows, he managed 5 different world champions throughout their career. And get one time, maybe whatever. And the guy was super high rated. This guy maybe that's funny. He basically told me he's fixed hundreds of fights. Hundreds. And he knows of other managers, trainers who have fixed and people on fights all the time.
Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan.
When he explained it to me, and I was been here, it makes perfect sense as to why. It's like he says, you know, the fighters. So basically, he said trainers, managers, they've been around long enough to like, they recognize talent really fast.
Is going to
they can tell this guy's got it, this other guy doesn't have it. If they have a guy who really is talented, really has it, they don't want to see that guy who's being beat up on his way to the championship fight. So what they do is they take this fighter, this up-and-coming fighter, and basically go to another manager who has their own stable of just average, ordinary fighters, and they say, hey, look, my guy, basically through their little code talking, but basically says, hey, look, my guy needs 3 rounds of work. You got somebody who can give me 3 rounds of work? He says, yes. They fight. The up-and-coming fighter wins in the 3rd round with a knockout, and the career goes on. And that's why a lot of times, especially in boxing, you'll see a guy go to a championship fight, you know, be 22-0 with 20 knockouts. Well, chances are, those 20 knockouts were all fixed fights. The guy really fought like 2 real fights. Like, he didn't knock anybody out in, and now he's in the title fight. And so all those matches were fixed along the line to build this guy up to get him to the title fight, which is going by 10 matters. He's gotten work, he's gotten training, but he hasn't been injured on his way up to the title. And that's the way things really work.
Wow, and it's probably the same, you know, in mixed martial arts, UFC.
I'm sure.
Yeah, and when you think about it, for sure, when you think about it, it's not on the realm of possibility for managers to fix fights fights without even the fighter really consciously knowing that they're being had to, right?
Well, exactly, and it makes sense. And the thing is, it makes sense. I mean, it makes perfect sense if you stop and think about it. If you step back and look at the fact and say, "Oh my God, this fight's fixed," it makes perfect sense what they're doing. But yeah, exactly. The fighter, the up-and-coming fighter, he probably has zero clue. In fact, you don't want him to know, because that might affect his, whole mental game, the mental aspect of the fight game. And he might just go as a bulldozer to the guys with fighters that decided to knock out. But it's probably all set up. And it's funny too, because actually I think it's Rocky 3 it's Rocky, man. I'm pretty sure it's the third Rocky fight before he dies. He actually tells Rocky that he set up a number of fights for him while he was champion to make sure that Rocky stayed champion. It's kind of funny if he brings that up. But I mean, it's a real thing. And like I say, I'm sure it happens in the UFC and the MMA because it's the same thing. It's the same realm. It's the same fight game. It's just a different style of fighting. But again, it makes sense. You really want an MMA fighter on his way to a potential championship get beat up time and time again before he gets to that championship fight, or do you want him fresh and feeling strong and thinking he's a world beater going into that type of fight? Which would you prefer?
I believe we just saw something like that this last weekend in the UFC. So you had a middleweight title match with the current champions, and then he was the current champion, Sean Strickland. He was defending his title against Dricus du Plessis, a South African fighter who had previously had a lot of beef with a champion before Sean Strickland. And, long story short, Sean Strickland lost his title via a very close, controversial split decision loss. Originally, I believe he won. But now that sets up this dream fight that has been hyped and talked about for months and months and months. Israel Adesanya versus Dricus du Plessis. Funny how things work out. Oh, and by the way, they're talking about making that fight at UFC 300, the biggest event ever.
Yeah, see, it's just luck, right? Luck for UFC, Dana White and the rest of it. And I don't, a lot of people don't even think consider is that, again, if you look at the history of boxing, it's been so incredibly fixed over the decades. And what they've been able to do and get away with, I mean, the 1920s, organized crime was literally fixed every single fight that Primo Cardera fought to make him heavyweight championship of the world, including the heavyweight title. Every single fight to make sure he won. Because they knew the guy couldn't fight. He looked like he's like 6 foot, like 480 pounds. Ginormous. And then when after he won the heavyweight title, the mob stopped fixing fights. The very next fight, Ben heavily against him, and he got knocked out. He lost the heavyweight title. The mob had money. You flash forward to the 1950s, and there's a guy by the name of Frankie Carbo who organized crime in Congo. I think he's a guy who killed like mob history. But anyway, Frankie Carbo literally ran boxing. His organized crime was mafia guy literally ran the sport of boxing in the 1950s. He decided who would fight, where they would fight, when they would fight, and a lot of times who would win. And by one point, the fix is still in. I make a comparison between what Frankie Carbo does and what Dana White does. And it's very similar how the two operate. You just don't know exactly that. Dana White just makes matches, but he is determining them fights, when they fight, where they fight. And it's just a very interesting comparison between these two areas of what boxing was huge in the 1950s and now what UFC is today. And what they're capable of potentially. Let's face it, you gotta make big events for these pay-per-view events. Time and time again, you can't have
how would you tell the message? I think
how do you keep getting all these matches?
I think what you said is something
is it just like
I
work out that way?
the orchestrated cause of happened during the campaign, and people woke up and it
quite fortuitous,
why I called and what my framework was been.
Being from Chicago, or just outside of it, gotta ask you about, the Michael Jordan conspiracy. Do you think conspiracy? Yeah, personally, I think he was forced to retire for gambling issues. What do you think?
I know he was forced to retire.
We already have that. The
I
problem
don't
is
think I know.
campaigns
I
are
mean,
one word
another
talk.
thing, the problem is,
You want to win people's hearts?
I'll be quick.
well, unfortunately,
It's not.
I talked to my old friend
People vote on
who
it.
talked to a former Bush and basically said, yeah, George was kicked out because I have a friend whose mother was Jerry Reinsdorf's personal secretary. He's the owner of the Bulls, and she was present during the first meeting with Reinsdorf.
30 seconds. So the
Talking about the gambling, talking about his retirement, what they were going to do.
That's the problem.
And I know a woman who had a lengthy affair with Michael Jordan who confirmed the whole thing. Not on record, but I know for a fact that's exactly what President Trump is. He was too big and he made too much money, too many people to go the same route as he rose went. This is what 4 years early. And the NBA couldn't afford it, and he couldn't afford McDonald's, Coca-Cola, all the other things that Michael Jordan represented. Nike, yeah, they couldn't afford to lose him like that, so they concocted this whole, he's going to retire things, he's going to go play baseball, it's all going to disappear, and immediately after that, media dropped their investigations, basically everybody forgot about it until he showed back up 18 months later.
People forget that his father was murdered. When they arrested people in connection with it, these people had, I don't know if it was the people that killed his father, but there was criminals that were arrested that had checks, personal checks from Michael Jordan in the amount of $10,000. So, and Jordan even had to admit, and they're denying it, and said, yeah, it's for gambling. So there's no doubt that he was in deep with, who knows who was
Well, yeah, one of the guys who got busted, was an old cocaine trafficker.
Right, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep.
And he owed him $57,000 in cash. That's when he got busted. He got busted by the IRS, and the guy said,
we don't have anybody who's just out there saying trying to be pulled off the market, even though there's
he said, well, Michael Jordan
lots
gave
of
me
support for
$57,000 to
that.
drive you.
The data
Lots of
supports
doctors.
it. The data
Just
supports
hearing
it. What about
says that Michael Jordan gave me $57,000 to
historical
drive
precedent?
the judge actually said, well, okay, well, that's probably legit
Historical
then,
precedent.
and let it go. And it was like 2 weeks later, they were like, well, wait a second. He had no paperwork to open up a driving range, nothing to back it up. But initially, the judge was like, oh, well, Michael Jordan gave me money, I'll get no problem. And then they started looking into it and said, wait a second. And then it came out, oh, no, it was for gambling. Then there's a guy named Eddie Dow, who's kind of Dale Boston, where he was kind of a shady character. He had murdered, and they don't even get it was a robbery, but in his briefcase, they found that he was a trade check totaling several $1,000s. All from Michael Jordan that was all related to gambling losses. And then there was another guy on the West Coast that he owed $1 million because his wife was writing checks out because he lost all his money gambling. So he owed money to himself. And those are just two people who know him.
So is this the first time you've heard that the shots are killing
Who's not gambling or who he was associated with.
That's really nice.
Let's be the risk out there.
You hear stories like that he's such a degenerate gambler that he'll flip a coin and bet $30,000 on heads or tails. I mean, it's out of hand. That's crazy.
Oh, it is. And I mean, they knew during his playing days that like when the team was out on the East Coast, like playing the Nets or playing the Knicks, that he would go to Atlantic City before and after a game.
But you think the
When
general
they're out,
public
Utah playing Jazz or Las Vegas. The days after the game. And I mean, he was constantly gambling. So I mean, to think that this guy was just shady stuff and that nobody knew about it is insane. I mean, it was a well-known thing.
But I'm saying,
It's just a question of how far it went.
don't go.
I believe I don't think that everyone's so far, so the NBA had to shut him down.
because he was out of control.
Osmonds and SV40.
I'll tell you, you weren't lying about him being
So I want you to just
face of the NBA in the 90s. I mean, people forget it. Or they don't remember, or they weren't around to remember. But I'm 43. I got to live through all the glory years. And let me tell you, in the 90s, it wasn't like it is now where there's 4, 5, 6 superstars. So every team's got a... No. It was Michael Jordan. You know, I mean, he was everything. He felt, you're right, the entire NBA and all the other companies, I think, right along with him.
Oh yeah, I mean, you had taken the league down. I think we were just.
So
I don't think
what
it
I'm
was
trying
class,
to
but it would
really
be
get you to understand, you understand that I and Mary
Well,
and your sister have to
actually
advocate
affected
on
Major
behalf
Baseball just so happened a little bit. A couple years later, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire started.
You think that's reasonable?
That people forgot about.
Do you understand
Those
why
scandal and taking something like
when we
that.
question you about and what Mary just said,
Jordan, people really went
how do you know
for
what
his game, and he should. And I don't even know how they allowed him to become an owner. I have no idea how they just ignored it all. But I think he's just too big of a face, too big of a name. Means too much money to people to really not to see. He should be kicked out of the game. He should be kicked out of the game. He should be kicked out of the Hall of Fame. And there's other players who should be as well.
easy thing to
Because
say.
they're serious about stuff.
And that's what we don't understand.
Pete Rose was, it should be.
So you're
Everybody
okay
should be
that
held
you've
to the
got
same
60
standard.
million copies of
I agree.
SV40?
With
Is that what
the
you're saying?
whole millions of dollar industries, with the sports,
Is it
business, it's an entertainment business, and the whole like conspiratorial take on it is it's Roman bread and circus, and it's mainly meant to, distract and keep the people entertained and give them something to look forward to and be excited about, so that they don't get passionate about other issues that might be more important, or it's just another way to keep them fighting amongst each other over something that really doesn't matter as much, rather than other issues. Like the quote by one of the Roman emperors was, "Give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt." Like, just keep them busy with food, beer, gambling, games, just constant entertainment. What do you think would be the main objective of controlling sports, other than the obvious billions of dollars? Do you think it would be more of a something malevolent like that, like I mean, the Romans were dumb. They knew what it took. And I mean, it's the same today. I mean, a lot of people don't think about how much professional sports are subsidized by the government. I mean, teams get, the leagues have, antitrust exemptions. Local governments give them free land, build stadiums for them, give them tax breaks, all sorts of things and incentives to stay. It's not like these owners are going to incentive.
Would you recommend that your dad
do something that they control the games themselves?
your child?
But it is, I mean, look how distracted,
But who would you
especially by the
recommend?
NFL.
Why
The
do
NFL
you
is the
think
most
child
watched
on the market?
television
So
program
guys,
in the country.
not evil for saying this,
There's the most watched television programs in the history
there's a
of
couple
the United
different levels.
States. They're all NFL games. They're all
There's let people make their own decisions with transparency. I
definitely
think that's very useful in a lot of ways because our system is ground recognition with things. So I get that. I get that.
The other things
The other thing,
the
what I'm saying
association
is impossible.
really
Remember what you
worries
said?
about
Yeah.
and concerned about paying attention to. I mean, like,
Which
how
is
many
crazy.
people
So
go nuts because they show Taylor Swift in the Chiefs game. Who cares? I can care less.
full transparency and
You
let
know,
people
but I mean,
make
people
I
get
actually
riled up
probably like
about it, they talk about it, whatever.
and I
Does anybody
honestly
care about what's happening with
regulation.
workers? Does anybody care about what's happening in Washington DC? Or do they care where Taylor Swift is on a football game?
generally a supporter.
Honestly, I think it's pretty telling how they use Roman numerals and a lot of Roman symbolism and stuff for the Super Bowl. And can you imagine it for all these people in the stadiums going nuts? We're united and that passionate, and put our differences aside and just get behind one cause about something that was more important, like any of the issues you mentioned, or who knows how many other things, other things like it's almost like religion is something like that. They care about more than anything in the world. Like when it comes to the NFL, it's Sunday, and they say things like, "Oh, my game day ritual," or "You the weird fans, fanatics," and it's very almost like
cultish.
Where with truth and
Oh, and
reconciliation,
that's how much Prince is, doesn't it? I mean, he has somebody, maybe the starting lineup for the Ravers, whatever.
my personal opinion is
You probably rattle it off. Oh, he's going to say, hey, who's the members of Congress who represent your district?
absolute utter
Huh?
and actually the principles
You'd be modest. Like, I don't want to hear that. So angry or so happy. Well, it depends on the team. That's why I was voting for the Packers.
I am not standing
But I just want to see the whole state get depressed every time they lose.
why you're
I hear you great. I'm glad they lost.
I love it. Oh my God. I slept so soundly Saturday night after we lost.
I was a big Bears fan in Wisconsin.
Oh, see, I live right on the border, so it's kind of
Okay, this one was like,
some people can be Packer fan and other fans.
that's why I think we're not quite there to
Raiders fans,
okay,
Bear
I
fans,
know, because
no team problem.
this mandate is a very safe thing to say right now. It was not safe when I said it. When I said it,
I tweeted out in 2021.
It just shows how much you take over.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying that
State really does
this
that. When the Packers are good,
because at one point it was very dangerous to say limited chaser. That's when I got insulted. That's what nothing was from that point. One day I tweeted 25 times.
The second story came up.
Over and over again.
The third story
5
came
days
up.
later,
Some
5
guy
days
shot by
later,
people.
next thing I know, I've been suspended.
They would go to another Packers story. The weather would be about the Packers coming up on Sunday. Then there was sports. And that was like 10 o'clock.
Which is but
Yeah, there was other things that went on in the world. But all they cared about was the Packers. My God, that's why we could say,
so now,
I
I
every game
guarantee you,
and I can't stand
5 years from now,
Again, it's
you'll
so many
say, oh
people
yeah,
in
those
Wisconsin are
that's
so
really bad. We should take them
gun ho
a
about
long
it.
time
And
ago because the paradigm is going to continue to shift because we are not giving up. I mean, I'm just getting louder and louder and louder. And especially, it's very interesting to see
we're so watching
takes
every
off as
media
because
or
I can guarantee
just trying
so
to
many people
decode
that
and
will
like see
allow
what
just
they're
get
trying
tired of
to,
us.
you
And if you
which
just
narrative
point,
they're trying to
it's
push.
a big deal.
You take your fan head off and watch it. Whatever sport it is, you like the most. If you take the fan head off and watch it objectively, it completely changes how you consume the game or the fight or whatever.
I think that's a great opportunity.
Because you do start noticing things you've never really noticed before. Now, I don't watch
Yeah,
sports.
it's very
You
clear
really like
people like you
20
that
years.
are spoken to.
I mean, I can't. I don't find it interesting. I don't find it entertaining. I get bored by it. I mean, I can still go to like a baseball game. I can do the watch football game, but I can't do it nonstop every night, every weekend. But I
have these videos that run on other platforms.
Like, see, to me, I see right through it all. And you can just tell it. Like the Packer game, for the Packer 49ers.
It's well, we live in. It's
I knew
normal.
the
It doesn't
49ers
even bother me now because
I
I'm
knew
like,
it
oh
was
yeah, of
over
course.
before
It
it was
doesn't
over.
even, and that's sad.
I
It's
thought,
normal.
like, writing was on the wall. I was looking at him like, feel it. And I mean, same thing like Ravens. I just use for Ravens. I mean, there's certain things that you can just tell by the hype, by the storylines, by how certain games start to play out. You can just tell how it's going to go. I mean, but you have to be feeling like they say to not be a fan and watch as a rational person. And it's a hard thing to do because there's a lot of times when I'm talking to people about this, and a lot of times people say,
I'm giving you more credit now because
but I can talk to someone who's like an NBA fan, and I'll talk to them and say, hey, NFL this is, NFL this is,
I'm not looking.
and I'll say, but in the NBA, when they do it, people are like, oh, no, they don't do that. That's not my sport, not my sport, not my team. It's an instant pushback because it is partially psychological. It's kind of like a drug for a lot of people. And you can't start telling them Santa Claus is real because it really messes with them.
I think
That was like when I first found out WWE Pro Wrestling was fake. Like, no, it's not. They take chair shots. They get slammed. How can that be fake?
How can it not be fake? It's like a constant.
Yeah, right. That's the real question. I was just taking a look here at your website, which is thefixisn't.net, which is just a great resource. And as well as you can find a lot of your work or all of your work in books. They're 2 signed books, so everybody should check that out. One of the cool things I was looking at here was you have the top 10 fixes, the games, and then the streaks. And number 8 right here is Ronda Rousey's UFC career. I think that's very apropos.
some of the ideology
Well, I think it was all orchestrated.
about this whole thing.
Going back to making a fighter's path a little bit easier by choosing their opponents, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, it's not like a lot of this stuff. I'm not saying like she wasn't talented. I'm sure she could kick my ass right now. And good back in the day. I wouldn't deny that one bit. And it's the same with like certain athletes like LeBron and Jordan and Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson stuff. You can't fake talent. And there are certainly guys out there who are way more talented than even their contemporaries in the players. You can see it. And I think the leagues aren't stupid. They know those superstars exist, and they just basically say to their officials, like, look, you create a bubble around a guy like LeBron James, where you can't defend him like you defend other players, because you're going to call a foul on him. It gives them a little more room to operate. They're going to do better. They're going to score more points. They're going to win more games. They're going to get to the playoffs more. They're going to get to the finals more. Potentially win championships more. But that's not too bad for a league if one guy dominates like that. If the Tom Brady dominates like that, because you know what? Everybody in the league is benefiting from it. I mean, with so much revenue shared amongst the teams and coming from the broadcast rights and major media outlets, everybody wins. So we create those bubbles around the star athletes to allow them to almost overachieve because of the bubbles. It makes perfect business sense. Why wouldn't you do that if you ran such a business?
Yeah, that's why Vince McMahon didn't want to get into the UFC business, because he couldn't determine the outcomes. So, yeah, the last thing I want to ask you about, Brian, if you don't mind, is one of probably the most widely accepted fixed game is Super Bowl III. Would you agree with that? And if so, can you lay it out there on just why people think that is probably the most fixed game ever?
I don't know if it's most widely accepted, but
top 5.
Yeah, I mean, well, for people looking at this, yeah, it is a blank history. A lot of younger guys don't even realize No, but basically what it was is it came down to what people, again, give to a little bit of history. Football is there's two rival football. And there's the AFL and the NFL, and it wasn't like the NFL against the NFL or the USFL or what's the UFL about they made it. They were pretty much legit rival leagues where they would fight over, the star players coming out of college, and it was costing everybody money. So the leagues decided to merge. The only problem was that NFL fans outnumbered the AFL fans probably at least 3 or 4 to 1. And it's funny, the AFL brand of football was seen as inferior, despite the fact that it actually wasn't in today's football league, because there was a lot of passing, a lot of receiving, a lot of high scoring. But a lot of things weren't accepted. I actually don't know to the AFL or the football league decided to merge. We should have to convince them what should be after Super Bowl I, Super Bowl II, or the Packers, they held the Chiefs and the Raiders. NFL fans were pretty like, this is going to suck. They had all these new teams in them. And so here came Super Bowl III. And the NFL is represented by the Baltimore Ravens, which literally was the best team in football history to this day. I think they had the biggest point differentials, like 18 some odd points a game, which is only recently beaten by the Patriots. It's like the second most point differential per game. And I do. And they were playing the Jets, who finished 3rd in the NFL. And everybody was assuming the Colts were just going to blow them out. It was going to be another terrible game like the Super Bowl. And now the version is really great. Throws. And so a lot of people believe that the NFL fixed the game. It made people take a guy to allow the Jets to win. And it basically created the modern NFL. And it was based on that one game because it solidified the market, solidified the fan base, and it meant billions of dollars.
Well, I'll tell you, it sure does look like it was fixed. If you go back and you watch, what was the quarterback's name for the Colts?
Earl Morrall.
Boy,
That's the MVP of the league.
it's just like, we're not that game. They said they were in the red zone, I think, 4 or 5 times, and 3 times they went interceptions or something like that. I mean,
Yeah, they never scored in the red zone. It was like 3 interceptions. Well, it's interesting too, because the 3, I think the 3 might have been involved in the on the Colts owner. Their head coach, Morrell, who was the quarterback, now the owner, Rosenthal. He wound up getting $3 million from the NFL for his team, which became the AFC, the AFL team. That's how they wound up in the NBA. And 2 years later, they won Super Bowl 5. Another quarterback in Super Bowl 5, holds NBA Pro World. So he got a Super Bowl title. That was the purpose. He got his Super Bowl title 2 years later. And the head coach for the Colts at the time was Don Shula, who immediately after he didn't sign a huge deal of $5 and 3 years later led the team. It was undefeated. It's undefeated to this day. I do the no team in the Miami Dolphins. So everybody who was involved in fixing the team, in my opinion, all got rewarded great.
I can tell you, I think it has actually.
Obviously, the 85 Bears were one of the best teams ever. They had the one loss against Miami. Do you think there's something to that to preserve Miami being the only team to go undefeated?
Funny, I remember that Monday Night Football game against the Dolphins. But it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's very strange that no team has ever gone undefeated since 1972.
Like we should have these conversations. I think the tactical.
There's a lot of teams that are close, very close. Some of the, Patriots a couple years ago, I mean, all the Super Bowl where they lost. But it is kind of interesting that this remake this idea of our first month.
And then
This was fun. This was awesome, and I appreciate you doing this so much.
Oh, no problem. Happy to talk to you. Every episode can't wait to share with all my sports fanatic friends. And they'll say I'm that's the way it goes. Well, that's the reaction we're used to anyway. So, trust me, so am I. But like I say, it all comes down to basically two things. One, realizing that there's no law that prevents the league from fixing its own game. So many times it's a business decision to have certain outcomes, have to open other outcomes. And two, just watch games like you say without your fan hand on. Watch it for 10 minutes where you have no rooting interest, and then tell me that certain things just aren't highly suspect. And if you question why, I think you come to the conclusion that I came to a long time ago is that game control for those reasons. Like, I think it's a little bit understand. It's the way the world works. What isn't corrupted by money? Amazing. That's the funny thing. Business is corrupted by money. Government is corrupted by money. Even religions are corrupted by money. But sports fans think sports can't be corrupted by money. It's so absurd that somehow actual sports is pure, but yet everything else in the world is corrupt.
I recently started a wrestling league where I'm basically this man and I host matches and put matches on. And this guy I had kind of spinning. Am I going to get corrupted? Am I going to start bringing like, well, you're more like the Dana White because you're not fixing foods against.
Yes.
But if someone wants to throw me a few billion to bring some matches, we're talking different. Yeah, a billion with
It's all it takes. All it takes. It's sad. I mean, I was on this radio show with John Ritchie, who is the fullback for the Raiders.
That is definitely something. If that was a book that I was writing, that is something I would absolutely.
I don't think I asked him. I think the other hosts always asked him. John Ritchie was sort of fixing the game for enough money,
about that,
and he actually didn't say
a higher chance that that
was in my mind. He was actually
with like I said,
it's just like, well, hey, thanks for proving my point to it. I don't need to be on the show anymore.
Like the honesty too. You gotta get the honesty,
Yeah. But it was funny that he didn't. I mean, the easiest thing to say is no. Oh God, no. But he didn't.
That's an interesting Super Bowl too. With the ViralRabbi celebration.
That one was totally great.
So in the 49ers versus Ravens game, after all, our fans go scramble to change the script.
That didn't do it well.
That's actually great. Ravens got to win by 400 points this weekend. It's true.
The best kid interference.
It's kind of seemed like this whole season has an undertone storyline of Taylor Swift to it. So I think you're onto something. So you got I know. I mean, you see that stupid dance and she had everybody do it.
Oh my God.
Stay out of football. Stay out. The fixesin.net, that's your website. You're also at the fixesin. Do you have any other projects or anything else that you'd like to shout out?
No, that's the place people can find me. If
they want to contact me, feel free to email me.
That's my opinion.
That was Brian Toohey.
Great guy, super cool. I love his work. Like I said, I can't wait to share this one with my family and friends who are massive sports heads. And, you know, he doesn't sound like a nut job or talk too crazy like some of the people that we talk to on this show. So I think he lends his argument well.
So just
Yeah, for sure. That's what he said too. When you said you were gonna play into you were gonna share this episode with a lot of your sports friends, your friends that appreciate sports. He said, "Oh yeah, they're gonna go whack Jim," but no, I don't think so. He didn't sound like a whack Jim at all. That was a good one, man. I really, it doesn't ruin sports for me, but it makes me, as he said, it kind of makes me view sports through a different lens. You know, at all sports. I'm not just talking about football and basketball. I'm just talking about the UFC, mixed martial arts, boxing, everything.
I guess I only
I'm pretty much open to anything.
I think you have a record of that. I think some of
For me
it's
at this
out there.
point nowadays, I've had my paradigms and beliefs shattered and challenged so many times. So
I think the macro,
really nothing.
like the macro,
I can't count on anything being, controlled or malevolent or whatever it may be. I will say, when I was first getting into MMA back in the day, one of the first fights, maybe the very first fight I ever watched go down live. I still remember it was UFC 75. So maybe not the first one I ever saw live. It was a free card, UFC 75, and it was in England. It was Bisping versus Matt Hill. Matt Hill beat the shit out of him, and I remember just like, I was like, oh, this guy's a wrestler. He's deaf. Like, I kind of like felt bad for him. I wanted to root for him because he was deaf. Like, oh, the underdog story. Let's go. And he beat the shit out of him. Bisping had nothing to offer. And the post-fight thing, they gave the decision just the post-fight highlights. The only thing they were able to show was Bisping sprawling with one takedown. And he was taking down and control the whole fight. It was going crazy. I shocked me about anyone that everyone knew. Like that to me was like one of the most obvious examples and first examples of like completely fixed fights. Oh, don't worry, the two judges who picked Bisping was American, and one judge who picked against someone's English. I was like, oh yeah, that's what it could be. How there's story for that. Yeah, I mean, it's just confirming everything that I've always kind of thought was his work and his arguments on why and how these things would be fixed. Like, it's kind of just stuff we've always suspected. Like, even the untrained argument, like, okay, yeah, they're protecting Tom Brady, or they're giving these calls to this team because he's the star of the league, or, you know, it's pretty compelling. We would all work together.
His work is super compelling. But Matt Ham, so you're right, it's UFC 75, champion.
Dan Henderson and Rampage was the main event, right?
Yes, you are correct. And Krokow and Congo was on there too. Bisping versus Hamill was a split decision.
I'm not interested in
Co-main event.
that. Is
You're right about all of that. What I find crazy is Matt Hamill also involved in the blemish on John Jones' record. So John Jones has the one no contest, and that was from a fight. I remember watching this fight live when it happened. It was when he get killed. Oh, he was destroying it. It was when John Jones was still in pretty much no guy. Pretty much taking the brakes off Matt Hamill. What happened was he used the 12-6 elbow. And even though it really didn't cause damage, that is an illegal elbow. So that is why
Casey was
trying to
floated
contest. But yeah,
to be the head
that,
of the
I heard that rule's changing, or it has changed. So that's good because that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I'm glad that Matt Hamill has the blemish on that, because I hate John Jones. I think he's a piece of shit. I've never really liked him. I mean, when he was coming up, it was a little easier to like him, but everything that's happened with him, he's had a couple of decisions that arguably should have lost and went his way. I never really liked him. And then Matt Hamill got robbed by Bisping, so it is funny that he got awarded that shitty fucking win over John Jones. But hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, Yeah, the only good thing is Matt Hamill couldn't hear how he got fucked.
You know what? You're just
I don't even you have a gigantic microphone and you have
As like I said, running wrestling boards now,
it can be interrupt and your whole thing is health. So I do
I can honestly see so much from the inside. Like when I'm trying to put matchups together, like one of the main things I focus on is trying to make fair matches. Because I don't want somebody to feel like, oh fuck, like, you know, I got fucked. I think this is a great time trying to, you know, favor someone else and tried to make sure every match that I put together so far was, you know, competitive and evenly matched, or you know, nobody was mismatched and just totally outclassed. And I think I've done a good job of that so far. But maybe someone must have thrown me some billions and billions.
This is how it's moving, but this is what I think.
Touching on the 12-6 elbow. Do you know why that elbow is illegal?
Some football boxing commissioner said, I've seen guys break boards and break ice with that elbow.
Right, that's exactly it. Yeah, some jamoke was up at 3 a.m. watching those infomercials about some bogus karate guy breaking fucking rods of ice with his 12-6 elbows. And yeah, now you can't do that because that asshole saw that. When in reality, you can generate much more power by throwing like a 93, you know? Yeah, it doesn't understand. Fucking John McCarthy tells that story, and I just think it's so fucking silly. These guys know nothing.
12-6 elbow while being on top of someone. And honestly, it seems like one of the least efficient strikes you can throw. Like, yeah, so many other directions you can throw that elbow. It's a lot harder. If you know what we're talking about, if you're listening, except calling it 12-6 elbow, because you're bringing your elbow straight up from the ceiling and straight down onto the guy. But what's funny is if you throw an elbow at any other angle, like if you're on your back, the guy's on top of you, you're throwing the exact same strike from your back, from the perspective of your back, it would be a 12-6 elbow. But I guess since you're not vertical, so you know, the guy's on top of you, your elbow's on the top of the head, it's the exact same strike. So you don't have gravity on your side, but it then becomes like a, what would you call it then, like a 3 to 9 elbow, or to 10 elbow, and there's so many strikes that can destroy someone, like grabbing the back of someone's head, pulling it down, and throwing it. That's way more devastating than a short elbow from the ground where you don't have a lot of room to wind up. And the strike that they were talking about to begin with, breaking the board, you know, the ice and stuff, they're standing straight up, they're basically like jumping and dropping their whole weight down, probably pretty cut, that strike is not going to happen. Sure, if you blasted someone in the eye with that, you're gonna do some damage, but realistically, like, even looking back to the whole UFC days or leagues where maybe that rule isn't legal, or just street fights or whatever, you're not gonna see getting devastated by that straight down elbow strike on top. There's just a lot of better options to do damage.
There's a lot of trickery involved too. When you see somebody do this, they've done that thousands of times. There's a technique. There's a trick to it. It's like a carnival trick. It looks like, okay, yeah. But no, there's a little something to it. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if you're on top of someone and you're going to throw elbows, you'll let them defy or do. This is almost a lot of damage. Like Kenny Florida, when you're throwing those crazy elbows, you're throwing them across your body. You can't generate the power like you said. It's a silly thing. Glad they're changing it. But yeah, sports are straight up, great circus. Doesn't matter the sport. We all, including us truth seekers, conspiracy theorists, will need our escape and distraction once in a while too, especially when you're constantly running around with this type of shit. It's not bad to have a little sheeple escape if you will once in a while. Like I still enjoy it. I don't really watch any other sports, but if I'm hanging out with my dad or whatever, I'm at a family party and they got a football game on or something, like, sure, I'll watch it. I'll do what I can to try to enjoy it, but yeah, I kind of watch it with the same perspective as Brian. Take the fan hat off, and I'm almost like breaking down this
floating
trying to
more
push
on
on
the
us now.
political
All right,
side.
well,
You need to understand.
go right out there, man. Go give us a 5-star review on whatever platform you listen to us on. Give us a follow, like, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. We appreciate all you listeners all over the world. And up and away, we're bringing this thing to the next level. We got the remote mic fixed. We're going to be doing some. Tom and I are going to be getting together soon, doing some of this in studio. Edit video. A lot of shit going on, man. A lot of
Watch out, guys. My tech skills are leveling up. Watch out. Apologies if I was ever sounding like shit in some of these old episodes. So thanks for tolerating my technical difficulties, both mic and the listeners. If anyone has a topic they want us to cover, if they want to be guests themselves, if you're an expert on something and you got a guest, reach out to us, message us. You can just have a good chat with us.
I think when you do take this my message should be let me be clear about this. I think you can direct me for that. This is why I'm actually trying to tell you as a doctor that I don't really think you understand truly what you're actually making. I mean, it was evil. My mom was going to die in protocol. We were going to see her. You wouldn't get to see her. And getting pressured right after he died. He was worried about seeing my dad. And, it was like a whole. It was crazy. And I'm just going to tell you, the reason I brought up what I brought was before you know it, because you need to hear this. You need to look at the death certificate. I guarantee you that Stanford. No, I'm going to tell you this way. What he says, don't worry about it. You have to. Your sister should do this, and then get the EOB for your mother. And you're going to find out that Stanford upcharged her unbelievable amounts because of. So guess what? That is something for you and your sister to set a record on now. Well, it's crazy. You need to go look at it and then start asking the question. What the? Also, we've talked about Freddie McCarron quite a bit, but I don't think we've really alluded to the elevator pitch of what his background is. He sort of blew the whistle on. He got his hands on some files of the actual Pfizer back, and he discovered in his lab that there were DNA plasmid contamination inside.
Not just that. The SV40 motor.
Right.
If you go look at the FDA, it was never disclosed to the FDA. In fact, it was taken out with a molecular tool so that the FDA couldn't find it.
Right, and
so the FDA never knew about this and then found out about it later, and it turned out Kevin was the one that pointed it out, that the evidence was actually in the data, but they didn't.
Right.
They didn't talk about it.
And Kevin is a super reasonable guy. I mean, he's got a really strong background in this stuff, DNA and Human Genome Project, and he has a very reasonable approach to this thing. The way he lays it out is very compelling, and he's simply just stating data. He's not like
he's not incentivized.
Right. Good.
God. You have So let's wrap. You have my absolute commitment. We are all on a journey. I've been on a journey for years on this issue. It's part of my Casey's journey. It's like the rabbit hole goes deep. Everything should be questioned. It's like if what you guys are saying is true, which is this is paradigm shifting, crazy. Not crazy as you guys are saying, but like crazy information. I mean, I think it should be.
Callie, I want to say something to you, so I hope you take this the right way. You know why this is, for me, this is from a doctor to you. You have your mother's engines. Your mother died at 71 years old, and you took a jab that has 61 billion copies just against it. You know truly what that means, because I don't know what you do. And I want your commitment. You're going to go home and learn about that. And then when you learn about it, when you find out that Mary and Uncle Jack ain't bullshitting you, that you talk about that from your perspective, not a policy perspective, not your wife's perspective, not Casey's, Callie's perspective, about what it feels like. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you, I just spent a weekend with Nicole Shanahan, and let me tell you something. Her perspective about what's happening to her right now and what she now knows and how sick she's been over this very issue. It's a big problem, my friends.
So Jack, let me speak personally for me. There's
massive growing suspicion in my head and everyone's head with the level of obfuscation, lies, and corruption that happened during the you're saying is super alarming. You have my commitment that I'm going to review that and think about it really seriously.
That's all I'm asking you to do.
And that's for me. Nothing will surprise me. And I think one of the things I'm really optimistic about this time is that we can start asking questions and talk and check some paradigms. And I think we're talking about going against a unambiguous government recommendation. There's huge forces to not have that conversation happening that I'm very skeptical of.
Well, you have to realize something that Mary brought up earlier. The shot that you took is now being retooled in 3 shots. Now it's being retooled in other shots. So guess what? The data that Kevin's got, you can't take another, my friend, because you're the first one to turn. If you do, you are basically rolling the dice just like me.
Well, truly. I mean, if we're in a different place now, Jack, I'd be.
No, I'm just warning you as a doctor to a regular guy that you need to consider this, because guess what? I think the more this gets real for you personally, then you're going to look at your wife, you're going to look at your children, you're going to start looking at everybody around you a little bit more differently, and you may realize why we're very concerned. I actually think that both of us care about you more than you care about.
Thank you. You're concerned about, I think it's 90% of the American people got at least one. You're concerned about it.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is where his family's from, it was over 90%. That's my concern.
I thought at least 90% got one.
No, overall, United States, she's right. It's around 75.
But state, you're concerned about every single person that died.
Well, no, I can tell you right now, Kevin's data, the things that we've been sharing, him and I have been going back and forth for a long time. This data is even worse than I thought.
I think the problem now is
I use that commitment to look deeply into that for myself, and it's obviously concerning. And I truly, in my heart, want that data to get out and want you guys to be as accessible as possible. And I think it's criminal. You've taken so many risks, Mary, to speak your truth, which is a disgrace.
So just remember, her truth is your truth. It's been informed.
Thank you.
You're now GM. That's the truth. Remember, when you say pharmaceutical stuff, it's not pharmaceutical. It's cheap. You are just like Monsanto.
Jeff, I hear you. Do I not seem like an open person?
I want to make sure that magnitude gets you so you understand why we're saying what we're saying.
I can see you with the concern, and you're saying that with concern, and I hear you, and I hear the seriousness of what you're saying.
Listen, thank you guys very much. We just did 3 hours. I think that this is really important that we did this. I think it was really cool that we all got together and got to some sort of consensus on our agreement. Whether we agree with each other's angles on approach or not, it seems like we all have the same overall goals. So, again, thank you, Callie, for coming. I really appreciate it, Mary, and then Jack from El Salvador to do this.
I gotta go Christmas shopping.
I know you do, to hash this out. I think this is really important for the people, especially the people that are listening to it. So,
Thanks, Danny.
Night world.
My wife and I were at some charity thing for some medical thing. I couldn't even tell you what it was. Something that started to pop up over 20 years ago. And Holly Robinson, Rodney Pete's wife, was one of the sort of co-hosts. And Jason Ritter, John Burns King was there.
Merry Christmas, Matthew Cox. Everyone's favorite elf on the shelf is back. Last time you were in here was right after Trump got almost assassinated. Oh, that's right. And now we're back. And he is the president-elect. So, first of all, I want to say I'm sorry for your loss. Your girl Kamala lost. I know you're upset about that. That's good. How are you getting through it? I'm okay. We got the fire going. We got the Christmas tree. We got our Santa hats on. Good times.
It feels like Christmas. It's like 60 degrees outside right now in Florida.
It is. It's nice. It's hot here.
It is a little hot. Yeah, it's on 77. We can turn it down a little bit. It is kind of warm.
77.
And these beautiful Starbucks drinks you got us the Christmas Starbucks drinks to enjoy. Look at that. It feels good to drink Starbucks, especially after Luigi went out and blew them up for their Christmas ad campaign. You see how Luigi went to Starbucks before he whacked the United Health CEO?
Yeah.
Free advertising.
And all the McDonald's started.
Tim Dillon said, "No one goes to Dunkin' Donuts before you off a CEO. You go to Dunkin' Donuts after you bury the body. You go to Starbucks first."
Yeah,
This is a great drink.
They're going to get a lot of material out of this.
Out of Luigi.
Yeah. He's already got tons of money on his. People are sending money for like GoFundMe or something. He's got a ton of money for his. He's gonna be all right.
I saw an interview. I saw this wild interview on TV. It wasn't on TV, it was on Twitter, but it was like from TV, where the reporter was standing outside of the jailhouse, and all the inmates were like yelling at. I saw that. They're like, "Does Luigi have a TV in his cell? No." And that dude Jesse Waters was like, "Luigi better watch out in prison. I'm sure that CEO had a lot of connections to that prison." Come on, how out of touch are you? You think the inmates are really going to be like supporting the United Health CEO? Maybe if you're in like Coleman, the Coleman Low with all the white collar criminals, but not the state prison.
No, I don't think anybody has any real, empathy for CEOs who are making $19.5 million in bonuses while you're telling people to, give them 2 months worth of medication. They don't need 6 months. And cutting back on everything and canceling policies. And, it's hard to have any real empathy for something like that. I mean, I'm not that I should kill somebody, but the guy's got kids and everything. I'm sure he probably feels like he's a decent human being, but I don't think many people probably would. Everybody said Donald is a nice guy, So, Hitler was nice to his dogs, kind to children, but, so, I mean,
I'm a CEO, being off the corner, right?
it's funny because I watched,
There's somebody posting their wanted sign.
did you see that? That was, in New York. I feel bad for finding this stuff because somebody did get killed, but I feel like terrible. But
There was a revolution. If you had to pick a kind of revolution, right, it would be better. Instead of left versus right, it would be better if it was a normal people versus CEOs. Maybe. There's less of them. They have more money.
I don't know. And I think that they're probably lining up all the CEOs and lawyers and everybody. So that's the first wave is all the lawyers.
Netflix is doing
What
they're getting ready to make millions of dollars off of this Luigi guy. They're going to make a show, a documentary about him. He's a handsome guy, jacked. All the gay guys are lining up, going goo goo gaga over him on the internet.
I saw like a I was on TikTok that was talking about like this guy wanted to get caught. He didn't want to get caught. This guy had multiple IDs. He did everything he could to try and hide it. I wonder, what I'm curious is, like, what does he mean? Like, you understand, he idolized the Unabomber, right? Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, he wrote a review on the book, right?
Right. And several, like, comments and things like that. He posted, he had, liked and written little comments underneath multiple posts from Kaczynski on his website. But, and they were all very, very, positive. So, I wonder if he wasn't kind of thinking to himself that, hey, I'm going to start cracking these CEOs. That was his game plan, because he took a lot of steps to try and hide his identity. He just, he messed up. He was flirting with a girl. He pulled the thing down for a couple seconds. He didn't realize there was a thing there.
screwed up. Like that's really the downfall. They'd be looking for him right now. They'd be looking for a guy with nice eyebrows.
It's crazy that they literally had zero momentum before someone went on a Greyhound bus at a McDonald's stand.
No, it was a McDonald's employee.
Yeah, at McDonald's. There was an old lady who worked at McDonald's. And it was like random. It's random. He was on a Greyhound bus, right? Stop. Like that's somebody who like called the hotline and says, "Hey, I think I found somebody who looks suspicious." Right? And he gave the ID. He gave the cop his fake ID. Yeah, well, I like unless that the guy's a smart guy, right? Yeah, he's relatively high IQ individual. Yeah, but not everybody. You know, look, if you haven't had interactions with police and you don't know how the system works, he's buying an ID off of some Russian website, right? Like you could go into DMV and get it. Like I would need when I was on the run, I would hand them an ID. I have no problem. I'll get pulled over. Here's my ID, right? Here's my passport. But I have a passport. I have multiple passports that are issued by the State Department. I have driver's licenses issued by that state's DMV. This guy hands him a fake ID bought off some Russian website. Like, what are you thinking? That's not going to pass muster. No. You know, it's going to maybe get you a bank account. Maybe it's going to get you into a bar. But you're not. Yeah, this isn't going to work. So they very quickly told him. And he had a couple different IDs, I believe. A couple different IDs. Wasn't there a YouTube channel that he had? Did you hear about the YouTube channel? No. I saw my wife was showing me a TikTok last night where this lady on TikTok was talking about how he had a YouTube channel with a countdown on it. And he had a bunch of videos on his YouTube channel that he's scheduled to release later, like at later dates, right? And they had countdowns and like days on them of like saying different things were going to be coming. Steve, can you find something about that? And apparently his YouTube channel got taken down, but somebody saved like a screen recording of it and like what the video looks like. Yeah, there you go. That was it. And so this is a real truth about claims. Luigi Mangioni's posted video saying new details will come today. Okay, so did they debunk it or what? What does it say? They revealed the truth about a cryptic video posted by Luigi shortly after his arrest on Monday. The 1 minute 24-second clip titled "The Truth" was shared to an account with Mangioni's picture as his profile, featuring countdown with text messages or text that reads, "If you see this, I'm already arrested." So is this some guy that's trying to capitalize on his arrest for that? That's the McDonald's once the clock hits 0, the screen goes black and the word "soon" appears in the bottom right corner. After December 11th, flash on the screen, which is followed by all his scheduled communication. Bye for now. Video sparked hysteria. We terminated the channel in question for violating our policies covering impersonation, which prohibit content intended to impersonate another person on YouTube. So that was it right there. See where it says 45, the truth? Yeah, if you see this, I'm already under arrest. The copycat, though. Yeah, but they're saying that allegedly he posted this, like knowing he was going to get arrested, right? Yeah, allegedly, but they also said they took it down because it was a copy. Right, but would they also take it down if it was really him? Yeah, but they wouldn't say we took it down because it was impersonating him. They would have taken it down because it was political or violated their, it was whatever it was going. It was. I don't know, it was like screaming, fire in a crowded restaurant. Like it could have led to, I don't know, some kind of, why don't you pay? Don't you have YouTube Premium? Fucking no, this is not YouTube. This is a website, dude. There's ads everywhere. I don't know. Do we know how to get an ad blocker? I have YouTube Premium. No. Just for normal websites. Oh, jeez. I thought that for a second. I feel really looking at it. I thought it was. No. That was just a website. So, I see what I'm saying. Like, so I think it was. So you think it was just somebody trying to capitalize on it? Yeah. There's so many things. Yeah, there's so many things that come that I've seen. It's like you don't know what's true and what's not true. And I watched a video about the weapon. Remember how he fires and then it looks like he hit jam and he clears it, he fires again, clears it, fires again. Yeah. So they were saying initially it was keep the casings, the shell casings. No, initially it was the gun jammed because it had a silencer on it. That was the first report. Then it was that it may have been may not have been a great weapon, may have been some kind of an older weapon, may have been a weapon. Turns out now it may have been a ghost gun. And it was, yeah, that's what I heard. But then I saw a guy who's a gun enthusiast that has a channel. He did a video where he showed a weapon that is a one-shot, right? It's a one-shot weapon that every time you fire it, you have to clear it. Fire it. And he actually showed people using it. It's the exact same action. So it's one or two. So, and then of course he was found with a ghost gun. So was he found with a ghost gun and the silencer, or was it just an additional ghost gun? Like, I don't know. Like, all these things slowly come out. There's so much stuff coming out initially. Yeah. Boy, let me tell you, when this guy was showing me the firing of that silenced gun, it was exactly what this guy was doing. Oh, like, really? Boom, boom, and he's pulling it because
and the guy was clearly not a professional shooter either. He hit the guy in the leg and then like the all body shots, right? Not one headshot.
What he did shoot. Here's the funny thing: look how far away it was. Why wouldn't you just run right up on it? Right, well, it's not
Plus, you were if you were a skilled shooter, you would have been one shot done.
Right? Is that the weapon?
So this is what you were talking about. This is the well-rod.
This is that what they call an assassin gun. It's meant for
is that it?
euthanizing animals. So it's a single shot. That's why it's it's not really good for assassinations. Right, you have to reload it. There's a good picture of it. So that was initially what this guy was saying. This is the weapon that he believed. But, I still don't know what the real weapon was. You might see the guy had multiple IDs. You buy these things on like the dark web. But if you buy a ghost, I don't know why you might have ghosts, but you probably just know that. Like the average, even getting a fake ID, like that's difficult to do. I mean, you have to do some searching. You probably have to order a few of them before you actually get one. A lot of these places just rip you off.
Right. Well, isn't it funny that we also know like way more about this guy 100 times more about this girl than they know about Brooks?
Yeah, that's very weird. Nothing about it. They just they let that go. Like, oh, that's really?
Right.
Just like that. Nobody's interested in this at all.
What do you think the chances are that this guy? What do you think's gonna happen to this guy? He's gonna need to get a lot of time.
He'll be idolized.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think if they were smart right now, he'd be trying to get some kind of deal for like 30 years. He's going to be idolized. In 30 years in New York City, I don't know what it was at, 15, 20? I don't know if they have parole. I'm not sure exactly how their system works.
What did Hinckley get? Hinckley's out now, right?
Hinckley, I don't know that he got much of anything. He was found to be insane. They could keep him forever. They just eventually, after like 40-something years, they decided to let this guy out. He's making music. He released an album.
We watched it. last time. Yeah, so dude, it's like a video game, man.
I thought, oh, she just kind of
she pulled off a scam. What happened with that? You gotta educate me on this. So she did some sort of crypto.
She came with like the Huck Tua, not Huck Tua, like the Huck coin, the Tua coin or something.
Oh no!
Yeah, and it went like it was outrageous how high it went. It went for like $1 billion, $500 million or something. Yeah, and she and her team got 85% of it. Pulled the money out at the beginning. What is it? 490 million market cap. Oh my God. People are that they got people on YouTube with commercial or with videos that are like talking about how, man, I put $20,000 into this, and now my coin is worth $190.
So how much money did she make when she pulled out?
I don't know if you look up how much it means. That's 85.
Go to PewDiePie or go to CoffeeZilla's Twitter.
Oh, CoffeeZilla.
His Twitter, he posted something about it because people were like trying to say that she made way more than she actually did, and Coffee corrected them real quick. He was like, "Yo, you guys are like getting out of control here." Go up. Okay, right there. Y'all stop the insane headline. She didn't rug for 500 million, and she didn't profit 50 million. For sake, number one, the team pre-sold a few million to strategic advisors who sold early. Number two, the token got sniped, and three, LP. What was that? LP made more than 1 million on 15% fees, according to the meteors trackers. LP is the service that sold it. Huh. So he's saying it's under 50 million. So go down to this next tweet. Okay. Oh, and she isn't being sued yet. So literally everything in this post is misinformation. Keep going down. The normies who purchased did get rug pulls, and all of this was enabled by the team, which includes the Hawk Tool girl. It's already horrible. No need to invent headlines about $500 million rugs and $50 million profits. Meme coins always benefit insiders and trading bots. Oh, that shows that's the Hawk Tool coin. So look, it peaks at 0.4, and then it just falls. Going down, to jail, straight to a jail. 3% allocation to public market, 70% allocation unlocked, pre-sale wallets. Do the math. So she did something. She like pre-sold. They pre-sold that stuff to like insiders that they were supposed to, and then they all sold it before the thing fell out.
It shot all the way up, and boom, they all just sell it. Right. So you're some guy put $20,000 in. You don't know when to sell.
Yeah.
So you lose. They just took your money and left you with some worthless money.
At what point are these celebrities going to learn to stop doing with crypto shit?
FBI comes in and starts indicting people and makes examples of a few of them. Yeah. And then, it like, here's what's funny is like, this is such an open and shut case. Like, I'm shocked that the Zoo coin with Logan Paul, why did he get indicted? Like, it's like it's funny how amazing the FBI and the federal law enforcement is at solving some crimes, and how inept they are at solving other ones that honestly any idiot can put together. Anybody, you don't even need law enforcement. I could lay out you don't even need training. I lay out an entire case that would convince any jury that this person 100% just ran a scam. And yet they just let them keep going.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe if Logan Paul went to jail, it'd be a bad look for American democracy.
I think it'd be a great look.
I think so. Yeah,
it'd be a great look. I think the problem is that, one, they haven't done it yet. And the first case they want to be airtight. I think the Logan Paul one, I think there's tons of them that are airtight. And yet, why they keep letting them go, I just don't know.
Yeah, it's just like there's these cockroaches that are surrounding this Hollywood scene, and whenever somebody just pops up, they see an opportunity to make a quick buck.
She's seen just like a kind of a backwoods kind of girl that, honestly, I like seems like she'd probably be a lot of fun to hang out with and silly and funny, and she's just kind of a party girl. Yeah. Kind of like a Florida Southern girl, no big deal.
We're gonna do a crypto thing. Trust me, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna make a lot of money to get for the brand. All right.
Yeah, that's when it becomes a problem. When people are just like, I don't really know anything about it, so I don't really have anything to stop. You understood the basics.
Listen, focus on the Talk to a podcast.
Absolutely.
We'll make you some money. Okay.
Right. Well, yeah,
you're gonna be fine.
And if that's the case, then you know what? It's going to show that when they get all the text messages and emails and all of the phone calls. They're going to be very quickly. You would realize, like, oh wow, like she had nothing to do with this. They used her name. They asked her to do a video or two. Like she had she was not really culpable. Like she had very little. She had a minor role in this whole thing. And then you'd be like, oh wow, they just kind of took advantage of you. But I don't know. But if you look at it the other way, they're like, oh wow, this was very clearly explained to you. You knew what was going on. You're on trouble. But either way, it doesn't even matter because it's just not going to do anything. They just never do anything with these things.
No, they don't.
If I was involved, boy, I'd be doing 20 years right now. Right? For real.
Yeah, that's true. It's crazy too. I haven't heard shit about the Logan Paul case.
I listen, bro, I'm telling you, there's positive something.
Coffee is still making videos about it, isn't he? Logan Paul suing him, right?
You know, I mean, what? Yeah, just even everything about this guy's a scam. Like even the fight with Tyson. You know, we're gonna go through the motions. You're gonna lose. We're gonna go through the motions, and then you're gonna lose, and then we're gonna fight another one, and you're gonna make even more money. Like, all right, I like it. Yeah, I like it. Let's do that. Yeah, this is a shitty thing for Tyson to do too.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't think anybody watched that fight and thought, wow, this is legit.
And this is not set up. And then did you watch it?
I did.
Bro, like I don't know about you, but our Netflix was just
My God, yeah. Same.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be a shame. It was unwatchable. It was buffering the whole time. I had to, actually, I think I had to turn it off on my TV and I had to watch it on my phone. It was working on my phone. What's going on with these New Jersey drones? New Jersey drones? New Jersey drones? You guys can look at New Jersey drones. I heard something about it. These drones have been hovering around New Jersey, over New Jersey, and other states. Now it's in California too. Drones they're drones. They're drones. They're conventional like drones. They're big. Apparently like the size of this table. And they're like slow moving, like normal everyday drones. They're not moving like light speed, like going through wormholes or anything. And they have like lights on them, typical sort of like airplane lights that you see nav lights. Right. And nobody knows who they are. They interviewed the FBI director in front of Congress. He doesn't know what the hell they are. Shoot one down. They're interviewing the people from the Pentagon. They're like, oh, we don't know what they are. Knock one down. How hard is it to, where is this, in New York? New Jersey. New Jersey, they had guns in New Jersey. That's what I said. Let's start shooting somebody for that. This is all over the news. All day, every day. It's all anyone is talking about. Well, listen. Let me tell you, my time is broken. I have done 6 podcasts this week, and I have another one tomorrow. This, if you include this as a podcast, which I know, this would be 7 because I'm and that's crazy. So I'm not really getting podcasts. Yeah, it's a lot of podcasts. So between that and my scroll time for TikTok and Reels, I got an hour or 2. I just stopped working out. This should really make it that tough. Yeah, I gotta start working out again, or at least up the dose of the roids. I know. That's what Ryan said. You taking them? Oh, really? You're still trying? What's your dose? What's your weekly dose now? I don't know. Jess gets it. Oh, you just say, you just pull your pants down so they'll roll you. So she gives me the Ozempic and the thing. Shut up. You're not on the right balance. I got the right balance. No, it's the other version. Ozempic's the GLP-1. Ozempic is the name brand. The actual chemical is something else. That's what I'm taking for. I forget the name. Why are you looking at? Bro, I got up to 185. Now I'm like 173. I actually got down to 169. For what? Though it's muscle, right? Muscle. Muscle and water. It's not water. It's fat. I lost weight. You take it. You can eat like you're normally eating. You just start losing weight. Is that okay though? Probably not. I don't think it's safe to be whacking yourself with all these pharmaceutical drugs. I know it's horrible. You should see the amount of pills I'm taking. I think you should figure out a better way. I need to find something that's a lot more difficult. You need to get off that testosterone. Probably a better way. Just up your, if you can up your natural testosterone, you know how you do it? This is how you gotta do it, bro. You're up early every day, right? The best way I've learned recently to check your testosterone levels is to get outside in the morning, right when the sun comes up, and just be outside for like 20 to 30 minutes during the sunrise. You don't have to be in the direct sunlight, you just have to be outside during the sunrise, right? The other thing is you can do cold water exposure. Get the cold water, come out, and then you work out afterwards. That severely increases your testosterone. Then you just jam a bunch of creatine. Go to the gym, do a bunch of bench press and squats and all that. You'll be fine. You don't even need to do all that. I just need to start working out again.
That's true. You start burning out. And I eat good. Get off the Ozempic stuff. Listen, I just wanted to drink some weight. I dropped it. I'm good. But I did pay for it before, and I still got some left in the bottle, so we're going to keep taking it. Yeah. Plus, I'm being interviewed when I go to LA. I'm being interviewed for some story out there. I'm on Trump's word on true crime criminal guy that they're interviewing me on. Good. The legal producer out there. What else? What's So have you seen anything about the New Jersey drone stuff? I saw something, but no, I haven't really looked into it. I didn't, Yeah. So the story is there's I guess dozens and dozens of drone sightings of people in New Jersey every single day. You can find these videos on every website. It's like turn on Fox News. It's on there all day long, all day. There's people just like showing their videos of what they see in the sky. Senate, Congress, the hearings with the FBI director, with people from the Pentagon, the military, and they're all saying we have no clue what this is. Then some state representative, I forget who it was, maybe it was a congressperson, said that it was a Iranian mothership parked off the shore of New Jersey, and all these little mini drones are coming off the mothership and hovering over New Jersey, over Trump's golf course. And then finally, this someone from Congress. Yeah, are you kidding me? And the guy finally came and walked it back. I was like, oh no, I said, it could be a possibility, but I'm sure the Navy was no. The country that spends 10 times more on military than any other country in the entire fucking world, with nuclear submarines patrolling our coast, Navy fighter jets and battleships everywhere. They're not going to notice an Iranian mothership, let alone Iran's Navy? Like, do they even have a prop plane, let alone a mothership? Yeah, could they get over here? I mean, I'm sure they got some good shit. I know Russia gives them some serious equipment, but I doubt all the Russian equipment is working so well. They're not going to get across the freaking Atlantic unnoticed.
Does this not sound like religious? Forget that good bad tweet. Come on.
Anyway, everyone.
Now we're discussing religious fundamentalism.
And Julian posted a tweet about it a couple hours ago. And can you go on Twitter and pull up Julian's tweet? He posted a random tweet that is going like super nuclear viral on Twitter. Well, I know what that is. It's like a flying car. Yeah, that's not a flying car. Mysterious giant drone. It's a flying car. It looks like the Jetson drone. The Jetson 1 drone. Have you seen those? It's like the flying car thing. So go to X and pull Julian's. Go to Julian. Click on everything. Just go down. Look at it. He's getting like 1,000 followers a minute now. Right there. Hearing some very creepy things about these drones from sources. They are. Yes. Yeah, this is what that is. Look, that is exactly what that is. Julian says, I'm hearing some very creepy things about these drones from sources. They're definitely not aliens, I'll tell you that. Almost 500,000 views on this tweet, this random tweet that he posted 5 hours ago. Mysterious. So now he's posting a video about it because his tweet's going viral, talking about his secret sources. He really needs to get that kitchen control. Yeah. So we talked to a source of his, one of his sources. No, it wasn't Bruce Monk. He said it's somebody who's never done this podcast. He didn't fucking tell me who it was. Oh my God, he's so good. You're borderline the same way. So you're maybe 30% of his paranoia if that is actually. Oh yeah. Oh, stop it, Brian. No, he just wouldn't tell me who the guy was. The guy with a promise, he wouldn't say who he was. I'm not even telling you. I'm going to tell you if he was locked up. He said Jesse Jones? Yeah, he said, let's take it pretty serious. He said, oh, yeah, I'm telling you right now, that might sound right. And I've seen the analytics. I've studied this Mac Ops. I've studied this. I know that. Anyway, so he's got a crazy, super confidential source who knows fucking who the guy is or who he works for. But anyways, nobody we know, allegedly. That's what he says. He didn't say no. He said, told him something. He wouldn't even tell me what the guy said. He just said that it's not aliens, right? But Julian has a theory, and I think he might be spot on with this theory. His theory is that whatever these drones are, that is causing all this paranoia, all this media frenzy, we're a podcast talking about it, it's a psyop. Not a psyop, but what it is it's sort of like they're getting like a societal. They're getting you acclimated. No, it's like a societal war game, right? So that they're running a test on society to see how people respond, see the theories they come up with, see what the narrative ends up being, seeing how people react, what people's actions are, what they do. In the case that something real happens that is similar to this, to be prepared for how the country will react. Which I think makes a ton of sense. I think that makes the most sense because how else do you explain people in the Pentagon, the military, and the FBI not knowing what it is? Unless it's some sort of like top secret simulation that they're running, or like even a test.
I think some guy opened his personal flying car early for Christmas, got it out of the box, put some lights on it, and flew it at night to see what would happen. And he's laughing his ass off right now with his wife. They're $85,000.
There's dozens and dozens of them, dude.
I saw one.
Let's go back to the videos. There's tons of them. There's way more.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch.
Okay, there's a whole bunch. You can watch videos on Fox News with like 12 of them flying around. There's videos of like dozens of them. There's videos of like at least 6 in the sky at once.
It sucks that it's at night because look, and it's blinking. Okay,
It's nobody in New Jersey has an AK-47. It's I
you can't take this thing down. So this is a 4-rotor. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this is the center body pointing out.
That looks like an airplane.
No, it's definitely a
They're
drone.
moving like drones, but they look like airplanes.
A little blinking light. Like, what is it? So what like
That's
aliens?
not an airplane?
That looks like an airplane.
I don't think anybody thinks it's aliens.
No, I think it's one of these hovercraft flying at night, slowly off the street lanes.
This is the video.
So look at that. So can I mention something that I've noticed? That you said dozens.
She said 3 right there.
So a dozen.
There's another video that shows
12.
There shows dozens would mean at least 2, which is 24. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did 3.
That's pretty unique right there.
At least 5 in that shot.
Mosaic has a drone. They're like $110. Anybody get a drone now? You get an expensive one for $1,000.
Why? So you think these are just like people? Like random people just trying to psyop the news?
You're probably going to find out that this is a bunch of 15-year-old boys who all got drones and saved it for drones.
Yeah, but they're flying over military bases and airports and shit. If you or me go and fly our drone over Tampa International right now, there's going to be a Fed on our doorstep in less than 12 hours.
Like that's you've got to be able to track it all the way back to find it. Like if they're not,
this has been going on for 3 weeks.
Then eventually I think they will find it. They're going to track it back to Little Billy's backyard.
Little Billy's going to give up.
Donnie and Todd and Steve are all going to be crying like a bunch of children in the police department, and then it's gonna be one night of news, and it's gonna be over.
I don't know. I think it's something bigger. They're clearly drunk. They're drinking. Yes, I agree. They're clearly drunk. But somebody said that the reports are showing that they're as big as small cars, like small SUVs, mid-sized SUVs.
Well, I mean, we saw at least one of them. That's probably one of those automobiles.
That looks like the size of one of those automobile things. Yes, exactly.
You don't even need a license for them.
People in New Jersey are sophisticated enough to drive one of those things around at night.
Absolutely. Watch the video. They say with less than an hour of watching, you watch a less than it's like a 45-minute video trains you to know exactly how to fly it. Exactly. It's not like a where you can hit the stick and flip over. Like it's up, down, forward, back, forward. Yeah. It only flies for about an hour. It's less than 600 pounds, and you do not need it. They're 85 grand, I think.
Yeah, my buddy just bought one. It's called the Jetson One.
Okay, and you don't have to have a license because it's under 600 pounds. That's it.
Yeah.
Anybody applies.
You do have to take like a 2-day class though. From what I heard. Look at this guy. New York officials launch a public safety. What is this have to do with the drones?
This is officials provide update on mysterious drone sites.
Okay, let's see what they're saying. Oh, this is live right now.
Yeah.
No, this is daytime.
They say it's live.
In other cities, we are placing people into housing and making sure they get the services they want. So our goal is to increase for NYPD's presence and dedicate outreach team. Place over 70 new youngsters in the shelter, sees over 650 of those pesky illegal petty cabs. And it's just 6,500 petty cab related violations.
I think it's just this has nothing to do with the drones. This is political. Jesus Christ. So Julian said, if Trump doesn't, he's scheduled to show up to the Army-Navy football game tomorrow, right? If he doesn't show up to that game, he says we need to get the fuck out of Dodge to start driving west. Seriously. If Julian calls you tomorrow and says,
Don't call me. Julian would let me die. If there was the apocalypse, he wouldn't warn me. No, if Julian's flying into Tampa, I don't hear about it till he's about to get on the plane. And he says, hey, Julian said, I'm like, listen, I'm the outside. I'm an outside person. I know the outside.
that's not true. It's true. It's not true. If he calls you tomorrow and says, Matt Cox,
Did you see my case?
driving west.
Did you see my case? It's beautiful. It's great.
Chris Kringle
Very cool.
with the mistletoes.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you for sending me all the. Oh, you stopped sending me videos.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I got laxed. I'm going to start up again.
You got what?
Very laxed.
Oh.
Very disappointed in myself. Like I started sleeping in.
Stop going to the gym. Stop sending Christmas videos. What is going on with you, dude?
Listen, we've been doing a ton of podcasts.
Yeah, you're a machine. We're like 6 podcasts a week.
Yeah, because we're catching up. We're catching up because Colby, my Steven, is Colby. And so he's leaving town, and I'm leaving town soon. So we need a backlog, and the hurricanes wiped out our backlog. You know, we had a week or two kind of cushion. Well, they wiped it out.
It wiped out your podcasts?
Yeah, because people couldn't fly in for 2 months straight.
I thought you said you lost a hard drive.
No, they couldn't fly in, and so literally so bad. Colby had to go get 2 videos that were shot a year ago. I could re-edit them and post them. Yeah. We thought nobody will know. Well, I was wrong about that. Because 50% of the
Look, same thing happened to us, man. The beach is right fucking there. That's the only difference. At least you guys didn't get hammered and flooded like us.
we got. Matter of fact, I actually slept through the second hurricane. It ripped off everybody's roofs in my neighborhood. Right. Jess tried to wake me up. Wake up. And I would wake up and I'm like, this sounds so great. Like, it's really like a nice dream. And then I woke up in the morning and everything was thrashed. Every sign was twisted off and laid down there. We've got probably 40 houses in a row where half of the shingles are off, or if not entirely gone on. All these 2-story houses. You're just like, I slept through this
At 9 o'clock at night, that's when a hurricane was coming through.
and we lost power for
So we lost power for 4 days.
hurricane. Kids too.
And I got killed. That the second hurricane at 9 p.m. at night, I'm sitting in my living room. This was before my power went out late. But I'm sitting in my living room and I'm sitting next to my chimney, right? So like I can hear the wind flying on my chimney. And it sounds like, this is the best description I can come up with. It sounds like I'm in my house and my house is free falling through the sky. Like my house is skydiving and I'm inside of it. That's what the wind sounds like. You've never seen this. Fucking scary, dude.
You've probably never seen this. Dorothy and
Just tell me to find it. You can pull it up.
Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Her house is falling. Oh, that's it. That's exactly what it sounded like. That is exactly what it sounded like. When you said that, that's what I pictured. Yep, that's exactly what it was, bro. That's where that person got the idea for that scene. They must have been through a hurricane in Florida, maybe tornadoes in Kansas. Oh yeah, that sucked. No power is the worst part about it. Yeah, you don't realize. You don't realize how dependent you are. Everything in the fridge starts going bad. I mean, if you're like a single dude, it's probably not that bad. I mean, if I was by myself, I would be totally fine. But it's like my wife and my kids. They, I mean, my oldest kid's fine, but like my wife's young, they just, if they're not happy, if they're miserable, I'm fucking miserable. So that's the worst part. So we luckily got like, you mean because you're connected in that kind of, that kind of bond, or you mean they make me miserable? Yeah, the latter. But luckily, like the day before the hurricane came, we got like a big ass generator that runs a bunch of propane. I got these propane tanks that are like this tall. So I had a generator running my whole house. I got it wired into my panel, so it fucking connects to my panel and runs my whole house. It's funny that you mentioned that because when it hit and we lost power, I wished I'd done that. So it's the same thing, you know. Yeah, I knew I should have done that. But see, we're so far in that when everybody was like, you know, it's gonna hit us. We're fine. We're not gonna have it. We're so far inland. Yeah. You know, what do you mean evacuate? I'm a Floridian. I'll just deal with it. It's not gonna hit me now. I'm 10 miles inland. And then you lose power. You're like, this is chaos. Yeah. Yeah. They have to fix this. Dude, around here was crazy too because literally like the beaches were destroyed. I don't know if you like saw the beaches if you're around the beach over there. I saw the video. Oh my god, dude. It was like doomsday on the beach. The roads were covered in sand. Every car was destroyed. Every house was gutted with all like their beds and their clothes and their furniture all out in the middle of the road. And it was just like, it was a straight up disaster. Like everyone had to leave the beach. It was totally. And like they're still cleaning it up. They have giant dump trucks going up and down the roads every morning still. Yeah, I know, cleaning up shit. I don't know, like a week or two ago, we were driving up through where we were going, and it was over. It was in anyway, yeah, and as we were going to the hotel, they were still just like piling up. People gutted their houses. Yeah. So yeah, houses are going now on the beach that were like for sale for $4 million a couple months ago. They're going for sale for like 1.5. It's a bargain. Steven, you scoop any up? They're going. It's a fire sale, and then you can buy like one-story houses that got really racked for like $500,000. Right on the water, houses that were $2 million a couple months ago, right? $500,000. Can't get insurance. Can't insurance. And you gotta demo the house. You gotta build a new house. If you want to get a legitimately insured house, you gotta build it up 12 feet, right? And it's gotta get 12 foot foundation. Basically, it's not livable. And then above that, so it's like you're paying that much money for the land. Right? You can do it, man. There it is. Oh yeah. There you go. I mean, that's not even the worst of it too. That's like what it still looks like. That's just a small. It was like yesterday. You should have seen what you a month and a half ago. It was insane. All the restaurants completely shut down. They're just starting to reopen. Their favorite Thai food restaurant just reopened.
All right, Jim, your quarterly is good. How are things going? Oh, I thought you like has a freaking pizza. So you took the master. What you'll say, actually, you called me in here.
So,
all right, well, let me show you how it's done. Yes, I'd like to speak to your office manager, please.
Yes, hello. This is Michael Scott. I am the regional manager of Dunder Mifflin Hair Products. Just wanted to talk to you, manager of manager. All right, done deal. Thank you very much, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can't live here anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was saying. That was a woman I was arguing.
Can't make enough money to,
He had a very low voice.
He's sick of, working 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week.
So that's the way it's done.
One of these guys will be like,
I've been at Dunder Mifflin for 12 years, the last 4 as regional manager. When I come through here, we have the entire floor. So this is my kingdom, as far as the eye can see. This is our receptionist, Pam. Pam Beasley. Pam has been with us for forever, right, Pam? Well, I think she's cute now. You should have seen her a couple of years ago.
What?
Any messages?
Yeah, just a fax.
Oh. Pam is from corporate. How many times have I told you that there's a special filing cabinet? Wait, paper map. Look at that. Oh, look at that face. People say I am the best boss. They go, God, I've never worked in a place like this before. You're hilarious. And you get the best out of us. I think that pretty much sums it up. Found it at Spencer Gibbs.
Get it up and running, and I'm gonna live off the YouTube channel. Like, you're insane. That's never gonna fucking happen. Here's the thing: is that it didn't for about a week and a half, but it seemed to be working. Like his YouTube channel, which had like 12,400 subscribers when he got there, now has like 13,000, 2 or 3 subscribers.
I'm a salesman.
His videos are getting a few thousand.
And that means that my job is to speak to clients quantities and type of condo, whether we can supply it to them or whether they can pay for it.
That's the name of it. Bot. And you're like, okay, what's that? And
So just talking about this. It's a very important job. Without me, dozens, literally dozens of small businesses would go paperless. They'd have to rent other hands or bed sheets or
that's not
total chaos.
You can eat out every meal there.
Or they can get the paper somewhere else.
So for less than $10, you're going to the restaurant, hey, I want this such and such, or whatever, maybe you get $3. Like, across the board, water is going to be $11. Electricity is going to be about $7.
When I get up in the morning, I say to my troops, you are going to assist in managing the region. That's a large geographical area. So I get the phones at 9 o'clock. It's all about selling enormous amounts of paper products.
So he could have really
What?
Still up after 7 years.
What's
But like he landed and actually
Had a little people on the park last night. Pickup game. Still paying for it today, though. You walk the route.
he lands there. He's already
Yeah. Tight.
and I already put out like 4 videos. They're doing what they want.
You're there, warm it up. Little give and go. And these 2 guys come up. And one of them's very
Really well, and the
urban.
he's good at it. Like he's good at
talking about African Americans. They're looking at us thinking,
better and better.
these guys are great shit,
I'm dying to start early. I'm dying
Let's
for
take them on. Go on them.
John Bozak. That's what
Listen, I'm in there. I'm under the boards. My elbow.
So he's basically paying his bills and doing his
around this guy. It's like sweating. He's some sort of crazy animal, just sweat pouring down. He's not in my house. Obscenities in their faces. What? They're like, no way. Man, we're out of here. Sucker. That's classic. That's classic.
Ooh, they have to drink water out of the bottle there, right? The town water. Yes.
All right. See you later. All right.
Oh, let me see it. Check. Does he have video of his chick? Yeah, you have to search a lot. That's good. That's good. But yeah, that's just wild, man. Yeah,
Cooper really doesn't interfere with me at all.
Do we know?
Jen Levinson cool. Yeah. I call her Hillary Rodham Clinton. Right? Not to her face. Because, well, not because I'm scared of her. I'm not. But, yeah.
All right, was there anything you wanted to add to the agenda?
Me no cat.
I didn't hear the agenda. Well, I passed one over to you this morning.
Really? Because I didn't do It's a company runs on efficiency and communication. So what's the problem? Why didn't get it?
You put it in the garbage can of the special filing cabinet.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that was a joke.
Yeah, he's over.
That was a joke that was actually my brother's. It's supposed to be with bills, and it doesn't work great with faxes.
Okay, since the last meeting, Alan and the board decided that we can't justify Scranton Ranch and no, Michael, don't panic.
No. This is good. This is good.
Michael,
This is fine.
listen, don't panic.
All the alarm bells are gonna go off.
We haven't made a decision yet. I've spoken to Josh and Stanford. I've told them the same as you, and it's up to either you or him to convince me that your branch can incorporate the other. This does, however, mean that there's going to be downsizing.
You don't want to hear that, Jan. Because downsizing is a bitch. It is a real bitch. And I wouldn't wish that on Josh. I certainly wouldn't wish it on my present company.
So he's planning on going there to make that.
Is Josh concerned about downsizing himself?
Just based on if he
Not downsizing himself, but is he concerned about downsizing?
And the thing is, how much do you really need for 15?
Question, how long do we have to activate the grant? Oh, Todd Packer, terrific rep. Mind my take? Pac-Man.
Hey, big queen.
Oh, that's
his car.
Hey, is Gazillion coming in today? I've been here to ask you one question. Does the carpet match the drapes?
Oh my God. Oh.
And a month before he left, that's right on brand. How do you wreck it? He
So
was
do you think we could
driving
keep
and he made
a lid on this
turn somewhere and he stopped because of vehicle coming up the one way. He stopped and I think he may have reversed and a guy comes maybe not a reverse, but I've heard 2 stories. So I'm not sure if he was stopped and I see that he actually reversed. Yeah, like I never got the exact. I know he got.
But you're late a lot.
So and then of course then the whole.
My name is Angela, and I'm in charge of the accounting department. There are 3 of us, Kevin and Oscar.
There was a negative.
Not very worried about downsizing right now because I think you've met Kevin, and
I don't want to be laid off. This is a good job for me because I need my nights free. We take it on to the deficit that is our friendship.
Oscar is Oscar. How do I describe him? He's like a stapler. Do I need a stapler? Yes. But I'm still the one that has to push it down.
I don't want to get laid off. This place is like 5 minutes from my house.
I'm gonna find it for you. Are you saying Angela? I'm trying to something.
Yes. Am I going to tell them? No, I'm not going to tell them. I don't see the point of that. As a doctor, I would not tell a patient they had cancer. All these people are walking around and they're happy, and their lives are just going along, and ignorance is bliss. But if they knew what was lurking on the other side of that fence, that furry monster, yeah, I'm sorry, they freak, and I'm not gonna play God. They look to me for support, they look to me for guidance and leadership, and I think if I can lie to them and it serves them, then that's what I'm going to do. I think better to be a happy idiot than than someone who knows the truth. What you don't know, well, it can hurt you, but if you don't know, it won't hurt you. Then you can just be happy for a little while, please. Hey, Sean. Hey, this is Mr. Scott. Guilty. Give me a shot. Ryan, Howard, that's the agency. Then he would send me down to start to think. Howard, like Mo Howard, we Stooges. What is this? Right here, Three Stooges. High five. Oh, Pam, it's Guy Thing, Pam. I'm sort of a student of comedy. Watch this.
I'm not saying I've been kind.
I'm Hitler. You're not Hitler.
But still, I think I'm good.
I don't think it would be the worst thing if they let me go. Because then I might. I don't think it's many little girls' dream to be a receptionist. I like to do illustrations. Mostly watercolor, a few oil pencil. Jim thinks they're good.
What are you doing?
I don't know the next step to take with that. I would like to. I don't.
Okay.
I guess I just expect someone to call up and be like, we need 1,000 reams of copier paper, envelopes, and someone to illustrate a children's book. This is Pam.
These are the sales people. They make us lots and lots of money, right, guys?
Is it AI? That's all AI. What? All right, give us a walk.
Here's accounting. The numbers dudes do not let the job description fool you. They are all completely crazy. Especially that guy. He's a mental patient. Not literally, of course, that wouldn't work. Last place you want somebody like that is accounting. Annie and Ashton. Much stupid. Ernie Johnson. So, it's a crazy place.
Mr. Davis, I'll be right back. Yeah, so this came up. Thank you very much. What are you doing?
Ask, I can't concentrate. Not on your desk. That means also on the edge. One word, 2 syllables. Demarcation.
When you go to Zach, so who's doing it? Zach sounds into his voice.
You can't do that. Safety violation. I can fall and pierce an organ.
That's magic. It's not doing that though. It's all so bad.
Just throw down.
Downsizing? Downsizing? I have been recommending downsizing since I first got here. I say, bring it on.
Time to work another day. With him? Yeah, well,
yeah, but that's not how you're going to do it. Take the
They
knife.
must not be targeting it right. Yeah, that's pretty unusual. That is very unusual. You know what I'm thinking too, maybe
Just still have these messages from yesterday.
Relax, everything's under control. Yep. Oh, that's important. Right. Oh, this is so important. I should run to answer it. Shut
and it's got like 8,000 subscribers. It's like it's still getting views every right. And so this thing is just dying. I'm like, gosh. Yeah. And it's once old. It's not like it's a week old. This is three months ago. What does that say? Jay-Z what? We did a video about Jay-Z already? Oh yeah, we did.
$6 million man! Steve Austin! Actually, that would be a good salary for me, don't you think? $6 million? Memo to Jan. I deserve a raise.
Let's make sure that they're like, if they say they're like a Diddy insider, that's what this guy has actually been shot.
If you're unhappy with your compensation, you should take another HR. Not today.
He got shot, and an informant
Be professional.
that's in Diddy's camp. Yeah. which is working for the FBI, tells the FBI
what upsets me about my job, wasted talent.
This guy, and he got
See, corporate could come
now
to
the
me
problem is
and they could say, excuse me, Michael,
sorry, about
how do you do
Jay-Z,
it?
sorry.
How
An
do you
informant
get
in
the
Jay-Z's
team to work so well together?
said
How do
this
you
guy
make
didn't
it so happy and so efficient?
a hit on this
They could
guy.
ask me
And then the
that.
guy gets shot. And he tells them, like,
But
they
they
know
don't
exactly what's
ask
happening,
me
what happened. I've seen the FBI report from the
That's the tragedy.
what they call it, whatever, a CI. And so that's what we were talking about. The problem when I talked to this guy is that because he was out of his jurisdiction, he got shot. Yeah. He doesn't want to come out and say,
I don't like it.
I was here against the project when I got shot. He doesn't say that.
It's just, what are you doing?
Well, I don't want to say exactly
To be honest, Dwight, I don't want to have to look at you. So,
well, you know, it's kind of but the video on my channel got like 400,000 views or something.
Safety regulations.
So that's a huge video about Diddy.
I'm not sure where you're going with that. Brush my cardboard or
No, it's the
number one.
Looking out fine.
Which is so funny because I've literally blasted the guy for being just a pathological
This is a company files.
and you know what?
The company.
Is despite the fact that I've done all that,
Well, I
right?
paid off my student loans.
But you still text me all the time. You just texted me just now.
I wanted to buy a new car.
At 7:20. It's 7:40 right now. At 7:20.
Car by the time I was 25, and I did that.
What's his deal?
That.
So
Since then, I haven't gone back to school.
Courtney
I
Burgess.
got married. Haven't written a book. Or
So everybody's heard about
haven't had
Diddy's
kids
sex
or
tape.
anything. But
Yeah,
you know what? But my car is almost 5 now.
CP tape. You want to say
And that thing is smart as a whip.
Okay, so when he says that in the future,
Like Rogers.
we're 3 days, we're not going to fight.
I wanted to talk about my father.
CP tapes and
I learned a lot from my father. The main thing, the main lesson he taught me,
So
pain.
what happened was
I can hold my finger in the flame of a match for 11 seconds.
used to date a woman named Kevin.
Can I get a price on matte coated SRA1? If I can't see you, I can't hear you.
Adopted her son. Okay. From another marriage with a guy.
Just tell me.
No, I can't hear you. So if you want right here, you can just tell me right now. If you want to speak to me,
So
just give me a call.
Gideon and Porter meet. They're together like 10 or 12 years. And then they eventually split up. They split up, and in 2018, she dies from pneumonia. Now, and a lot of people in
Voicemail.
camp die from pneumonia. People that have problems with
Hi,
tend to
it's
die
me,
from
Dwight.
pneumonia.
I need a price on matte
Possible,
coated.
I don't
Oh,
know.
this is stupid. You're right. This is stupid. Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry.
People are saying, oh, it's a poison.
Okay,
I'm assuming that they
good. I need a tonnage price on matte coated SRA1. I've got 360 down here. I know that can't be right. I was speaking to Dave earlier about.
The day after she dies, this is all from Courtney. The day
No, you're
after
not
she dies, Kamora Simmons
So you can't hear what I'm
goes to
currently
him.
saying,
Kamora Simmons used to be
but I'm not
married
talking to myself
Russell
because they're
Simmons.
filming.
She's now married to another, like,
People respond to the human touch.
she
And that's what I give them.
$30 million house. Like, she's filthy rich. The idea that she would
I can look at a client and I can say,
who Courtney Burgess is.
hello, how are you?
Whatever he says, she comes to him and
How's
says,
business been going?
give him
And we can go back and forth for some time, and then I'll say how many reams do you want?
gives him a flash drive and says,
And they'll order it, and then I'll take care of all the sales.
has
I'll make sure that they get that paper.
manuscript
They appreciate
he's
that.
working on, which is a
Yeah. What's that?
Why are
Oh, John Belushi.
Wow,
the treasure guy.
horrible thing he's done. He named it. I forget what the name of his book was, which was
Ooh, freaked myself out this morning.
So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought I
log in. These guys don't
check the
Courtney
jewels every
says
month.
that he's a music producer. Anyway, so what happens is
It's fine. It's fine.
at one point,
But freaky,
Wade,
testicular cancer.
Wade Williams, who's been on the
Cancer.
Wade has a podcast. It's got like 10 or 11,000 subscribers, and he predominantly interviews. So he interviews all these podcasts. And but he also does other stuff. He'll do porn stars. I don't think he'll interview porn stars.
I think I'm a role model here. I think I garner people's respect.
Attention all government employees, please have a meeting in the conference room. ASAP.
People I respect, heroes of mine.
He ends up hearing about this guy, Courtney Burgess, who used to work with Tupac, because that's what Courtney says. No Tupac. So he ends up reaching out a mutual friend, kind of mutual guy knows him, so he contacts the guy. He ends up
probably God.
He tells him, listen, I just want to get on the podcast and talk about your relationship with
and I just think all those people really helped the world in so many ways that it's it's really beyond words. It's really incalculable.
Yeah.
Now, I know there's rumors out there, and I just kind of want to say, I'm just a regional manager. I should know first. Let's just send you the regional. Okay. Can you just tell me, please? Without to tell what's spreading in my ear. Just about to tell that radio. Please, okay? Do you want me to tell him? You don't know what it is. So you tell him. My permission. I don't need permission, Brandon. Go ahead. Corporate has deemed it appropriate to enforce an ultimatum upon me. And Jan is thinking about downsizing either the Stanford branch or this branch. I heard they might be closing this branch down.
He's like, oh, right. And I'm like, he's like, well,
that's just a rumor going around. This is my first day. I know. Yeah, but Michael, what if they downsize here? Not gonna happen. It won't be out of my hands, Stanley. Okay, I promise you that.
Can you promise that?
On his mother's grave.
YouTube channel. Start a YouTube channel.
Well, yeah, it is a promise. And frankly, I'm a little bit insulted that you have to keep asking.
It's just that we need to know.
I know. Hold on a second.
Wade is trying to kind of figure out what to do about this. He says, I'm going to contact.
I'm going to contact
Chris Todd. Chris Todd is a guy who writes salacious.
I was in the meeting with Jan, and she did say that it could be this branch that gets the hacks.
Are you sure about that?
So he contacts Chris Todd. Chris Todd
maybe you should stick to the
ongoing contact
that you have. Yeah, agreement.
They get into being in contact.
Information is power.
I have the phone.
Sure, whether it's not
No, Stanley. No, you did not see me in there with her. I said, if corporate wants to come in here and interfere, then they're going to have to go through me. Right? You know, you can go mess with Josh's people, but
Chris Todd started making phone calls because Chris Todd is connected. He knows other reporters. He calls a bunch of reporters, starts saying, he starts saying, I have these tapes. He doesn't have tapes. He's never seen tapes. I have these tapes. I'd like to try and maybe we could sell them. So while he's running around talking about selling them, and by the way, at the same point in time, people start hearing about tapes. It's because Chris Todd is running around talking about tapes. And so other celebrity or a content creator start talking about there are tapes about Diddy out there with this and this and this. And so, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that Diddy's a decent human being. I mean, he's a scumbag. But I'm saying by running around talking about it, it gets in the ether and people start to know it's out there and it's being talked about. So while this is happening, Wade and Courtney are saying, publish the book. Yeah. But Todd's not really that concerned about it, right? They're saying, and months go by, and then guess whose house gets raided? Diddy's house gets raided. Diddy's house gets raided, and they grab a whole bunch of surveillance footage. They grab surveillance equipment, guns, baby oil, the whole thing. I'm not sure why baby oil is illegal, but whatever. It's all creepy. There's a bunch of creepy stuff done. Baby oil is laced with drugs. Well, and it's just excessive. Nobody needs 1,000 little bit. Yeah. So
I mean, I guess you don't want to go to the store. You know, I buy multiple. When I go to buy, I buy 4 or 5 things of toothpaste when I go. So the point is that all of this is happening. So Chris Todd decides, you know what, I am going to go ahead and publish the book. He doesn't want his name attached to it. So he uses a pseudonym, which is Jamal something, which is supposedly the name that Tupac Shakur is living under, assuming he would still be alive, which is also another ridiculous thing to say. So, Chris Todd decides, I am going to publish this book. Puts it on Amazon, and I want to say that it just so happened this will take some months. He's got it to the point where he's going to put it up on Amazon. Did he get arrested? I'm pretty sure this is how it worked out. I could have it in reverse, but did he get arrested? And like a week or two later, Chris Todd puts it out. He puts out the book. The book is called Kim's Lost Words. The book is salacious. It is filled with Diddy having intercourse with multiple celebrities, all of them high profile. And I mean, it's not like it's graphic. It's not overly graphic. It's not written like to be like a software. But it's enough that it's you wouldn't want someone saying these things. Right. And we're talking about, and, so I'll give you two of the well, I'll give you a few of them. So it's Bieber, Usher, Jaden Smith. No, Jaden the Jaden Smith. That's a Will Smith's kid. It's got Snoop Dogg's in there. Albie Shore, which is Kim Porter's ex-husband. It just goes on. Right? So just multiple, and these are just they're disturbing scenes. Like you wouldn't want this, even if it was true, you wouldn't want someone to describe it in these ways. So it's salacious. So it comes out, and it literally sells like in 2 weeks. It sells like 30 copies. So Wade contacts me and says, "Listen, bro, this book is out. This guy was just arrested. Jenny was just arrested. This book is out. It's salacious. He's getting a piece of the whole thing. I want to try. These guys aren't advertising it. He's like, I want to try and get some momentum on this thing. Can we do a podcast?" And I go, yeah, we can do a podcast. Sure. I'm like, yeah, okay. You get on your channel, know anything about it. He's like, no, I'll talk with. We do an hour and 20-minute podcast, maybe an hour. If you're a sports fan, 150,000 views. The book, at the same time, within a day or two, Chris Todd, which didn't want his name associated with the book before, because he knows deep down, I think. If you're looking for the truth, our sports rigged. There's been a lot of crazy talk here with the Chiefs and everything that's been going on in particularly the NFL. Regardless of what sport you follow, this is the complete episode on the truth on if sports are rigged. This is one of my favorite episodes that I've ever done, and I've got a great guest on today, the authority on this topic. I went right to the source because I've been talking about this a lot. You guys have been following the channel. I've been building this up. But I wanted to go to the source on this topic. And this is a very important episode. Make sure you guys are glued to the channel here, onto this channel. I put timestamps here below. If you want to watch this show in its absolute entirety here, we're talking, is the fix in? Are sports rigged? Everything on this topic, and I've got a special guest here, the author of The Fix Is In. I'm going to do a full introduction here, Brian. Brian, too, welcome to the show, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. This is our third meeting here. Let me give you guys a quick update on who Brian Tui is. There he is here. We're rolling up our sleeves here. I'm going to tell you exactly who he is. Okay, Brian Tui is an American author. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Brian. I want to do an introduction here. Brian Tui is an American author recognized as a scholarly authority on the game of fixing in sports by the U.S. Supreme Court. You'll have to explain that to me later. He has written extensively on the subject with notable works including The Fixes In, the showbiz manipulations of the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR, and a sequel, The Fix Is Still In,
corruption and conspiracies the pro sports leagues don't want you to know about. In The Fix Is In, he examines the hidden aspects of professional sports, alleging the leagues manipulate outcomes to maintain viewer interest and maximize profits. He supports these claims with historical examples of behind-the-scenes dealings in various sports, including football, basketball, hockey, and car racing and baseball. He's been a guest on over 200 radio shows across the United States and Canada discussing his perspectives on game fixing. Is that a good intro, Brian? Do we have it right?
Yeah, that sums it up. Good job.
Just so you know who we're dealing with here on the show, right? So we're going to cover a lot. We're going to talk about the motivation behind the book, evidence of manipulation, the media's role. We're going to go on. So much to talk about here. My head's spinning. I mean, the past couple days have been crazy on my social media, Brian. We talked a little bit before the show. I did a video talking about that one catch with the Chiefs and the Chiefs and the Bills game, and basically that's over 3 million views on my Instagram. People are loving this stuff. I've been building you up, man. I mean, where do we start? How crazy has it been lately? Have you been getting any phone calls? Have you been hearing any buzz lately from your end?
No, not really, because I don't do this as hardcore as I used to. I mean, I wrote the original book, Fixes in 2010 was published. Right. So, I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years, which kind of blows my mind because I've been talking about the idea that sports leagues manipulate their own games for basically television ratings for almost 2 decades now. That's a long time. I've been spreading this message, telling people, warning fans, like, look, what you think you're watching, what you're getting isn't exactly what it seems. And so, after a while, we can only shout it from the rooftops so long before I go, you know what? You don't have it by now. On you. It's not on me.
It's an absolutely different landscape when you wrote the book. I think you wrote the first book, in 2010, if I'm wrong, The Fix Is In?
Yep, 2010.
By the way, you can get the books below. I've linked them below. Those books are going to be linked below here for your reading pleasure. I recommend you highly dive in, but this show's going to cover a lot as well. So back then, I mean, it seems like, back then, it wasn't that long ago, but it kind of is. It's like, were you kind of looked at as kind of a conspiracy theorist? Because right now, just to give you a general feel, because I've got my finger on the pulse here, the beat on the street, as they say. And when I'm doing these posts, I would say a good 90+% are agreeing the Fix Is In. In fact, I wanted to give you some context here because, again, I've been all over this stuff. There's actually, they want to boycott, the fans have come together and they're looking at boycotting the Super Bowl due to unfair officiating. True, this is true. I think this is what we need. And they built up, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the comments. I just saw this come up, but there's a change.org website, something built up where you can sign a petition on this. This is how crazy it's gotten. And when I first talked to you, we did a talk in 2021, we met again. I always believed in this, right? You didn't have to, I was not on the fence. I was totally convinced on this. But now, again, we're talking boycotting. What are your thoughts on this as it's come to this point? Did you ever expect it to come to this point based on when you wrote the book to now?
No, I mean, it's interesting because when I first wrote the book, I've had a website since, I think 2006 is when I launched my website, which is fixesin.net. And I've always had my email and stuff available for people to reach out to me. And ever since that date forward, I mean, that's going on almost 24 years now. People email me, in the early days, like, thank God somebody's writing about this. Thank God somebody shares this opinion, because I thought I was the only one. My friends would call me nuts because I would say, I think that game was rigged or this game was rigged, and people really enjoyed having that sort of outlet. And today, what I wrote about even in my books is it's really hard for fans to gain control of these sports because it's not there. As much as fans want to say, when they talk about their favorite team, we should do this, or we should make this trade, or we should hire this coach, or didn't we do well this weekend, or we won the Super Bowl, or whatever. You're not part of the team. You're a fan, and there's a definite separation between fandom and being a part of the actual team. And the one thing I've always said is, look, if we want to change things in professional sports, the only way to get them to change is through money. Because they're all about money. They don't play the games free. They pay the games because it's a business, and this is how they make their money. So the only way a fan can fight back is like a boycott. If you say, look, I'm not watching this, I'm not going to be involved in this until you fix this problem or that problem, the leagues are going to keep doing what they do. And I mean, I think they actually saw it happen. I think in the past, like when Barry Bonds, when he broke this home run record, during this whole steroid era
It was after.
was a backlash. I think there was fans who really got a kind of a sacred record, and they all believed he was cheating. And I think it did lead to the Major League Baseball actually looking out for steroids. I mean, not fully. I mean, I think there's still performance-enhancing drugs in the league. Don't get me wrong, but I think it was enough to make the Major League Baseball take a step back and go, maybe we should clean up this a little bit because we are getting some backlash and stuff in our bottom line. So I think the boycott type of thing is the best weapon fans have retail.
I don't know if there's enough people that get off board. People still buy the tickets. It's a Super Bowl. It's a highly touted event, and I just don't know if we're there yet. I think we just got to piss them off a little bit more because a lot of pissed off people already.
And the problem, like you said, with sports fans is that they all have very short-term memories.
Right.
I mean, they can remember, the 5 years ago, and they can remember the starting roster 10 years ago. But it seems like, 3 weeks ago, they already have those games. You know what I mean? It's a very short memory, selective memory, and they may have been screwed in that game, but they forget about it. They wash it out, and that's the problem. Is it's always about the next game. The last game is a problem for like 2 days. And then it's on to the next game, and they forget what it is.
Yeah, when we're talking short-term memory here, fantasy football, it's like one player has a good week, and the next week he's forgotten about. So I know all about short-term memory and sports fans. That's a big thing. So hopefully there's enough here now for people to start waking up. And the problem is only one team that's really getting screwed. Because this game was prime time. They're standing out, right? Like it's championship weekend. And it's like, okay, the Bills got screwed. And the Bills fans, piss and moan all they want, but it's like, does that really piss off a Cardinals fan, right? And then I'm still seeing a lot of people, they're still like, no, it wasn't fixed. But let's talk about that game real quickly. I just want to highlight that because it's kind of hot right now. So there's a couple things that I noticed real quick. So there was the catch. Obviously, let's talk about the catch that hit the floor, hit the ground, I should say. And typically, like those, like once it hits the ground, and the thing is, the defender had more possession of that ball than I think that the actual receiver. So if it's going to go anyway, it should have been an interception, so that's huge right there, and that completely altered a lot of the game. Then it was the Josh Allen first down. Actually, prior to that, Josh Allen threw a kick, and Cade broke the play, got the first down, went to fourth down. Josh Allen broke the play, and they still didn't call it, right? There was that. And then there was a bunch of holding calls on a return that basically came back around a 40-plus yards. There was like 4 or 5 holding calls I watched that were not called on that return, which really shifted the momentum. That was crazy. And then there was illegal formations. At the beginning of the game, there was also a fumble. And that fumble, what happened was the Chiefs fumbled it, Buffalo recovered, and then the refs pointed it's Buffalo's ball. They was convinced, and then all of a sudden they turned it saying that it was like an offside or something on Buffalo. I didn't say something like that. Yeah, but I didn't see it. Some people say they showed that clip. I didn't see the highlight. Maybe I was too busy recording. There was that, but then luckily Buffalo got the ball back. They fumbled again. They got them back and scored. And then the real cherry on top was at the end of the game, and he threw the ball. Allen threw the ball to Kincaid. Kincaid dropped the ball. It was fourth down. This would have converted a first down. And what ends up happening is he dropped the ball, but there was a flag throw as an insurance policy. So, and the funny thing is it's flag. Everyone's like, the announcers like, flag. And then it's on the screen, it had flag, it was illuminating, and then they're like, no flag, they retracted the flag. So that flag was there. If he had caught the ball, got the first down, they would have called Buffalo and pushed them back. I'm telling you, man, like, it was so blatantly obvious. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, maybe there's a chance that this is not fixed. It was like blatantly obvious. Like, the Bills had zero chance to win this. And that's why I had to get you on the show and talk about this because, again, I've been doing a lot of videos. People are angry, dude. And again, if you can't see this, I don't know, man. You gotta pull your head out of your ass. Like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, how do you not see? I just gave you like evidence. I gave you 5, and that's only 5 or 6 examples. The entire game was rigged like this. So what are your thoughts on that? Like,
the funny part is it would be one thing if half those calls were against the Chiefs and half of them were against the Bills.
Yeah,
you could just say, okay, the game was horribly officiated. That's one thing, but when you have all these calls that always seem to favor one side, that's where it gets really shaky. That's where it gets really questionable. And that's where I think fans should really wonder what's going on here because. And this is always a point I try to make early on in any interview conversation about this back. is there's no law that prevents a league like the NFL from basically fixing or manipulating its own game. There's no law that says they have to call certain penalties or don't call certain penalties. There's nothing that prevents these leagues from fixing the game if they want to, because it's entertainment. It's sports entertainment, and that opens it up to a whole wide world of possibilities that these leagues can do to manipulate games, get the outcomes they want, because at the end of the day, they're television shows. They're big, massive, multi-billion-dollar television shows, and that's what they care about.
But shouldn't there be, at this point, like, this was something we went through back in the day in WWF. I remember people say, like, oh, no, it's fake. It's like, that was a whole thing in the 80s and 90s, right? And now we're kind of having that same discussion. People are coming like, hey, this is fake. This is not real. But they're still playing it up. And that's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about the media's role. This is what I want to talk about. How complicit do you believe the sports media is in basically manipulating this and saying, hey, man, perpetuate, you know what I'm saying? They keep buying into the narrative. How? Because, again, I was watching some mainstream channels, and one of them was like a local Buffalo channel, and it's like, nobody's talking about the fakes. And I'm watching some of these top sports places like Bleacher Report, even the NFL, and they're just continuing on with the narrative, almost like nothing happened. It's like business as usual. I'm like, hold on a second, stop. I'm the only one. That's why I guess I'm getting 3 million views, but nobody else is talking about this. It's like, we're just gonna ignore the fact that there's all this talk about Mahomes is the greatest. Like, no, Mahomes is not the greatest. The team struggled the entire season. Like, why is it? And this is why this is not proper journalism. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. That's why you can read it. It's like, why aren't you talking about how manipulated this was? Why aren't you talking about week 12 to week 14? Or 15 or whatever it was, where they barely scraped up wins against Carolina and Vegas and the Chargers. Those games were tight, and the refs made the decision. Why is nobody documenting it? They're saying, oh, he's next Michael Jordan. No, he's not. It's completely rigged. It's completely fixed. So my question to you, do you know, based on your research and your books and stuff, is the media playing along? And how many these mainstream consents, I call them concheapses, how involved are they in the narrative? Do they turn a blind eye? And I think right now the script is flipping, where people like myself and yourself are just like, no, we're shining because these guys are lying. People don't want this anymore. They want authenticity. How big is the media's role?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, you remember, every major media outlet, I mean, like ABC, NBC, Netflix, they all make money on professionals. They all want to be in business with professionals. Whether it's the NBA, the NFL, the Champions League, because it's the only thing that people still have to consume live. Right. Like the only television show that you can't DVR and watch later, you have to consume live, which means you have to censor the words. So big money for all of these networks, all of these outlets, and they're all in all that. So, of course, their media pundits are going to toe the corporate line because they want to stay in business. They still want to have a job. And journalism in sports no longer exists, especially investigative journalism. It's gone. It hasn't been in sports media for, I don't even know how long, decades. I mean, it is just vanished. It's all just rah-rah and talking heads. And the talking heads just give crazy opinions because it gets people, stirred up. They'll tweet about it or put it on Facebook or comment on the video or whatever it is. But they do that on purpose. I mean, half of those guys, they're saying. They really don't. They just take a contrarian side to get people stirred up. But yeah, they are 100% complicit. And I mean, I think some of them are really naive and probably, believe what the NFL is feeding them and they take it for gospel. But I know there's some for sure. I know because I've talked to some people who don't believe this. That they have seen enough suspects, things to go, I don't know. I don't know about these things. I mean, you got to go back even to the NBA on NBC. The NBA used to get NBC every week to dictate what was going to happen on NBC show. The NBA was running NBC for professional basketball. They were saying what the pregame show would be. They would have halftime show would be, what the postgame show would be. They were running. And so, I mean, there's no separation between the media and sports anymore. They're interlocked. And so they just go lockstep together forward and ignore any sort of conspiracy. Because you and I, what finds funny is we're not the conspiracy theorists, we're the skeptics. Yeah. Everyone's being skeptical of feeding us. They're feeding us the conspirity theory. Yeah. Everyone's stepping back. Wait a second. How is this true? How is this not?
I was given the flash drive
better. When we can see with our own eyes, we can see what unfolds on the screen. You can't believe it for what it is. So
I was,
it's hard to be called a conspiracy theorist when you're one being.
Then it turns into
Yeah, it's really bad at how fake these people really are. They really, really are. And they just, the thing is, like, that's why some of the mainstream, I call it consensus sheeps, are just trying to pretend I don't exist, right? But, like, you can't deny, like I said, on my Instagram,
They pretend when I don't exist. I mean, not to interrupt this, yeah. But, I wrote this book called Restream, which is based on hundreds of FBI files that I obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, okay? I spent years doing this research, spent tons of money getting this stuff out of the internet that nobody had ever gotten before. Nobody had ever picked up, researched anything. And long story short, I put this book together, published it, and my publisher and I had interest in sports from ESPN, from Yahoo Sports, producers from 60 Minutes called my house, I had interviews with them. I had all these major media outlets, what I did and the research I did, and then not a single one did anything with any of it ever. They just ignored it like it didn't take place. Like I didn't find this stuff out, I didn't find out that Hall of Fame basketball players were investigated by the FBI for fixing games back in the 60s and 70s. They just ignored it like it never happened. So if they can do that and get away with it, then they can do a lot of things and get away with it. And the sad thing is, in the greater scheme of things, I'm just talking about sports. Who cares? Just think about the other researchers who have done real research and more important subject matters, and how much they've been shut down and basically censored by omission from these major media outlets because they don't want to promote anything. Because even if they wrote negative reviews of what I wrote, they would still be giving me public. So they just ignored it like it never took place.
I just feel that the impact on the fans right now is just so large. I just think so many people, again, go to my Instagram fantasy football account, so there's a video I just showed you before this where I'm basically standing in front of my TV, in front of my house, and I wanted to swear, but my kids were there, kids there, but my wife's like, you should be swearing. I didn't say BS, but this video, I'm telling you, man, we're talking like, how many million views? That's my other video. That one got 560K. This one's sitting at right now like 3.1 million views, 54,000 shares. It's insane. It's insane. And then the majority of the people, 90% plus, are saying, hey man, I'm fed up. Like, this is BS. It's rigged. Let's boycott this stuff. And I think the impact on fans, what do you think the impact on fans is based on your research? Are they going to eventually fight back, or like where are we right now?
I don't know if they're going to fight back. I think the ones who understand, who are fed up enough, will just stop watching. And I think that's enough. Because, what was it, that one Super Bowl, the Rams won, where Saints got screwed on the past interference.
I remember that, yeah.
The Super Bowl that year in New Orleans were literally cut in half because fans just said, I'm not watching this. Our team got screwed at the Super Bowl. We're not tuning in to watch. It was actually huge. And the NFL took at least in that city. And the more this spreads and the more this occurs again, that's what it's going to take for the NFL and the leagues to change the way they do business. It's going to have to affect their bottom line. But when you have, big cities just funding sports leagues by giving them free land, free stadiums, tax breaks, and all these other things, I don't know how soon that's going to happen. But fans have to realize that, again, this is entertainment. This is not sports. Sports is, may take place in Little League games or something like that. But, in the college ranks and professional football, there's too much money involved to just leave it up to chance. Especially when they don't have one. Especially when they can control them.
Okay, I know what's up, right? Like, I most of the people listening, you guys probably know what's up, right? But I want, again, most of the stuff could be speculation, right? Like, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of calls.
Here's the thing with the speculation, is, what you talked about was just one game, right?
Yeah.
But extrapolate that out. How many different games, we just talked about, the Rams Saints game, this, interference call that didn't happen. Extrapolate that out. Think about, how the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, played the home game, the first home Super Bowl ever during COVID when everybody's locked up at home.
Yeah.
Think about when the Rams won the Super Bowl and basically put line by the refs to beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. And think about the passes Peyton Manning where they gave the Saints the Super Bowl after Hurricane Katrina. You start adding all this circumstantial evidence up. It's not circumstantial anymore. It's a pattern. And if you don't recognize the pattern, you don't recognize that this manipulation happens. You don't recognize that the NBA have put LeBron in finals year after year. If you don't recognize the pattern and you don't admit that there is a pattern and it's benefiting the league and they're making money off the back of these patterns and they're causing these patterns to happen, you're not going to realize. You're not going to understand what it really is.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be, devil's advocate. I'm gonna play the other side here, and I get this all the time. Well, Joe, anything could be a good story. Anything could be. And they could have made the Commanders and Bills a good story. Josh Allen fighting back, Jaden Daniels, rookie. You could.
But there's also we could have had the Rams. And here's what they have in a story.
And this is why
there are certain teams that you would have been hard to make a story on. And I think if you go back historically in the past 5-10 years and look at the teams that didn't make it, that were in the playoffs or even in the championship games, there are better stories than other stories. Because you could have had the Bills Commanders, you made a great story on it. You could have had James Daniels, you had Josh Allen, you had the Bills potentially winning their first Super Bowl ever. The the Commanders, and their new ownership and all that. But you also have a great story with the Chiefs. Chance for 3P, you have Hurts, and you have Barkley for the Eagles. I mean, there are sometimes stories you can make either way. So, I mean, it's not always, but sometimes there are better stories than other stories.
Well, I think there's no coincidences. I think, Peyton Manning won that Super Bowl before he retired, Ray Lewis on it. I have my reasons, but I want to know, because is there any specific examples of evidence? I want, cold hard facts now. Let's dive into it. Is there any, because people are like, this is a great conversation. I still don't believe you. Is there any evidence based on your research that kind of proves, hey, man, these things are rigged, it's manipulation? Can you give us some cold hard facts here?
I think the first thing you should look at is the gambling aspect of it. I think you have to look at the fact that we know, without a doubt, sports games all over the world in the United States have been fixed because of gambling purposes. Because the one thing that I always hear about is, these athletes make too much money from these to fix games, right? But you can look outside, if you look outside the United States, and you look at places like India and China and around the world, cricket games are fixed everywhere, soccer matches are fixed everywhere, tennis matches are fixed everywhere, rugby matches are fixed everywhere. It's a crime that occurs around the world, but supposedly does not happen in the United States, which is hard to believe. It's maybe another crime that happens worldwide, but doesn't take place in the United States. It happens in the United States. There's nobody's looking for it. There's no investigation for it. You must go find it. Sports leagues don't want to find it. Gambling companies don't want to find it. The media doesn't want to find it. Even the FBI and boys and police don't want to find it. So this is the first thing. But here you have a crime that happens all over the world. And you also have something like, for example, the Indian Premier League, which is in India, the cricket league, which is their NFL. It's corrupt from top to bottom. It's been proven it's corrupt from top to bottom. Fans still come out and watch it. The league still goes on. Totally corrupt. Serie A soccer in Italy, same thing. Corrupt from ownership on down to the players, down to the referees. Proven corrupt. Guys have been sent to jail for corruption in those leagues. You look at soccer matches, they get fixed around the world. They can fix a soccer match and say, tomorrow I want this game to end 3-1, which soccer players will make it. So you can have fixes in all these sports, and then they say it can't happen in the United States. What's that true? You just, again, nobody's looking for it, and we know, again, historically speaking, that it has happened. It just supposedly hasn't happened in decades, but again, tell me who's doing the research for it, who's looking out for it. And the NCAA, they actually give a survey to their athletes, student athletes. And then what I forgot what was last time. Percent of them admitted to fixing games. 2% of them NCAA athletes have been in games. Where are the investigations? Where are the arrests? Which games? Big games, small games, Big Ten, SEC games. Nobody knows. But these kids have been into them.
But you have evidence, actual evidence. Did you pull out any files, anything specific?
Well, again, stuff like I found from the data. I mean, it goes back to the 60s and 70s. But I mean, they had information that would come from these top echelon informants within the mafia, within organized crime, and from bookies. They would say this rookie is working with this player. They're going to fix this game. This team's going to win. And they'd have the information before the game, and it's exactly what the winning game would have. But the problem for the FBI was that didn't prove to them, beyond reasonable doubt, that you could prove in a court of law, to cause an arrest. So they would then start getting wiretaps and all these other things, and by that time, the season may end or things would break apart, and then they couldn't get an arrest, and the player would move on, and then he would move on. So, I mean, again, they had information. Guys like Bill Chamberlain were fixing games. Bill Russell was fixing games. Len Dawson of the Chiefs was fixing games. What's his name? George Blanda from the Bears and the Raiders was fixing games. I think that's why they think the Bears got rid of George Blanda back in the 50s, just because he was fixing games. I mean, they had good information, very valid information, and coming from their top informants that this was going on. And they would dig into it, but they never got it to the point where they could make an arrest and send somebody to jail for it. And that's why I think a lot of people don't believe it happens, because we know history. Like, you can't see there's evidence everywhere. It's just, again, for the FBI, what's more important? Chasing after terrorists or, looking in their wrists more important than a game that is fixed by some baseball player? So, I mean, it's not high on their list of things to do.
So who knows about this? I talked to some players that are just the kind of bubble players, the guys that just aren't the big names. They're not Kelsey, but maybe they were like a third stringer. And I talked to some other guys, be like, yeah, we don't know anything. It could be happening. Who do you think is in on it? Do you think it's the coaches, the owners? Do you think it's the assistant coaches? Do you think it's the training staff? Do you think it's the cheerleaders? Who knows about this? And if it was so, like if these people didn't know, are they sworn to secrecy? Like if you do this, we're gonna take you out, right? Like, wouldn't you think that one of these guys would have came out at this point and said, yeah, this is 100% fixed? And one of these players would have came out at this point. Why are they paid so well?
You just did Joe Mixon, right? When he came out, they said we knew the referees were going to screw us. We knew that we come to Kansas City to play. We not only have to beat the Chiefs, we have to beat the referees. And he's not the first player to say that. Right there, to me, that's an admission that they understand that the referees are in their favor of that team.
Of course.
And even
he got fined $25,000 for that,
right? And that's why they find players, right? Because you can't speak out against the officials because you get fined. So they kind of impose censorship on all these players and all these coaches to not speak out against the refs. But all you have to do, I think, is go back to the Tim Donaghy scandal in the NBA. That's exactly what Donaghy said is the referees knew that when they got certain directives coming straight from the NBA, they said, you have to look at this. We want to emphasize these fouls, de-emphasize these fouls. The refs instantly knew that we want the Lakers to win and not the Chiefs. Right, so the referees would go out there, and that's what they would do. Nothing was said explicitly. It wasn't written down on paper. Make sure the Lakers beat the game. But the referees got the marching orders. They understand that they wouldn't do it. The same with game taking in the NBA. Right? If you're Mark Cuban, the $1 billion owner of the Mavericks, twice, 2 different seasons, went on a podcast with Dr. J and went on the Dan Patrick show and literally said, I told my players it was in their best interest to lose. The owner told the players to win. Now, is that not a fixed game? Right? Hundreds of fixed games. The Philadelphia 76ers had the process. Remember the process? Where they take games for like 3 seasons. They didn't discount tickets. They didn't discount parking, hot dogs, or anything else. They played NBA basketball, but they weren't going out to win. They had no intention to win. They didn't want to win. Those are fixed games. It's happening right in front of you. It's happening. But yet people just ignore it. That's just tanking.
That's the same guy.
Which games matter? Tell me which games matter. Those regular season games don't matter. Playoff games matter. Football matter. What matters then? It's a really slippery slope to slide right down the bottom.
Have any leagues come out to you and said, hey man, like, have they responded to your claims and what is their stance on it? Anyone come to you and say, hey man, like, back off or scoop off, or gotten any emails from the league that says, your book's gotta be taken off the shelves, or any threats, anything like that? No?
I know for example that I've been, like, say, censored. Like, when I've done, like, say, I've done 200 some odd shows, that's just those count. Like ESPN, Chicago, ESPN, Boston, ESPN, LA, the major national ESPN shows will have me on. National Fox sports radio shows would never have me on. I know, again, Sports Illustrated said they were going to run an excerpt from in their magazine, and then 2 weeks before it was scheduled to run, they shut it down. Which was all based off the FBI files, which I can show them here, the actual files. Here they are. Tell me where I'm wrong. And, so I know that And I think something that comes from the leagues, I know they know who I am. Because I even had run-ins with the MLB security when I was doing an investigation into potential fixed baseball game. So Major League Baseball security knew who I was. So I mean, I know they know who I am, and I know that they communicate with, again, the broadcasters and these networks. And I feel 100% sure that they shut me down.
Unbelievable. That's where, guys like me are coming out. What's been the show? What's the biggest show you've been on? Like actually been on and actually he's been on there.
I was on there, yeah. Now, see, the funny thing with the Dan Patrick show is they brought me on there because this is before sports gambling basically got legalized when they repealed the PASPA law in the state of New Jersey was suing about it. And so they brought me on actually to talk about legalized sports gambling. So I grabbed an article in favor of legalized sports gambling from Sports America. About a minute into the conversation, I was able to turn the tables and start talking about game picks and the Dan Patrick kind of bid on it. So I was able to kind of reel them in and get to talk about what I really wanted to talk about instead of the sports gambling thing. That was probably the biggest portion of it.
From a fantasy perspective, I noticed that, like, before you have your workhorse running back, right, you have, like, Adrian Peterson, who's the workhorse. Now that these gambling websites, there's more prop betting, like, this guy's over on the rushing yard, stuff like that. What do you think? How much, so, do you think these gambling people, these gambling sites are absolutely in bed with these things 100%? Would that be your best guess?
I mean, I know a lot of people find this scary, but I don't think the gambling, I don't think Las Vegas is necessarily really in the world. I have a lot of people who fight against me that think, how about you say the games are fixed? Las Vegas isn't involved. Well, forget about Las Vegas is multiple companies, right? I mean, it's not like one company owns all sports books in the country. There's hundreds, but I mean, there's several major sports books and smaller sports books, and then more around the world as well. And they're not all in business together, No, of course. I don't think it benefits them necessarily at certain outcomes. I mean, certain outcomes will benefit them in the short term, but long term, sports bettors lose. You can't lose money basically being over time you're going to win money. Yeah, you may lose on this Super Bowl, you may lose on that game, whatever. But in the long run, you're not going to lose. I think what can happen though is like these prop bets and that sort of thing. That's where you get like all spot tips. Whereas they know what happens in tennis and in soccer, especially and around the world, where you could have, say, whatever the running backs over under on yards in this game were 85 yards, and you have somebody or even the player himself go, you know what, I'm going to bet on the under this week, and I rush for 45 yards and I pull my hamstring or twisted my ankle and tweak myself out, and I'm out of the game, and I don't cover that line, then we make a little money on the side. Right? It doesn't necessarily come to the end of the game. It doesn't even mean it's
if you go to, like I said, throw them walk them
is, and that's what they do in tennis all the time. They fix it for, we're going to lose the second game of the second match, or second set of the match. That doesn't mean you have to lose the match, just lose that one game, and we'll make 10 grand. Okay, great. And that's what we'll do. So the thing I think with sports betting is, I mean, you can fix certain outcomes, especially with these prop bets, really, really easily. And again, that's something like 25 years ago.
So I think we're kind of convinced here. I think a lot of people are that, okay, something's up here, it is rigged. So how does this play out? Do you think like Goodell sits there on top of whoever the league commission, the owners say, all right, sorry, Rams, you guys are going to take a loss this year. Chiefs are going to have to win. We're going to create the logo like this because the logo colors match. The Eagles and the Chiefs got matched up. Right? We got to keep the Swifties in, so we got to keep this. So make sure you do this. They bring in the head ref. I understand we can't let the other refs still. I'm just trying to picture. Are they in a boardroom here? How does this really? Because I know it's fixed. Like 100. I know my gut. Like you just know, right? And then I'm seeing the evidence. How does this play out? Like, do you know how this plays out, or how would you guess that this would play out?
So remember, it's the owners' league, right? They own it. Goodell's a figurehead. He's like, they just tried him out there to go through their bidding. It's their bidding. You have to remember, like in the NFL, and nobody seems to know this number for certain, but at least 80%, if not more, revenue is shared. So every team makes basically the same amount of money because they share everything. Ticket sales, the TV rights, all that stuff. There's very few things that each team actually gets. So, like, Travis Kelce's selling a million jerseys because number 50s are all buying them. Every team's profiting from that. It's not going to Kansas City's pocket. It's going to every team. The only money that they have would be if you buy directly in the Kansas City Chiefs promotion. Otherwise, if you buy on NFL.com, it's split between everything. Again, it was 100%. The Cowboys have all the weirdness in the ball, which is why I think the Cowboys are doing bad because Jerry Jones can share his money, but for the most part, all the revenue from merchandise and all that to share equal amongst all the teams. So it doesn't matter. So I think what happens is you go back in history to Major League Baseball in the 1980s. They literally, when free agency was just kind of growing, all the owners, and this was a proven conspiracy, all the owners got in the meeting with the commissioner and they agreed, we're not paying for anybody else's free agents. We're basically going to destroy the free agent market. We're not going to pay for anybody else's free agent. And we all agreed, they all said, literally agreed that they're not going to do this. And they did it for 3 seasons. Got busted because it was super obvious what they were doing. Got sued, lost the lawsuit, and they kind of changed the way Major League Baseball and progressed from there. The fact is, the owners got together and agreed to do that. Every year, the owners have meetings. They have meetings to decide on competition committee and all these sorts of things. They do agree on things. Now, I'm not saying they sit there beginning of the year and like say, hey, Team X or the Chiefs, hey, you guys are going to win Super Bowl this year, and you're going to play the Eagles, and we're going to make sure that happens. I don't think that's the way they do it. But I think they understand that sometimes certain owners come in, like I think ownership that want the Commanders. You spend that much money, you're going to want certain guarantees. It's kind of like when the Golden Knights came into the NHL. You spend $500 million, you're going to want something for that money, right? And they got it. They got all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals for the season. And I think it's those sorts of things where they see certain storylines or certain ownership groups do certain things, like when the Rams built that multi-billion-dollar stadium in Los Angeles, that certain things go along with it. Certain success goes along with that, and the leagues can make that happen. For the long run, I think what it is they just see storylines built, like Taylor Swift starts dating Travis Kelce. Well, that's something we need to capitalize on. Give them a little help. And all you have to do, you mentioned how many plays in that game yesterday. It was probably 6 plays. Every league had things. Not that many. That's all it took. A little help. Push one team over another. Continues a certain storyline, kills another one. But everybody makes money at the end of the day.
So as I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Rising tide raises all ships type thing. So it's all like, let's make as much money as we can as a league together. We all sit together. Like, this makes, as a business, most money, and that makes sense. It really does.
Well, and things too, people don't seem to understand is even though, like you had Tom Brady and his dynasty with the Patriots and a little bit with the Buccaneers, and now you have this Chiefs dynasty. Dynasties actually sell. People jump on those bandwagons, but people also hate watch. They want to be watched. Right?
I'm a hit watcher. I'm a hit horse.
But they get you to the television, and that's what they care about. They want you to watch. They want you to pay attention. So a big dynasty like that may seem bad on the surface, but actually it's great. It's good for business.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate right now with Mahomes right now. His wife and Swift. Even if you look at the NFL, right, they're posting a picture of like Kelsey kissing what's her face, Taylor Swift, and you can see the don't care button, boycott button, and it's like people coming in droves, man. Like, maybe we just don't want to see this anymore.
And they watch.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see it if you didn't watch.
Like a bad accident.
Right.
You're rubbing that away.
Exactly.
So what happens in the future here? Like, where do you see this happen? Do you see any changes? I think they were talking about, like, going over these calls in more detail and reviewing everything and implementing new technology. And like, I don't know, like with tennis, you have that Zoom camera. You can see if it's in within a fraction of an inch, right? But you don't have that technology. You have just a bunch of guys running with these chains and stuff like that. Oh, what did you see, Freddie? I don't know, John. What did you see? Let's just make a decision. Like, it seems a little bit like archaic, like it doesn't seem modern. So where do you see this going? Do they have to adapt, or are they just going to continue to piss people off?
I think they somewhat have to adapt. They don't have to fully adapt. I think obviously, they make $12 billion a season in revenue or something like that.
curated.
And they have the money to implement any technology they can think of.
Like
they really
go
do.
back and search.
They don't want to.
Do your
It's the same with Major League Baseball. They have the bots where they can call balls and strikes robotically, right?
long-form investigative.
And I think that technology is pretty darn solid. They don't want to bring it in because then they lose their ability to control it. You know, I mean, the ball and strike, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but you get behind them 2 or 2-0, that changes the at-bat completely.
And all of that.
And if those are borderline pitches that the umpire calls one way or the other, that changes the at-bat, that changes the outcome, potentially they had an inning the game. And I think it's the same with football. I mean, I would say, like, look, if you believe so much in replay that replay can fix everything, why can't we hear the conversation between the ref and the NFL? Wouldn't that be riveting? I mean, if they went to replay like on that Josh Allen first down, whether you made it or not, and you couldn't hear what New York was saying to the referee, what the referee was saying to New York, people would be like,
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, but it's a mystery. Complete mystery. We have no idea what was said. We never will know what's said.
I want to know. I want to tap into that. That's a good idea. Maybe there should be a technology. Maybe we should find a way to tap into their headsets. I want to hear it.
But I mean, I have broadcast it. I mean, why do I have to listen to Romo? Blah, blah, blah. I think you made it there, too.
Yeah, it is annoying.
Let me hear what they're actually talking about. Why is it a secret? They're just talking about the rules, right? They're talking about the rules. That's what we've been told.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
Frank
No, I don't think so.
That's the question. It's just rules. Why can't we hear them?
I wonder if I don't think the coaches are in on it unless they're really good actors, because you can see coaches get really emotionally charged when a play doesn't go their way. Do you think the coaches, if you were to put your money on it, are they in on it, the head coach?
Yeah.
I think it could be. Again, go back to game taking in the NBA. How does that happen? You know, Mark Cuban tells his team, your best interest to lose because the coach then go out and try to win. Where's the coach? You know, somebody directs somebody to do something in that scenario, which we know is true, 100% true. We know it happened. So there's a professional sports league that says games aren't fixed, and we know a GM or an owner is dictating on down to the coach and to the players. We don't care if you lose in this game. We prefer you lose. So at some point, I think definitely head coaches give you up. Are they always no? But I don't think you have to fix every game. I don't think every game is fixed. I don't think it's professional wrestling. I think at certain times, certain games are definitely tweaked, influenced, some right completely outright fixed to get certain outcomes. But at the same time, you know, why do these losing head coaches and coordinators keep getting jobs? Right, we're gonna be a loser. Let's bring it back. Let's do it again. We think you might do well this time.
Arthur Smith felt gets his dad was the owner of the FedEx or something, just, you know, nepotism type thing, and build people up top.
But that's the thing is, I mean, I think definitely coaches can be both. And yeah, you see obviously emotion, you see everyone's wrong, you see people get mad. But at the same time, you see them also make stupid decisions. Yeah. The non-fans are, you know, not supposed to students of the game. You're like, why are you doing that? Why would you do that? Yeah. You're supposed to have the brain trust, but again, you completely fouled it up. Maybe it was intentional.
But again, it's going back to, like, how come people aren't coming out, like, people that are retired coming out and spilling the beans, right?
What do you have to get? Right. So that's the thing. So if you're a former coach, you're a former player, you probably get jobs or whatever because you're a former player or coach. That's what your livelihood is based on. Yeah. You know what I mean? So how, even if Peyton Manning came out tomorrow and said, I fixed the Super Bowl, I made sure that the Saints won, you know, the NFL rewarded me by giving me Super Bowl 50 so I could retire off, you know, right off into the sunset after Super Bowl 50. How do you believe it?
No.
And he'd be like, look, maybe I'm telling you this is what happened. I did this. They would say,
I think they'd have
no, they would say, where's your proof? You have Stephen A. Smith, here's the proof. Where's the proof? I need to see the proof. You can't have nothing written down. I'm so stable for it. That's what everybody would say. It would actually destroy their reputation. It wouldn't prove anything. And the people like me who believe them might be few and far between versus fans who just backlash. And then there's his former teammates who come out and say he's full of shit. We don't believe him. What's he talking about? He's not rented. That's not going to happen. I mean, everybody would come out against Peyton Manning or whoever it was was. So there's very little of the game. And you're saying, well,
send
it's
my
not
to Ukraine. I'm
Let me tell you, I said,
give
you don't think money
to my son. My son is
Yeah, I guess
excited. I'm gonna fucking partner.
I guess you're right, because Aaron Rodgers, everybody thought he was a nut house when he was not taking the jab when everybody else was. Everybody thought he's like kind of Looney Tunes and like he's a little bit out there when he was, he had his convictions. So yeah, maybe they'll just think that Hayden was the Looney Tune guy.
Well, to me, I've yet to see somebody tell me explicitly if somebody was involved in fixing the game, how they would benefit by being better. Because again, there, Peyton Manning said I fixed it. So what would his proof be besides him like competitors?
And you kind of be outcast, kind of like you're in the big boys club, and Peyton's the one that ratted on everything they're doing, and the kind of the whole scheme behind everything.
Exactly, it affects everybody. It's a trickle down. It's like you become a most hated fan of football. You very little of the game that coming out except maybe clearing your conscience. And I'm sure there are players, there are players who fix games either for gambling or whatever.
All these people that are getting mad at him, they're the people that are.
It's like the guy who worked for the CIA was dead by his values are running away.
Well, if you give a shit about family values, let this man call it his last crackhead son.
Where they say,
his first son
they tell
died
someone
of
you
brain
need a
cancer
wife,
from the burn pits of the
brother,
war.
cousin.
Now he's got one son left, right? This is his last son.
Bad stuff. But it doesn't mean it comes out. It doesn't mean they put it in the book or it comes out in a magazine or a tweet or whatever. But I know these things come out. It's just hard to find who the guy is to really put your finger out the pulse of to really find the truth.
We live in crazy times, man. Like, honestly, even the moon landing, right? Like, if you look at the way they take off the moon to go back, and it looks like this paper mache type photo. And it's like, how did you get it there? Who's taking the video? The shadowing doesn't look good. Now we're getting down the rabbit hole. I personally don't believe we landed on the moon, because if we did, we'd be there, more frequently, more than once, right?
Like, you think we know how to get back?
Yeah.
We did it in 1969. We can't figure out how.
Like communication. I don't think talking. There's no cell phones. Like we have trouble. Like I was talking to my friend Tim. He lives over the boonies. It's like he's having reception issues. And you tell me 1969 you can sharply communicate to the moon? Wait a minute.
Like 235 million miles away.
That's a whole other rabbit hole thing. But again, these people that come out, I think what was his name, Aldrin or whatever it was, Aldrin. And he kind of said it a couple of times. People don't believe him. They still believe that this is the whole narrative. And it's like, I don't even know if this is ever going to come out, man. I don't know if the NFL's ever going to come out and say, do you think the NFL's going to come out and say, yes, we're the WWE? I don't think they will.
No, unless they were absolutely forced for something. Because, I mean, one of the things I always point out is, the Jets fans sued the Patriots and the NFL for spying game. And it went to the Third Circuit Court of Appeal, and a basic decision by the judges were, look, as a fan, you want a ticket to see a game. All the NFL has to do is put on a football game. As long as they don't put on a boxing match or a basketball game or a hockey game, as long as they play some form of football, you have zero recourse. They don't have to follow the rules that they've set. Certain players don't have to play. One team could be cheating. The game could be mixed. It doesn't matter. If you bought a ticket to see an NFL game, they put on an NFL game. That's all that needs to be done. So basically, the law has shown what I'm saying is right. That these things can fix their own games because you have no recourse. Man, you can't even sue for fraud. So they're not committing fraud. They're just putting on a football game, which is why before every game and after every game, this is a presentation of the National Football League. It's a presentation. So what it is, they tell you that.
No legal framework to prevent these manipulations. Not zero.
No, the two closest laws, one is the game show law that came out in the 1950s when they fixed the game shows in the 50s. Because they would give the answers to the contestants. That's exactly what I claim they're doing with football and basketball today. Is they were giving certain contestants the answers because it would make the episodes more exciting. Make people tune in week after week. Well, they got busted. They passed the law, but the law says you can't fix an intellectual contest. So you could fix like Survivor because it's not intellectual. You could fix, America's Got Talent or American Idol. You could fix that. But you can't fix Jeopardy.
These are not bureaucratic.
Intellectual contest. Same with football. And the intellectual contest is going out there. And the other law that was passed in 1963 was the Sports Bribery Act. The Sports Bribery Act was basically to stop gamblers from fixing college basketball mainly. But that law is like literally 4 sentences, and it says you cannot bribe a player, a coach, or a referee to alter the outcome of the sporting. if you're the NFL and you dictate to your referees, hey, we want you to referee the game in this fashion so it benefits this team. You're not bribing anybody. It's just an employer telling its employees how to do their job. And it alters the outcome of the game. So be it, nobody got bribed. So there's no law that prevents this. Like, say the closest thing is fraud. This Third Circuit Court of Appeal basically said, when you buy a ticket to a game, all they have to do is play football. They don't violate rules like how many players play or any certain things have to happen. They fulfilled their promise. What do you think you get for watching it on TV? You have less than a ticket holder in terms of rights. Whereas this was a joke.
This is crazy, man. What would your advice be to fans, sports fans who might feel, disillusioned by the idea that games can be manipulated, or just in general, some people that are on the fence, or people that are completely convinced, or people that are fed up? What would you say to fans at this point with regards to rigging games, being a fan?
Well, I think it comes down to everybody needs to know. I mean, sports is entertainment. If you treat it as entertainment, right? Some people go to the movies, some people play music, some people paint, ballet, whatever. If you want to watch football, you want to watch baseball, and enjoy it for the 3 hours on, great. My problem comes when fandom overtakes everything else. When people all they think about is sports, they call them sports radio shows, they spend all this money on tickets and on hats and on t-shirts and all this other stuff, and fandom is their being. Do you really know what you're a fan of? Do you really know what you're supporting? Right? You come to realize that what you're supporting is a multi-billion-dollar business that's probably lying to right in your face. Then it may change your outlook on these things, and it may actually have people tell me that improves their lives. And once they kind of realize that this was kind of being faked, it wasn't exactly real, they went on to do other things. They paid attention to other things and actually improved their lives as opposed to being absorbed by this fandom, because it can change the way you think and how you do things.
It just kind of sucks, man, honestly.
I know people say it ruins sports.
I'm kind of jaded now. Like, Santa Claus was a real thing till I was like, I don't know, 8. And it was so much fun. And now I just know that the NFL is rigged. Because I really am good at watching games and observing stuff. I know that because I study fantasy, I analyze these players, and I just know that it's a game of inches. And the fact that these refs just interfere and just manipulate the game and screw plays. And I knew, actually, I predicted this game. If you look at my social, I said it's going to definitely be the Eagles and definitely going to be the Bills. Bills have zero chance. I kept saying it. If people go back to my video and said spot on, this age like 5'1". I'm not psychic, man. I could tell, man, the narrative, the colors, the 3P, it's a great story. And, I watched that game, and I really focused on that Bills and Chiefs game, and I really just, like, come on, man, like, just let it not be true. And it's true, man. They had no chance. The Bills had zero chance to win that game.
And the referees, the way they let NFL rules are written, like intentionally vague. There's like gray areas and a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of things, like the interception you're talking about. They can say it's a catch because of A, B, and C. But they could have called it incomplete because of X, Y, and Z. Yeah. It's like, who does they want to favor? So which part of the rule do they want to enforce? And that's the way they're written. So they can say, hey, our referees, they followed the rules because A, B, and C was a catch. Well, what about X, Y, and Z where it's not a catch? Which is it? And that's the problem, though. Is a lot of it's subjective. That's holding. That's pass interference. Those sort of things that can change a drive, that can alter outcomes of games. It'll only take 1 or 2 calls. Sometimes it takes a lot more. Sometimes it only takes 1 or 2 calls, and they're subjective, and their rules are vague, and you can't question them. And that's the way it is, but that's exactly how you manipulate a game. That's how you can do it right in front of somebody's face and nobody will do anything about it.
It is really crazy how subjective it is, and they still I watch these games and I marvel, they don't know what a catch is. Okay, did he have 2 feet down? Was he in? Did he have control of the ball? Oh, no, he bobbled it a little bit. Oh, no, hit the ground. It's like you guys are trying to figure out how to catch a ball in a game that the main point of the game is to catch a ball. I mean, football, it's one of the primary objectives of football is to catch a ball. And you're telling me you guys are analyzing and you don't know if he caught the ball or not? And it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy, the uncertainty around this.
And like I say, I think it's intentionally built in.
What's going to
I mean, I really do. I think that's why the rules are written the way they are. So there is that thing, so you can cite certain things within that rule, which will benefit the team A over team B when you need to.
I'd love to get your feedback, guys. I want people to drop a comment below. One last thing, what is the most shocking thing you divulged when you were doing your research here? When you're doing your research, you wrote these books. What was something that you looked at like, man, that's pretty crazy. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he said that. What was the one thing that kind of shocked you in regards to game rigging?
That's a good question. Actually, I really think the biggest thing was, like I say, when I tapped into the FBI fund, then I got all the information from the FBI that nobody had ever, I don't even know people knew existed. Because, I mean, there was over 400 some odd files that really only dated from the late 1960s into the early 80s, where the FBI was investigating players, leagues, everything. I mean, it was everything from boxing, sports racing, basketball, it was football, it was Major League Baseball, it was college basketball, it was college football, it was all these sports, all these players, and they investigated a ton of stuff that I never even heard of, nobody had really ever heard of. And yet, you know, I mean, I know a lot of people think you have guys pretty shady these days, but back then, it was probably a little more on the up and up. And, I mean, the stuff in there was incredible. I mean, people were approaching players all the time to fix games. They had incredible evidence that games were being fixed for gambling purposes. And, you know, they would even approach the leagues, and the leagues would be like, well, we really don't care. Or the leagues would say, we'll just take care of ourselves, and the FBI will play, and they wouldn't. So, I mean, they were able to whitewash a lot of this stuff away. And really, in the 1980s on, the FBI stopped investigating for fixed games. So nobody's even looking out for it. So we have no idea what's going on. So, I mean, it's kind of mind-blowing in that way. The other thing that blows me away, of course, is that it's legal to fix a game. I mean, that alone is just kind of crazy when you think about it.
I guess who's looking out for it now? Right here, baby.
Somebody needs to be. I mean, I'm getting too tired of it, so you had to take the man and run.
Too much drama for me. To me, it's not even about the conspiracy. I just like to ask questions. If something doesn't make sense to me, I just can't passively watch it and be like, yeah, you know, it was a lackluster performance by Josh Allen. You know, he could have done it, you know, but it was just a sad day. The sun didn't shine the right angle. You know, I just can't. You know, it's not real.
Why did the Bills wasn't they wrote 4-5? Quarterback sneaks along to the left with even the announcer said before the first one, they run always to the left. Really? So Tony Romo and Jim Nantz do that. Where like Josh Allen and the Bills have no clue that they always run to the left. And they did it like 5 times and that game was got stopped.
Yeah, I saw on social where Khalil Shakir was kind of lined up. You know, they had 5 yards to go. He was kind of lined up near the line of scrimmage. And then they had blitz show in, right? And this is a guy breaking down the footage, just a random social media guy. And then he called him audible, and then Shakir came behind Allen, like 5 yards behind Allen, and completely became irrelevant in this play. It's like, hold on, they're showing blitz. You want to have all hands on deck, or you want to do something or run a quick slant to get the 5 yards and make it easy for Allen. But no, he goes and runs behind Josh. Like, who made that play call? You know, it's just like, again, you and I would make a better play call than that. So it just makes you wonder.
And like saying, that's part of the thing where you say our coaches involve people, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember reading, I think it was the Super Bowl, Packers lost to the Broncos.
Yeah.
And they had a chance, they actually had the ball, they were somewhat going downfield. And basically what wanted to be the last call by the Packers, the play they called, one of the players on the huddle said, what did we run it? And they said it again, he said, we never ran that play all year. I don't even know what that play is. So it was like, when the game was online, when the game mattered much, they just pulled some random play that they hadn't practiced in since, you know, summer camp. And that's the play they ran to try to win the Super Bowl. And it's strange choices, really strange choices at really strange times.
Man, crazy times, crazy times. It's getting me a lot of views. It's been a lot of fun. Getting me a lot of views, a lot of exposure, a lot of followers. Because I think people are just thirsty for the truth. And I think that's where your work comes in and all that stuff too.
Well, I always find sales always like around football because there's always some strangeness in the NFL that makes people famous. So the NBA finals, a lot of times it's a spike. But I think you're right. I think those fans again. I think if you're watching a football, whether you're not a football knowledge person, I think you see enough strange stuff that seems to favor one team over another, where you just start having questions. And as long as your memory span lasts more than week to week, the more you see the more you question about it. And I think you have the right to question. I think we have the right to be skeptical of these leagues, because again, they're in the business to make money. They're making billions of dollars off of this stuff. And what other company leaves their, business up to chance? Exodus, it was chance Microsoft, Amazon. Netflix, they just leave things up to chance. Or do they actually strategize and figure out exactly the best way to profit is? And nobody thinks the NFL does it. The NBA does it.
Yeah, man, it's been crazy. And again, what was the last thing? So you guys hit the book below. What was the motivation behind these books? What really sparked your hand? Like, I gotta get into this. Somebody piss you off? Did you lose a bet? I'm just curious to why did you do this?
Well, somebody kind of like I fell into because somebody had to. I mean, I think there was two main books that influenced me. They're really books. One's called Interference by Dan Mateo, and he wrote about organized crimes in the NFL. And there's another book called They Call It the Game by Greg Parrish, who used to play for Browns. And that was one of the few players, ex-players who played in the late 50s, early 60s, and he was part of the NFL Players Association for a very long time. He wrote a book where he basically said he thought Super Bowl III was fixed to facilitate the merger between the AFL and the NFL. I mean, it's a former player basically saying when CBS bought into the league, I felt like CBS bought. I mean, that's strong stuff from a former player, a guy who was still, like I say, involved in the Players Association. But people forget because it was dated as the 1960s. He wrote this in the early 70s. But those two books kind of influenced me after reading those. They kind of set me on the path that I'm going on. And again, it killed the point because nobody else was doing it.
Well, let's do a third edition. I'm interested. If you're interested, let's do a third edition. CC, that could be as a co-author, and I'll push the heck out of it. I think we should do a third edition. I think we overdue because there's so much new stuff going on. I think we should talk about the new fans. How these fans are just like really starting to catch on. So I think we need some updated version. And I can bring some of us off the air. If you're interested, we can talk about it after. I'd love to do a book with. I mean, you could do the main book, and I'll just kind of be. You do all the work.
I'll do all the heavy lifting.
You're the knowledge guy.
I mean, that's funny because the background fix that came out in 2010. The sequel came out in 2019. And it was like amazing how much stuff happened in 10 years.
You've got good data in there. That's the foundation. We should just do an update, another one. You should guys get these two books, get up to date. We're going to work on a third one. I think if you're in, man, I'm making the offer right here, right now. You can't say no. Let's do it. I'll dive in. I'll help on the street. Like I said, millions of views, man. And it's so people watch this video and they want a third edition. If you guys listen this far, you're obviously passionate. If you want a third edition, drop a comment below. I should ask them at the beginning of the show. But it was so interesting. I'm assuming a lot of people made it to the end. So that's it. I think it's an interesting. I think it was a very interesting conversation. I think you answered everything that needs to be answered. So, in a nutshell, yes or no is the fix in with absolute certainty. You have zero doubt, yes or no, Brian.
Oh, yes.
100%. 100%. I mean, 100%. Let us know what you guys think below. Always great having you on the show. Hopefully, we get that third book on the go. Love to work on that with you. Brian, too, he's a great and powerful, the man of the hour. Everybody wants to hear what you're saying, and everybody's talking about what you're doing. We're going over an hour and 4 minutes. So, yeah, thanks for coming on the show, man. And, yeah, man, you are somebody that's definitely going to be sought out at this point, and it just gets hotter and hotter around this couple.
Every time around this year. What happened? 1 second. People see enough weirdness for
it's not like it's some.
Yeah. Not a lot of people are talking about it. So, thanks, guys. Thanks. Drop a comment below. Let us know what you guys think. And Brian, thanks again for coming on the show. Great show, man. Thank you. Thanks, guys. We're out.
But your crypto backed up on this cold storage wallet. It's like a hard drive you keep it on, so it's not on the internet. It's like you keep it safe for a big box or whatever, and no one can touch it. It can't be hacked or anything. I hear you. You're stuck with that. You guys have a ton of this fun. We talk for hours. We're part of a bunch of documentaries and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it actually was like a 2.5-hour documentary on not him, but he was basically throughout the entire document. Right. Follow up the SEC suing
did they sue like a couple years ago? They sued somebody saying it was saying that it's a whole conspiracy. It's got a whole conspiracy behind Ethereum and the government and how they sued this other company to try and get. Because this company was doing really well and it was going to take over Ethereum and Bitcoin. It was going to be the number one crypto. And so what happens is a bunch of people in the government who were invested into Ethereum end up convincing the SEC to sue this company. And as soon as they sue them, knowing they're going to lose the lawsuit, but it will stop them from moving forward, they immediately all step down from their positions and take other positions in private companies. They're all associated with crypto. And this company spends the next 2 years and $500 million fighting the lawsuit. And they just recently, literally a few weeks ago, won the lawsuit. But now he thinks they'll come back. But of course, Ethereum has been running wild since this lawsuit. You're telling me Ethereum isn't not a commodity, but whatever. It isn't whatever they shoot for. But they're saying that this coin is. It's the same thing. That they just filed it to cripple the company. And it's a whole thing. I mean, it's super interesting. It's just, like I said, it's above my play grade.
Speaking of lawsuits, do you know who Billy Carson is?
Yes, he's being sued. I saw that.
No, he's the one suing.
Oh, right. He's trying to get some stuff taken down because he losing, looking bad in the debate or something.
Yeah. So now he's suing people, serving them cease and desist letters at their doorsteps. And it's 2 in the morning. He's on video on the guy's ring doorbell. And he admitted on a live stream video, that he was doing it. He said this on his own fucking video. He goes, I'm just doing this to make them spend money because I know they can't afford to fight me in the lawsuit. And if you say that from lawyer people I've talked to, is that you can't admit that. If you admit that, your shit gets thrown out.
Yeah. Why did he do so badly during the debate?
Because he was debating a guy who actually has a PhD in the Bible, right? And Billy actually has all the facts. Billy likes to make a lot of big claims, big sensational claims about the past and about ancient history, ancient civilizations, and aliens. He's got a couple donkey and also he's got a lot of books and he's got a fuckload of money. And he basically got this debate, I think a lot of it unprepared. And this guy was just laying down hard facts, giving him asking him legitimate questions. Billy coming, it's on his phone, kind of scrambling what to find. It made Billy look bad and really uninformed compared to this guy. And it's not a good look, man, because Billy makes a lot of money. But I don't think his people lose a ton of people like the people on the league. You will, yeah. Right? I think you're right about that. And then doing the lawsuit just makes you look bad. It makes you look desperate. Yeah. Some people are going to follow you just no matter what. They like you. They believe in you. They believe in what you're saying. And maybe it's not 100% accurate or you're making some assumptions. They're still going to follow you because they want to believe in this. They want to believe in this. People are going to want to defend them. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of people who want to see him fall, just like everyone else. So it's a 20%. I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to affect him much. There might be a little bump in the road, but he's going to still keep doing against him. The lawsuit is that's where it starts looking at. Yeah, well, I mean, but he publicly admitted he sued them just to fucking make them spend money. That's not right. That was a good idea. Nothing. I mean, what are we doing? Listen. So, the guy that was, you know how Deveroli had the real story, not the movie. At the end, you know how Deveroli goes to Night Armament, and Night Armament convinces him to come to Orlando. Yes. And the other guy brings, or the ATF agent brings a Glock and gives it to Deveroli, and Deveroli takes it, and he arrests him. Yeah, he arrests him like this. Yeah. Well, remember that they have Deveroli, he looks at the Glock and everything. He checks out the weapons, gives it back to the guy, tells the guy, look, the guy's like, look, I brought the weapons. Can you go buy the ammunition? Deveroli says, yeah,
Okay, fine. He's like, and Deborah says, look, I can't buy any commission, but I'll have my guy buy it.
Yeah.
That guy's name is like Dejan Dejour or something. I forget his name. He's I think he's Serbian. Or he's anyway, the point is that he was one of the guys that was with Deborah Rowley from pretty much the beginning. I talked to him the other day.
Really? About what?
He, after the whole Deborah Rowley debacle, he went back to Serbia for 7 years, and just got back about 11 months ago, and about a month and a half ago found out about the book that I wrote.
Andrew?
Yeah. And no, not Andrew. About once again, and read the book and contacted me and said, listen, man, a lot of what Deborah Rowley said isn't true, and I was there the whole time, and this and this and this, and I'd love to talk to you about it. And so we talked on the phone for 30, 45 minutes, and I said, let's do a share podcast, we'll go through it. And he said,
carrying the torch, Matt Cox. I love to see it.
And he said, he was like, absolutely. So he's supposed to, I think we're going to do it. I think he was saying like the first, he's in Miami, like the first of the year. So he said he's going to go back to his head and talk to some people. Beautiful. Yeah, he's worried about his English, but his English was good. Like, yeah, like, I make sure that I sound. So this guy did business with Deborah Rowley for a long time. Yeah, like several companies with Deborah Rowley's like on, and they ain't come on. Yeah, he's got like 3 or 4 companies in this guy's name that are buying stuff like thing. Yeah. So this guy, like, he knows all the. Should we get an interview with him? I mean, I'm trying to get for your sizzle. Yeah, our sizzle, I thought. Yeah, the sizzle I'm paying for. Yeah, the one that I wrote, the whole one. You wrote it, I'm filming it, paying for it. Oh my god. It's okay. It's alright. It's an equal effort on both parts. I agree. Yes. So, well, I don't know. I thought I'd mention it because I don't think for the sizzle. I think let's get the sizzle out there. But he's one more person. You can toward that. If we can get to that point where we say, okay, there's multiple people that we can do the whole thing. We have the more chance that they can go and say, look, we can this guy, and this guy, and these 4 guys with this. Like, I think it becomes like, okay, it's not a 2-hour talk now. Now it's a 3-part. For 45 minutes piece or whatever. Yeah, this guy's very, look, he's super, he was like, I'm worried about my, he kept saying he was worried about the accent. He spoke great. People like those kinds of accents. Well, what's his, okay, so Serbian? I think it was Serbia, Herzegovina? Is that what? No. So we're in the Serbian Balkan. Yeah. Look at that clever accent. No. Anyway, those accents do well. Yeah, British doesn't do well. Yeah, at least on my podcast. I was on Sean Abbott. Oh yeah, how's he? Oh well, I take that back. He probably won't be his podcast. Yeah, that's how's he doing? He's killing it. He's doing 5 hours a day of lives about Diddy and an hour of just a regular podcast. This guy's, I think he's a huge machine. Is he I don't know if he's doing it every. Well, I think it's good for me. Yeah. That's insane. Same thing. He had Courtney Burgess on. He had all the players on. Yeah. Who are the players? Yeah. He's kicking it. 20 more podcasts you got to do this week. I got one tomorrow, and then I'm going to LA on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I come back Wednesday. Thursday. I think Jess is the Santa get everything. Listen and subscribe. You know, or don't you feel like I have everything? Yeah. You know, like I'm bold because like I don't want, and then you can't say, you know, because you know they're gonna buy something. I don't want very little too. You know, like I got Jess a truck. Did you? What kind of truck? 250? It's a Tacoma. It's like a. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. 2024. Wow. Man, God. So listen, she was, oh, Are you kidding me? The cash? It's like we're looking at places like weird when it's like, look, because I don't have a vehicle. So we're sitting there going, hey, I'm saying, look, well, what about this vehicle? What about this one? Like, we're looking at SUVs. And she's like, yeah, that's okay. That's right. And they're all vehicles around 60, 70,000. And after you're like, get it. We only have one. Yeah. And she looks at me and she's like, yeah. She's like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. She goes, and she's like, and I'm like, well, look, I don't know anything about that. Tacoma's like fucking great. I love Tacomas. I'm like, a truck. And she's like, yeah, but would you get like the one with the, they're like, okay. And so she starts looking, and she finds one. She's like this is what I want. And I see 38,000. It was like 40 different. I thought, let's go right now. Absolutely. Like, I'm looking at something 60, 70,000. I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? And she's like, no, that's what I want. Like, she's not looking at the prices that we're looking at. I don't think she realized the disparity. Right. And listen, we bought it that night. Did you really? Straight to the dealership? Wow. Write it up. Let's do this. Matt Cox. But she got large, baby. That's great. What a great feeling to buy your wife a new car. See, listen, the next day, washed it. That night, sat in the car for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just, it was so cute, bro. Like, it's better than buying yourself a new car. Oh, absolutely. I can care a lot. I've had tons of new cars. Right. Yeah. It's great. You know, Ferrari. Nice. Good. So, but yeah, she sits in and washed it. 3 days later, washed it again. Knows what everything does. She reads the manuals. I've never done that in my life. I don't know what half the shit does. Yeah. But anyway, beautiful. I drove it here. I gotta check it out. Cool. Well, thanks again. Check out Matt Cox's YouTube channel, Inside True Crime, in Espanol, on TikTok. I'll be honest with you, there's better stuff. There's some great. I mean, honest, like you guys, seriously, there's some great stuff on Netflix. Apple has a series called Silo. Yeah, that's something you should check out. Yeah. You could do better than Inside. If you've made it this far, God bless you. Yeah. This is a struggle. You're a real one if you made it this far. I appreciate everybody. Appreciate you, Matt Cox. Thanks. Merry Christmas to all and to all. Nice. This morning in Woodland Hills, it happened about 3:30 in the morning near Coinga Avenue and Ventura Boulevard. Coinga and Ventura. Yeah. Not Woodland Hills. Kind of Studio City-ish, but maybe I'm wrong. Coinga Avenue and Ventura. You think Coinga Thanksgiving. Yeah, you believe this guy. This guy was nice enough to fly all the way here from New Mexico the day before Thanksgiving. When you're going on an airplane for Thanksgiving Day. We'll be back in time for dinner. I'm going to get home late. My wife's going to have a radio for me. She's going to have a meal for me. I think you are worth it. And I think this planet is worth it, and I think people in this world are worth this conversation. That's why I thought it's important. You do a really great job at communicating some of the stuff that you talk about, and you cover a wide swath of topics from religion to spirituality to I just like when I start diving down your YouTube channel, I can't stop. Can I tell you a story about that? Yeah, I was doing from home. I was doing a remote early morning talk show with a station in New York City, and the guy came on in the morning, and it was 6 a.m. for me. It was 8 a.m. for him. No good morning, welcome Greg, thanks for doing the show or nothing. He came on, first thing he said, he goes, why can't you stick with one topic like everybody else? And I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke. And I said, excuse me. He said, man, you're all over the map. Are you talking about planetary magnetics? You're talking about ancient civilizations, DNA, geomagnetic anomalies? What are you talking about? And then I knew he was serious. And I said, wow. I said, we do cover a lot of ground, but if you look closely, every one of those facets is just that. It's a piece, one piece of a single picture, and it's a story of us. It's us and our relationship to our bodies and the world. So, in a very real sense, I am sticking with one topic. It's just a big topic. And he said, let's go to station break. What? That was the end. When was this? It was a couple years ago. Wow. Yeah, it was wild. So for a lot of people, we tend to zero in on one facet
our relationship to the world. Sometimes get really hung up in that one facet. Because we're trained to think, right? And we're trained to compartmentalize our world. We break the world down in the world of science. I'm trained as a scientist. I was trained to think in terms of geology and biology and chemistry and physics. We do that to make it comfortable for us to study the world. But the truth is the world doesn't know about those boundaries. And we're really begin to take a deep dive and a deeper understanding of what this world's about is when you cross those traditional boundaries that separate the sciences and the arts. I've lost a lot of credibility doing that. The minute that I started talking about spiritual traditions as a scientist, my credibility was right out the door. And it's okay. I'm not concerned about that because I'm not working in corporations any longer. I don't need that kind of validation from my peers. Whatever time I have in this world, I think it's a healthy thing for us to do, to understand who we are, our potential, what it means to be a human in this world, because we are now on the cusp, on the precipice of giving our humans away to technology. And that's what the book's all about, and I think that's where we're going to go today. We do cover a lot of ground to make that point, but it's really one topic, one conversation. It's about us. And it's because we're absolutely not what we've been told, and we're so much more than what we've done.
What motivated you and pushed you in this direction to be interested in this stuff in the first place and to become this sort of like public figure around all these different ideas, these questions, these crazy kind of, a lot of them are kind of like woo type thing. I mean, you're on Ancient Aliens, right?
I've done History Channel,
History Channel stuff like that, and they're known for being kind of like out there.
Well, let me tell you how that happens. You film, or I film for one Discovery Channel special, for example, or History or Yes Nope or something like that. And they take that footage from that particular segment and they will slice that up, and then you'll see sections of that ending up in other documentaries that they produce. I had no idea that I was going to be in those. Sometimes they slice it up in a way that looks like I'm supporting something that I actually don't support. And so you have to be very discerning about how the information is used.
So what is your background and how did you get into this stuff in the first place?
Easy questions. The way that question comes about is great. How did you make a quantum leap? What many people perceive as a quantum leap from the world of science and technology. I guess for me, it was less of a leap and more of a progression. I mean, I was not a normal kid. Now looking back, I've been told that. Because I began studying ancient civilizations when I was 4 or 5 years old, and the solar system. And I was blessed. My mom supported me. She didn't understand everything I was doing, but she supported me. She believed in me. That became important in her life. I'll talk to you about that. But she memorized all the planets of the solar systems with me, and all the Egyptian kings and all the names of the dinosaurs, all those things. So I knew I would probably be a scientist of some kind, but I didn't know exactly what that would look like. The flip side of that is, I'll just share with you, you're asking a question. I'm the product of very dysfunctional, abusive, alcoholic family. My father was the abuser. My mom and a younger brother, 4 years younger. My brother and I got the bad end of that. And he left when I was 10. And our family went through, the remaining members of our family, 3 of us went through a really hard time. Financially, I mean, we were more than we lived in government subsidized housing. We were right about my age. In an early age, went to work in a copper making wages in northern Missouri. And I was really proud to be able to bring home a solid paycheck to help our family. I was a union job, worked 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. and I had to go to school the next morning. So it was, I learned to be a night person early, which has really helped me. It's really served me in my life. But the day my dad left, My mom didn't know exactly what that was going to mean, but she knew it had a hard time. And in her wisdom, I say her past tense. I lost mom in 20 December. So in her wisdom of knowing that we were about to face some hard times, she gave me a book the day my dad left. And I know some of our viewers know this book very well. Maybe you do. It's called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. It is it's a classic. It was a Lebanese poet who lived in the 20th century. Every chapter is like a page and a half long. It's just right to it. And there was one chapter in that book that stuck with me to this very day. It's at the bottom of every email that I send out. And it is a mantra that I use every single day. And what he said is that work is love made visible. Work is love made visible. If you're going to do something in the world, if you say yes to it, then do it. And do it really, really well. Not from your fear of what happens if you don't, not from the anger of doing something you don't want to do. But change your thinking to make that your love made visible. And that's a very different way of approaching work. I went to work in factories, surrounded by people that really hated what they were doing and did the minimal they could do to get by. So one of my first jobs, for example, I would load from midnight to 6 a.m. on this particular job. We would load boxcars with 50-pound bags of Purina cat chow. Oh, wow. And those boxcar trains would leave in the morning. And, the distributors, they had to go. Man, I was surrounded by this big-ass job. My body's open on court. And I said, if I do this right, love made this, if I do this right, if I lift this just right, man, these 50-pound bags, it's a really good workout. Then if I shift that to lift upper body, and I'm going to have a good upper body workout, I'm going to work 8 hours, I'm going to have a good workout, I'm going to get paid for it. It's a very different way of thinking. But that ethic has been with me all of the way. And I had two experiences when I was 13. I went to my first rock concert, Jefferson Airplane. And the lead singer was a woman named Grace Slick, and I sat on the front row and I yelled at Grace Slick and told her I loved her, and she completely ignored me, completely blew me off. But here's what happened. In that room, there are 30,000 people in that little, this is a small stadium, and I saw their souls being moved by what happened on that stage. Then we left, and people wanted to have that feeling again, but they couldn't get it without having something outside of themselves to replicate the experience. And that period of time was a vinyl album or an 8-track tape that I was using. Long after that, I had another opportunity to go to an outdoor stadium, 70,000 people, and there was a man named Billy Graham, an evangelist. So I wasn't so much into the message, but what I saw inspired me because he spoke to 70,000 people. And when they left, they didn't need anything outside of them to hold the feeling because his words touched them in just the right way. But something inside them changed the way they felt about themselves. And they were different when they left. And I recognized that at 13 years old. And so there's got to be a way, maybe to combine those. So I tried as a musician for a period of time early in my life, and then I don't want to be a musician on the road. But the words became very, very powerful to me. And I knew that at an early age, in some way, I would use words to express my love for this world, my love for this world, and especially now, we're going through a really difficult time. It's a convergence of many cycles of change. It doesn't last forever. It's a rare, precious moment in the history of our planet when we have the opportunity to make choices and decisions that will forever determine our lives and our fate or our destiny. It's our choice. Destiny of living our potential, or our fate of succumbing to the darkness, to the fear that we have. And I recognize that at an early age. So my first degree is earth science, second degree geologist. It gave me a strong background in life sciences as well. Actually, we're here in Florida. I went to school at FIT over in.
Oh, really?
At that time,
Orlando?
Well, the campus was in Melbourne, the main campus,
Melbourne.
Florida Institute of Technology. I was on the satellite campus in Newtown, Park, Jensen Beach. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Jensen
Just outside of school.
Okay.
Yeah. And had a really strong background in math, physics, computer science, earthly sciences, marine geology, and then I transferred to terrestrial geology at Colorado State University. And that was where I finished in Denver, Colorado, and began working in corporations at that time. And it was
petroleum company?
Well, you can't make this stuff up. It was Phillips Petroleum, is now ConocoPhillips. Same companies merged. But I happened to be there just the right time when computers were coming into vogue. Computers at that time, they filled the entire room. They were big mag tape.
What year was that?
That was 78, 79. Yeah, and I remember I'll tell you, I remember the first day I walked onto the job, it was going to be Iranian hostage crisis.
Oh, no way.
1979, so it's 6 months earlier. And they cut off the oil from the Middle East, and so petroleum companies were trying to create. We had no reserves, and all of our oil was coming out of the Middle East. I don't know. I know you don't remember this, but it was one of the few times our nation was actually rationed gasoline. We were rationed 10 gallons per vehicle per week. And this is the age of muscle cars.
That's crazy. In the 70s.
Yeah, 10 gallons didn't go very far. So I happened to be in the industry when they were using computers in ways they'd never used before. And I was a computer geologist. I was doing subsurface mapping of energy. In this case, it was in North Slope, Alaska.
Still find that black hole.
Yeah, and so I learned a lot. Self-taught on the computer. I could walk into my company on the weekend, and because I have a security pass, I could go into the computer room, and there were all the computers of the day that were there, and all I had to do was read a manual and learn how to program these computers. There were CDCs and DEC and IBM. There was no Microsoft at that time. There were no Macintoshes, iOS at that time. Fortran was the main computer language. Fortran, O-R-T-R-A-N. There was Fortran 4 and Fortran 77. So although I was an earth scientist with a strong background in math, physics, computer science, and ocean science, the computer science was where I really excelled in those jobs. And they wanted to transfer me to Saudi Arabia. I didn't want to go. And so I left and took the computer expertise and applied for a position with a company that explored the stars and the planets called Aerospace. And they hired me, but it was during the break. And he said, well, you've got a job, but we need your expertise in civil war on the defense side of the house. We want you to be a programmer. And I was a senior computer systems designer for my area. And I'm saying this was important in this conversation because it gave me insight into some of the most advanced technologies at that time, or even today, advanced laser systems, computer systems, radar systems, everything. And what I began to realize, because of my background in biology, is that all the stuff I was seeing built around us, as cool as it was, I have yet to this day to see any technology outside of it that doesn't mimic what we are using. Except we do it back. And that's going to be important to talk about. So it was that path. It wasn't a quantum leap. It was a logical progression that I was developing. I understand the technology and science by day. By night, I was studying. I always have since I was 5 years old. ancient civilizations, ancient texts. Because I've always believed that when this really, I don't talk about this a lot, but you asked me, so it's the most wonderful. During the Cold War years, twice the technology failed for reasons that are still mysterious today. 1983 was the last time that actually Soviet Union, former Soviet Union.
Is that the story of the guy that the Russian guy was in the submarine and they told him to
that was another story. But what happened was the tensions were so high and the paranoia was so high. There was a flight, Pan Am flight, the airline used to be called Pan Am. And you can't make this stuff up. The flight number was 007, 007. In the 60s and 70s, that was code for a secret agent, right? 007. That was the flight number for this plane. It strayed, civilian craft strayed into Russian airspace. And the Russians, because they could reach the plane 007, they were sure it was a spy plane, they shot it. Killed all the civilians, one of the civilians was American congressman. Somehow they had just killed the American congressman during the Cold War. They thought that because they took out our congressman, we were going to retaliate, and because of that, they thought that they should preempt us, and that was when they pushed the button. That's how crazy this stuff is. And it didn't work. 1962. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a movie that came out that was called The Fog of War, and the former Secretary of Defense was named Robert McNamara, who was since passed. And he's being interviewed. First time in Cuba since the missile crisis with the Cuban Secretary of Defense. And the interviewer asked Fidel Castro, he was there with Castro, they were having a conversation. And the interviewer asked Castro, if you had the nuclear missile, would you have ever launched against America, knowing that America would destroy the country? And he answered, and the translator translated that answer, and McNamara said, this must be a mistranslation. He said, ask it again. And he asked again, and McNamara's face went white, and he came back because the first time during that interview, he learned that Cuba had, in fact, received nuclear missiles, and that Castro had, in fact, pushed the button, knowing that his nation would be destroyed. He was so angry after they had invaded all the stuff that happened, that he was willing to risk that, and the technology failed for some reason. So these are very frightening times, and it was within that context that I found myself working in this industry. I'll just tell you, because it wasn't my choice. I didn't wake up in the morning and say, yeah, I want to go.
It's astonishing the level of technology we were able to develop and achieve. The technological progression that we were able to do during the Cold War is like unparalleled.
War times typically what pushes the technology because we have unlimited funding and we have unlimited human resources, and they are given the license to push this technology. It's an engineer's dream. Yeah. So it was within that context that I found myself in this industry, and I've always believed that if we know where to look and we know how to look, that somewhere in our past, those who have come before us left us the clue to give us the reason to think differently so that we would never have the kinds of wars again that we're having in the 20th century. And I felt like it was worth devoting a lifetime to hopefully gain some insight, maybe not the whole answer, but our ancestors left knowledge for us. Some of it we're only beginning to understand. Some of it is things that we've never seen before. It wasn't science in the disciplined way that we see science today, but it was knowledge in terms of us, our relationship to the world, and our own bodies. And so by night, I was doing that. And what ended up happening, I would give seminars on the weekends, and I was working in these corporate positions as a senior computer software designer. And one day, our supervisor came in. It was all male. You know, it was cubicles, Air Force. We were working with the Air Force and stuff. He'd come in and have a big soggy cigar in his mouth that couldn't be lit indoors, but he had it there anyway. You know? And he'd say, well, man, the good news is it's Friday, only 2 working days left until Monday. And we knew when we heard that, it meant we were all working overtime. And I said, I can't. I have a room full of 1,000 people waiting for a seminar that already paid for. And I've already committed to it. And he said, son, you have to make a choice. You work for this company or you work for those people. And that was my pivot point. So I left the corporations. There were other things that would happen if I left the corporations. And began doing full-time, where I had been doing nights and weekends part-time, within the context of a very frightening history of the world. We are now in another one of those frightening times where there are forces, organizations, and beings who are pushing us to destroy ourselves. It's not good. What's happening is not good for humans. And the arrow in the path as I speak to you today, this is a very delicate, very fragile in the history of our world. And that's why I think it's good to have the conversation with people about that. And so that was a long answer to a short question. It wasn't like I had some deep near-death experience or spiritual awakening. It's a logical progression. And I think the multidisciplinary background in so many sciences is giving you tools to stay on top of the discoveries. I mean, discoveries, they are coming so fast right now. There are science journals. There's a journal named Science. There's another one named Nature. Right. Peer-reviewed scientific journals every 30 days. So many discoveries are coming out in between those releases that they can't keep up. So now they release weekly newsletters to keep us informed of discoveries until the end of the month. The big journal comes out. Right. It's like the floodgates have been open when we begin thinking. Everything from the macro, the edge of the universe, to below the quantum level, to understanding genetics.
Yeah, it's the time during the Cold War, and especially surrounding the Kennedy assassination, what was going on inside the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the total nuclear annihilation they wanted to plan, Kennedy wanting to get in the way and pull everyone out of Vietnam, and how that led to essentially him getting assassinated and the whole cover-up behind it. But I mean, that is like, that really showed, I think, more than ever, that there is a deep rot within the United States and the people and the military-industrial complex and people that are behind the scenes.
Well, okay, so maybe this is how we're going to begin this conversation. How deep do you want to go?
Deep as you can go. I'm ready to go.
What you're calling that deep rot is, and I agree with you, unless we recognize the context, it's very easy to get sucked into the drama of the individual rots, like a presidential election, or like a war in Ukraine, or whatever, financial collapse, banks collapse. Yeah. So let me just begin, and you can't make this stuff up. I'm going to go back. I'm a student of ancient texts, as I mentioned, and when I was a kid, one of the big mysteries was the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, they were discovered, the first scrolls were discovered in 1946 and 47, right? And we've had experts on here that know way more than I do about this, so I apologize if I'm redundant. No, I don't know exactly what he said, so let me just go over this. The scrolls were first found in a cave in 46, 47. There are 11 caves. Actually, they're still discovering. They're still 2023. They just discovered more fragments of the scrolls.
There's a lot of fakes.
There's another cave, but there are caves that continue to excavate these caves. and they found more. So you can't make this stuff. It was in cave number 1. So the first cave and the first vase that they found, and these are not little, bell jars. These are big clay.
They're bigger than this.
Oh, they're like this small. And they were sealed with tar in pitch, and that's what kept the scrolls dried in the environment. In the first cave, the first scroll that was pulled, the first vase that was pulled out, and the first scroll that came out of that is the reason that so many of the scrolls for 45 years there was a legal battle not to release the translations into the public. And it was not until the early 1990s. I was a member of something called VAR, Biblical Archaeology Society. I don't talk about it a lot because it hasn't come up, but it's relevant here. Herschel Schmitz, who was the man who headed up the Biblical Archaeology Society, Archaeological Society, and he pushed and legally pushed to have the translations released. The Vatican was pushing back, and there was a lot of political pushback. And he very courageously pushed to have these released. What could possibly be in the scrolls of over 2,500 years old that were worn, holding them from the public for 45 years? And the answer was in that first scroll. So I'm going to say this, and it will be the context for everything we're going to talk about for the rest of this conversation. That scroll spells out very clearly. It's called the War Scroll, 19 columns. And it spells out very clearly that we continue today. We are living in ancient Babel, began the first human that emerged onto this earth 200,000 years ago. 10,000 generations ago is when we appeared. When the first of our kind appeared, we were born into an ancient Babel that continues to this day. And the very language, this is the exact language, it's a battle between it's called the sons of darkness and the sons of light. I had a program recently and I shared that with a woman in the audience who was very offended because she called it sexist. So because they didn't have sons, because it's sons, and what I want to say is that 2,500 years ago, science included women. They didn't have the gender conversation going on that we've got going on right now. So we are living, these scrolls are the ancient, yes, the obscure. We are living right now a battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. And that battle is playing out in terms people are more familiar with, in terms of what we call good and evil. Now, the battle ebbs and flows throughout time. The reason that we're seeing the emphasis on so much evil in our lives, the different kinds of evil we've been talking about, is because we're barreling down this path toward a convergence point that has been identified as the year 2030. Right. So 2030, United Nations has identified this, World Economic Forum has identified this date. There is an event that will happen during that time. And what you're seeing is the powers that be jockeying for position to be in the best place before we get to that point. This is why you're seeing a concerted effort for the remaking of the world in a way that we've never seen before. We could do this whole program on how the proposals are to remake the world through the UN Sustainable Goals, SDG 2030, 17 goals, in partnership with the WEF. That's on the whole conversation. So what sets them apart from any other time, we've always had the goal to change our world. You mentioned this, because the technologies advance so quickly. Yeah. We now have the ability not only to change the world around us, but now to change the world within us. And there's a concerted effort to replace our humanness with technology within these next. It's been going on, but we're going to see a doubling down on this within the next 5 years, by the year 2030. What do you mean when you say replace our natural systems and our natural biology? Winter is coming. Computer chips in the brain, RFID chips under the skin are being used in a lot of European countries now. Chemicals in the blood to replace our natural biological functions, including our immune system. Nanobots circulating in the respiratory system. Yeah. We have all of this technology now. And here's the thing, it's being marketed. I know it's happening, and I'm still in awe of how sexy the marketing is. The way this stuff is being presented to young people, especially, to grown-ups, to adults, is that it makes life easier. It gives us more security. If you got RFID chips in your body, you can never get lost, you can't be trafficked. All that's true. What is the price that we're going to pay? At what price do we want to bring this efficiency and the speed of this information processing into our lives? So what we're asking is, what do we give away when we give away our biology? And this is the reason. We just battle between sons and daughters. I want to use a word. I know it comes a lot of grammar. I'm going to use a word that we haven't used that means different things to different people. So I'm going to use it and we'll find it. It's a battle for our very humans. Yeah, because there's something within us that is so ancient and so beautiful and so powerful and so precious that nations will reward these nations to keep us distracted from this essence of ourselves. Societies will be collapsed, climate will be engineered, pandemics will be unleashed, lies will be told. All those things are important, but they are distractions, they're diversions that are keeping us from this essence, this force. The human body is the link to something that's called divinity. Now, divinity to many people has something to do with religion, but the contemporary definition of divinity, it simply is the ability to transcend perceived limitations. Transcend means to become more than perceived, and I love this. It means we may be living limits in our lives that aren't even true. Limits that we've been indoctrinated to accept through family, society, religion, culture, science, those limits. So our ability to be the best version of ourselves is the goal, limiting us from the ability to be the best version of ourselves, limiting us from the ability to heal our own bodies, limiting us. So what is divinity? Divinity is the part of us that's timeless, it's ageless. It's where our imagination begins, it's where our creativity begins, it's where our love begins, sympathy, empathy, compassion, healing, all are functions of human divinity. If the powers that be want to change the world, we are much more vulnerable when we lose access to it. When we lose access to our ability to heal our bodies, to our ability to imagine and communicate what we're imagining and to create and innovate, all of those things. So there's a concerted effort right now. And I can share with you the science. What is it about our biology that actually links us to that divinity? We can get into that, but I just want to go through this stuff.
Well, I see what you're saying. It's been a theme on the show with recent guests that we've had on. There is obviously something going on with the human body. You can see it when you compare us, people living in metropolitan cities, and people that are surrounded by screens all day, inside underneath artificial light, doom scrolling on those dopamine slot machine iPhones that we have all day long, getting all of our information from these screens. And there's a very clear difference between us and people that are living in the Amazon. When you go down there and you're disconnected from all this stuff, and you're not surrounded by this artificial light, all these non-native EMFs, all these screens everywhere, these blue light screens that are basically hijacking your circadian rhythm. There's something inside the body that many people have been on the show describe how it literally happens to them, and it's eye-opening. Where there's these senses that are buried in us that open up once you get out there and you get away from all this civilization and technology. And that seems to be suppressed by everything you just talked about.
It's even more than that. That's everything you're saying. Yes, I lead groups. I had just finished in 23. I finished my 49th tour in 47 years of every year. And when I'm down there with my groups, and the high Andes for a couple of weeks, and then we come back. And we usually come back to a major population, either Miami or Dallas.
Right.
Is how we come back. The world feels loud and heavy, and you have to really adapt to this world once you unplug from all that. But it goes beyond that, and with your permission, I realize I'm talking a lot.
That's a good thing.
I want to have this conversation, but look, can I share an experiment? It's a mind-blowing experiment, and it illustrates why our body is so important, and why our body is the target of the evil. And this is a form of evil. When we are prevented from accessing our divinity, that is a form of evil. Can you see where that would be?
When we are prevented from accessing our body,
Prevented from accessing our divinity.
Prevented from accessing our divinity.
You're prevented from accessing,
because the evil is somebody who wants to control us by blocking us from ourselves.
Divinity is the source of our imagination, creativity, our love, empathy, sympathy, compassion, healing, the very essence of our humanness. These are the values that we cherish, the characteristics that we cherish. If those are failed, we're still alive. But what kind of beings are alive if we have them? And that is a form of biological evil. There's psychological evil, there's biological evil. So let me share this. So what's behind this? Let me share this experiment, and I think it'll make more sense. This is when I show this to live audiences. It's a mind blowing. So the Salt Institute did this particular experiment. It's been replicated by other organizations since then. So if we Google this, it may come up with some other organizations. It was Northern California, the Salt Institute. What they did is they took human neurons separate from the body. So they put them in a petri dish. So here's some cells in a petri dish, not connected to a body. Okay. And they had a special computer chip where they could take, I think people are familiar with, if you look at a neuron, it's got little dendrites, these little tentacles look like they're coming off the neuron. They were able to put those into the port of a computer chip. So now you've got a machine cell interface. So you're actually, the neuron is actually connected to a special computer chip. All right? And it's not connected to a body. Okay? Now, they took this computer chip and they put it into a computer that was loaded with a primitive video game that came out in 1972 called Pong. If you remember, of course, Pong, if our viewers aren't familiar with it, it's just a very primitive, like a tennis game. And I remember, it's so primitive compared to now because we're so sophisticated with this. But back then, it was the thing. I mean, people would spend hours playing this game. So here's what happened. They hooked the chip into this machine loaded with Pong. These neurons began playing Pong. And the longer they played, the better they got. They were learning. So the question, there's no human attached. How does a neuron in a petri dish know how to play the game of Pong? The answer to that question is why this conversation is so important.
Okay, this is the article right here, published in 2022.
I don't know if that's the article, that may be an article.
Brain cells in a lab dish learn to play Pong and offer a window onto intelligence. The dish of living brain cells has learned to play the 1970s arcade game Pong. About 800,000 cells linked to a computer gradually learn to sense the position of the game's electronic ball and control the virtual paddle, the team reports in the journal Neuron.
See, even they're missing the point. Because the question is, how does a cell even know to begin to respond, to play this game?
Right.
Okay, so here's the point. Here's the point they're missing. Where science has taken a big turn is we've always thought of our bodies as soft, sticky, gooey, wet, mushy cells and biological stuff. In recent years now, scientists are beginning to look at the human body from an IT perspective, information technology. And the discoveries are not being published in biology texts. They're coming out in IEEE and these obscure engineering journals, the Journal of Advanced Computing Technology. That's where they're showing the study. I mean, my genre, people aren't reading them, and I don't know about our viewers. So you're not seeing a lot of this stuff. Here is what they found. They literally are saying that human DNA is a fractal antenna. What that means, fractal antenna, it's not just tuned to one thing, it is tuned to broad spectrum information across a vast array of bandwidths. Okay, it's not just tuned to one. Human cells are also antenna. Human neurons are also antenna. Right? The antenna in that petri dish, the instructions for the palm are not in the neurons. The neurons are the antenna, the biological antenna that tune to the place, the information in the field that underlies all existence. The field that was revealed, CERN superconducting supercollider, 2012 announced that there was a field underlying all existence. They now acknowledge that.
The field of consciousness.
Well, some people call it consciousness. It's information. It's a field of information. And now it's a very different way of thinking. I got to tell you, this is not my training. I was not trained to think this way. I had to cross traditional boundaries and open my mind to follow the data to where it's leading rather than trying to force the data into a pre-existing story.
Right.
That's important for all of us. So the neurons in the petri dish are in communication with a field. Song was played by millions of people for so long. There is a vibratory essence held in that field. Some spiritual traditions call it the Akashic Records, or we call it the Matrix, or the Divine Matrix, or the Planck vibratory field, or the zero-point field, or whatever you want to call it. It's all, depending on the application, people give it different names. The diamond is that we are a field that it's not out there. We are part of that field. And the neurons in that petri dish are tuned to the place in the field where Palm lives. And the longer they play, that's how they are able to get better and better. The neurons in the petri dish are tuned to Palm in the field. The neurons in our brain and in our heart, the cells of our body, are tuned to the field that holds our divinity. When our biology is replaced, we no longer have those antennae communicating with that part of the field, and we become lost. We become frightened, we become fearful, and we become vulnerable to the control and the agendas of others. This, I think, there's so many ways to go about this, Danny. If people are biblically inclined, we've always heard that the body is the temple. 1 Corinthians 3, I think it's 3:16. Know ye not that the body is the temple of God. That God dwells within your body, and people say, yeah, cool. This is so interesting. As an archaeologist studying ancient temples, whether it's in the Middle East or it's in Asia or Greece or wherever, ancient temples, when they were built, they were always built in layers. And the innermost sanctum, the innermost room, was always the place where the greatest wisdom and the highest knowledge and the deepest secrets were kept. It was called the Holy of Holies, temples. If we are a temple, we have not one Holy of Holies, but we have 50 trillion Holy of Holies, because the nucleus of every cell holds the DNA that tunes us to our divinity. That is our Holy of Holies. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. No, we had a gentleman on here the other day who was showing us, aerial images of temples, of ancient temples, and they were shaped like human bodies. I think one of them was in Egypt. I think even the Vatican. He was explaining how, like, the aerial image of the Vatican, how, like, the center of it was like a pregnant belly or something.
Anyways. Yeah, well, this is there's an analogy that goes with that. So if we, and this is not for everyone, because a lot of people don't want to think this way, but if you are biblically inclined, we are a temple. And within the nucleus of every cell is the DNA that tunes us to our divinity. If you want to think that way, just think from IT, information technology. 50 trillion cells in the average human body. Every one of those cells has an electrical potential, 0.07 volts, which is small. If you do the math, 50 trillion times 0.07, it's 3.5 billion volts of potential in one body. I mean, what if you could harness that and apply it to your own, to deep intuition, or to super cognition, super memory, super learning? And we can't do all these things. It doesn't stop there. Because every cell in the body, I'm smiling because when I put these pictures in a live audience, I've got young people, and I say young, millennials, they're younger. Every cell in the body functions as a transistor and a resistor and a capacitor. I put those on the screen, and the kids, they're just like, what are those? And I said, well, these are what used to run our televisions, radios. I'm a musician. They used to run my guitar, my amplifier. I'd be on stage at night, and the back of the amp was open. And we have these big, called 6L6 power tubes that glowed violet in the back, and it's just so beautiful to see. And they said, well, we've never seen that. And then I showed them a microprocessor, and they said, oh, you know what those are. And I said, well, every one of these components is on that microprocessor, transistors, resistors, capacitors. We go, oh, okay, we're with you. So every cell in the body functions as a gated circuit. Information in, information out. It's massaged by resistors, transistors, capacitors. Biologically, within the body, every cell receives light, and we transmit like photons. They're coming in, we're transmitting light is information. We're pulling information in. Our body creates UV light. It creates UV light. I bet our listeners are going to love this, our viewers. Every successful genetic transaction in human DNA is in the genome that we have today. It's preserved. It is transparent. You know how to look at it. It's right there. It's not hidden. It is secure, and it is immutable because it's distributed throughout the 8 billion people that live on the planet. And if those terms sound familiar, they are the basis for the new financial, decentralized finance that we are now, is now emerging in the world. Blockchain technology mimics the information stored in the genome. That's why it's so successful.
That's so funny you say that. I just had a guy, genome expert, on the podcast like 2 weeks ago, who was explaining this exact same thing and how they're doing studies. And Kevin was explaining on how they are saving their sequences and their studies. They're somehow saving them on the blockchain.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is so all of the. I said this earlier, and I knew we'd refer back to it. I have yet, Danny, to see any technology built in the world around us that doesn't mimic what we're already doing. So, gated circuits, transistors, resistors, capacitors, photon emitters, photon receivers.
Right.
The DNA literally is a fractal antenna, and we can go on with this. But here's what I learned from being in this fractal antenna. Fractal antenna means that you're receiving information not from one isolated station. It's fractal, so you're receiving many signals across many bandwidths across the broad spectrum of information. It's coming in all the time. So one of the things I learned is fascinating is the more complex a system is behind the scenes, the simpler the user interface. You just picked up your phone or your iPad. You touch one place and you set into motion a whole cascade of events. You pay your bills, talk to your friends. All you did was touch a picture with your finger. It's a very simple user interface for a complex system. We're the same way. We are literally what is called soft technology. We're not the primitive hard technology like computer chips and wires and chemicals. We're more than that. We're human. We are cell membranes and neurons and ion potentials moving across cell walls. Here's the beauty: don't have to do any of it because our user interface is the bottom line of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions: thought, feeling, emotion, breath, focus, movement, nutrition. That's our user interface. And as we learn, also called epigenetic factors, as we learn to use this user interface, we awaken this soft, highly advanced, technologically sophisticated technology. And this is why there's a concerted effort to veil us from this extraordinary potential. One of the ways of doing that is by replacing our biology with machines. When we lose our humanness, we lose our ability to access our divinity. That is a form of evil. That is biological evil.
Let me pause you right there. Let me ask you this. Do you think that this is a concerted effort or a malevolent effort behind the scenes? Or do you think this is just like Silicon Valley capitalism going off the rails?
Okay.
Have you ever wondered what happened to the legendary Chuck?
Fundamental battle. A lot of people, when I was a kid, I was born and raised in northern Missouri, rural northern Missouri, back in the 50s. And we would talk about it as a joke. Good evil is a joke. There's a little red devil that had the horns and a pointy tail, the little angel here. They were having this conversation. Evil is real. And it's deceptive in the way that it plays out. Because we are barreling down the path to this convergence point in 2030, evil is rearing its ugly head. And if you think that's not true, watch the music performance at the Grammys 2 years ago. Literally satanic rituals playing out under the guise of entertainment. Or if you saw the opening, closing ceremonies of the Olympics.
Oh yeah.
What does the pale white horse of death on the river have to do with the greatest Olympians in the world coming together?
You know what's funny with the Olympics thing? Everyone focused on the what was the
Here's the Last Supper.
It wasn't the Last Supper. It was something else. Or no, maybe it was, but it wasn't. It was Dionysus, right? It was Dionysus and Apollo. It was something of Apollo. Anyways, it wasn't. I don't think it was supposed to be the Last Supper. I think it was supposed to be. Can you find out what that was actually called, Steve?
They made it look like the Last Supper for a reason, but they're not trying to hide it anymore because we are, and what they're now doing is the attempt to replace our biology is being made to look like a good thing. We're being told all you have to do is accept this in your body and you'll be safe. You will be more secure. Your life is going to be easier. And people are exhausted because the world is exhausted in these last few years. And they're just saying, make it better, make it better. If I can go to the grocery store, do my banking, and now I pay for it with an RFID chip, which I've seen in my wrist. Because no one...
right. The Feast of Dionysus. Right. So we did a whole podcast on this, but like apparently that's not supposed to be. They're saying it's the Last Supper, but I think what Neil was telling us was that was Apollo, that the large woman in the center is supposed to be Apollo.
It was a play on the Last Supper, and it was a play on the Last Supper to denigrate the meaning of the Last Supper.
Right, yeah.
So the point is
that woman is the Jesus Christ we deserve.
I mean, evil playing out.
There it was. There's the original. So that's Dionysus drinking wine at the bottom. Or eating his grapes. There's Apollo, right, exactly. The 7 rays. It's still the same 7 rays that Jesus had in the Last Supper.
What does all this have to do with the Olympics?
It has nothing to do with the Olympics. Exactly. But the funny thing is, though, is everyone paid attention to this, and no one paid attention to the badass Gojira concert that was going on. You see the metal show that they had? They had this band Gojira, and they had them all like on the balconies. Like they had the drummer on his own balcony. I heard it. They had the guitars on his own balcony. Oh, it was sick. I think that was a definite win for the Olympics. But yeah, this whole thing was silly. There it is.
Yeah. Here's the point. And some of it may be just people.
And people like to take it to the extreme too. Like people on the opposite end of everything, they want to make things out to be something they're not. So it's like you got to try to like be said. The truth is usually somewhere.
If you're looking only at that, I would agree. Yeah. Now you look at the context where you can see where are the events that are being portrayed. Are they in support of life or they deny life? And are they in support of our humanness, or do they deny our humanness? And whatever the answer to that is, I mean, this goes so deep. There's a concerted effort to remake our planet. There's a concerted effort to remake our society. There's a concerted effort to remake our very biology. And all those are playing out at the same time. They're all being pushed as an agenda by the year 2040. And who's pushing? Who's behind it? Well, this is. There are people who are prone to greed, and you say, well, people do it for greed and money. When you talk about the fundamental evil, they don't need money because they make the money. They don't need that money. This is a fundamental battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light to deny life as we know it, to make this world into something that is not good for us. Let me give you an example. Climate change. I'm a geologist. Climate change is a fact. I've been talking about since 1979. Humans are not causing it. Studies clearly show that humans are not causing it. We contribute to it a little bit. You go back and the relation.
Not enough to like raise the sea levels, but I think it's known that humans do contribute a little bit to climate change, right?
Okay, so if what you're saying is that carbon dioxide is contributing to climate change, and that is the problem. You go back and look at the ice cores. What you're going to see two things.
Yeah.
There is when we look at the Vostok ice cores, and they show the relationship between carbon dioxide and the warming of the Earth. What we find is the Earth warms first, and then the carbon dioxide levels rise after that. If the Earth warms first, the carbon dioxide cannot be the cause of the Earth warming. Yep. Number one. Number two, you go back and
how do they determine that the Earth is warming by looking at the ice cores?
Let's talk about ice cores.
Yeah.
So ice cores, every year there's and I apologize, I made an assumption that that's common knowledge because in some circles it is.
About what part?
Ice cores.
Oh, yeah.
Every year.
No, I talked a lot about ice cores on the show.
Well, every year there's a new layer of ice that is deposited on the ice caps of Antarctica, South Pole of Greenland, right, and the North Pole. And when that ice forms, then it captures little pockets of air.
Yes.
And from that air in the ice, and it's preserved, another layer. Right now, the deepest layers of the ice cores, to the best of my knowledge, they're called Vostok, V-O-S-T-O-K. They go back over Vostok Lake, the Russian named lake under the ice. They go back about 420,000 years. Okay, so drill down and you can see every year what was happening as 420,000. So what does it tell you? It tells you the temperature of the Earth. It tells you how much methane was in the atmosphere, how much CO2 was in the atmosphere. It will tell you, and it'll tell you about the magnetic strength of the planet. And if you want to get into details about the way that you can do that, there are gas bubbles that are captured. There are sea life. There are certain forms of sea life called Rhododrina that the shells will actually, the sea cores, the shells will grow clockwise or counterclockwise depending upon the temperature of the water. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
There's even like metals and stuff that can be deposited. This is something that Flint was talking about.
Yeah, you can tell the metals, you can tell about the magnetic strength of the Earth, you can tell how strong the sun, all those things. So the ice cores are showing us a couple of things. First, they're showing the temperatures rise. I'll show if you want.
So when you say the Earth, do you mean the ground?
I'm talking about a planet.
Or are you talking about the atmosphere?
I'm talking about a planet.
So are you talking about specifically, like what I'm saying, are you talking about, like you're saying that the Earth is warm, are you talking about just the entire Earth, including the atmosphere?
Well, this is atmospheric temperatures that we're talking about. And what you will find, first of all, the temperatures rise. This is called the inconvenient data because it doesn't support the narrative.
Right.
Temperatures rise first, there's a lag, and then the CO2 levels will rise. All right, and you can see that very clearly. Now, you go back beyond 420,000. Now let's go back into geology. Is CO2 today high? Absolutely. Is it higher than it was 10 years ago? Absolutely. Is it higher than it was 100 years ago? Absolutely. Is that a bad thing?
Right.
Not necessarily.
I agree totally. And if you look at the cosmics, if you look at the long scale, and even if you look at graphs of climate, of CO2 levels and
the atmospheric temperatures, even over the last 20,000 years, it is a roller coaster.
Well, here's the thing. You can have high levels of CO2 when the temperatures are low. You can have low levels of CO2 and the temperatures are high. They're not necessarily correlated. Now, is this the most CO2 the planet has ever had? Absolutely not. Right now, I think we're at 440 parts per million. I think there's somewhere.
That sounds about right.
Steve, would you check and see? I think it's 440 parts per million.
Yeah, and then maybe find like a graph, like a historical graph.
So 440 parts per million.
Yeah. Yeah, you're spot on. 440 parts per million of levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today.
Yeah. Okay. So, is that higher than it was 10 years, 15, 20? Yes, but here's the thing. You go back into the geologic period, the Jurassic, the Cretaceous,
right?
We have 1,000 parts per million, and Earth was green and lush, and life was thriving. 2,000 parts per million. Earth was green and lush. Its high CO2 is not a death sentence for the planet, but here's what it is. Low CO2. If we drop below 180 parts per million, it's a death sentence for this planet. Now, let's do a little experiment. I did this in January of 23.
We start planting more trees.
Now, as a geologist, I said, okay, let's look at the proposed CO2 limits. Let's look at the proposed CO2 limits right now. If we were to meet all these limits, what would the Earth look like? All right, they are proposing a reduction from 2010. I think they want about a 45% reduction. And it brings us down to about 220 parts per million. All right, 182 is considered a death sentence for our planet. When we reach that level, the forests begin to die. All right, and the temperatures are colder, and the ice is greater in the northern hemisphere. So CO2 is not like a little dime where you can like click it and say, we're going to either bump it up or bump it down. The level that they're pushing for is only 35 to 36 parts per million away from a really, really bad level for Earth. So I did an experiment. When was the last time Earth was at 220 parts per million CO2? Last time we saw that was in a geologic time called the Pleistocene. All right, Pleistocene, low CO2, the forest died. They want to push our temperatures back. We're at an average right now, I think 59 degrees Fahrenheit is a global average.
Right now,
global average. And they want to push us back to about 46 degrees global average. If we make this planet, geologically, like the Pleistocene, it's not good for us. It's not good for humans. Would you agree with that?
No, I totally agree.
Okay, so let's put that aside. Now, look at what's happening on this week. What is happening is the major powers of the Earth are being provoked to destroy. They're being provoked to create war, to deplete weapons, resources, to deplete munitions, to deplete human power, to deplete entire populations. War is not good for us. Would you agree with that? Okay, and you put that there now. Look at what's happening socially. This is evil. Climatic evil. This is evil. Conflict, war is evil.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now you look at what is happening. There's a concerted effort to break the social bonds that have always held societies together. Now it's really tricky the way it's happening because there are important topics. 2014. Yeah, rich against the poor. That's a real problem. It is real. We need to talk about it. And here's the thing: we need to talk about it in a kind way, so that we can solve the problem, become a better society for it. It was weaponized to divide us rather than used to bring us together. And the same thing happened men against women. Me too. Really important. We need to talk about these real problems that was weaponized to divide us, to break that social bond and our trust and our confidence. Same thing is now happening against Christians against Muslims, blacks against whites, Jews against Muslims, men against women, adults against children. Now it's the gender conversation. Every one of these is important, and every one of these weaponized to divide us. We're breaking social bonds that have strengthened us as a society. Now we're going after religion. And when you have no social bonds left, there's nothing left to trust. You become very vulnerable as a society to the ideas of the agendas of others. And you're seeing this concerted, put this all together. I'm a systems thinker. A systems thinker looks at the big picture and then goes to the nanosecond where we fit in that big picture. The big picture is that we are all casualties of these systems that are being put into place that are not good for us. So that means if not good for humans, who are they good for? That's a whole conversation we can have. The point is, now the attack is on our very humanness, to separate us from our own. The human is defined by our genetics. When we begin to give our biology away to technology, we give our humanness away. This is the link to the divinity. We give away our ability for sympathy, compassion, love, all of these things. What kind of society do we become? Ray Kurzweil released his book earlier this year called The Synchronicity. Synchronicity. And I'm sorry, not the synchronicity. It's when we become part of the internet of all things.
Oh, singularity.
Singularity. Okay, sorry, yes. So what he says is by the year he identified 2030, he said when you talk to someone on the street, you'll be talking to a pure human. You will be talking to someone who's a human machine hybrid to some degree. But by the year 20, because they don't know what they're giving away.
Steve wants robot cops.
They don't know what they're giving.
Steve wants the cops to be robots.
I don't care about the cops out there. I don't want the technology of my life.
Right.
And this is the thing. I was just in LA and there's robot cars everywhere.
I know, it's great.
It's great. It was. They looked next to me and I waved and they didn't wave back.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty wild.
It's so wild. That's in Texas too, I think.
Yeah. Kurzweil says by the year 2045 is when we will all become part of the internet of all things, where all of our resources, all the animals of the earth, they're all digital. Everything we eat, everything we consume, our bodies are all, unless there's a change in thinking. The purpose of this book, purely, was to identify that these things are happening, number one, for an awareness, hopefully to develop a deeper appreciation for what it means, and even a pride for what it means to be a human, because our humanness is being denigrated in our schools. So young people are taught that we are flawed. From the moment we're born, we're a flawed species, and we need something outside of us to be the best version of ourselves and compete in the world. And that something is being touted as technology. Young people are all in because no one is talking about it. They are a rare, powerful, beautiful, precious form of life. It's not the result of random mutations over a long period of time. There's an intentional act in our genome that is very well documented with the fusions of chromosome 2 and chromosome number 7. These are not, they cannot happen in nature. There's an intentional act underlying all of these things, but nobody's talking about this. So unless we change our thinking, Yuval Harari just opened the WEF, right? I think it was in 2022. He said, unless there's a change in thinking, we most probably are the last generation of pure humans that the universe will ever know, unless we exist somewhere else. We're the last generation. I think we're worth preserving. I think we're about to give away our humanness, and we don't even know what it means to be human. We don't even know what we're doing, because we're only beginning to understand the past capacities and so that's why I'm really passionate about the book. And even if we weren't talking about the book, I think it's important for us to recognize that evil has so many forms and there's so many things. So there are people who are predisposed psychologically just into power. They're pawns, and they're not necessarily the smart ones. These are the ones that we see publicly. They are succumbing to the opportunity to indulge in their own vices, their vice of power, their vice of control. But ultimately, this is, we're going to go right back, that scroll that I talked about, that we were talking about, it goes even further. It says there'll be 7 bands between the sons of darkness. Light. 6 will be round by the sons of light, 6 by the sons of darkness. I'm sorry, 3 by the sons of light, 3 by the sons of darkness. That's only 6. The 7th battle, it says the sons of light prevail. Here's the catch. They prevail with divine intervention and through their own divinity. Through us accepting our own power, we prevail. So what does this mean? This isn't the kind of, when you think about battles, people think about the old idea that it was like force against force. That's obsolete. That's what keeps us stuck in the past. We don't want to win this battle. We want to triumph. And triumph is different than triumph means we rise above. And how do you triumph in this battle? By becoming the best version of yourself. That's it. Living the best version of yourself. Where's your joy come from? Live it without fear. Love without fear. Imagine, innovate, create, share your ideas, forgive, heal your own love. Because that is our birthright. This is how we triumph. Because when you do that, you defeated the evil that is trying to keep you from being the best version of yourself.
Yeah, that's what the scariest thing is, how this technological world that we're living in, that's developing more and more every day, and Silicon Valley and all of these social media companies that are essentially controlling the world. I mean, Google and YouTube, like a modern day Rockefeller, like a huge monopoly that controls everything, controls the information, draws the lines on where you can go, where you can't go on the conversation during a podcast, and how that is basically merged with centralized medicine. It's the centralization of all of the media and medicine, which is the most frightening thing.
This is a form of evil. The media is a form, I said, they're psychological evil. And we saw this play out during this. We see it play out all the time, but we saw it really emphasized in this last election here in the United States. By the way, this year, 2024, this is the first time in the history of the modern world 40 nations have had elections for 2 years in the same year. 40 nations. Look at that, 40, and they're all saying in a new direction. And I think that's the good news. They're saying we don't like this handful of people in positions of power who are taking ticket.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking this is the 47th year I've done this work, and I've been blessed. I've traveled and seen just the most beautiful, magnificent, isolated, pristine places in the world, and ancient peoples and modern peoples. And what I know is this: people, our brothers and sisters, we don't always like each other because of our cultures, but we do love one another. And there's something inherent within us. Even if you don't like someone, you'll go out of your way to save someone without even thinking about it. You see them in a fire, you see a car wreck, you see someone driving. We're wired for love, not to like,
right,
but to love.
Yeah.
And what I've learned is that people who really know who get it's not people in Lena Khan and Beijing, China, bumping chests with Washington, D.C. It's a handful of leaders in positions of power. People know how to get along. People know how to care for one another and how to raise their families. So this is all coming to this convergence point these next 5 years. If the goals are met that are being proposed, the policies are already being written, the laws are being enacted, this is all formalized now. Because by who? Well, the WEF.
Yeah. You think Trump's going to stop that stuff?
The WEF began 1970. They've always had these elitist ideas, which is, and I was thinking that's cool.
Yeah.
They can sit around and talk about what they think the world should be, and it affects no one. Here's where that changed. A lot of people don't know this. In 2019, they formalized an agreement. They signed an agreement with the United Nations to use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDG 2030, to implement their ideas because they felt it was too close to the line. UN SDG 2030. These are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. You can look them up. They look beautiful on the surface. If you read them, right, for example, who would food security? Who wouldn't want into poverty? Who wouldn't want into disease? Who wouldn't want those things? Now you read the fundamentals. How are they going to achieve those things? And this is where it gets really scary.
Patriot Act. How about that one? It's a great
Well,
title.
this is so right now. The U.S. is the problem because our nation is founded on principles of the divine nature of human existence, and because of that, we have freedoms. You'll never know that. Who was it that founded this nation? Where did those ideas come from? The Masons go back to the Templars. The Templars, actually, Columbus was funded by the Templars.
Right. I heard that recently.
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at this.
He came over on a sail with a Knights Templar.
He was funded by Templars. Templars were kind of a mixed bag. But when you go Magna Carta, for example, was the first document reflected in symbols of freedoms of people under government. And many of those ideas were then reflected from Masons in the Templar tradition in the Declaration of Independence. So we have the 56 people that signed the Declaration. 13 were Masons, and they reflected that. And this is the point that America, the feelings of America, are for this global vision. So you're seeing a concerted effort to break and it is having success. It certainly looks like that's happening. Yeah. And you're also seeing. Can I talk about America? Just for a moment. I love this country. The idea of this country. And there is a difference between the idea and the implementation. Right now, the implementation is flawed because it's been hijacked. But the idea, and this isn't science, this is now my personal opinion that I'm sharing. I believe that it was America for this time in history because it is the only nation that was given the freedoms that allow us to transcend the oppression that's being proposed during this time in history. Here's what I mean by that. A lot of people, I've traveled the world and I have a lot of friends that say, what's so special about America? We can do the same thing in England, we can do the same thing in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, what you guys do. Our government lets us do all the things that you do, and that
should go sideways.
Well, this is Vegas nailed it right there. They said your government allows it. What a lot of people don't understand is what sets America apart. And young people are being taught America is trash, and they're being taught that we're flawed, and to really disrespect the history that we have. And
well, currently what the state, I don't blame people for having that sentiment now. In today's day and age, it's looking at what's happening with the government right now.
Well, we failed our young people. We failed the whole generation. But what people don't understand is this. This is what sets the Declaration of Independence. This is the primary factor. Is that the word inalienable a lot of times our government did not give us free speech. Our government didn't give us the right to bear arms, to protect our families and our property. Our government didn't give those to us. They are inherent in our existence by virtue of us walking and breathing as humans in America. Those are that's what the word inalienable means. It comes with being. That is okay. And this is the only nation that has spelled it out like that. And that is the problem. As long as we protect that, we have the legal means to preserve some semblance of freedom. And of course, we all know those are under attack right now. And the World Economic Forum, interestingly, the most recent iteration in 2023, they see the biggest problem in the world is the inability to control information.
Is that video with John Kerry? The World Economic
Said the First Amendment is the problem
It's getting in the way of regulating information and disinformation.
He doesn't even know what he said. He doesn't even know how blatant.
He stuttered a few times before he said that.
Yeah, he probably thought about it afterwards.
Yeah.
I bet he got a phone call. but it was in his heart. This is what he truly believes. This is a fundamental battle between good and evil. Evil plays out. That is a non-kinetic form of evil. This is psychological. Let me just tell you about kinetic. I was in a hotel room on October 7th, 2023, when the Nova Music Festival was under attack. America was supposed to I was getting ready to go on stage to present a live event. And I was getting the news feeds in my hotel room, the raw news feeds from Asia, India, and the Middle East. The raw footage of what was happening at that Nova Music Festival. And it was nothing short of pure evil. I mean, worse than the World War II videos from Vietnam. I mean, it was horrible. Worse than horrible. I cried. I had a hard time going on stage. That night, I came back to pick up the American news feeds. America was not allowed to see. To this day, America has not been allowed to see the truth of what happened on October 7th. Now, they've got reasons for it. They said, well, social media, community guidelines won't let us show the images. The networks, many networks that are owned by only 6 corporations, the agreement was made not to show. So what was the result of that? On college campuses, people said there was a denial. They said those atrocities never happened. If they hadn't happened, we would see them. We're not going to show them. And so now you've got this divide of people say they all made up, it never happened. They denied that any of that happened when it actually lived. That is pure evil. When I saw that, I said, we're living this rare, precious moment. It's not going to last forever. And we're going to get through all this. We're going to get through all the tension we're seeing in the world. You and I should come back and have a conversation. We're going to get through it. The question is, Danny, and this is what I think, if you come out from a spiritual perspective, we're going to get through it. The question is, what do we become having gone through this? What do we allow the events of the world to make us into? Do we allow the events of the world to make us hate and to drive us to our most primal instincts of fear, revenge, and hate? Or can we find a way to meet what the world is showing us and demonstrate our divine humanness? And this is the key. This is the key. It doesn't mean that we have to roll over and play dead for people that say bad things to us, because we all have to fight sometimes. And I think we may need to fight for our humanness, and I think we're worth fighting for. And here's the key. When we fight, when we argue, or if you're on a battlefield, are you fighting because of the hate and the fear for the enemy in front of you, or are you fighting because of your love for the people and the families and the truth that you know is at your back? That is the spiritual battle between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. What does the world make us become? The way that we train is if we have to fight from our love of what we know is possible, and the gift of our humanness, rather from the anger and hate that just destroys us. And we talk to any soldiers, we've got friends you know, special forces devote their whole lives. They come home and they're broken. And say, what was the purpose of my life? And the purpose is that they were fighting the kinetic battle between the sexes. So this is one way of positioning it. I mean, there's a million ways to see it. But in the brief time that we have together, I wanted to give a framework and context. The book is identifying that there is a concerted effort to replace our biology, and then all the new discoveries are telling us we already are the technology that they're trying to replace us with, except we do it better.
Right.
That's a good example. I mean, I said, can I give an example? Yeah, this is an amazing study that he's done. So our young people are being taught to idolize computer chips, artificial intelligence, because they're fast and efficient. And they are. Is a chip fast and efficient? Absolutely. But it's unstable. Here's the thing. You can never scale a computer chip. It will always be limited by the physics of the stuff that's made of. So if a chip's made out of silicon, not all of them are, but if it's a silicon chip, the atoms that make that silicon, the information is always going to be able to move so fast between those atoms. Now, is it fast, efficient? Yes. Scalable? It is finite in its scalability. Okay? And we're actually reaching the limits of our computer chips right now through Moore's law. It says you double the speed every so many years. Well, the number of years is collapsing and the speed is increasing. We're down now to that level where we're never able to double that much more. Yeah, you look at the human hair. Is it fast? It is. What is its
If you're a sports fan, if you're looking for the truth, our sports rigged. There's been a lot of crazy talk here with the Chiefs and everything that's been going on in leagues, particularly the NFL. Regardless of what sport you follow, this is the complete episode on the truth on if sports are rigged. This is one of my favorite episodes that I've ever done, and I've got a great guest on today, the authority on this topic. I went right to the source because I've been talking about this a lot. You guys have been following the channel. I've been building this up, but I wanted to go to the source on this topic, and this is a very important episode. Make sure you guys are glued to the channel here, onto this channel. I put timestamps here, but you want to watch this show in its absolute entirety here. We're talking, is the fix in? Are sports rigged? Everything on this topic, and I've got a special guest here, the author of The Fix Is In. I'm going to do a full introduction here, Brian. Brian, too, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
This is our third meeting here. I'm going to give you guys a quick update on who Brian too is. There he is here. We're rolling up our sleeves here. I'm going to tell you exactly who he is. Okay, Brian too is an American author. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Brian. I want to do an introduction here. Brian too is an American author, recognized as a scholarly authority on the game of fixing in sports by the U.S. Supreme Court. You'll have to explain that to me later. He has written extensively on the subject, with notable works including The Fix Is In, the showbiz manipulations of the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR, and his sequel, The Fix Is Still In, Corruption and Conspiracies the Pro Sports Leagues Don't Want You to Know About. In The Fix Is In, he examines the hidden aspects of professional sports, alleging the leagues manipulate outcomes to maintain viewer interest and maximize profits. He supports these claims with historical examples of behind-the-scenes dealings in various sports, including football, basketball, hockey, and car racing, and baseball. He's been a guest on over 200 radio shows across the United States and Canada discussing his perspectives on game fixing. Is that a good intro, Brian? We have it right.
Yeah, that sums it up. That's a good job.
Just so you know who we're dealing with here on the show, right? So we're going to cover a lot. We're going to talk about the motivation behind the book, evidence of manipulation, the media's role. We're going to go on. So much to talk about here. My head's spinning. I mean, the past couple days have been crazy on my social media, Brian. We talked a little bit before the show. I did a video talking about that one catch with the Chiefs and the Chiefs and the Bills game, and basically that's over 3 million views on my Instagram. People are loving this stuff. I've been building it up, man. I mean, where do we start? How crazy has it been lately? Have you been getting any phone calls? Have you been hearing any buzz lately from your end?
No, not really, because I don't do this as hardcore as I used to. I mean, I wrote the original fixes in 2010 was almost. Right. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years, which kind of blows my mind because I've been talking about the idea that sports leagues can manipulate their own games, basically television ratings. Like, almost 2 decades now. It's a long time. I've been spreading this message, telling people, warning fans like, look, what you think you're watching, what you're getting isn't exactly what it seems. And so, after a while, you can only shout it from the rooftop so long before I go, you know what? If you don't have it by now, it's not on me anymore.
It's an absolutely different landscape when you wrote the book. I think you wrote the first book in 2010, if I'm wrong, the fix is in. By the way, you can get the books below. I've linked them below. All the books are going to be linked below here for your reading pleasure. I recommend you highly dive in, but this show's going to cover a lot as well. So back then, I mean, it seems like, back then it wasn't that long ago, but it kind of is. It's like you kind of look at it as kind of a conspiracy theory. Because right now, just to give you a general feel, because I've got my finger on the pulse here, and the beat on the string, as they say. And when I'm doing these posts, I would say a good 90+% are agreeing the fix is in. In fact, I want to give you some context here, because again, I've been all over this stuff. They're actually, they want to boycott. The fans have come together, and they're looking at boycotting the Super Bowl due to unfair officiating. True, this is true. I think this is what we need. And they built up, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the comments. I just saw this come up, but there's a change.org website. It's something built up where you can sign a petition on this. This is how crazy it's gotten. And when I first talked to you, we did a talk in 2021, we met again. I always believed in this, so you didn't have to, I was not on the fence. I was totally convinced on this. But now, again, we're talking boycotting. What are your thoughts on this? It's come to this point. Did you ever expect it to come to this point based on when you wrote the book to now?
No, I mean, it's interesting because when I first wrote the book, I've had a website since, let's say, 2006 is when I launched my website, which is fixes.net. And I've always had my email and stuff available for people to reach out to me. And ever since they had Dane, I mean, that's going on almost 24 years now. So people email me, really early days, thank God somebody shares this opinion. And I thought I was the only one. My friends would call me nuts. Because I would say, I think that game was rigged, or this game was rigged, and people really enjoy everything sort of about this. And today, what I wrote about even in my books is it's really hard for fans to gain control of these sports because it's not there. So, as much as fans want to say, when they talk about their team, we should do this, or we should make this trigger, we should hire this coach, or if we do well this weekend, or we win the Super Bowl, whatever, you're not part of the team. You're a fan, and there's a definite separation between fandom and being a part of the actual team. And the one thing I've always said is, look, if you want to change things in professional sports, the only way to get them to change is through money. Because they're all about money. They don't play the games for free. They pay the games because it's a business, and this is how they make their money. So the only way a fan can fight back is like a boycott. If you say, look, I'm not watching this, I'm not going to be involved in this until you fix this problem or that problem, the leagues are going to keep doing what they do. And I mean, I think they should not happen. I think in the past, like Barry Bonds, when he wrote this on record during the steroid era, was a bad backlash. I think those fans really got it. Kind of a secret record, and they all believed he was cheating. And I think it did lead to the Major League Baseball actually looking out for steroids. I mean, not fully. I mean, I think there's still performance enhancing drugs. They don't get me wrong, but I think it was enough to make the Major League Baseball take a step back and go, well, maybe we should clean up this a little bit because we are getting some backlash that's in our bottom line. So I think the boycott type of thing is the best type of fans have retaliating.
I don't know if there's enough people that get on board because people still buy the tickets. It's a Super Bowl. It's a highly touted event, and I just don't know if we're there yet. I think we just got to piss them off a little bit more because a lot of pissed off people.
The problem, like you said, with sports fans is they all have very short-term memories.
Right.
I mean, they can remember, the chicken 25 years ago, and they can remember the starting roster 10 years ago. But it seems like, 3 weeks ago, they already forgot about it. You know what I mean? It's a very short memory, selective memory, and yeah, they may have been screwed in that game, but they forget about it. They wash it out. And, that's the problem, is it's always about the next game. the last game is a problem for like 2 days, and then it's on to the next game, and they forget what happened.
Yeah, we're talking short-term memory here. Where with fantasy football, it's like one player has a good week, and the next week he's forgotten about. So I know all about short-term memory and sports fans. That's a big thing. So hopefully there's enough here now. People start waking up. And the problem is only one team that's really getting screwed. Like, because this game was prime time. They're standing out, right? Like, it's championship weekend. And it's like, okay, the Bills got screwed. And the Bills fans can, piss and moan all they want. But it's like, does that really piss off a Cardinals fan, right? And then I'm still seeing a lot of people who are still like, no, it wasn't fixed. But let's talk about that game real quickly. I just want to highlight that because it's kind of hot right now. So there's a couple things that I noticed real quick. So there was the catch. Obviously, I was talking about the catch that hit the floor, hit the ground, I should say. And typically, like, those, like, once it hits the ground, and the thing is, the defender had more possession of that ball than I think that the actual receiver. So if it's going to go anyway, it should have been an interception. So that's huge right there, and that completely altered a lot of the game. And it was the Josh Allen first down. Actually, prior to that, Josh Allen threw a Kincaid broke the play, got the first down, went to fourth down. Josh Allen broke the play, and they still didn't call it, right? There was that. And then there was a bunch of holding calls on a return that basically came back for around 40-plus yards. There was like 4 or 5 holding calls. I watched it that were not called on that return, which really shifted the momentum. That was crazy. And then there was illegal formations. At the beginning of the game, there was also a fumble. And that fumble, what happened was the Chiefs fumbled it. Buffalo recovered. And then the refs pointed as Buffalo's ball. That was convinced. And then all of a sudden they turned and saying that it was like an offside or something on Buffalo. I didn't say formation or something like that. Yeah. But I didn't see. Some people say they showed that. I didn't see the highlight. I was too busy recording. There was that. But then luckily Buffalo got the ball back. They fumbled again. They got their back and scored. And then the real cherry on top was at the end of the game, and he threw the ball. Allen threw the ball to Kincaid. Kincaid dropped the ball. It was fourth down. This would have converted a first down. And what ends up happening is he dropped the ball, but there was a flag thrown as an insurance policy. So, and the funny thing is it's flag. Everyone's like, the announcer's like, flag. And then it's on the screen, it had flag. It was illuminating. And then they're like, no flag. They retracted the flag. So that flag was there. If he had caught the ball, got the first down, they would have called Buffalo and pushed them back. I'm telling you, man, like, it was so blatantly obvious. Like, it wasn't even like, maybe there's a chance that this is not fixed. It was like blatantly obvious. Like, the Bills had zero chance to win this. And that's why I had to get you on the show and talk about this because, again, I've been doing a lot of videos. People are angry, dude. And again, if you can't see this, I don't know, man. You gotta pull your head out of your ass. Like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, how do you not see? I just gave you, like, evidence. I gave you 5. That's only 5 or 6 examples. The entire game was rigged like this. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Like,
the funny part is it'd be one thing if half of those calls were against the Chiefs and half of them were against the Bills.
Yeah.
And you could just say, okay, the game was poorly officiated. That's one thing, but when you have all these calls that always seem to favor one side, that's where it gets really shaky. That's where it gets really questionable. And that's where I think fans should really wonder what's going on here because, and this is always a point I tried to make early on in a conversation about this fact, is there's no law that prevents a league like the NFL from basically fixing or manipulating its own game. There's no law that says they have to call certain penalties or don't call certain penalties. There's nothing that prevents these leagues from fixing the game if they want to because it's entertainment. It's sports entertainment. And it opens it up to a whole wide world of possibilities that these leagues can do it and manipulate games, get the outcomes they want because at the end of the day, they're television shows. They're big, massive, multi-billion-dollar television shows, and that's what they care about.
But shouldn't they be, at this point, like, this was something we went through back in the day with WWF. I remember people say, like, oh, no, it's fake. It's like, there was a whole thing in, like, the 80s and 90s, right? And now we're kind of having that same discussion. People are coming like, hey, this is fake. This is not real. But they're still playing it up. And that's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about the media's role. This is what I want to talk about. How complicit do you believe the sports media is in basically manipulating this and saying, hey, man, perpetuate, you know what I'm saying? They keep buying into the narrative. Because, again, I was watching some mainstream channels, and one of them was like a local Buffalo channel. and it's like nobody's talking about the fix. And I'm watching some of these top sports places like Bleacher Report, even the NFL, and they're just continuing on with the narrative, almost like nothing happens, like business as usual. I'm like, hold on a second, stop. I'm the only one. That's why I guess I'm getting 3 million hits, but nobody else is talking about this. It's like, holy. We're just gonna ignore the fact that there's all this talk about Mahomes is the greatest. I know Mahomes is not the greatest. The team struggled the entire season. Like, why is it? This is why this is not proper journalism. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. That's why you didn't read it. It's like, why aren't you talking about how manipulated this was? Why aren't you talking about week 12 to week 14 or 15 or whatever it was, where they barely scraped out wins against Carolina and Vegas and the Chargers? Those games were tight, and the refs made the decision. Why is nobody documenting that? They're saying, well, he's next Michael Jordan. No, he's not. It's completely rigged. It's completely fixed. So my question to you, do you know, based on your research and your books and stuff, is the media playing along? And how these mainstream consent, I call them consuses, how involved are they in the narrative? Do they turn a blind eye? And I think right now this script is flipping, where people like myself and yourself are just like, no, we're shining because these guys are live. People don't want this anymore. They want authenticity, not because the media is wrong.
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, remember, every major media outlet, ABC, NBC, Netflix, they all make money on professionals. They all want to be in business with professionals. But that's the NBA and the NFL, because it's the only thing that people still have to consume live. Right. The only television show that you can't DVR much later, you have to consume it live, which means you have to censor for it. So make money from all of these networks, all of these outlets, and they're all involved in it. So of course, their media pundits are going to toe the market line because they want to stay in business. They still want to have a job. And journalism in sports no longer exists, especially investigative journalism. It's gone. It hasn't been in sports media for almost a decade. I mean, it is just vanished. It's all just rah-rahs and talking heads, and the talking heads just give crazy opinions because it gets people, stirred up. They'll tweet about it or put it on Facebook or comment on the video or whatever it is. But they do that on purpose. I mean, half of those guys don't think they're safe. They really don't. They just take a contrarian side to get people stirred up. But yeah, they are 100% complicit in this. And I mean, I think some are really naive. And probably, believe what the NFL is feeding them and they take it for gospel. But I know there's some for sure. I know God doesn't don't believe this. That they have seen enough suspects, things to go, I don't know about these things. I mean, I go back to the NBA on NBC and Michael Jordan. The NBA used to get the on NBC every week to dictate what was going to happen on NBC show. The NBA was running NBC. Professional basketball. They were saying what the pregame show would be, they went the halftime show would be, the postgame show would be. They were running. And so, I mean, there's no separation between media and sports anymore. They're interlocked. And so they just go lockstep together forward and ignore any sort of conspiracy. Because you and I, what I find funny is we're not the conspiracy theorists. We're just skeptics. Yeah. We're both being skeptical. They're feeding us the conspiracy theory. Yeah. One step ahead. In a second. How is this true? How is this possible? When we can see with our own eyes, we can see what unfolds on the screen. You can't believe it for what it is. So, it's hard to be called the conspiracy theorists when you're one being skeptics.
Yeah, it's really bad, and how fake these people really are. They really, really are. And they just, and the thing is, like, that's why some of the mainstream, I call it consensus chiefs, are just trying to pretend I don't say it straight, but, like, you can't deny. Like I said, I'm not even
they pretend when I don't exist. I mean, so, not to interrupt this, but, I mean, I wrote this book called Larceny, which is based on hundreds of FBI files that I obtained through Freedom of Information Act. Okay? I spent years doing this research, spent tons of money getting this stuff out of the FBI that nobody ever got, nobody ever picked up, researched anything. And long story short, I put this book together, published it, and my publisher and I had interest. Works for ESPN, Yahoo Sports, producers from 60 Minutes called my house. I had interviews with them. I had all these major media outlets. What I did and the research I did, and then not a single one did anything with any of it ever. they just ignored it like it didn't take place. Like I didn't find this stuff out, and I didn't find out that Hall of Fame basketball players investigated by the FBI for fixing games back in the 60s and 70s. They just ignored it. Like it never happened. So, I mean, if they can do that and get away with it, then they can do a lot of things and get away with it. And the same thing is, in the greater scheme of things, I'm just talking about sports. Who cares? Just think about the other researchers who have done real research and, subject matters and how much they've been shut down and basically censored by omission from these major media outlets because they don't want anything. Negative reviews, whatever, they would still be giving me public. So they just ignored it like it never took place.
I just feel that the impact on the fans right now is just so large. I just think so many people. I can't use go to my Instagram fantasy football account. So there's a video I just showed you before this where I'm basically standing in front of my TV in front of my house. And I wanted to swear, but my kids were that. My wife's like, I should be swearing. I didn't say BS, but this video, I'm telling you, man, we're talking like how many million views? That's my other video. That one got 560K. This one's sitting at right now like 3.1 million views, 54,000 shares. It's insane. It's insane. And then the majority of the people, 90%. They're saying, hey man, I'm fed up. Like this is BS. It's rigged. Let's boycott this stuff. And I think the impact on fans, like what do you think the impact on fans is based on your research? Are they going to eventually fight back, or like where are we right now?
I don't know if they're going to fight back. I think the ones who understand will just stop watching. And I think they're enough. Because, what was it that one Super Bowl? The Rams won. Where the Saints got screwed on the pass interference.
I remember that, yeah.
The Super Bowl that year, New Orleans literally cut in half because fans just said, I'm not watching this. We know our team got screwed up in the Super Bowl. We're not tuning in to watch. I mean, it was actually huge. The NFL took at least in that city. And the more this spreads, the more this occurs again. That's what it's going to take for the NFL to change the way they do business. It's going to have to affect their bottom line. But when you have, big cities just funding sports leagues by giving them free land, free stadiums, tax breaks, and all these other things, I don't know how soon that's going to happen. But fans have to realize that, again, this is entertainment. This is not sports. Sports is, may take place at little league games or something like that. But, in the college ranks of professional football, there's too much money involved to just leave it up to chance. Especially when they don't have to, especially when they can control it.
Okay, I know what's up, right? Like, I most of the people listening, you guys probably know what's up, right? But I want, again, most of the stuff could be speculation, right? Like, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of calls.
Here's the thing with the speculation, though, is, what you talked about was just one game, right? Yeah. Chiefs Bills game. But extrapolate that out. I mean, how many different games did we just talk about, like the Rams Saints game was, pass interference call that didn't happen? Extrapolate that out. Think about, how the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, like the home game, the first home Super Bowl ever during COVID when everyone was locked up. And, think about when the Rams won the Super Bowl and basically flying by the refs to beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. And, think about the passes were being made through that game the Saints the Super Bowl. After Hurricane Street, you start getting all this circumstantial evidence off of it. It's not circumstantial, it's a pattern. And if you don't recognize this pattern, you don't recognize that this manipulation happens, you don't recognize that the NBA, with LeBron and the Jordan finalists year after year after year, if you don't recognize the pattern, you don't admit that there is a pattern and it's benefiting the league and they're making money off the back of these patterns, and they're causing these patterns to happen, you're not going to realize, you're not going to understand what it really is.
Yeah, but I'm going to be, devil's advocate. I'm going to play the other side here, and I get this all the time. Well, Joe, anything can be a good story. Anything can be, and they could have made the Commanders and Bills a good story. Josh Allen fighting back, Jaden Daniels, rookie. And you could.
But there's also, you could have had the Rams in the Super Bowl. There are certain teams that it would have been hard to make a story on. And I think if you go back historically in the past 5-10 years and look at the teams that didn't make it, that were in the playoffs or even in the championship games, there are better stories than other stories. Because you could have handed those Commanders and made a great story out of it because you had Jake Daniels, you had Josh. They might have the Bills potentially winning their first Super Bowl ever. The Commanders and their new ownership and all that. But you also have a great story with the Chiefs and the chance for 3 and you Hurts and you have Barkley for the Eagles. I mean, there are sometimes stories you can make either way. So, I mean, it's not always, sometimes there are better stories than other stories.
I think there's no coincidences. I think, Peyton Manning won that Super Bowl before he retired, Ray Lewis on. I have my reasons, but I want to know because if there is any specific examples of evidence, I want cold hard facts now. Let's dive into the book. Is there any, because people are like, this is a great conversation. I still don't believe you. Is there any evidence based on your research that kind of proves, hey man, these things are rigged, it is manipulation? Can you give us some cold hard facts here?
I think the first thing you should look at is the gambling aspect of it. And I think you have to look at the fact that we know, without a doubt, sports games all over the world in the United States have been fixed because of gambling. Because the one thing that I always hear about is, these athletes make too much money with the states to fix games, right? But you can look outside, if you look outside the United States, and you look at places like India and China and around the world, cricket games are fixed everywhere, soccer matches are fixed everywhere, tennis matches are fixed everywhere, rugby matches are fixed everywhere. It's a crime that occurs around the world that supposedly does not happen in the United States, which is hard because another crime that happens worldwide but doesn't take place in the United States, where it is no crime. It happens in the United States. Just nobody's looking for it. There's no investigation for it. They must go find it. Sports leagues don't want to find it. Gambling companies don't want to find it. The media doesn't want to find it. The FBI and police don't want to find it. Somebody's looking for it. But here you have a crime that happens all over the world. And you also have something like, for example, the Indian Premier League, which is in India, the Cricket League, which is their NFL. It's corrupt from top to bottom. It's been proven it's corrupt from top to bottom. Fans still come out watching, the league still goes on. Totally corrupt. Serie A soccer in Italy, same thing. Corrupt from ownership on down to the players, down to the referees. Proven corrupt. Guys have been sent to jail for corruption. You look at soccer matches, they get fixed around the world. They can fix the soccer match and say, tomorrow I want this game to end 3-1 with soccer players to make it. That's what the fixers demand. So you can have fixes in all these sports. And I'm going to say they can't have
another interesting thing
in the United States. Well, it's not true. You just get nobody's looking for it. And we know, again, historically speaking, that it has happened. It just supposedly hasn't happened in decades. But again, tell me who's doing the research for it, who's looking out for it. I mean, the NCAA,
majority of these folks,
they actually give a survey to their athletes, student athletes, and whatever it was last time. Percent of them been into fixing games. 2% of them NCAA athletes
all the living species
games. Where are the investigations? Where are the arrests?
Exactly. Correct. Well, that makes sense. It didn't come from anywhere. It came from Earth. Exactly. And if you want to, compare
actual evidence. Did you pull out any files, anything specific?
Well, again, stuff like
what would be their incentive?
It goes back to the 60s and 70s.
Right.
But I mean, they had information that would come from these top echelon authorities within the mafia, within organized crime and police. They don't say this is working with this player. They're going to fix this game. This team's going to win. And they had the information before the game, and that's exactly the way the game went in.
Is that
probably the FBI
exactly.
was
there's I think there's over 2 million catalog species
beyond reasonable doubt that you can or law to cause an arrest. So they would then start getting wiretaps and all these other things, and by the time the season may end or things would break apart, and then they couldn't get it arrested, and the player would want to control there. So I mean, again, they had information. Guys like Will Chamberlain were fixing games.
So one of the 20 out of the 2
million. Dawson of the Chiefs was fixing
technology. Right.
What's his name? George Blanda from the Bears and the Raiders was fixing games. That's why I think the Bears got rid of George Blanda back in the 50s, just because he was fixing games. I mean, they had good information, very valid information.
Now extrapolate
from the top informants that this was going on,
out of all the
and they would dig into it, but they never got into the point where they could make an arrest and send somebody to jail for it. And that's why I think a lot of people don't believe it happens, because like these
do know
but if you look, you can see there's evidence everywhere. It's just, again,
atmosphere. Most of them are water worlds.
Chasing after terrorists or looking at their just more important than the game that was fixed by some
just looking at the percentage of us compared to all the other catalogs.
So who knows about this? Because I talked to some players that are just the bubble players, the guys that just aren't the big names. They're not Kelsey, but maybe they were like a third stringer. And I talked to some other guys like, yeah, we don't know anything could be happening. Who do you think is in on it? Do you think it's the coaches, the owners? Do you think it's the assistant coaches? Do you think it's the training staff? Do you think it's the cheerleaders? Who knows about this? And if it was so, if you didn't know, are they so into secrecy? Like, if you do this, we're gonna take you out, right? Like, wouldn't you think that one of these guys would have came out at this point and said, yeah, this is 100% fixed, and one of these players would have came out at this point? Are they paid so well?
You just did a Joe Mixon, right? They said we knew the referees were serious. We knew when we come to Kansas City to play, we not only have to beat the Chiefs, we have to beat the Browns. And you have the first player to say that. Right there, to me, that's an admission that they understand that the referees are in their favor of that team.
Of course. And even they got fined $25,000 for that.
Right. And that's why they fine players, right? Because you can't speak out against the officials because you get fined for that. So they get it, full censorship on all these players and all these coaches not speak out against the refs. But then all you have to do, I think, is go back to the Tim Donaghy scandal in the NBA. Just exactly what Donaghy said is the referees knew that when they got certain directives coming straight from the NBA that said, you have to look at this. We want to emphasize these fouls, de-emphasize these fouls. The refs instantly knew what we want the Lakers to win and not the Bulls. Right, so the referees would go there and that's what they would do. Nothing was said explicitly. It wasn't written down on paper. Make sure the Lakers beat the games. But the referees got smart shooters. They understand that they went and did it. The same with game taking in the NBA. Right, Mark Cuban, the billion-dollar owner of the Mavericks, twice, 2 different seasons, went on a podcast with Dr. J and went on the Dan Patrick show and literally said, I've told my players in our best interest to lose. The owner told the players to win. Now, is that not a fixed game? Right. Hundreds of fixed games. The Philadelphia 76ers had the process, where they take games for like 3 seasons. Right. They did discount tickets, they did discount parking, hot dogs, or anything else. They played NBA basketball. They were going out to win. They had no intention to win. They didn't want to win. Those are fixed games. It's happened right in front of you. It happened. But if people just ignore, well, that's just taking. Well, which games matter? Tell me which games matter. Well, those regular season games don't matter. Playoff games matter. Well, what matters? It's a really slippery slope to slide right down to the bottom of the barrel.
Have any leagues come out to you and said, hey man, like, they responded to your claims, and what is their stance on it? Has anyone come to you and say, hey man, like, back off or screw off, or gotten any emails from the league that says, your book's got to be taken off the shelves, or any threats, anything like that? No?
Well, I mean, I know, for example, that I've been, like I say, censored. Like, when I've done, like, say, I've done 200 some odd shows on the count. But, like, ESPN, Chicago, ESPN Boston, ESPN LA, none of the major, national ESPN shows that have me on. None of the, national Fox sports radio shows that ever had me on. I know, like, again, Sports Illustrated said they were going to run an excerpt from my book in their magazine, and then 2 weeks before it was scheduled to run, they shut it down. Which was all based off of FBI files, which I can show them. Here's the actual files. Here they are. Tell me where I'm wrong. And, so I know that, and I think some of that comes from the leagues. I know they know who I am, because I even had run-ins with the MLB security when I was doing an investigation into Major League Baseball game. So Major League Baseball security knew who I was. So, I mean, I know they know who I am, and I know that they communicate with, again, broadcasters and these networks. I feel 100% sure that they've shut me down.
Unbelievable. That's where, guys like me are coming out. Who was the and have you on the show? What's the biggest show you've been on? Like, actually been on and actually he's been on there? Okay.
I was on there, yeah. Now, see, the funny thing with the Dan Patrick show is, though, they brought me on there because this is before sports gambling basically got legalized when they passed the law. When the state of New Jersey was suing about it. And so they brought me on actually to talk about legalized sports gambling, because I wrote an article in favor of legalized sports gambling for Sports on Earth. But about a minute into the conversation, I was able to turn the tables I started talking about game fiction, and Dan Patrick kind of bid on it. So I was able to kind of reel them in and get to talk about what I really wanted to talk about, the sports gambling things. But that was probably the biggest sports show I've been on. Yeah.
From a fantasy perspective, I've noticed that, like, before you have your workhorse running back, right, you have, like, Adrian Peterson use the workhorse. Now that these gambling websites, there's more prop betting, like this guy's over-under on the rushing yard, stuff like that. What do you think? How much? So, do you think these gambling people, these gambling sites are absolutely in bed with these leagues 100%? That'd be your best guess?
I mean, I know a lot of people find this strange, but I don't think the gambling, I don't think Las Vegas, like, is necessarily for them in all this stuff. And I know a lot of people fight against me, though, saying the games are fixed. Las Vegas isn't involved. You gotta remember, Las Vegas has multiple companies. Right, I mean, it's not like one company owns all the sports books in the country. There's hundreds, but I mean, there's several major sports books and smaller sports books, and then more run as well. And they're not all in business together, you know. Of course, I don't think it benefits them necessarily at a certain outcome. I mean, on certain levels, but in the short term, in the long term, sports bettors lose. You know, you can't lose money. Basically, over time you're going to win money. Yeah, you can lose on this Super Bowl, you can lose on that game, whatever. But in the long run, you're not going to lose. So I think what can happen, though, is like those prop bets and that sort of thing. That's where you get what they call spot fixing. Because they go happen in tennis and soccer, especially again around the world, where you can say, you know, whatever it is, running backs over under on yards in this game, 85 yards. And you have somebody, or even the player himself, you know what? I'm going to bet on the under this week, and I rush for 45 yards, and I pulled my hamstring or just my ankle and tweaked myself out, and I'm out of the game, and I don't cover that line, then we make a little money on the side. You know, it doesn't necessarily affect the outcome of the game. It doesn't even mean it's fixed in total the game, but that outcome is. So that's what they do in tennis all the time. You know, they fix it for him. We're going to lose the second game, the second match, or second set of the match. That doesn't mean you have to lose the match, just lose that little game. It's only 10 grand. So they great. And that's what we're doing. So the same, I think, with sports betting is, I mean, you can fix certain outcomes, especially with these prop bets are really, really easily. And again, that's something.
So I think we're kind of convinced here. I think a lot of people are that, okay, something's up here. It is rigged. So how does this play out? Do you think, like, Goodell, since they're at the top, whoever the league commission, the owners say, all right, sorry, you know, Rams, you guys are going to take a loss this year. Chiefs are going to have to win. We're going to create the logo like this because the logo colors match. You know, the Eagles and the Chiefs got matched up, right? We got to keep the Swifties in, so we got to keep this. So make sure you do this. And you bring in the head ref. You know, I understand we can't let the other refs know. Like, I'm just trying to picture. Are they in a boardroom here? How does this work? Like, because I know it's fixed. Like 100. Like I know my gut. Like you just know, right? And then I'm seeing the evidence. How does this play out? Like, do you know how this plays out, or how would you guess this will play out?
Yeah. So remember, it's the owners' league. Right? They own it. Goodell's a figurehead. He's like, they just tried him out there to go do their bidding. That's their league. You have to remember, like in the NFL, it always seems to know this number for certain, but at least 80%, if not all revenue is shared. So every team makes basically the same amount of money because they share everything. Ticket sales, you know, the TV rights, all that stuff. There's very few things that each team actually gets. Right. So, like, you know, if Travis Kelce's selling 1 million jerseys because all the Swifties are out there buying them, every team's profiting from that. It's not all going to Kansas City's pocket, it's going to every team. The only money that would be if you buy directly in the Kansas City Chiefs Pro Shop. Otherwise, if you buy it on NFL.com, it's split between everyone. And get it all 100%. And the Cowboys have a lot of weirdness involved, which I think the Cowboys do really bad because Jerry Jones and shares money, but for the most part, all the revenue from merchandise, all that is shared. So it doesn't matter. So I think what happens is, you go back again in history, since Major League Baseball in the 1980s, they literally, when free agency was just kind of growing, all the owners in the sport, this is a broken conspiracy, all the owners got in the meeting with the commissioner and they agreed, we're not paying for anybody else's free agents. We're basically going to destroy the free agent market. We're not going to pay for anybody else's free agents. we all agree. They all said literally agreed that we're not going to do this, but they did it for 3 seasons. Got busted because it was super obvious what they were doing. Got sued, lost the lawsuit, and they kind of changed the way Major League Baseball as a progressive player. But the fact is, the owners got together and agreed to do it. Every year, the owners had meetings. They have meetings to decide on fair competition committee and all these sorts of things. They do agree on things. Now, I'm not saying they sit there beginning of the year and like say, hey, Team X or Chiefs, hey, you guys are going to lose Super Bowl this year, and you're going to play the Eagles, and we're going to make sure that happens. I don't think that's the way they do it. But I think they understand that sometimes certain owners come in, like I think, like ownership group that bought the Commanders, right? You spend that much money, you're going to want certain guarantees. That's kind of like when the Golden Knights came into the you spend $500 million, you're going to want something for that money, right? And they got it. They got all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals in that first season. And I think it's those sorts of things where they see certain storylines, certain ownership groups do certain things like the Rams do that multi-billion-dollar stadium in Los Angeles, that certain things go along with it. Certain success goes along with that. And the things come in and happen. For the most part, though, I think what it is they just see storylines build. Like Taylor Swift starts being Travis Kelce. Well, that's something we need to capitalize on. Give them a little help. And all you have to do, I mean, you mentioned how they played the night game yesterday. I mean, it's probably 6 plays. And you kind of do things. Not that many. That's all it took. A little help. Push one team over another. Continue a certain storyline, kills another one. But everybody makes money at the end of the day.
So as I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and a rising tide raises all ships type thing. So it's all like, let's make as much money as we can as a league together. We all sit together. Like, this makes us, as a business, the most money, and that makes sense. It really does.
Really, and the things too, people don't seem to understand is even though, like you had Tom Brady and his dynasty with the Patriots and the Buccaneers, and now you have this Chiefs dynasty. Dynasties actually sell. People jump on those bandwagons, but people also hate them. They do not. It's right.
I'm a hate watcher.
They get you to the television. That's what they care about. They want you to watch. They want you to pay attention. So, a big dynasty like that may seem bad on the surface, but actually it's great. It's good for business.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate right now with Mahomes right now, and his wife and Swift. I mean, even if you look at the NFL, right, when they're posting a picture of like Kelsey kissing, what's her face, Taylor Swift, and you can see the don't care button, boycott button, and it's like people coming in droves, man. Like, man, we just don't want to see this anymore. We don't.
But they watch.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see it if you didn't watch.
Like a bad accident.
Right. You're wondering your way. Exactly.
So what happens in the future here? Like, where do you see this happen? Do you see any changes? I think they're talking about, like, going over these calls in more detail and reviewing everything and implementing new technology. And, like, I don't know, like with tennis, you have that Zoom cam where you can see if it's in within a fraction of an inch, right? But you don't have that technology. You have just a bunch of guys running with these chains and stuff like that. Oh, what did you see, Freddie? I don't know, John. What did you see? Just make a decision. Like, it's even a little bit, like, archaic. Like, it doesn't seem modern. So where do you see this going? Do they have to adapt, or are they just going to continue to piss people off?
I think they somewhat have to adapt if they don't have to fully adapt. I mean, I think obviously, they make like $12 billion a season in revenue or something like that. And they have the money to implement any technology they can think of. They really do. They don't want to. It's the same with Major League Baseball. They have the box where they can call the balls and strikes robotics, right? And I think that technology is pretty darn solid. They don't want to bring it in because then they lose the ability to control it. I mean, you call the strike. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but you get, behind 2 or 2-0, that changes the at-bat completely. And if those are borderline pitches that the umpire calls one way or the other, that changes the at-bat, that changes the outcome, potentially that inning of the game over. And I think it's the same with football. I mean, I would say, like, look, if you believe so much in replay that replay can fix everything, why can't we hear the conversation between the ref and the NFL? Right. Would that be remedy? I mean, if they went to replay like on that Josh Allen first down, whether he made it or not, and you could hear what New York was saying to the referee, what the referee was saying to New York, people would be like,
I want to hear it. I want to hear it now.
But it's a mystery. Complete mystery. We have no idea what was said. We never will ever know.
I want to know. I want to tap into that. That's a good idea. Maybe there should be a technology. Maybe we should find a way to tap into their headsets. I want to hear it.
But I mean, why do I have to listen to rules? Blah, blah, blah. I think you would understand too.
Yeah, it is annoying.
Let me hear what they're actually talking about. Why is it a secret? They're just talking about the rules, right? We're talking about the rules. That's what we've been told.
Yeah.
But what are they talking about?
I don't think so.
That's the question. If it's just the rules, why can't we hear it?
You know, I wonder if I don't think the coaches are in on it unless they're really good actors, because you can see coaches get really emotionally charged when a play doesn't go their way. Do you think the coaches, if you were to put your money on it, are they in on it, the head coach?
I think it could be. Sure.
But they get
Again, go back to game taking in the NBA. How does that happen? Mark Cuban tells us your best interest to lose. Does the coach then go out and try to win? This is like getting the coach. Somebody directs somebody to do something in that scenario, which we know is true. 100% we know it happens. So there's professional sports league that says games aren't fixed. And we know when GM or owner is dictating on down to the coach and to the players, we don't care if we win this game or you lose. So at some point, I think definitely head coaches can go. Are they always involved? No, but I don't think you have to fix every game. I don't think every game is fixed. I don't think it's professional wrestling. I think at certain times, certain games are definitely tweaked, influenced, some are completely outright fixed to get certain outcomes. But at the same time, why do these head coaches and coordinators keep getting jobs? Right. We're going to be a loser. Let's bring it back in. Let's do it again. I think you might do well this time.
Arthur Smith, Falcons, his dad was the owner of the FedEx or something, just, nepotism type thing, and the people up top.
But that's the thing, is, I think that all coaches can be both. And yeah, you see, obviously, emotion, you see people screw you, you see people get mad. But at the same time, you see them also make decisions. Yeah, even non-fans are, non-supposedly students of the game are like, why are you doing that? Why would you do that? You're supposedly the brain trust, but yet you completely follow it up. And you're intentional.
Again, it's going back to, how come people aren't coming out, people that are retired and coming out and spilling the beans, right?
What do you have to get? So that's the thing. So if you're a former coach, you're a former player, you probably get jobs, whatever, because you're a former player or coach. That's what your livelihood is based on. You know what I mean? So how, even if Peyton Manning came out tomorrow, wrote a book, and said, I fixed the Super Bowl, I made sure that the Saints won, that NFL rewarded me by giving me Super Bowl 50 so I could retire off, right up to the sunset after Super Bowl 50. Nobody would believe it.
No,
and they'd be like, look, I tell you, this is what happened. I did this. They would take the whole thing.
They would. I think they have
they would take where's your proof? If Steve A's been where's the proof? I need to see it. You can't prove it. You got nothing written down. I just take his word for it. That's what everybody would say. You would actually destroy their reputation. They wouldn't prove anything to people like me who believe them. Might be few and far between versus fans who just act like, and then there's his former teammates who would come out saying he's full of shit. We don't believe him. What's he talking about? He's no, that's not the way to do it. I mean, everybody would come out against Peyton Manning or whoever it was. So there's very little indicators in what let me tell you, I sell for make a lot of money.
I guess you're
money to be made doing this.
I guess you're right, because Aaron Rodgers, everybody thought he was not house when he was not taking the jab when everybody else was. Everybody thought he's kind of Looney Tunes and he's a little out there. He had his convictions. So maybe they'll just think that Pete was the Looney Tune guy.
Well, it took me I've yet to see somebody tell me explicitly if somebody was involved with fixing the game, how they would benefit by repealing. Because again, with their Peyton Manning said, I fixed that Super Bowl. What would his proof be besides saying, well, I threw that interception?
You gotta be outcast. Kind of like you're in the big boys club, and Peyton's the one that ratted on everything that they're doing, and kind of their whole scheme behind everything.
Exactly, it affects everybody. The trickle down thing, you become the most hated band in football.
So, for example,
you have very little to gain by coming out except maybe clearing your conscience. And I'm sure There are players, there are players who fix games either for gamblers, whatever, that do reveal this stuff. It's like the guy who worked for the CIA that tells his kid, by the way, let's go. It's the same thing I think with former athletes, where they say, they tell someone, be it a wife, brother, cousin, or a close personal friend, like, I did some bad stuff, but it doesn't mean it comes out. It doesn't mean they put it in a book or it comes out in a magazine or, a tweet or whatever, but I know these things come out. It's just hard to find who the guy is to really figure out the whole something, really find the truth.
We live in crazy times, man. Like, honestly, even the landing, right? Like, if you look at the way they take off to go back, and it looks like this paper mache type foil. And it's like, how did you get it there? Who's taking the video? The shadowing doesn't look. And now we're getting down the rabbit hole. I personally don't believe we landed on it, because if we did, we'd be there, more frequently, or more than once, right?
But you think we know how to get back?
Yeah.
We did it in 1969. We can't figure out how.
Like communication, how are they talking? There's no cell phones. Like we're having trouble. Like I was talking to my friend Tim. He lives up in the boonies. It's like he's having reception issues, and you're telling me 1969 you can probably communicate to the moon? What do you
have like 235 million miles away.
Crazy. So that's a whole other rabbit hole thing. But again, these people have come. I think what was his name, Aldrin or whatever, Buzz Aldrin. I think he kind of said it a couple of times. People don't believe him. They still believe that this is the whole narrative, and it's like I don't even know if it's ever going to come out, man. I don't know if they're ever going to completely come up and say. Do you think the NFL is going to come and say, yes, we're going to double it? They don't think they will.
No, unless they were absolutely forced for somehow. And I don't know how that happened. Because one of the things I always point out is, the Jets fans sued the Patriots and the NFL over Spygate. And it went to the Third Circuit Court of Appeal, and basic decision by the judges were, look, as a fan, you bought a ticket to see a game. All the NFL has to do is put on a football game. As long as they don't put on a boxing match or a basketball game or a hockey game, as long as they play some form of football, you have zero recourse. They don't have to follow the rules that they've said. Certain players don't have to play. One team could be cheating. The game can be fixed. It doesn't matter. If you bought a ticket to see an NFL game, they put on an NFL game. That's all that needs to be happen. So basically, the law has shown what I'm saying is right, that these leagues can fix their own games because you have no recourse. And you can't have a suit for fraud. So they're not committing fraud. They're just putting on a football game. Which is why before every game and after every game, this is a presentation of the National Football League. It's a presentation. What did they tell you, man?
No legal framework to prevent these manipulations, not zero.
No, the two closest laws, one is the game show law that came out in the 1950s when they fixed the game shows in the 50s because they would give the answers to the contestants. But it's exactly what I claim they're doing with football and basketball today, is they were giving certain contestants the answers because it would make the episodes more exciting. Then people tune in week after week. When they got busted, they passed a law, but the law says you can't fix an intellectual contest for television. So you can fix like Survivor, this is not intellectual. You can fix, America's Got Talent or American Idol, you can fix that. But you can't fix Jeopardy. Because it's an intellectual contest. Same with football. An intellectual contest, physical contest. And the other law that was passed in 1963 was the Sports Bribery Act. The Sports Bribery Act was basically to stop gamblers from fixing college basketball, mainly. But that law is like literally 4 sentences, and it says you cannot bribe a player, a coach, or a referee to alter the outcome of a sporting event. Well, if you're the NFL, you dictate your referees, hey, we want you to referee the game in this fashion so it benefits this team. You're not bribing anybody. It's just an employer telling its employees how to do their job. And that alters the outcome of the game. So we ain't going to get bribed. So there's no law that prevents this. Like I said, the closest thing is fraud. And even this Third Circuit Court of Appeal basically said, when you buy a ticket to a game, all they have to do is play football. They don't follow any rules, how many players play, say that certain things have to happen. They fulfill their promise. What do you think you get from watching it on TV? You have less than a ticket in terms of rights. Right, this was a joke.
This is crazy, man. What would your advice be to fans, to sports fans who might feel, disillusioned by the idea that games can be manipulated, or just in general, some people that are on the fence, or people that are completely convinced, or people that are fed up? What would you say to fans at this point? in regards to bringing games and being a fan?
Well, I think it comes down to everybody needs help. I mean, sports is entertainment. If you treat it as entertainment, great. You know, some people go to the movies, some people play music, some people paint, ballet, whatever. If you want to watch football, you want to watch baseball, and enjoy it for the 3 hours, it's all great. My problem comes when fandom overtakes everything else. When people all they think about is sports, they call it sports radio shows. They spend all this money on, tickets and on hats and on T-shirts and all this other stuff. And fandom is their being. Do you really know what you're a fan of? Do you really know what you're supporting? Right? You come to realize that what you're supporting is a multi-billion-dollar business that's probably lying to you right in your face. Then it may change your outlook on these things, and it may actually have damn people tell me that it survives. And once they kind of realized that this was kind of being faked, it wasn't exactly real, they went on to do other things. They paid attention to other things that actually improved their lives as opposed to being absorbed by this fandom, because it can change the way you think and how you do things.
It just kind of sucks, Brian, honestly.
I know people say it ruins sports for them.
I'm kind of jaded now. Like, Santa Claus was a real thing till I was like, I don't know, 8. And it was so much fun. And now I just know that the NFL is rigged. And because I really, really am good at watching games and observing stuff. I know because I study fantasy, I analyze these players, and I just know that it's a game of inches. And the fact that these refs just interfere and just manipulate the game and screw plays. And I knew, actually, I predicted this game. If you look at my social, I said, it's going to definitely be the Eagles and definitely going to be the Bills. Bills have 0 chance. I kept saying it. And people went back to it, and I said, spot on. This age like 5 wide. I'm not psychic, man. I could tell, man, the narrative, the colors, the 3P, the great story. And, I watched that game, and I really focused on that Bills and Chiefs game. And I really just, like, come on, man. Like, just let it not be true. But it's true, man. They had no chance. The Bills had 0 chance to win that game.
No, and the referees, the way that a lot of NFL rules are written, they're like intentionally vague. There's like gray areas, a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of things, like the interception you're talking about. They can say it's a catch because of A, B, and C. But they kind of called it incomplete because of X, Y, and Z. Yeah. It's like potentially favor. So which part of the rules did they want to enforce? And that's the way they're written. So the league can say, hey, our referees, they follow the rules because A, B, and C was a catch. Well, what about X, Y, and Z where it's not a catch? Which isn't, and that's the problem. Is a lot of it's subjective. What's holding? What's pass interference? Those sort of things that can change a drive, that can alter outcomes of games. It may only take 1 or 2 calls. Sometimes it takes a lot more, but sometimes it only takes 1 or 2 calls, and they're subjective, and their rules are vague, and you can't question them. And that's the way it is. That's exactly how you manipulate a game. That's how you can do it right in front of somebody's face and they'll do anything.
It is really crazy how subjective it is, and they still I watch these games and I'm marveled they don't know what a catch is. Okay, did he have 2 feet down? Was it in? Did he have control of the ball? Oh, he bobbled it a little bit. Oh, no, hit the ground. It's like you guys are trying to figure out how to catch a ball in a game that the main point of the game is to catch a ball. I mean, football, it's one of the primary objectives of football is to catch a ball. And you're telling me you guys are analyzing and you don't know if he caught the ball or not? And it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy, the uncertainty around this.
Like I say, I think it's intentionally. I really do. I think that's why the rules are written the way they are. So there is that vagueness, so you can cite certain things within that rule, which will benefit the team or team B.
I'd love to get your feedback, guys. I want people to drop a comment below. But one last thing: what is the most shocking thing you divulged when you were doing your research here? When you're doing your research with these books, what was something that you looked at? But man, that's pretty crazy. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you said that. What was the one thing that kind of shocked you with regards to game breaking?
Actually, I really think the biggest thing was, like I say, when I tapped into the FBI files, and I got all the information from the FBI that I don't even know people who existed. Because, there was over hundreds of odd files that really went like 1960s into the early 80s, where the FBI was investigating players, leagues, everything. It was everything. Was boxing, sports racing, basketball, football, baseball, it was college basketball, it was college football, it was all these sports, all these players. And they investigated a ton of stuff that I never even heard of. Nobody had really ever heard of. And yet, you know, I mean, I know a lot of people think the FBI is pretty shady these days, but back then, it was probably a little more on the up and up. And I mean, the stuff in there was incredible. I mean, people were approaching players all the time to fix games. They had incredible evidence that games were being fixed for gambling purposes. And, you know, they would even approach the leagues, and the leagues would be like, well, we really don't care. Or the leagues would say, we'll just take care of ourselves. Let the guy go away, and they would. So, I mean, they were able to whitewash a lot of this stuff away. And really, in the 1980s, the FBI stopped investigating the fixed games. So nobody's even looking out for it. So we have no idea what's going on. So I mean, it's kind of mind-blowing in that way. The other thing that blows my mind too, of course, is that they can fix the game as it wants to. I mean, that's just kind of crazy when you think about it.
Guess who's looking out for it now? Right here, baby.
Somebody needs to be. I mean, I'm getting too tired of it, so we had to take the mantle and run.
Too much drama for me. To me, it's not even about the conspiracy. I just like to ask questions. If something doesn't make sense to me, I just can't passively watch it and be like, yeah, you know, it was a lackluster performance by Josh Allen. You know, he could have done it, you know, but it was just a sad day. The sun didn't shine the right angle. That, you know, I just can't, you know, it's not real.
Why did the Bills, wasn't they run 4 or 5 quarterback sneaks all to the left when even the announcer said before the first one, well, you know, they run always to the left. Really? So Tony Romo and Jim Nance do that. Apparently Josh Allen and the Bills have no clue. They always run to the left. And yet they did it like 5 times. They gave us got stopped like every time.
Yeah, I saw on social where Khalil Shakir was kind of lined up. You know, they had 5 yards to go. He was kind of lined up near the line of scrimmage. And then they had blitz showing, right? And this is a guy breaking down the footage, just a random social media guy. And then he called an audible, and then Shakir came behind Allen, like 5 yards behind Allen. It completely became irrelevant in this play. It's like, hold on, they're showing blitz. You want to have all hands on deck, or you want to do something to run a quick slant to get the 5 yards and make it easy for Allen. No, he goes and runs behind Josh. Like, who made that play call? You know, it's just like, again, you and I would make a better play call than that. So it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, I'm like saying that's the thing where you say your coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember reading that it was, I think it was a Super Bowl that Packers lost to the Broncos. And they had a chance. They actually hit the ball and they were someone going down the field. And basically, what wanted to be the last call by the Packers, the play they called, one of the players in the huddle said, what are we running? And they said it again. He's like, we never ran that play all year. I don't even know what that play is. So it was like when the game online, when the game manager coaches, they just pulled some random play that they hadn't practiced since, you know, summer camp. And that's the play they ran to try to win the Super Bowl. And it's strange choices. Really strange choices at really strange times.
Man, crazy times. It's getting me a lot of views. It's been a lot of fun. Getting me a lot of views, a lot of exposure, a lot of followers. Because I think people are just thirsty for the truth. And I think that's where your book comes in and all that stuff too.
I think that's well, I always spike sales always spike throughout Super Bowl because there's always some strangeness in the NFL that makes people wait a second. So that the NBA Finals, a lot of times it tends to spike. But I think you're right. I think fans again. I think if you watch enough football, whether you're not a football knowledge person, I think you see enough strange stuff that seems to favor one team over another, where you just start having questions. And as long as your memory span lasts more than week to week, the more you see, the more you question about it. And I think you have the right to question. I think we have the right to be a skeptic. These leagues, because again, they're in the business to make money, and they're making billions of dollars off of this stuff. And what other company leaves their, business up to chance? XM, they give the chance, Microsoft, to Amazon. Netflix, they just leave things up to chance, or do they actually strategize and figure out exactly the best way for profit is to do? And nobody thinks the NFL does that.
Yeah, but it's interesting that all of the...
Yeah, man, it's been crazy. And what was the last thing? So you had to get what was the motivation behind these books? What really inspired you? And I gotta get into this. Somebody pissed you off and you lose that. I'm just curious to hear how why did you do this?
Well, somebody kind of like I felt it to be somebody had to.
before,
I
like
think
during
there's two main books that influenced me. There was one called Interference by Dan Correa,
and up to
and he
the
wrote
7th
about
century,
organized crimes in
all
the
these
NFL.
biblical
And there was another book called They Call It a Game by Bernie Parrish, who used to play for Browns. I think he's one of the few players, ex-players who played in the late 50s, early 60s, and he was part of the NFL Players Association for a very long time. He wrote a book where he basically said he thought Super Bowl III was fixed to facilitate the merger between the NFL and the NFL.
So like,
I mean, it's a former player basically saying,
and also
when like CBS wanted to play, I felt like CBS.
one of the weird things about that is,
I mean, it's strong stuff from the former player. Yeah, we still, like I say, involved with the Players Association. But, you know, people forget because it was dated as the 1960s. He wrote this in the early 70s. But those two books kind of influenced me after reading those. They kind of set me on the path that I'm going on. And again, it deals with voice. Nobody else was doing it.
Well, let's do a third edition. I'm interested. If you're interested, let's do a third edition. CC, like, put me as a co-author, and I'll push the heck out of it. I think we should do a third edition. I think we're overdue because there's so much new stuff going on here. I think we should talk about the new fans. These fans are just like really starting to catch on. So I think we need an updated version. I think we're going to talk about this off the air. If you're interested, we can talk about it after. But I'd love to do a book with. I mean, you can do the main book, and I'll just kind of you do all the work. I'm sure I'll do all that. You're the knowledge guy.
Well, I mean, it's funny because in the book that wrote text that came out in 2010, I wrote the sequel came out in 2019. And it was like amazing how much stuff happened in 10 years. And everything we do in our book.
We've got good data in there. That's the foundation. We should just do an update, another one. We should guys we can these two books here. We're going to work on a third one. If you're in, man, I'm making the offer right here, right now. You can't say no. Let's do it. I'll dive in. I'll help on the stream. Like I said, millions of views, man. And it's like, I'm going to watch this video, and they want a third edition. If you guys listen this far, you're obviously passionate. If you want a third edition, drop a comment below. I should have asked them at the beginning of the show. Most people tune in at the beginning, but it's so interesting. I'm assuming a lot of people read from that. So that's it.
We just irritated so much.
I think it's an interesting. I think it was a very interesting conversation. I think you answered everything that needs to be answered. So, in a nutshell, yes or no is the fix it with absolute certainty of zero doubt. Yes or no, Brian? 100%. 100%. I mean, 100%. Let me know what you guys think below. Always great having you on the show. Hopefully, get that third book on the go. Love to work on that with you. Brian Toohey, the great and powerful, the man of the hour. Everybody wants to hear what you're saying, and everybody's talking about what you wrote about. We're going over an hour and 4 minutes. So, yeah, thanks for coming on the show, man. And, yeah, man, you are somebody that's definitely going to be signed up at this point, and it just gets hotter and hotter around us to help you.
No, it's our, I'd say every time around this year, this is what happens. Not
a lot of people are talking about it. So, thanks, guys. Thanks. Drop a comment below. Let us know what you guys think. And Brian, thanks again for coming on the show. Great show, man. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys.
Edited out 43 books have been edited by the church in the 4th century. And we had that complete view. And then we began to see why the church omitted some of the text, because it destroys the narrative that has been preserved to what we call the Bible. And I think the Bible is a good book. Is it complete? No.
Right. It's not.
Is it selected? Yes.
Right. Yeah. One of the interesting things about the Bible is like the way we look at religion today is vastly different than the way people did religion. Right. We look at like some folks like to look at religion as like hard fact science, right? As if like that's what they live by. I mean, it's one thing to look at it that way, and then it's another thing to look at it as like a tradition or a mythology, something that upholds values for you in your community. Like back then, there was like religions weren't exclusive. Like Yahwism, all these other religions were just like people embraced all of them.
Well, and they do. When I'm in the Middle East, we before October 7th of 23, we were leading groups into the Holy Lands that include Israel, include the surrounding areas. And we go into cities and villages with people of all faiths. They worked in the same restaurants. They lived together. They're neighbors. They're friends. The Arabs observe all the Jewish holidays. The Jews observe all the Arab holidays, which means they get a lot of days off during the year. Their kids play together, and they know how to live together. It wasn't a problem for them. A lot of people, when we have this conversation, they acknowledge the Bible is incomplete. They interpret that as divine inspiration that created, that led the church to create the Bible as it is, because this is what it's supposed to be. This is what they say it was.
Well, yeah, it's power. Over centuries.
And it's there are a lot of ways to interpret what that is, but this is one of the overarching themes. And again, this was the war school that says we are, until the end of this cycle, that we are in this fundamental battle. And that the way that we triumph is by embracing the truth of who we are. That's it. You can read whatever words you want to read into that. Whether you want to talk about biology, or you talk about the root divinity. So what we're invited to do is live the best version of ourselves.
There's that war story. What year was that one discovered?
So in the first, in cave number 1, were the first 7 scrolls that were discovered. And they were some of the most intact. Isaiah scroll. To Jerusalem today, just outside Jerusalem, there's a museum called the Shrine of the Book Museum. Have you been there before? Well, this is amazing. So the museum on the outside is like a white. It's a white structure that is made to look like a large version of the top of one of the vases. Steve, you can probably bring up Shrine of the Book Museum, if you would, please. I want to show something. When you go inside, the central part of the inside of Shrine of the Book, there it is right there. Okay, so there's the outside. So that's the top, and then there's a black obelisk next to it. You see if it shows the black obelisk.
Right there.
Yeah, there it is right there. This is the symbol between the sons of darkness and the sons of light. That black obelisk represents the sons of darkness, the white represents the sons of light. The first 7 scrolls are housed in this museum.
Oh, really?
And then what you're seeing in the center, Steve, you can enlarge that upper left. Oh, now it's right there. Thank you for the work you're doing behind the scenes. What you're seeing is this is made to look like a Torah scroll. And what you're seeing on the scroll is the Isaiah scroll. Most of it is intact. It's wrapped all the way around. And that whole structure is designed in the event of a nuclear attack. The belief is that the information on the great Isaiah scroll will be the foundation of the civilization that emerges from the destruction, and it must be preserved at all costs. So this entire structure is designed to drop underground into a vault, and the lid is a concrete and steel lid that comes over it to preserve the great Isaiah scroll in the event of a nuclear attack for the emerging remnant afterward to have all the information they need to build the civilization. That's how important the Isaiah scroll is believed to be.
That's insane.
This is where again? This is in the Shrine of the Book Museum. Just outside Jerusalem, and then the other scrolls are in the displays that you see around. That's the Isaiah scroll that you see.
What is the significance? What's in the Isaiah scroll? You read it?
Oh yeah. Well, my Hebrew is not the best. I've read the English translations of it.
Do you read any ancient languages?
I am not an expert scholar. I have a strong background in linguistics. So I have when languages have been found in some of the archaeological evidence that have been translated. Excuse me. There are archaeological remnants that are being found here in Mesoamerica. With, I can't say that it's an alphabet. They're symbols of the so am asked to intervene as a linguistic geologist to see if the stones come from this area, if they came from somewhere else, if the language is a known language, not a known language, is it similar to anything we see Egypt, cuneiform, Sanskrit.
This is in Mesoamerica. You looked at this.
Mesoamerica.
And what did you find?
It's ongoing. It's ongoing. So this is all in the, and you can see the displays on the edge are other remnants, fragments.
All right.
When I was there last in 23, there is a new exhibit inside of here, and the only scroll that's ever been found from Genesis, the original Genesis was found. And at that time, it was not in good shape. It was still rolled, and they couldn't unroll all of it without damage. So we now have technology they can see what's in it without actually breaking it. That's there's so much. The scrolls are important for a number of reasons. They're important for the Jewish people from their tradition, but here in time, because it's in those first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, that mathematicians and statisticians were able to load them into the computer back in the 90s and run search algorithms called ERS, electronic skip sequences,
right?
Or letter sequences. And what they found when they do that mathematically is beyond random, beyond chance. Statistically, what they're finding is meaningful information encoded in number underlying the letters of these first 5 books. They tried to get other books and it doesn't work. So there's something very special about those first 5 books. A deeper meaning below the letters of the every ancient alphabet, bar none, has always had a number that represents the line. Science is called gematria, and it's not numerology. Numerology is a loose subset that doesn't follow the rules. In the 2nd century, there was a book of 32 rabbinical rules were laid out in the 2nd century, determining how gematria can be used as a science. And I've spent a lot of time with this. I've got the software, run the algorithms, and you can't figure this out. I mean, everything that has happened in the past is included into that document. They did the original. Are you familiar with this? Have you had guests talk about this? Okay. So well, I mean, everything from all the great wars are in there, the countries that entered the wars, the years they entered, who their leaders were, the year the war was over, what year the leaders, assassination, Kennedy, election Obama, Trump, I mean, everything is encoded. And the text says that it will be everything that was, is, or will be, is until the end of time. Not the end of the world, but the end of time is encoded into that text. The end of time
into these texts,
into the first 5 books. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers.
When do you think they were written?
Well, this is why the scrolls are so important, because they were the oldest records that have not been edited that were ever discovered are these books. Representations of all the Old Testament, not complete, but representations of all the conceivable discrepancies.
What is the I know we've talked about this a million times, but I can't remember, what is the consensus among scholars of when the Dead Sea Scrolls were originally composed?
I don't know if they
Can you find that, Steve?
They have a consensus. The scrolls,
or like, where's the narrative?
The scrolls pushed the date back by 1,000 years.
Okay, so they say they were written between the 3rd and the 1st. Okay. Right. So during or after they're Hellenistic. At the very earliest, they were Hellenistic. So 300.
So there's a whole lot we can say about all of that. But I think what's important from all that, and it's another perspective,
right?
It's another perspective. Why? How could all that information be encoded. And to understand that, I was a senior computer systems designer, and even that I had not been taught about what it appears is happening here. This is what's called a dynamic array. So we're used to talking about an array of information, linear information. This is a multidimensional. In a computer, you can do it multidimensional. But the thing about this array is every time an event occurs, the entire array rearranges itself to accommodate that event and create a possible outcome. It's almost as if, in lay terms, it's almost as if you were given belief, except that we live in a quantum world, quantum possibilities, many potentials, and we make the choices that become our reality. It's almost as if we were given a map of potentials, outcomes. So you query, say something like 2024 election Trump. So that's a query. And you put that in, and it will come back, and the array will show you like Trump's name, and it will show you the 2024 election, and it will show you assassination attempt. It will show you the possibilities around that particular query. It doesn't predict what will happen. Right. It indicates consequences and outcomes. It's almost as if we were given a map of quantum possibilities so that we can query. But here's, I wanted to share the really good news that I've seen from this. During the Cold War, I queried and studied this during the Cold War. Right at the end of the Cold War, the Cold War was over 89, and it was in the early 90s. The first time that Michael Drosnin wrote the book for the Bible Code. It was the first time and if you query atomic holocaust, that only comes up twice in the code, and the years for both of those we've already passed. So it suggests that we are not, I'm not going to say you won't see a limited exchange. I think you may see a tactical on the battlefield somewhere. But I don't think we're going to see mushroom clouds all over the horizon like they show in movies. It showed 1983. 83 was the last year, according to the Torah codes, the Bible codes, that the word atomic holocaust comes up and it says, this is called the Torah codes, or the Bible codes. It's commonly the Bible codes, but it's actually the Torah. It's the first 5 books of the Old Testament. And who was the guy who first wrote about this? Are you familiar with the Bible? I mean, I will be redundant. I'm not familiar with it. No, I've never heard of it before. Okay. Well, I apologize. Okay. So let's start over. 1990, mid-1990s, a man named Michael Drosnin wrote a book called The Bible Codes. Right. And it was based on the work of Eli, a statistical mathematician who published in a peer-reviewed journal an article about what are called electronic letter sequences, ELS sequences. And so here's what put it on the map. In the Torah codes, it said that the prime minister, his name was Yitzhak Rabin, would be assassinated at a certain time on a certain date by a man with a very precise name. They took this information to Yitzhak Rabin and said, look, if you do this speech on this day, 3,000-year-old book says you're going to so maybe you want to rethink it. He said, no, if it's in the Torah, it has to be true. He went and gave this speech, and he was killed on the day, at the location, at the time of day, and the man's name was Amir, A-M-I-R, and that was all in the Torah codes. And that's what put it on the map. They said, how could this book have predicted that this was going to happen? So then statisticians, they said, well, what if he hadn't? What if he had postponed? So they ran the query, that he talked on another day.
and the Torah codes came back, and it said assassination delayed, indicating it still would have happened, but it would have happened maybe another time.
Okay, can you explain to me again?
So I apologize because when you said you heard of it, I assumed.
No, I'm familiar with how numbers are associated with the language.
Oh man, let's do this. Let's do this.
So I wasn't familiar with how they decipher. Are they using a computer?
Yep, let's do this. This is so cool. This goes back about 400 years. Rabbis have always said that there are hidden codes in the Torah. They didn't have computers. They tried to figure it out by hand. And it's said by candlelight and lantern lights. And it said that they went crazy trying to do this. So when computers came into vogue in the 90s, those same rabbis said, well, let's do this on a computer. So the idea, this is gematria. Every letter, every ancient alphabet has always had a mysterious number associated with it. We don't know where they came from. They never change. Always consistent. Study Kabbalah. People know this. They often use the numbers and letters interchangeably in Kabbalah. So they took the Torah and converted the letters into their equivalent numeric representations and loaded that into the computers as an array. Okay, all right. And then you can tell the computer, beginning with a certain letter, it's called a skip code. You could say, if the skip code is 10, you start with a letter, and then you go 10, and then 10 letters down, and then that's the next code, and 10 letters down, and that's the next. And what you find is the entire word. So, for example, in Genesis, first you find, and I believe it's a skip code of 10, is O, skip code 10R, skip code 10H, and it actually says Torah. And they said, okay, well, what else is in there? So that's what makes you crazy doing it by hand. So what they do is a computer, and you can determine what the skip could be a skip code of 50 or a skip code. Actually, the Torah may be a skip code of 50. I didn't know we were going to talk about this. You can determine a skip code, and what it will do is it will search horizontally, it will search vertically, and it will search diagonally. If you, there you go. I was just going to read my mind so you can see how these skip codes work. The key is it has to be entered in Hebrew. You have to enter the query in Hebrew. And where the information, so like, for example, the Twin Towers, was in there. And it said that the planes were in the Twin Towers. Everything.
And how did they find that? Like they did this after the fact, obviously, right?
It doesn't predict. It shows relationships once you put them in there. So Harold Gans was a CIA analyst who wanted to debunk this. So he said, let me do my GANS. He said, let me do my experiment. And there's a very famous experiment that he did where they entered the name of, I believe it was 32 rabbis. And they said, let's see if these 32 rabbis are in there. Well, not only were they in there, their birth dates were in there, the date of their death was in there, the location where they lived in the world, their city was in there. It exceeded what the analysts thought he was going to debunk it. Now he's one of the strongest supporters of what was happening. So it's controversial. A lot of people don't believe it. It's a mystery. How could these things happen? Well, this opens the door to another conversation we can't have today. But the conversation is if we are living in a simulation. I think we probably had guests on it talking about virtual realities and us living in a simulation. Have you heard guests talk about that? If we are living in a virtual simulation, it makes sense that we would have a map of all the potentials within our simulation until the end of the cycle. And that's what is believed the Torah codes were given to the people of the earth
3,000 years ago as a map of potentials. When you make a choice, these are what you can expect as the outcome. Until the end, not the end of the world, but the end of time. The end of time is the end of the cycle. And the code says that we are living at the end of that cycle, and that's why so many things are converging.
Is that where you get the idea, or what's the idea of the 5,000-year cycles?
5,000-year cycles are, it comes from a lot of ancient tradition based on cosmology.
Does that come from the Mayans? Or
the Mayans were one of the best representations, archaeological representations. So 25,000 years is one precession of the equinoxes, right? And that's a lot of time. It's broken down. The Mayan calendar breaks it down into 5 subsections. Bring up a Mayan calendar, I can show you. Bring a good Mayan calendar on our screen.
Mayan calendar.
There it is. Which actually is not even Mayan, it's Aztec, but it's associated.
Right.
See, the images Mayan calendar.
No, you don't have to do 2025.
Yeah, this image is Mayan calendar right there. And let's pick
like a circle thing, or
one right there.
oh yeah.
Okay. So what you're seeing, are you looking at this in the course? See the 4?
Yeah.
Okay, each of those represents one of the 4 group cycles. Each one is 5,825 years. Okay. And the circle is the 5th. 5 times 5,825 years is approximately 26,000 year cycle. Each of those has a grid that represents how the cycle ended. In the past, one was through wind, one was great winds struck the earth, and it took everything away. One was ice, one was fire, and one was water. Most recent, the great flood of the sea. Okay, those are 4. The 5th one, the circle in the middle. When I asked the Mayan elders, that's the current cycle. And I asked them, how does this cycle end? What is that glyph? And they say, that is the glyph for movement. And I say, well, what kind of movement? Does that mean like the earth moves, earthquakes? And they say, we don't know. It could be a movement of people, could be a movement of ideas, could be a movement, physical movement that we don't know. They said that the cycle will end with a great movement of some kind. So this is the Mayan representation, but this is only a piece of a much. There is no single artifact that can encapsulate the complexity of the Mayan system of time. This is one piece of it, because there are interlocking cycles that between cosmological ages and solar times. Yeah,
they're so mathematically advanced, it's almost hard to comprehend.
Yeah, where did they get that?
Right, where did they get that? Who built the pyramids? There's so many questions.
Another podcast. So what we're looking at is when we look at the Torah codes, the experts, I mean, the jury is still on it. It's very controversial. People that have worked with it, the information is there. There are people that want to debunk it. They say, how could it be? I think, and I don't think you have it all figured out because it's only given us partial information. But the information, the relationships it gives us are always right on. Let me just close it out. That piece with one very beautiful thing. When you see something really dark in your Torah codes, often nearby, what's called a statistically significant distance, so it's not like way off somewhere, it's close by, is a phrase that says, will you change it? Will you change it? Suggesting that we have, that we are given the opportunity to determine whether or not these hard things will happen. Will you change it? the choices that we make. And I'm always encouraged when I see that. I think it's no accident. So that's there's a lot more we can talk about with the Torah codes, but that's a little piece of the big conversation.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Egypt? I'm sure you have.
I led groups there from 1992 until 9/11.
He's done everything.
Every year, at least once a year, sometimes twice a year. Such a fascinating place. Have you? Well, we should do a field trip.
Yeah.
We should do our big fun podcast field trip from the road.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Christopher Dunn?
I don't get out much.
So he wrote a book, I think his first book was maybe called It's a Power Plant.
I remember that book.
Yeah, he's an engineer. Yeah, from aerospace and first of all, he he reverse engineered it. He says this is a functional machine, and he's revamped his theory, added on to it recently. His book is called the Tesla Connection, part 2. Yeah. And his idea is that the Great Pyramid, is a solid state electron harvester that harvests electrons from the Earth. And he's even had NASA scientists that have backed up his ideas with how those stones in there can help with the electron flow through the Earth, and how all those shafts and everything in there, they don't make sense. It's like that thing had to have some sort of crazy function to it.
Well, it is based on such universal principles that it has many functions. For that very reason, because of its harmonic relationship to the Earth, to the energy on the Earth, to the cosmos, encoded into the pyramid, the dimensions. It's directly in the middle of all the landmass of the planet. Probably know the stats. Because I was there in 1986. I was in Egypt, and they gave permission at that time. They've never done this since, to integrate to take a core sample from one of the casing stones, because the question is, how did they build this thing? How they get the stones at 430 feet? And what they found was so controversial. It was published in the engineering journals, and a lot of people want to talk about it. Because at that time, a lot of New Age, the harmonic convergence was happening, a lot of New Age stuff. People talking about crystals, lasers, vibration, all of which is possible, but the evidence doesn't support it. What the evidence shows is that core sample in natural light, the casing stones, the outer stones were mined to be used in buildings and mosques in Cairo. And there's only a couple of them. They were beautiful, polished marble. So what we see today was never meant to be seen. I didn't make it obvious. It is sandstone or limestone. Natural limestone, as a geologist, I can tell you, will have laminations because the way it was deposited. They'll have microfossils, tiny microbial forms of life, some kind of shell, something like that. And what they found in core samples was better than that. What they found was it was completely homogeneous. There were insects, air bubbles of human hair, that they found in this core sample. What they now believe is that they were built, whoever built these used the technology that we're starting today. They took the natural stone, pulverized it, mixed it with a matrix of an epoxy, and poured the stones in place to get the high tolerances of less than thousandths of an inch between the stones. And to get the materials on high, they poured the stone and they dried it in place. And now they think the same thing happened in Peru, with places like Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu, the Coricancha, things like that. And it's a very different way of looking at the technology, but if that's the case, it's more advanced
What stone? They took the course you have the limestones on the outer edge of it, on the outer parts of it.
See a picture of the pyramid. You're looking at the interior. It was never meant to be seen by the naked eye.
Where is this, Steve?
I believe this is what he's referring to.
Oh, did they publish it?
Study of physical achievement. Study of physical properties such as porosity, density, and mechanical properties such as compressive strength and tensile strength of Egyptian limestone based on experimental investigations.
There's some light bedtime reading.
Yeah. What is the finding? Go up. No, right top. This is findings at the top. Right where it is. Findings. A strong correlation between porosity and density, and good correlation between uniaxial strength and tensile strength. The carried out results indicated small porosity results in greater rock strength.
Yeah, but it's not telling.
Yeah, no, it's not.
They published this in the geologic journals, and the geologists have no problem with it. The historians have a huge problem with it. And they also dated now, as a geologist, the Sphinx and the pyramids, the stones are showing erosion. So that is called fluvial erosion, which means fast amounts of water over long periods of time, not aeolian erosion, which means wind. They believe that all that erosion is from wind. The Robert Shaw, Boston University, with Jonathan West. I used to know John before he died. We took our groups over at the same time. I would talk for his group, but he would come and talk to my group. Oh, that's amazing. It was a lot of fun. He's a good man. I had a hard time.
Yeah.
But it was during that time, it's the early 90s. The only time they've had that kind of running water in Egypt was the melting of the last ice, which puts this around 12,000 feet before present. And that means the Egyptians, as we know them today, are built the Sphinx and the pyramids and all. Geology, they published this WAP, the American Association of Geologists. They published. Geologists said, hey, what's the problem? I mean, the data's right there, of course. It's water. The historians had a horrible time. They said, oh my God, it can't be 12,500 years because that messes up the whole timeline. And so they're struggling with that.
Yeah. It's also crazy how all around this pyramid, I've never been in some photos, all around there was a giant separate takes you on the trip. Yeah, that's right. I want to go. Definitely. I got to reach my kids in there. But there's like all these giant granite blocks all around the pyramid that look like they have literal circular saw blade cuts in them. Like you could run a credit card through it. They're so perfect. It looks like someone took a giant circular saw. Right? This is
Tiwanaku on the Bolivian side of Lake Titicaca. It's very controversial. It's being gated out between 15 and 20,000.
Yeah.
So the question is, I think what we're finding, all of this is opening the door to a conversation that goes back to the beginning of our conversation. We're not who we've been told, and we're much more than okay, we begin to understand that history. I think what's important now is that just as we're beginning to understand that history, we're being asked to deny our parents. And within a very brief period of time, we're going to be encouraged to accept technology and where it's chemicals, not drug. Definitely RFID chips that are being used in Sweden right now in the industry. There was an article in Extreme, a guy, I think he had 15 RFID chips in his body, and he was bragging. He says he's never felt freer because he could leave the house with no billfold, no credit card, no driver's license, and he could go to work. One of his he just puts part of his hand and it reads, and he gets to the building, he goes to the bank, and whatever. People don't understand what that RFID chip is doing to their biology and the thinking underlying that, and the loss of human sovereignty when it comes to that. These are all things to consider. So I would never tell someone, attempt to convince or persuade them, or tell them what to do or what not to do. I want people to be aware what it is that you're giving away. What does it mean to give away your humanness? Is it worth it to you to trade your humanness and divinity for efficiency and speed of computer chip? Or to relinquish the complexity of your immune system to the efficient efficiency of a targeted clinical that knows how to go after one contagion at the expense of losing your ability to go after other contagions at other points in your life. Is that worth it to you? We're up on the 3 hours, and I'm going to close this. I think what it all comes down to, I just want to acknowledge, first of all, we've covered a lot of ground, and I appreciate your willingness to go there. I appreciate our viewers. If you're still with us after 3 hours, thank you. Sure they are. All right. I'm acknowledging much of what we talked about is a way different way of thinking. And I want to say it is for me as well. I'm in a rural community in northern New Mexico, conservative community. I was never taught to think this way. But I had to be honest with myself as a scientist. Does the science support the story that I was told and then given? And so there's a big difference between taking the science and forcing it into a pre-existing idea and allowing the science to lead to the new story that it tells. And I had to make that choice in my life. I lost credibility as a scientist when I did that. I don't care about that. I would rather be honest with the people of this world that I love and share what I believe the story is saying than preserve some kind of credibility in an academic environment that, in my opinion, is obsolete. So I'm just acknowledging that we've covered a lot of ground. What I think it comes down to is love. And that's why I want to ask, do we love ourselves enough to accept the truth of what it means to be human and the responsibility that comes with acknowledging our potentials and our capacities and the choices that we make in our lives in the next 5 years are the answer to that question. It's not a verbal answer. Do we choose to preserve the gift of our humanness, or will we succumb to indoctrination that tells us life is easy and it's safe if we give our humanness away? These are choices we all have to make.
Very profound. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you compare the direction that we're going in society right now to the way that societies and cultures evolve in antiquity. And just looking at some of the creations that are beyond our comprehension today, that people and our ancestors had, it seems so obvious that they were more connected to themselves and to the earth, and they're not stuck in this hamster wheel of efficiency and progress and chasing the economy and just in that hamster wheel, that money-making hamster wheel that we live in today, our world. So I think it resonates really well.
When you think about it, look at the events of the world, and they're all designed to keep us spun up and occupied, spun up in fear, which we were never meant to live in 24/7. Fear is a temporary condition to be remedied, not an experience to be preserved. And we're seeing the consequence of that in health: the inflammation, the disease, the anxiety, the depression, the fear for ourselves and our children. And the way out of all of it is to embrace our divinity, to be the best version of ourselves, and to do that we have to have the courage to look beyond what we're told. Not to discount all of it, but to examine it. Look beyond, think critically, and our young people are being conditioned away from that. They're being told to recite what the authorities have told them, rather than to think critically and say, is this true?
Greg, thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
I want to thank you.
Great to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you. Now, this is a good dry run, so now
you're ready to start the podcast?
Press the button and then press record, and we'll do the whole thing again, right?
online. That's funny. Tell people that are listening, watching, where they can find your book, where they can find your website, get in touch with you, all that stuff.
The new book, the book is called Pure Human, The Hidden Truth of Our Divinity, Power, and Destiny. We have talked about portions of it. There's a lot we didn't talk about. GregBraden.com, GregBraden.com. My mom did that on purpose. Gregory is one G, and I'm not Gregory. It's just Greg. Two G's is Greg. Yeah. Wherever books are sold, go to Amazon, go to our website. The book is officially. Wow, look at that handsome devil. The book is officially released January 28th, but it's pre-selling very strongly right now. Okay. And I think they're going to run out the first month, so people want one soon before January 28th. I haven't seen that. Is this on my website? Is that your, that's the Hay House website. My team did a beautiful job. I've got a beautiful team, very powerful women working behind the scenes to help me support all this. That's awesome. If you have 5 minutes, we have a couple questions for our Patreon subscribers. Yeah. That we should do at the end of each podcast. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just spend 30 seconds to a minute answering each question. We'll just trip through a couple of them. All right. Which one do you want to do, Steve? Let's not do the ones that are 10 paragraphs. You can ask anything. Yeah. This guy asks us about the gene code. Okay. This guy says, "What is the God code?" Discovered in DNA. Again, we gotta keep it simple. Keep it short. All right. If it's possible. I know that's a 10-hour question. Yeah. So, as a senior computer systems designer during the Cold War years, my specialty was pattern recognition software. When the human genome was first published onto a computer network, and we could see it for the first time, I immediately noticed the patterns in our genome. It's not random. In 2004, I released a book that was the result of 20 years of research of the message, the literal message that's encoded into the first layer of the DNA in every cell of every human body, that literally translates into the words God, eternal within the body. It literally reads God eternal within the body. And it reads God eternal within the body in the 4 root languages: Cuneiform, Sanskrit, Arabic, and Hebrew. And it tells us that when we believe our differences are so great that we must hurt and destroy one another to solve our problems, we go further. There are 50 trillion cells inside of every human body to remind us of who we are. We are God eternal. It doesn't say who God is or where God came from. The God that is spelled out in the DNA of our bodies is the same you see in those texts. Alright, so this highlighted part I think is okay. I can't see it yet. The highlight. Today, I see people becoming genetically weaker due to the amount of poisons they get from food, water, sky, medical, industrial complex. I see people becoming much stupider, becoming dopamine addicts. Do you think that the human race is subconsciously thinning its own herd out in order to become stronger? Is the great leap evolution we've been hearing about actually a massive culling, which will leave only the enlightened and mentally sound humans left behind? You're asking my opinion. The answer is absolutely no. It is not something we're doing to ourselves. This is something that's being imposed upon us by powers that are attempting to deceive us and veil the truth of our humanness from us. It is not natural evolution. It is a form of evolution. It is not natural evolution. It's an artificial evolution that is not good for humans. Cutting the CO2 down to 220 parts per million is not good for humans. Cooling their temperature is not good for humans. Inciting wars between superpowers to deplete munitions and human capability is not good for us. Breaking the social bonds that have kept us as a society is not good for us. All of these, when you put them together, are referred to technology. Replacing biology with technology is not good for us. When you put these together, they're all part of a concerted effort to remake the Earth and to remake our bodies and the human species into something that no longer serves us as humans. The question is, who's it served? That's another conversation. Yeah, that's the mystery. It is an expression, a deep expression of evil that is
sweeping the earth in a very profound way. That it has. But between now and the year 2030, to remake us and our world into something that is not good for us.
Right. Something we also covered pretty good on the actual podcast. This guy says, Greg has a gift for summarizing. Ask him what his focus, ask him with all the focus on awakening the masses. Now that we have a huge group of people engaged, what's next? What does he see on the horizon? Not in a theoretical sense, but in actual, for the actual effects now.
What I think we're seeing in real time is we're seeing the emergence of two parallel societies. We're seeing the emergence of one segment of our population that's all in on everything, on the technology, in the bodies, around them, all the gadgets, all the tools, RFID chips, everything. We're seeing another segment of our society that doesn't necessarily know everything that we're speaking about. It doesn't necessarily have the vocabulary that we're using, but they recognize that things are happening too fast. It's not good for us. They want to slow down and go back to the basics. And so those are the people I see at my little food co-op that are pulling their kids out of public schools to teach them their own family values. They're growing their own food. They're using medicinal herbs and traditional medicine to heal their bodies. And what I think we'll see, this can't last long. I think we're going to see these two parallel societies check each other out. And we're going to say, who's happier, who's healthier, whose lives are more fulfilled. And the answer to that question is going to be where we emerge. And my sense is they'll probably be in the middle ground. I think we'll never let the technology go, but we don't have to incorporate it. We can allow the technology to serve us rather than enslave us. And that's what I see ultimately. And it only happens by us embracing our identity, the truth of what it means to be human.
Thanks again. Appreciate you.
That was the lightning round?
Yeah, that was lightning round. We're like 3.5 hours in. Thanks to all the Patreons. Love you guys. And that's it. That's all.
Good night. Take the rest of the day off.
Yeah, sleep tight.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth.
All right, Adam. Thanks for coming on the podcast, dude. Thanks for having me. We were just talking off camera. You were saying your dad's the one who kind of got you into creating all these videos on death and how people die and all these terrifying things.
My dad is part of the genesis of dark science, but it really is multifaceted. So, as a kid, when I grew up, I was very terrified of dying. I was terrified of death. My pets died, my grandparents died. You don't understand it as a kid. Just know that death happens, and it can happen to you. It happens to your parents. It's terrifying. And my parents would say, "Oh, Adam, relax. It's not going to happen to you. The chances are it's not going to happen." And that's not very reassuring for a kid. And the peak of my fear of dying, I don't know why I had a fear of dying, but I didn't understand it. There was a girl at the local high school. I was in 4th grade. She died from meningitis. She was 15, and it was all over the news. It was a big deal. And so, as a kid, I'm like, well, I'm gonna die. This is terrifying. If it happens to this girl, it's gonna happen to me. And so that just kind of sealed the deal. If my parents went out to go run errands, and this is taking a while. In my mind, they died in a car accident or whatever. I'm thinking cancer. Just crazy fear. So fast forward to about 6th grade, I joined the Boy Scouts, and you have a bunch of 10, 11-year-old kids around a campfire. There's going to burst you, know. And they're tossing in styrofoam, and plastic cups, and plastic wrap, and I'm like having a freak out. Like, guys, like, stop. We're going to inhale the fumes. We're going to get brain damage. This is going to be bad. And they're not going to listen to me. Yeah, sure. Just keep burning stuff. And there was a kid in my troop named Michael, and this kid was very smart. Like, at the age of 14, he could have started college. Very bright kid. And I'm like, Michael, like, we're gonna die. We're gonna have brain damage. Oh my gosh. And he's like, oh no. There's plenty of ventilation out here. The fumes are gonna disperse, and there's oxygen coming from the trees. We're gonna be fine. And the switch got turned on. Oh, now that I know why it's not a big deal, why I'm getting safe, there's comfort, you know, and knowing why things are going to be good and how it works, the mechanics of that situation. And so I immediately had this trust and comfort in science and understanding, you know, this version of fumes in open area versus like a green. So that's like the first one, right? The second part is with my dad. So my dad was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was also a nurse in the ICU, and for 30 years. So he had a lot of crazy stories, just graphic stories. And me being curious, now being interested in science and disease and cancer, I would ask him things. Hey, what happens if you drink bleach? What happens if you do this? He would, no problem, explain it. He would say, oh yeah, I had a patient who, their liver ripped open and there's blood everywhere. We tried to triage this way and that, and I was just like, okay. And he had no problem because in his mind, what the situation was, he was educating me on what was happening. I remember as a kid, I would wear my seatbelt across my abdomen, and he would say, no, put it below your navel at your pelvic girdle. Why? Because I've had patients, they get in car accidents, the seatbelt compresses their abdomen and just rips their organs apart. So, just knowing that, okay, gotcha. So now I know why that's in the pelvic girdle. He would say your pelvis is more stable if it compresses. You're going to be okay. And just like that curiosity, that morbid curiosity, that's kind of like,
Did your dad have the same curiosity? Like, what made him want to be in the ICU? I always thought, like, it's always been in the back of my mind, like, people that are in the ICU, they gotta be different type of person.
I shadowed there. So when I was in college, I was going for med tech to be like a lab scientist in like a hospital. And so I just shadowed the ICU for a week, and I'm like, absolutely not. No way. Because it is just constant death, and you see people in their worst states. No, but my dad, you've got to have that sort of mindset and just to deal with it. He had seen it for so long. He's like, oh yeah, this person bled out. So I was kind of raised a little bit different from, with that morbid curiosity, but in a good sense of like understanding, right? But why he chose the ICU, I think this is where he ended up, and he was stuck with it. He said, I'm just going to do this.
Did it change him at all? Did they ever talk to you or ask about that?
It changed him in the sense of he knew things could get real, he did tell me a couple stories that he would begin to tear up. He had some patients die. He had, he tried his best, and sometimes that just happens. That, I want to say, messed him up. That it just gave him a different perspective on life. So, yeah. So, growing up as a kid, fearful, but then having the comfort in science, and then the curiosity from my dad, learning that stuff. I always wanted to be a teacher. I love to teach, and I love just learning from teachers. If you have a good teacher, man, you're just like you're glued to the board. And I wanted to go be a history teacher, so I majored in history, and halfway through, I changed to biochem, and I changed because this is like 2009, 2010, when the recession was happening, and teachers weren't leaving their positions, their finances weren't good, so they stayed on the jobs. And I was just told that teacher, there's not many jobs, so I'm like, I'm just gonna go for STEM. And went for biochem, and I'm like, well, I love science, I love teaching. I found a channel on YouTube called ASAP Science, which kind of does what I do, but it's more of like a lighthearted explanation of science. I'm like, I can do this. I love doing this, so I'm just going to do it. And that's how the channel kind of came to be.
The thing about your videos that's so compelling to me is the topics that you choose are like this. They're like, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, but they're like the most obvious things that I'm curious about. Like when I'm scrolling through your videos, it's like, yes, I've always wondered about this, but I've never thought to ask, and I've never seen anyone explain it because it seems like such an obvious question, right?
Sure.
And that's beautiful about it. And the way you do them also is so, you make it so easy to comprehend, and they're not super long and complicated. And I come away with a perfect, understanding of what's going on and what happens after every video that I watch. So you do a great job with that.
Thank you. And people ask me, how do you come up with these ideas? I think it's kind of harkening back to my upbringing and having that morbid curiosity as a kid. I kind of developed it as an adult.
Yeah.
I try and make sure that, like, since I love to teach, I want you to understand how this works. And to me, this is a big issue on YouTube science channels. They'll just blurt out, like, this happens because this, and I will take my time to make sure you understand the mechanics of a situation, why this happens, how this happens, when this happens. So that's my goal. Dark science, it's a dark topic, you're going to get attention. So you're kind of teaching people without even realizing.
What is the craziest thing that your dad or you saw ever in the ICU?
I didn't see too much because I was there for a week. I'm sure my dad has some crazy stories, but one that comes to mind, I think it's kind of fun.
We can censor it if it's not.
It's just, no, it's there's gonna be blood and stuff. Yeah. He had a patient who was a chronic drinker. This has always stuck with me. And I believe he had like severe cirrhosis of the liver. His liver was just shut down. And I think he said that this guy was losing blood from his liver, and they were just pumping it in IV bags one after the other. And they couldn't get the liver, the wound, whatever it was, to seal up. And something happened where, like, the doctor was in the room, or my dad was there, but they're like, we can't stop this. You're about to die. My dad's the guy looked at him. He's like, he understood that he was like, this is my moment. This is all I got. And the guy died not long after. But just seeing the guy's reaction to, like, you're gonna die soon. And he did die not long after. I think maybe like a few minutes. Yeah. And he just, I think he said he looked at my dad, and he closed his eyes, and then was like at peace because he had no choice. And that can probably mess some people up, but I think my dad was, he's a veteran of the ICU, so maybe that affects me today. I don't know, but that was a story that was really just like, holy crap.
Yeah, I've always been curious, like, when people are about to die or when they have some sort of chronic disease or they're dying of cancer, how their psychological mindset affects that. Like some people give up and some people keep fighting psychologically and mentally. They are resilient. And I'm like wondering how much of an effect the brain can have on the body in that regard.
I mean, there are studies that, people who are more positive, who have family and friends around, will have better outcomes. If they don't beat the cancer, sometimes they do, depending on the stage and the degree. But if they don't beat the cancer, they have a better quality of life. And this can just be, through positive. We have more endorphins when the family are around. Your body has, chemical cascades that kind of help you perform better. But whether it be adrenaline, again, it be endorphins. Maybe if you're more positive, you're drinking more water. You're doing more positive things that can help you. Whereas if you're more giving up, you're not eating. You don't care about your medication. And that will take a toll. I mean, the more stressed you are, the more cortisol you produce, more inflammation on the body. So, I mean, the mindset is a big deal. I don't think it's the factor, but definitely helps.
Yeah, for sure. Are you a hypochondriac?
I probably was as a kid.
Yeah.
Yes. Now I'm fine now because I understand things,
Right.
But I definitely was as a kid. I have asthma. I have the worst case of asthma in the world. If I used to do football in high school and I would run all the time. Now if I go for a jog outside, I'd be like, I can't. So it's like it's getting worse. So I just kind of with late. I lift weights, treadmill, yeah. But even with that, I'm like, it's asthma. It sucks.
No, I used to have those similar thoughts when I was a kid about death. I remember specifically one of my most terrifying thoughts that still I can recollect vividly today is when I was really young, I would have these just thoughts pop into my head of what it was like. I don't remember if this came after my grandpa died or something. I remember vividly my first thoughts about death was you close your eyes and it's just black. Yeah, it's just black forever. That was the most terrifying thing.
That's so pretty scary. I got nothing for that. Right? But but as a kid, you're just think about it.
You just cease to exist. You're just dirt, inanimate dirt, and there's nothing. There's nothing. Just infinite darkness. That's a terrifying thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, there's no way getting around that.
Yeah.
Unless you have a religion, karma, degree.
Yeah. Well, I think there's I think it's statistically proven, right, that most people when they reach a certain age, of 40s or 50s or 60s, they start becoming religious, accept God. And I think so.
I see a lot of old people in church. A lot of old people.
Yeah. There's not many teenagers in church, right? Unless their parents are dragging them there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm gonna die soon. I should probably find something.
Yeah. So last night I told you I was fucking going down a never-ending rabbit hole on fluoride.
Yeah.
Because you had a couple videos on fluoride, and you did a deep dive on the truth of it. Because there's a huge, I don't know if it's a misconception, but there's a lot of confusion out there about fluoride. And from my understanding of it, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but there was in the 30s or 40s, some dentist got some sort of grant or got something passed into law where they could put fluoride in the water because this guy thought it would help tooth decay, specifically in Colorado, I think it was.
Yes.
And then they're like, okay, we're going to make this a mandate for the rest of the country. We're going to put fluoride in everyone's drinking water and try to save the country from cavities. But there's been studies on fluoride that is it true that it's neurotoxic?
So there's a lot of things that play there. I mean, studies that find fluoride at higher concentrations is just going to cause damage. It will have the effects of no cavities, but you're going to have a lot of other effects. Studies that have said, fluoride is a neurotoxin, or not a neurotoxin, but it damages your neurons and your neurological processes. two things. Those are studies that have fluoride at very high concentrations. So in the U.S., the average concentration of fluoride is about 1 part per million. Very, very low. I was reading a study a couple months ago about fluoride, and they're like, yeah, like we found that people that were drinking this water out in this village in India, they had cognitive deficits, and they had diarrhea, this and that. Well, you read through the study, and they had a fluoride concentration of like 7 parts per million. You know, so the higher you go, the worse it gets, or not the worse it gets, but it can cause more damage. If you eat enough potassium, you're going to die, right? If you have enough fluoride, you're going to have bad effects, you know. But the genesis of fluoride is really interesting. So there was a dentist named Frederick McKay out in Colorado Springs, and he noticed his patients in this village, this town, that were near the mining operation had like this called Rocky Mountain model teeth, and their teeth had like a gray brown tinge to it. And he's like, this is really weird that they have this brown tinge, but these people have no cavities. They're good. Whereas people outside this region, they had clean white teeth, but they had cavities. Like, there's something on here. And there was a company that was mining aluminum from the mountains. And nearby, they discovered that they were injecting or liberating fluoride into the water. They were drinking the water. It was very high. It was like 13 parts per million. Very high. They're probably very sick too. But that's why they had that intense brown staining. And people don't understand why fluoride isn't in water. They just know, like, oh, it's there because the government put it there to make people stupid. Couldn't be further from the truth. So,
I mean, George Bush's speech was pretty sinister. It was pretty scary.
What speech? What?
George Bush Sr. He said, there is a new world order after the Cold War that we are going to start implementing.
Yeah. I mean, we can do that. But that's a whole different can of worms. Yeah, the new world order. Yes. But with the mechanics, understanding how it works. So this is why fluoride is in water, why it's good, and I could get into why it shouldn't be in the water. I think people should have the choice to drink water if they don't want it altered.
Well, they have to clean all of this sewage, right? And they put them in these giant circular vats, these giant concrete vats, where they treat it with tons of chemicals, not just fluoride, right? And that's the city water. That goes into everyone's faucets in the city typically. I mean, in order to clean that water, you have to put a ton of chemicals in there to clean it. And I'm sure fluoride is one of those chemicals that is responsible for cleaning and sanitizing that water for people to drink it and use it to shower and stuff like that.
So fluoride, I think it does have some antibacterial properties, but the amount of fluoride in the water, now maybe there's a higher concentration before it goes out to the public where they can clean it. I mean, that could be like very, very high concentration, but it's reduced if it goes out to the public supply for water. But getting back to like the mechanics of fluoride, so your teeth are made of a crystalline mineral called hydroxyapatite. And it's a crystalline structure of calcium. It's about eating calcium for your bones. Phosphorus and hydroxy, which is an OH molecule, hydrogen and oxygen. And hydroxyapatite will dissolve when exposed to acid over time. And it'll break down in erosion, just eating and stuff, and it just decays. So that's why you need to intake calcium and phosphorus in your diet to replenish the hydroxyapatite. Well, it turns out fluoride can also bond in this crystalline structure, and it forms a new crystal called fluoroapatite. And fluoroapatite, based on the atomic properties of fluorine, makes a stronger crystalline structure, so it doesn't break down as fast when exposed to acid, and it's more resilient overall. So whether you're taking calcium or phosphorus or fluoride, you're replenishing that fluorohapatite crystal structure. So you don't have to have fluoride, but it's just better. It's like you don't have to have snow tires in the wintertime, but it's a lot better. So that's why I do think people should have a say. Like, hey, better for
your teeth.
For your teeth, correct? Teeth.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. Dennis was able to get this implemented into the country, the entire country.
Right, so
and it's still here 90 years later. They haven't reviewed it or revised this.
Well, from discovery to application was a long time. It wasn't like, hey, we found fluoride, put it into the water, boom. It was around 30 years before people were like, let's do this.
Really?
Yes, the first time water was fluoridated in the U.S. was in 1945 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And before that, so McKay made this discovery, and of course we have the peer review process. People are like very skeptical, like, sure. So there was a department of, I don't think it's Department of Public Health or Dentistry or something, but they commissioned a 21-city study where they went to 21 different cities and checked fluoride concentrations as opposed to low concentrations. And they found like this is consistent where people have fluoride in water have lower cavity amounts and people who have no fluoride. And so it was over 30, 40 years. Like, if we're going to put this in the water, this has to work. And so that's what they did. There was a very long study. So, lots of people were skeptical. No, this is madness. Put fluoride in water. That's like, put fluoride in water.
Right.
And it's not
just brush your teeth. How about that?
Right. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you can just do that. There's fluoride in your
toothpaste.
Yes.
Well, I brush my tongue with toothpaste.
Oh, really? And you know what? Like, at the end of the day, you don't have to have fluoride. Like, you'll do just fine. It's better. It's not necessary. If you want it, it's fine.
Wasn't there, how many studies did you look at involving fluoride and drop in IQ?
Gosh, maybe 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
And what were the studies on rodents? Or were they on humans?
These were on humans.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah. And most of the studies, just by nature of what was available, a lot of studies came from China and India. And a lot of the people that they sampled were near industrial activity. And there was one study, I think it was either in China or India, but there was a village or a town of people, and they found high fluoride concentration. And yeah, this is causing cognitive issues. And it was high, but there was also arsenic in the water as well for the industrial processes. There was high level of phosphorus, and arsenic is a toxin. Phosphorus, if you have too much, can cause problems. So we're really kind of saying, like, yeah, there's fluoride. There's also other things as well. So, it depends. If you're looking for high concentrations, you're going to see problems. For low concentrations, you're not going to see problems.
And wasn't there also a study that basically looked at every single country across the world and found that the countries with the highest levels of fluoride in their water had the same numbers of reports of cavities as countries that had countries with tons of fluoride compared to countries with little or no fluoride.
Yeah,
same amount of cavities.
Right. So with people with studies where they had, I'm not sure if it was high with fluoride, but it was probably like the therapeutic dose. And this is kind of the humor behind it, is that they found that countries with therapeutic doses of fluoride and countries that didn't have it, generally people were like roughly the same.
Right.
Fluoride is not going to stop you from getting cavities. I mean, I've had cavities. I drink fluoride water all the time. It's just something additional to help. It's by no means like this magic bullet that says if you drink fluoride, you're never going to get cavities. We have high fluoridated water. black tea has a lot of fluoride.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And if you drink lots of black tea, higher fluoride, you have lower chances of cavities. But it's like, it's an additional thing to have. But, I mean, if you would say fluoride stops cavities, that's not true. Unless it's really, really high.
I wonder what countries or parts of the world have people that live longest. I know Costa Rica is one of them. Remember we had Chip on here, Steve, he was talking about the blue zones across the world. Costa Rica was one of them. Nicoya.
Japan, too?
I'm not sure, maybe.
I think it's Japan because of like their diet.
Yeah, it's their diet, it's their stress level, it's their lifestyle. It's not. I mean, it's how they get their food too. Like they're not eating crazy processed.
Greece too. Yeah, Greece.
Okinawa, Japan, Italy. Okay, they're called blue zones. Blue zones. Oh, Ikaria, Greece, and Nicoya, Costa Rica. Now, can we cross-reference these cities or areas of the world with fluoride? Fluoride in the water? This will be fun. Drinking water in Okinawa, Japan does not contain fluoride. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, that's only one.
That's fun. Okay, we're 1 out of what, 6 or 5? Okay, Okinawa. Sorry, didn't get it. No, we don't have AI to help us here.
Water content of pipe water. Long supply had
almost 5. Jeez.
Where is this? Okay, so the environmental issues in cases.
There's no water or food
fluoridation in Italy. Oh, except for isolated locations near what? What did it say? Okay, except for isolated locations near volcanoes or polluters. Fluoride in water is low across the country.
About
Bring on with us.
Okay, fluoridated water contains.
Okay, fluoridated water. We know what fluoridated water is. Is water fluoridated in Greece? There is no water fluoridation in Greece. Okay. Wow. Yeah, interesting. Let's go. What's the other one? There's at least one more. It was Nicoya, Costa Rica.
Now, is this because they chose not to, or is it just that the rest of the world doesn't generally do this?
Probably just because they generally don't do it, I would imagine. I'm sure they're not doing it for a specific reason. No, there's no fluoride in Costa Rica. What the fuck, dude?
I mean,
you got some explaining to do.
Oh boy, yeah. So, I mean, fluoride is not used to extend life. Of course,
right. There's many other factors to this, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I knew before we even started, there's going to be one country in the Mediterranean. It's the Mediterranean diet. High in olive oil, fish, lots of good fats. In Japan, I mean, the diet's big. They have lots of rice, so they have a whole lot of red meats and I think more fish too.
Yes.
I mean, they do have beef in their diet, but I think more people get their diets on like rice and fish, which is a bit more healthier.
That's interesting too. Rice. Yeah. I never knew rice was healthy. I always thought rice was like a carbohydrate, but it's not. I guess it's not processed. It's not white flour, right? White flour is the worst thing.
Yeah. Bleached flour, yeah.
Bleached white flour, yeah. Because it's super processed and it just like clogs up, gums up your arteries. But rice is not like that, which is kind of like surprising.
Yeah, I think they're eating a lot more white rice. I think rice is, I mean, there's no gluten in rice, but
really?
Yeah. Gluten's from it's a grain protein, grain. Rice, I'm not sure what rice is technically, the classification, but I know that a lot of the Japanese diet is a lot of fish. Fish is good. There's fatty acids.
As long as there's not a lot of mercury in it.
Oh, that's I mean, that's hey, you want to agree on that? That's absolutely.
At one point, they were supplying all the schools in Japan with dolphin. Wow. Dolphin, like flipper. And and there was a crazy epidemic across Costa Rica where the kids were getting they were getting this like neurotoxin, this mercury poisoning, and it was really messing them up, man, big time. People were getting sick. Can you Google when that happened? I want to say it was in the 70s or the 60s. Type in mercury poisoning epidemic in Japan. No, Japan. Minamata, that's what it was. Minamata disease was linked to poisoned water in the fishing village in Japan in the 50s. Jeez. Nearby company was dumping waste leading to high levels of mercury. That's not what he said. He said it was because they were supplying schools with dolphin meat.
Well, still, I mean, you eat too much fish, you're going to have mercury. Right. Yeah.
So it was making the mercury in the water way higher, and that was contaminating the fish that were eating the fish. Which was really screwing people up.
Yeah.
That was, and same with like whale meat too, that has high levels of mercury, like any like big pelagic fish.
Yeah, they're just engulfing fish themselves, tons, so they're of course going to get high levels of mercury.
The smaller the fish, the better, the least amount of mercury. Interesting. Mercury, like sardines.
Oh.
That's the healthiest fish. There's the least amount of mercury.
Yes, so small, yeah. Gotcha. I eat a good amount of salmon. And I love salmon. I don't eat too much, hopefully it's once a week.
What Rick was saying something about salmon. He was saying, I don't know how accurate it was, but he was saying that like the salmon is really unhealthy because it's all grown on these farms.
Oh, farm salmon's dog shit. Yeah, seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
But most of it's farmed, right? Like how much of salmon that you eat at the sushi restaurants, how much of that is farmed versus
tons?
The majority of it,
I
right?
eat wild caught salmon. I really seek it out.
Oh, dude, you catch it yourself?
No, but I go to, merchants that sell it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you can, so my wife and I, we eat salmon wild caught every week, once a week. And we were getting it, they were out, but they had farm salmon. And we had the farm salmon fish, and it was disgusting.
I heard they actually, they dye it to make it pink too.
Yeah. And, when you see wild caught salmon and farm salmon, the wild caught's like a nice, vibrant, darker pink, whereas the farm is like orange pink. It just looks bad. Like, what the hell am I eating?
Right.
And when we were cooking it, so I'm not sure if it's the fats in the fish. Yeah, see?
Yeah, and that second one to the right, or either of those two, the top left, two top left.
Looks disgusting.
Can you blow it up? Yeah. So the farm one's yeah, that looks like my sushi.
Higher, yes.
The one on the right almost looks like body tuna. So it's so dark, leaner, cleaner, naturally pink. Yeah.
So when we were cooking farm salmon, you could see. So I think it's like the omega fats in the fish.
Yes.
When they reach heat, when they get heated, they turn white. You know what I mean? And we put the farm salmon in the frying pan. It's just seeping all this white green around it. It's the higher fat content. It's off the wild caught, and it cooks perfectly fine.
Look at that difference, bro.
Yep. It's based on the diet, what they're feeding it, their lifestyle.
I gotta stop eating salmon. I was eating sushi. We had sushi last night. I was eating just like that.
My friends and I went to an all-you-can-eat sushi place, like $25, and they'll give you all you can eat. And I'm eating the sushi. This is good. Yeah. And the thought hit me, I'm like, this is all farm salmon. Yeah. So there's no way they're catching wild caught salmon. Just tons of it. No way.
They don't think you can farm tuna though, right? That's definitely
farm whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah.
Can we find that? They don't. There's no way they farm raise tuna.
They're pretty big.
Tuna. There's no way. I'll be shocked. Farm tuna is tuna that can be raised in pens or tanks, either in the ocean or lake. But do they do it though?
If it can grow, they'll farm it. Yeah.
Young tuna are caught in the wild and moved to pens in shallow sheltered waters in bays or coves. There, they are fed until they reach sushi-grade quality, and they are sold in markets. The method is primarily used for Atlantic bluefin tuna, which is a profitable stock for the global fish market. They usually come between May and July. Where do they do this?
I think lots of it is in Japan, I think, actually.
I thought they caught it all though in Japan.
So I used to
farm them.
I used to work at Red Lobster. I was a cook for 7 years.
Really?
Yes. So I'm like an amazing cook, you know. And all of our fish that came in frozen.
I used to love the Captain's Feast.
Captain's Feast. No, it was like
Or no, it was the Admiral's Feast.
Admiral's Feast. That was all fried food.
Yeah.
Fried.
Dude, so shitty.
Oh gosh, it's terrible. Yeah. All of our fish that came in that was frozen was Japan.
Well, they're the biggest. They've always been the biggest seafood and fish exporter, I think. But I think that's because of where they are.
Yeah, right.
There's most fishing happens in Japan. Sure, the biggest fish market is there. But I didn't know they actually farm fish there. Why do they need to farm fish when they have the most? They're like in the middle of the ocean, and they like have all these fishermen and whaling boats. What does this say? Japan has over 100 tuna farms. Holy shit, dude! You got the Mediterranean, Croatia.
100 tuna farms. Yeah, they'll farm tuna.
Human beings we're just killing ourselves with convenience. Convenience just is destroying our.
It's so bad. I mean, just like the convenience from, you know, creating like processed food.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad.
I was just in Costa Rica for a week, and we were eating like great food. Like we were eating like burritos, and we were also eating like stuff like, you know, Costa Rican food, like with like loads of rice and beans and like ceviche and stuff, and then tons of tacos. Even like sometimes we had burgers and shit. But even after we had like the shitty stuff, like the burgers, you didn't feel like you feel after you eat a burger in America. You feel light. You don't feel like you just ate a fucking pound of concrete. And it, you know, it's all because it's not processed.
I think, I mean, yeah, I'm sure that has a huge effect on it too. I think beef is just, it's heavy. We eat bison burgers. Bison's more lean, so when you eat a bison burger, like, I feel like I can go for a run. You know, it's not as heavy. But I'm sure the processed powder raised process definitely plays a role.
Yeah,
for sure. Damn, that's fucking scary. I don't eat too much too, so I'm not affected.
Yeah, why don't you too?
I don't like it. I prefer salmon.
Yeah, so back to the fluoride thing.
Yeah.
You said that the few studies that you did look at that correlated fluoride to drop in IQ, they were bullshit.
No. So if you're doing a study based on 1 parts per million, which is what we have in the U.S., that doesn't cause any issues. Two things, two caveats. High fluoride concentration can cause issues in developing children, and specifically infants. So even with an infant, if the mother is drinking lots of like black tea, higher fluoride, that can actually cause issues. They've done studies where they found infants that were in regions with high fluoride concentration, or their mothers had a diet high in fluoride, lots of tea. I think certain vegetables, the carrots, I could be wrong on that, but certain vegetables have lots of fluoride. They found that children that had while developing lots of fluoride did have cognitive issues. So it's more of a concentration issue than it is the actual fluoride. So,
got it.
You know, again, you eat enough potassium, you're going to have problems.
Right. Yeah, I would just be curious to whether the fluoride is necessary for cleansing and sanitizing the water, or if they still add it for the dental purposes. Like, do they really give a fuck about our teeth still in 2024? Like that much? Like, there's so much other shit. We got like fucking loads of homeless people on the streets that are walking over here to the Capitol building. Like, do we really care that much about our teeth?
Well, so it's not like a federal program. I mean, it's based on states. Some states have it, some states don't.
But there's only like 3 or 4 states that don't, right?
But there's a lot. But there's like,
can we find that? Let's find out what states don't fluorinate water. Or is it county by county?
It might be a county. I think it's a state though. But it could be county.
As of March 2024, Hawaii is the only state that they banned fluorinated water for living water. That's fucking amazing. I don't know why. Most other states leave it up to individual water systems or localities to decide. So, some cities like Jacksonville, Florida, Colorado Springs, Colorado, El Paso, Texas do not add fluoride to their water because they have naturally occurring levels that meet or exceed the CDC's recommended 0.07 milligram per liter to reduce tooth decay. Texas, in particular, has naturally high levels of fluoride due to oil deposits in rocks. Okay, but so Hawaii is the only state that doesn't fluorinate water with chemicals. Where they just are they? It says that it was in the bans.
Yeah. But it's probably based on the municipality.
Municipality, right? Oh, okay, I got it.
And again, I'm all for like people should have a choice. Like,
yeah,
you know.
I want so would well water stop all this? If you drink from well water, be like dug a well.
If there's not natural fluoride in the
if there's not natural fluoride in the area,
yeah.
I got one of those reverse osmosis water filters under my sink. I think those get rid of most of the bullshit, but I heard they also get rid of like the minerals, the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're getting too much of a diet from water and minerals. You need it just for like metabolic processes and just living. But I mean, you don't think you get too much minerals or ions from the water, really. That's more based on like your diet, fruit, vegetables. That has lots of minerals. So, I mean, if you drink deionized water, you're probably okay.
What is the most popular video on your channel?
Anatomy of Headshot.
The Headshot.
Yeah, that just 30 million views. Can't believe it.
And it was state monetized or no?
Yes,
it did.
I know. Yeah,
that's incredible. Well, you don't actually show any blood or anything in there, do you?
No, but
it's all like animation.
I do say lots of no-no words, and YouTube's like, that's fine. But
hallelujah, YouTube.
But that was before I think they really cracked down. Like the first 15 seconds, sometimes they go back and fucking upload it. Better not.
They do that to me all the time. She got like a video from 3 years ago, just got hit.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they say what it was? Like,
yeah, it's always like profanity or something like that. But wow, the anatomy of a headshot is the most really interesting, especially right now with all the assassination attempt.
I mean, right?
I saw like 4 videos last night of people doing. I sent one to Steven. Remember that one? I said this. So people are like doing stimulated shots. Have you ever seen the channel where they have like this head made of jelly with a skull inside of it? They shoot it.
Grandpa?
Is that what it is? No, it wasn't Grant. Maybe it was. You sent me 2.
Maybe. It's incredible, dude. They shoot this like jelly head with a skull inside of it. It's supposed to like be the actual composition of like flesh and gray matter in a head, and then they film it at like 100,000 frames a second, and they show what happens. And they were doing some ballistic test. They were shooting like an old shitty AR-15 at this head, and they were trying to clip the ear.
Oh wow!
They were trying. Can you find that video I sent you?
Yeah.
His name's Brandon Herrera. That's who it was.
Okay, yeah.
So click on that and see. So yeah, it's beautiful. Just turn the volume down. And then like he's like, because there's a lot of people that are saying that what happened was like a coordinated PR stunt, where like he hired a sniper to shoot his ear to make him turn him into a martyr or a hero.
Right.
So he tried to do it, and he actually did. I think he did a pretty good job at it. Go a little bit farther, Yeah, right there. Watch this, dude. But this is like, obviously, this is not 150 yards away. This is like point blank.
Yeah, right. And you're not counting for wind.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, he's definitely cheating. Watch this.
Just like a little neck ring, too.
That's incredible, dude. But then this other kid did it too, and he actually did it from like 150 yards away from like a shitty like aluminum roof.
Yeah, he did it for real.
And he had like a really high precision scoped rifle, right?
Like bolt action or something, right?
Yes, it was a bolt action scoped rifle with a really good scope on it. Not like that kid had. The kid had like a little like what was it, like an iron sight with a red dot.
It was iron sight. Like the picture,
yeah. It was like an iron. It was like a red dot deal. But this guy used like a high level scoped in rifle, bolt action rifle from 150 yards away, and he was trying to clip the ear of a mannequin head. And yeah, this is it. Just go to the end, it'll show you where he ended up hitting it. I think there was only every single one of his shots took off a significant portion of the thing's head. Here we go. So
that's a hunting rifle too.
Yeah, exactly. That's way more accurate than what that kid had. Right?
And the caliber is way more destructive too.
Look at that. You're fucking dead if the bullet hits that.
Gosh, it's crossing both hemispheres too. Yeah, you're
a goner.
That's with no wind.
Yeah,
like
right.
There's trees surrounding him.
And this rifle is, I don't know, like 5 times more accurate. What would you say, Steve?
Well, he said that it's a heavier caliber. It's just a better rifle.
If that thing hits your skull right there, your brain's gone, right?
Oh, with a hunting rifle, you don't even have a head.
Oh, really?
I mean, pieces of it.
One of them went in the nose. Jeez, dude.
Gosh, what a place to get hit.
So what was your research like? Did you ask your dad about what happened? Did your dad? I mean, I'm sure people get their shot in the head. They don't go to the ICU. They're just going straight to the.
That depends. If it's like a low caliber, they get nicked or in the right position, they get hit. You know, there are ways to. And I'm going to say this very lightly and not seriously.
Don't demonetize this.
There are ways to survive a headshot, but I mean, the right condition. We're talking hairs to it. And even then, probably not, but you could
survive.
Survive.
Might be a vegetable after.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Gabby Gifford, the senator or congressman from Arizona who was shot back in 2010, she's still alive. That guy was a 9mm point blank range.
Also, the guy who was there when Reagan, the attempted assassination of Brady, yeah, he got shot in the head, right?
Yep. So you can survive, and there's a lot of factors. So first off, you want the smallest.
Is she like functioning normally?
Yeah. I mean, not normal. She has deficits.
All right, Steve. Remember, we can't show this stuff. Okay.
That's a poor guy.
Yeah.
He's an astronaut.
Yep, and he's also a senator now too. Same state.
What happened to him?
Well, he's sleeping.
Yeah. So at the DNC back in like 2010, she recited the Pledge of Allegiance, and she was getting through it, but with like some difficulty. She stood up and pledged allegiance to the flag. You know, so she's not the same person, right? You're going to have changes in personality and brain function. Very sad.
Terrible.
Yeah.
What kind of gun was it?
I think it was a 9mm. And one of the factors, so
the velocity is a huge factor, right?
Huge factor. The velocity is bigger than the caliber. Because the velocity, the higher the velocity, the bigger the shock. That's being so the way I kind of started this video, the way I kind of got into it, is my dad bought a book on forensics about all kinds of shots in the body, stomach, foot, leg, head, neck. And there was a whole section on getting shot in the head. And I was just like drawn to this book. Yeah, Malala too. Yeah. I think she was shot with an AK.
Right through the top of her head?
Yeah. The book, yeah. And there's this whole section on getting shot in the head. I'm thinking, like, bullet goes in, bullet goes out, like you're dead. But the amount of like details that go into the physics of getting shot in the head, like, this is incredible. Like one thing that threw me away was when the bullet goes in the head, when the shockwave expands the tissue in the skull, you get cracking temples, sometimes orbital, because the skull is expanding. And you just don't think about that stuff. They're like, yeah, it's like a puncture. It's really not.
The bullet's also spinning, right?
It's spinning, yeah. But the actual shockwaves from the production of the shockwave is the velocity of the bullet. So I made a video on can you survive a headshot, how to survive a headshot. And the ways that you survive, again, there's a smaller caliber and a smaller lower velocity. So this is like a pistol handgun. Best cases is that 22 caliber pistol. Yeah, right. The farther the way, the much better.
So there's reports of people being shot in the head with one of those with like small caliber handguns and the bullets bouncing off their head.
if it's a far enough distance, if it loses enough energy, and it doesn't bounce off like a ping pong ball, it's like you're getting smacked with a hammer because that thing still has a ton of energy. It's not enough to puncture and go into your skull, but it's enough to deposit that energy, which is good. My dad was telling me a story. One of his friends went out to, this is during the Iraq War or something, and he started this shoot where he had those things up in the air, and a bullet came down and hit a kid in the head. It had lost enough energy where it didn't puncture, but he got smacked. Looked like the force of a hand. The kid lived, but it was just. I'm not sure the actual degree of damage, but the kid did live.
I had a guy here who was, I forgiven. I think he was with the Ranger Regiment, and he was in Libya, I think it was. One of the bordering countries of Israel, and they were training some people in that country, and they were training these this foreign military in like counterinsurgency and stuff like that. And they were doing a drill, and one of the people from the group they were training, did this stupid thing where he took his assault rifle and just started like sweeping the ground, like that. And he should have been doing that. But one of the bullets went like astray, as they all did. Most people hit the deck. He got a bullet right to the head, but he was wearing a helmet. Sure. So it fucking hit the helmet blew off, and it shot him like 6 feet backwards and completely knocked him out. Wow. And then he got admitted to that CIA's remote viewing program. But like he talks about how it like really changed him, like that experience. And he had some crazy dreams. He said he thought it was like lasting for days, and he had a dream of like dying and coming back, and then he finally got like woken up. They did all these psychiatric experiments on him. Wow. Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, he's still with it. He's still, super sharp with it. But it like made him more spiritual. Wow. Yeah. Near-death experience. Right. Sure. Yeah. But like a direct hit from a bullet from an assault rifle in your helmet. Did it pierce the helmet? That did it really? Maybe it did. Maybe it slightly. I thought it did, but it didn't. It did obviously hit his head. The bullet never hit his head. I think it might have pierced the helmet, but it somehow blew the helmet off and like was a concussive hit to him and just knocked him back like 6 feet. Gosh. Wild. Yeah, it's still very lethal. You can have cracking your skull, just a concussion, your brain bouncing back off your skull. Yeah. Jeez. Gosh. But yeah, to survive a headshot, again, lower caliber, small velocity. Big thing is the hemispheres of the brain. Gabby Gifford and a couple of other people I mentioned in the one video, most of the bullets had gone through one hemisphere. And this has to do with connectivity in the brain across two hemispheres. If one hemisphere is damaged, you have the other to kind of compensate. But if it goes through both, first off, you're losing both sides. So that's the deficit there. Also, if you cross the hemisphere, there's a good chance, first off, you're going to break connection in the brain, not a connection between the hemispheres. So even if you have a bullet that goes through one hemisphere and kind of goes through the other, if it breaks enough connectivity, it can't compensate. But the big thing is if you have a bullet going through both hemispheres, when it hits the amygdala, the brainstem, the hypothalamus, and so those are like the most primordial sections of the brain that keep you alive. Those get hit, you're out, you're done. Period. But if one hemisphere, this way or diagonal, you can't live. I mean, I wouldn't ever say, hey, look, let's try it. Like one hemisphere, boom. But it's just you have better chances. So whenever to survive decapitation. Not that I know of. Have you heard of those people that are getting head transplants? I know that there was one, I think in Russia, they were going to do it. Some guy had terminal cancer or something. Yeah. I think he backed out. He had the last second. I heard that they did it.
No, he found love. I think
I said you
did you Google it? Heart transplant? Oh, also known as a full body transplant. Okay. That's an experimental procedure that involved no way you even know what it is, but I thought so it hasn't been done successfully yet.
They've done it with mice.
Really?
Yeah. And the mice don't live. They die within like a day or so, maybe a couple hours. But they do find that there is some prolonged activity, but it's not an organ transplant. Heart transplant. You're talking one of them is really working, unless besides future. But they have them.
Steve, go back to the other tab. Go to the all. In 2016, Italian neuroscientist Dr. Sergio Canavero announced plans to perform the first head transplant in 2017. Valerie Spiridona, a 33-year-old Russian computer scientist with a muscle wasting disease, volunteered to be the first recipient. Procedure called Heaven for the head anastomosis project would involve freezing Spiridonov's head and grafting it onto the donor's body's spinal cord. However, Spiridonov eventually backed out of the surgery, citing the lack of funding from Russia.
You don't say.
So nobody's done it.
But again, with the mice, they die.
They die, so it would probably not work.
But I think in one study they did it, and the mouse had, again, like some prolonged activity in its body. Like it just didn't die immediately. It was in there. It was alive for a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Has your dad ever dealt with people in the ICU who are transhumanists? Had that little dog tag where when they die, they want their head to be frozen, cryogenically frozen.
I don't recall. No. That's
a wild.
I've heard of that.
There's a wild phenomenon where these people, either really rich people or people who can get buy $1 million insurance policy, life insurance policy, and they transfer it over to this company. They will remove your head from your body after you die, and they will basically cryogenically freeze it and dehydrate it and preserve it for after the technological singularity, when we're able to basically put your brain in a cyborg.
Yeah.
Some people are actually freezing their entire bodies in hopes they can bring their whole bodies back.
Let's hope it works.
Yeah.
Cut the power cord.
Right, yeah. Hopefully the grid doesn't go down on some sort of nuclear war, because the people that own those places, when the grid goes down, I bet you the last thing they're going to worry about is powering their fucking facility that has all those brains in it.
Oh, yeah. No way.
Yeah, that's a wild phenomenon. I don't think it's that far out when we're going to be able to basically transmit or download our consciousness to like another body, or like 3D print human organs, or like have these organs, or either that, or they're working on creating like microscopic electronic microcomputer particles that they'll be able to inject into your body that will be able to like regenerate things in your body. Interesting, like targeting. This is what Chip Walter was telling us about. They're going to be able to create like microscopic little machines, nano machines that can go into like your arteries, repair damaged arteries, basically like make them younger and flexible again, or like target cancers or different things. He thinks that is probably going to be like the lowest hanging fruit for longevity and immortality, essentially, once AI reaches a certain level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing I'm, most hoping for, I think that we are in the beginning stages of getting close, is growing human organs, and that has science, that can actually be done. And it's just, can we do it well enough where it's like, can actually work?
Yeah.
Because when you're in a fetus, or when you're in a clump of cells, if you have stem cells, you're made of stem cells that can differentiate in different kinds of ways. That's how when you're growing, you have like intestinal cells, stomach cells, because the cells can differentiate at certain stages.
Right.
So if you have stem cells, you give those stem cells the right triggers and the right nutrients, they can form into a liver or a kidney or something.
Right.
But I mean, we're not there yet. We can grow tissue in a small segment, but we can't do a whole functioning organ. We kind of need the real McCoy, the body to actually do that.
Well, yeah, and it's also, I think it's, if you use stem cells from yourself or from like your kids, I guess they work 100 times better than using random stem cells. Because they're already like pre-programmed to your DNA, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, I don't think it's fully like approved to be used in the US.
I'm not familiar with that. Yeah.
We went through that, remember, Steve? On the last podcast? Yeah. He was saying that there's people that you can't do it if you have some sort of special exemption, or like you're like on your, you got one foot in the grave and the other one banana peel, and you're like about to die. They'll like give you an exemption where you can try stem cells, but normal people can't do it.
Gotcha.
Like,
I think it's the availability.
Unless maybe it's like something like a rotator cuff tear, they'll let you do it. But if it's like, can you find out like what the legality is or what the restrictions are in getting some stem cells in the U.S.?
No, people think that they still use fetuses to get stem cells.
Yeah, and like umbilical cord blood, stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can pull from your own. I think bones. Because the bones, I think, produce stem cells.
But the best way to do it is to get it from your kids, especially if you have young kids. They can just like sample the fat.
Oh wow!
And then they can preserve that. I mean, if you don't have the like the placenta, or like if your wife gives birth, or a woman gives birth, right? The placenta is a stem cell factory. April 2024, FDA has only approved blood-forming stem cells from umbilical cord blood for use in patients with blood production disorder. The FDA also regulates stem cells from cord blood for unrelated allogenic use, required and licensed for a new review process to ensure purity and potency. However, the FDA has not approved any stem cell products for general use. So stem cell treatments cannot legally be sold or marketed to the public. Cannot legally be sold or marketed to the public. Yeah. So treatments can't, right? But you can still acquire stem cells from like your own wife's cord blood or like the placenta and use it for yourself. So you can't buy it or just like buy the treatment, but you can store it, your own stem cells somehow. But I guess they're saying they can't market it or sell it to you
because it's not an approved like procedure to actually do it yet. I think they're still kind of working on the kinks.
Yeah, but you should be allowed to at least test it on yourself if you want to.
But if it goes wrong, like something happens, like with the doctor, or this isn't FDA approved, or this should be approved. And I'm just thinking more of the legal stuff.
Stem cell research is legal in the United States, is legal, and the research is legal, but it faces specific restrictions and regulations. The controversy and regulations focus on embryonic stem cell research. Embryonic stem cell research is not illegal, but federal funding is prohibited if it involves creating or destroying embryos.
People say no to that because, again, they think of like fetuses, they're getting stem cells from born babies, but it's embryonic. I think that's just one factor. I think it's the reason.
Yeah, there's one guy who Chip was talking about. He's a billionaire who started a stem cell company. They're doing lots of. I guess he's been like funding lots of research for stem cells. I don't know how he's skirting all this.
Isn't that guy that's trying to like make himself young?
No,
that's
a different guy.
Brandon something, whatever.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know much about that guy. I've seen the podcast before, but
is it Hariri?
Hariri, Bob Hariri. Yeah, what is his company called?
I think he's got, is that longevity?
Cellularity?
Cellularity.
I'll tell you, just pass it. It's the very top. There you go. at Brain Mapping Foundation, Society of Brain Mapping and Therapeutics celebrated this trailblazing scientist, surgeon, visionary leader, to entrepreneur. Okay. Well, yeah, even stem cell stuff. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, the AI is going to be interesting how it affects all this stuff, man. How it's able to, if they can, especially if they can regrow organs or transplant your brain. People are going to start living a lot longer in the next 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. Once it starts to actually get, figured out, it's cheaper. Then it'll be more available, but yeah, the original happened first.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, that's interesting that he's actually doing billionaires funding stem cells. I mean, that's good.
They're going to be the ones that live, They're going to be the ones that live like 500 years. The rest of us are going to be like sequestered to only living 90 years. And they're going to be outliving everybody. And eventually they're going to become aliens and terraform the earth. Survive all the nuclear wars.
Let's hope not. Yeah, geez.
Nuclear war. Nuclear war is another thing you make videos about, right? You did. I saw you did some stuff on the Demon Core.
Yeah.
Like it's like the science behind a nuclear explosion. That stuff's crazy.
It's terrifying.
I recently had this lady, Angie Gibson, who wrote a book called Nuclear War, where she basically got access to all the documents, like the secret documents that were in the military, where they did experiments with all these nukes when they were detonating and testing them in like the 40s, 30s, and 40s, and 50s, and 60s. And like how they did tests on soldiers, like young kids. They brought them out on boats, and they would basically detonate nuclear bombs, make these kids and these soldiers stare at these bombs, and or sometimes in other cases they'd make them turn around, cover their eyes.
Yeah.
And these people were dying of all these crazy diseases. They were infertile, they couldn't have babies. They had severe brain damage. They were dying of cancer, leukemia, and shit. It's insane how devastating this stuff is. And she also got access to FEMA. FEMA's protocols. If there's a nuclear bomb that detonates on the continental United States, it specifically lays out the mile radius of the fireball.
Oh yes, yeah.
And everything that's going to happen after 100 miles, after 500 miles, after 1,000 miles. First of all, the grid goes down. There's no grid.
Absolutely.
All cars stop working. You think your gas car is still going to work when there's no grid? No, it's not going to work anymore.
It's from the EMP.
Exactly. Yeah, the EMP is going to basically take out all the circuits. So if you don't have one of those old school cars that doesn't have an ignition to it, your car is not going to work.
And vacuum tubes are going to work. So I believe the Russian military does have some stock vacuum tube technology because it's EMP proof.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Vacuum.
Yeah, because all you're doing is you're heating two plates in a vacuum and transferring electrons. And there's no circuit there to be burnt up.
I think the first computer was a vacuum tube computer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. It was that guy that worked for DARPA. We're making the Iliac and the Maniac computers.
DARPA, I got
She wrote a great book on DARPA.
Really?
Yeah.
DARPA's crazy. I had a professor in college, just kind of, because he brought up DARPA. He worked in research in the 80s in DARPA. I think DARPA was a pre-internet, basically.
Yeah. ARPANET is what it's called.
ARPANET, yes. And he said people that were using ARPA were uploading images of nude women and stuff. And so essentially before there was the internet, the proto-internet had pornography,
Really?
It's just as soon as you could share data, people are gonna do it. I know, right?
You see that tribe, the tribe in Africa, they just gave them internet. They went up to Starlink and gave them really tablets, and they're all addicted to porn now.
Oh my gosh, that's
yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
It's ruining their lives. It's ruining their marriage. Their marriages are they're not going out and finding food. They're not taking care of their families. They're just sitting there. They're all addicted to. They're sitting there whacking off all day.
So it really is just a toxic, yeah.
Dude.
It's good and bad.
Yeah, no, but like so going back to her book, she wrote a book about DARPA, like the creation of DARPA, and she was talking about the early scientists that were making the big computers that were called, one was called the Iliac, one was called the Maniac, and they were vacuum tube computers that were enormous. They were like triple the size of this room. And one of the utilities they were using this computer for, I believe the guy who made it, was it Herb York, or was it, I forget the guy, no, it wasn't Herb York, it was somebody else. But you'll probably find it. He used the computer to calculate what elevation they needed to detonate the bombs over Hiroshima, Fat Man, Little Boy, and Nagasaki to cause the most civilian death casualties. So these high-level scientists are using this technology to, and the means to the end is to figure out how to cause the most death.
As it should be, it's warfare, right?
Terrifying. Yeah, terrifying. Yeah.
Gosh.
There it is, the Iliac. Von Neumann, that's what it was. John von Neumann, that's who he was. Yeah, he built that computer.
Fun fact, that computer was built with 2,800 vacuum tubes.
It weighed 5 tons.
Goodness gracious. Wow. Or 2,800, jeez.
Yeah,
5 tons, yeah.
5 tons. Isn't it crazy that all these geniuses and all these super smart people were getting paid all this money and like making all of these breakthroughs in science just for wars to kill people on the other side of the earth?
Jeez. Well, Operation Paperclip, you know?
Yeah. Operation Paperclip, that was huge. These guys were, I don't think was Von Neumann Paperclip?
Sounds like it, but
I think he was Jewish.
Definitely
wasn't a Nazi.
Yeah, I think we'll get some dry mouth.
Go grab one.
I don't understand what it's saying here. It's saying, okay, the Iliac was built with 2,800 vacuum tubes, weighed about 5 tons. By 56, it had gained more computing power than all other computers at Bell Labs that have represented 40-bit words, in which, oh, I see, 40-bit words is not words. So 12,000 of those words were on the Grattle. Holy crap.
You ever had Grattle?
No,
it's great. It's like a stimulant. It's an Indonesian herb. It's actually an opioid. I don't know. It's not an opioid, but it affects the opioid receptor somehow. So if you take a lot of it, it has like a opioid effect. But if you drink one of these, it's like this super calm energy, like focused effect it gives you. Interesting, not like jittery.
Yeah,
it's great. That's delicious. Interesting. What is it? The Bell Labs. What does it say? Immediately after the 1957 launch of Sputnik, the Iliac was used to calculate an ephemeris of the satellite's orbit, later published in Nature. Isn't it crazy that these fucking computers that were 5 tons and took so much money to create are now like you could fit probably the power and the efficiency of 100 of those computers into your iPhone?
Oh, thousands. I mean, your iPhone has billions of transistors. I mean, the scale of this is insane. I mean, what we have today is because of the discovery of the transistor. That makes everything possible. I mean, just the amount of sheer power that had to go into those machines. Because, again, you're heating. The way a vacuum tube works is you have a vacuum, in a tube, and you heat up a plate so hot that it emits electrons. So it kind of,
like incandescence. It uses incandescence.
I think it is I believe it is, yes. And because there's like a vacuum, they don't burn up from the oxygen.
Right.
And just the amount of power you need to just heat up a plate so much that it's glowing. That's 1 tube. Imagine 2,800. It's insane.
Yeah, that is fucking ridiculous, man. Look up Von Neumann. Find out where they find out if Von Neumann was a paperclip scientist. I could be wrong. There he is, John von Neumann.
Is he the rocket
mathematician? I don't think he was working on rockets. No. Don't type in paperclip. Just type in his name and see it. Find Wikipedia.
And then search for paperclip in there,
Yeah. Von Neumann and John Bell, go to the top. Just go to the top, three at the top. He was born in 1903, died in February 57. Was a Hungarian and American mathematician, physicist, computer scientist, and engineer, and polymath. Yeah, he was a genius. Sure. He was responsible for, he worked on the Manhattan Project. That's right. I think there is, and he created, and he was he was responsible for those lenses they used to watch the nukes go off.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he was responsible for creating those.
I know he did something with computer science as well. I think it's an architecture for computer circuits or like logic.
Did that just say he was an expert in ancient Greek?
No, it wasn't polymath. Jeez.
I saw it before you changed it. You wrote Greek. You wrote Greek. Where does it say? You got it up there? Von Neumann. You wrote Greek. Oh, I see. Von Neumann was a child prodigy who, at 6 years old, could divide two 8-digit numbers in his head and converse in ancient Greek. How nuts is that?
Goodness gracious.
What would you say, science?
He did something with computer architecture. It's like the Von Neumann architecture. That could be wrong. Could be someone else.
Yeah, paperclip. Paperclip was scary.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. You know what's even scarier though? You ever heard of Unit 731 or 737?
Remind me what that is.
So the Japanese during the war.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
What were they doing again?
Conducting all 731. Yeah, they were conducting all kinds of. I mean, it makes the concentration camps in Germany look like kindergarten. I mean, just the amount of stuff they were doing, all kinds of inhuman experiments that they would they would connect like twins together, like so like they're
just like surgical experiments on people.
And the U.S. a lot of people don't know they didn't really prosecute people who were in charge because as a sort of like a collateral, they're like, listen, we won't prosecute you if you give us your data on what you found. And really? The data was the nuisance. This is all cultural.
There was also a Nazi named Miguel. I forget his first name. His last name was Miguel. He was the Nazi that was like famous for doing like surgical experiments on people, mainly children.
Dr. Nagel.
Yeah, Steve, that would sound. I think it's on your notes. On mine. Oh, you wrote about it. Yeah.
And I think he died in like Argentina at an old age. So, which is really
terrible, but just like Hitler, right?
Yeah.
Everyone there's a theory that thinks Hitler escaped it. I mean, we know a lot of them escaped to Argentina.
Yeah.
But we don't have we never had like any body of Hitler, right?
I think they did because they verified with the dental records.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Soviets found them, yeah. Unless they're just saying that.
Right. But they never showed it. They just said it. That's what I understand.
So, yeah. Because his bunker was torched. So it's just, that's how they used the dental records, yeah.
Right. Yeah, Mengele. So, they were doing human experiments. So there's a theory out there. Well, it's not a theory. It's going back to this lady, Annie. Another one of the books called Area 51. She writes about the Roswell crash, the flying saucer, and the land that crashed in Roswell.
Yeah.
I want to say it was like 47, maybe? Late 47? July of 47, I believe it was. She interviewed a guy who worked for. He was an engineer working for some covert American Cold War organization, doing experiments and like testing like anti-gravity and doing all kinds of crazy experiments and shit. And he was a part of. He knew all about the Roswell investigation, like what it was all about. And he told Annie
under anonymity for her book that the flying saucer that crashed was a World War II engineered machine that was created by the Wright brothers, and the two aliens that were in there were not aliens. They were children that were surgically deformed and altered by Mengele, sent over by Stalin to crash land here. They were like drone piloted by Stalin with these kids in there, and they crashed here purposely to like create some sort of chaos in the U.S. and to sow panic, like panic across the nation that there's an alien invasion or whatever. And she asked him, she goes, well, if this is true, why would they hide this? Because if you just took like the horrific shit, it would just make the Russians look better than us. And his answer was, and we started doing the same exact thing.
I mean, that's
not many people have this
feel for me.
Well, there was also experiments done on the East Coast. There was a school for like children with cognitive disabilities, where they were doing experiments on them. And I think Bill Clinton eventually shut it down in the early 90s. Can you find that, Steve?
Yeah, what? Okay, so
type in Clinton and then type in disabled children experiments.
Where was this taking place?
On the East Coast of the U.S. I want to say it was in Jersey. What the hell is that?
Oh, it's an actual link. I thought it was a correct.
Story meeting disabled children.
No, that's not it. It's not me. This is a fucking way more sinister than that.
Yeah, it can be kind of tough. They do a
Keep
lot
going. Human radiation experiments. Is that it? That might be it. Click on it.
Might be like post nuclear war testing.
Yeah. It was Cold War shit. What's the article? Okay, President Bill Clinton commented on the final report on human radiation experiments conducted between 1944 and 1974. His duty to tell the truth. The president promised compensation for victims of these experiments. He also offered a formal apology to the survivors, their families, and to all American people who must be able to rely on the United States to keep its word, tell the truth, and do the right thing. As an additional measure, President Clinton signed an executive order instructing every agency of the federal government which conducts, supports, or regulates research involving human beings to immediately review the procedures and report back by the end of the year. The president also created the Bioethics Advisory Commission to supervise such research. He hopes the commission will ensure the government never again strays from basic values of protecting and being truthful to its people. They were doing fucking radiation experiments on kids, dude.
I'm not sure if it was kids during that time. I mean, it's possible, but I know that they put a lot of GIs out in fields where they would detonate bombs. There's a very famous video of GIs in the trench. They detonate a bomb. You can see like the smoke streams.
Yeah, the nuclear soldiers and the nuclear veterans.
And they detonate the bomb and they get up and they walk in the field. And I'm not sure if it's referencing that. I've never
Steve, you're gonna have to dig a little more. It's definitely a hospital. It's definitely a school for kids or some sort of place for children on the East Coast of the U.S. for disabled children. They were doing. I think it might have been radiation experiments or other types of experiments. Yeah, this was going on like during the time Bell Labs was big. During when Bell Labs and up in Montauk. This was around that time. At a Fernald School in Massachusetts, school for disabled and special needs children, students were exposed to radioactive iron and calcium in the late 40s and 50s in a federally sponsored study. Jeez, Nuclear Museum, click on it. I think this is what Clinton shut down. Yeah, human experimentation throughout the Cold War. Dude, they did a lot of fucked up shit in the Cold War, dude. Gosh. Their parents were not informed of the full nature of the experiments. Between 53 and 57, Oak Ridge National Laboratory conducted uranium injection experiments on 11 patients in Massachusetts General Hospital as part of their continued health physics research. They discovered uranium localized in human kidneys at a much higher rate than previously thought. Therefore, that maximum permissible levels were too high. Despite the efforts of this experiment, however, occupational standards for uranium did not change at any national laboratories. Keep going down.
I mean, they had the Tuskegee experiments too.
Yeah.
I mean, the government, I don't know what about the Cold War made people crazy with just like destruction. But
there it is about Bill Clinton in the early 90s. Uncovered the nature of the Albuquerque Tribune, uncovered the nature of these human experiments that identified the patients. That's when Clinton shut it down. Yeah, Tuskegee, dude, that's fucking horrific.
Love Canal too, but Tuskegee, yeah.
What's Love Canal?
In the 19. This is actually Love Canal was a neighborhood that was owned by Hooker Chemical Company. They dumped all kinds of waste. They plowed it over and they sold it to the city. Rebuilt. And for 20, 30 years, people like deformed growth defects, cancer and stuff. Yeah. But now you're like really being hot.
Well, DuPont did that too, you know. DuPont, where a lot of the runoff from their nylon and Teflon. They were all of, and it was killing all the cattle. Like they were the first dying, and then people were getting sick. People, like there was tons of people that cancer were being born, and there was a huge. And I find out what the name. Call it the DuPont Devil We Know. That's
that too. I've never seen it.
Sinister. Chemical byproducts that are, I mean, even today that are still in the foods. You know, like just I had this other lady on here, Dr. Shauna Swan, who wrote a book all about the decline of sperm count and testosterone in males over the last 60 years. I think they started doing it in, or like 70 years. I think they started in like the 50s. And due to like glyphosate and like monocrop agriculture and how they're using all these pesticides to basically like kill all the bugs on these crops and stuff, and all of our foods are covered in this stuff. That combined with the microplastics, like everything's in plastic.
I was gonna just mention that, yeah.
Our sperm count has been going down. I think it was 1% per year since the 50s, and I think since like 2000, it's been going down 2% per year. Jeez.
Well, sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like we're all screwed. Like, we are legit screwed. Everyone, like, I read a couple studies where they took sample sizes, they took samples from people, fecal sample, blood samples, urine samples from everyone in these studies had some degree of microplastics in their body. And most of them are entering through not ingestion, but inhalation. And your lungs is the biggest, reservoir for these plastics. They're going in and they're staying biopersistent. The body cannot break it down. Right. And they're beginning to draw parallels with increases in autoimmune diseases and cancer. Absolutely. Because what these do is they're toxic. They're toxic to cells. they cause cells to produce or induce inflammation, and it's a very low grade level. It's not like having like a dual sponge of cancer. It's very low grade, and it's very insidious over time. Because the more plastics you ingest and inhale over the years, you have more and more inflammation, and they're beginning to wonder if the parallel between cancer and autoimmune diseases is with microplastics. And we're like thinking, yeah, it's probably the case.
Well, it's definitely what she lays out in her book, how it is like very, very clear that it is creating a huge drop in male fertility. And that's why the birth rate around the world is plummeting. People can't have kids like they used to. And there's another crazy study that's a part of it where she found a way to measure how much people were exposed to these phthalates and these microplastics during the gestation period and but before these kids are born. After they're born, they did a study where they measured what's called the AGD, which is basically the gooch. It's the distance between your asshole and your ball sack.
Yeah.
So the shorter that distance is, the more you are exposed to these phthalates and these microplastics, and the more that you have in your blood. And it's like that's directly correlated to your sperm count and your testosterone.
Yeah, it must interfere with some kind of like process of development.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, every person has microplastics.
And one of the best ways you can avoid microplastics, apart from the obviously cleaning out of like bottled waters and like using them for all your food and all that stuff, is taking your shoes off outside, not bringing your shoes inside. Because your shoes, when you're walking around in the street or anywhere out in the public, you bring them in your house, they bring in a ton of microplastics going through what you said. A lot of it comes through inhalation.
Yeah.
So that's important. Make sure you leave your shoes outside, folks.
Do you know what the largest contributor of microplastics are? I bet you'll never guess.
Largest contributor.
It's not like an industry per se, but it's like a product. Sort of.
Not bottled water.
No, that's definitely one of them, but the highest is actually car tires.
Oh, interesting.
They're made of synthetic and natural rubbers. But if you think about it, a car tire is constantly being worn down, and the speed heats, releasing all the particles. And so they find that the highest concentration of microplastics that you inhale are near roads. Because again, you have to break down the whole tire, and then the car is moving, and the wind and speed just kicks it all up. So, I mean, we all in cars.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah. You want to stop that? You got to stop car tires.
Technology is just killing us.
It's a trade-off. Yeah, that's convenience. Yeah.
Do you think there's any way that we'll be able to reverse all this shit?
No. I mean, you have microplastics bound up in your organs right now, and they're there forever. And it's not like you can think of plaque from like a clogged artery. These are micrometers big, smaller than the diameter of the human hair. They're there for good. Unless, this is pushing, but unless they can somehow engineer bacteria that can break down plastic, which you'd be injecting bacteria into your body to break down plastic, and that just sounds terrible,
Yeah.
So it's there for good. The only thing we can do is reduce the amount that's happening to us.
Yeah, you would think that we'd be able to, with AI, create some sort of antidote to some of this shit.
With AI,
because it's an industry that's fueled by billions of dollars. So it's going to be like, you can't just fucking stop it. That's easier. No, you can't. Way easier said than done. So maybe you can put money into, it's crazy. Yeah, it is. Maybe you could put some money into some sort of economic push behind creating an antidote or some sort of cure to it somehow, or some sort of experimental medicine. I know it sounds so far-fetched, like how the fuck can you create something that's going to take microplastics out of your blood and your cells, right?
I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we ever will be. It's just the damage is so pervasive. Yeah. Every organ, just it's awful. The best we can do is just curve towards more renewable products. I mean, plastic is so convenient. We can mold anything from it. The size, the durability. I mean, it's really like perfect. But the trade-off, huge trade-off. Yeah. So you might not get cancer now, but after 60 years of living inhaling plastics,
right?
The damage will come. Yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting to think about like what the evolution of drugs is going to be over the next 50 years.
I mean, I'm not sure what the future holds for drug technology
because it's pretty wild to think about that. I mean, even like the drugs we have now, like I had no idea that there was a drug you could take that would stop you from being killed from cyanide. Like there's an antidote you could take that basically would stop cyanide.
Sodium nitrite, I believe it is. There's multiple. That's one I do know. Yeah, I mean
I didn't know it existed.
Oh yeah.
So imagine if there was a drug that could, like, if you had leukemia, there's a drug you take to counteract or fucking be an antidote to leukemia.
Well, I mean, so the issue with cancer is again multifaceted. The first thing is no cancer. Like your cancer is the same as my cancer. If you have one cancer and I have one cancer, it's like our fingerprints. It's specific to you.
Yeah.
So it's hard to produce a drug or a therapy that's going to have that wide effect, right? Secondly, is cancer. Here's what we're doing now. We're trying to target. Cancer therapy is target cells that divide very quickly, right? So cells that divide faster, like your intestinal cells, right? Because you're constantly being sawed off from the digestive process, food passing through, pouring off the cells. So when you take chemotherapy, those cells are targeted, right? And the idea is cancer cells reproduce very quickly in high amounts, so we're going to target those as well. That's the best we can do.
It's targeted very well.
Now it's very
basically blasting your body with nuclear radiation.
Well, so nuclear
radiation, but it's like if you're basically nuking yourself. I mean, you're killing all the other surrounding tissue.
Yeah. I mean, it's
very primitive, considering where we're at.
So
considering all the other technology we have. It seems super primitive. Like, how have we not been able to innovate beyond chemotherapy? When did chemotherapy first come about? Was it the 50s?
I know that people say it started like the First World War as like a weapon. I'm not really familiar with that, but I know it started in like the 40s and 50s. And it's still a good choice for cancer therapy in the beginning stages. It's by no means like the best, but
it's CAR-T therapy.
CAR-T, C-A-R-T. No.
Can you Google that, Steve? I heard that was like a new experimental thing that they were doing with leukemia, that where you can just use CAR-T therapy. CAR-T cell therapy. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a sponsored link. Go down below that. Scroll down. You'll find it. CAR-T cell therapy, or CAR-T, is a type of immunotherapy that uses a patient's T cells to treat cancer. T cells are a type of immune system cell that are collected from a patient's blood and then genetically altered in a lab to produce chimeric antigen receptors, CARs, on their surface. CARs are special receptors that bind to specific proteins on the surface of cancer cells, allowing the T cells to more effectively locate and destroy them. They're grown in a lab and given to the patient through infusion. It's FDA approved to treat several types of blood cancers, including leukemia, lymphoma, and multiple myeloma.
Yeah.
So that seems pretty innovative. And I think that's kind of new.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the early 2000s, 2022 rather.
The future of cancer therapy and treatments are biological things. So what I mean by that is actually using your immune system to treat yourself,
right?
As opposed to chemical, which is like, so
is that essentially what this is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is biotechnology. This is altering your own genetic tools to better treat cancer.
So they're taking T. So a T cell is an immune system cell, right? So they're taking these T cells that are already reacting, and I don't know if you know how much you know about this, but I don't know anything about it. They're taking these cells that are building up in your body your immune response to the cancer you have, extracting them, doing something to them in a lab, and then injecting them back in you. Is that right?
I think so. Special receptors that bind to specific proteins in the surface of cancer cells.
This says they're grown in a lab and then given to the patients through infusion.
I know I've heard of something like this before. It might be. I'm not familiar with this specifically, but I know that there is antibody therapy where you.
That was what during COVID there was something that they did in Florida. What was it called? They were doing some sort of therapy where it was like an antibody therapy. That they would give you a shot of I forget what it was called. But like a lot of people, but they were doing it in Florida and apparently it was working really well. I never got it, but I heard it was good.
I know that antibody therapy, you essentially make an antibody outside the body that is made to target a certain type of cell or disease with an antigen,
right?
And you inject it. The issue is sometimes that can produce a really bad immune response because having this heightened awareness of like there's this protein here and you get this shock reaction, and so it can be kind of dangerous. But I think it's still in its beginning stage of being worked out properly.
Monoclonal antibodies, that's what it was, yeah. They were doing that. It's pretty effective.
Monoclonal are, so you have monoclonal are like they have one antigen that they go to. So you have antibodies that have general, like they'll attack general antigens. This is made for just one specific protein. It's very sensitive, and so if you have that targeting a certain cell, an antigen or a bacteria or something, it's going to be more effective. The downside is you have a very robust immune response, which can be, again, send you in shock.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, that's in rare cases.
What a wild ride that was going through the COVID thing.
It sucked.
Freaking Biden's got it now. See that?
Biden
he just got COVID. He had like 4 vaccines. How is he COVID? And it's like triple boosted.
No one should say that you're not going to get it. It just reduces the chances. It's not. I had COVID. I was boosted.
Really?
I will. Basically,
really?
Yeah.
Why against your will?
Well, just because my employer and I was in school at the time, and they're like, if you want to stay here, you got to get shot.
That's fucked, man.
You know.
Did you see that? Did you see the recording they released of Fauci having that phone call with that guy?
I heard pieces of it. Yes. I don't know all of it, but I know there were some issues that he said about like.
I forget exactly what it was, but he basically, when he was testifying, they played a phone call of him talking to somebody, and I forget who it was. He's basically saying that like we're gonna make all the schools and all the employers say you gotta have it or you're fired. And he's like, if they don't want to do it, fuck them.
And people now are winning lawsuits on being fired. You know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, you gotta be skeptical about taking any sort of drug or anything when the company that's making it is federally immune to lawsuits.
Right.
That's a red flag.
Yes. Secondly, you know, I'm a man of science. I trust most vaccines that I'm given, probably if not all. The issue was, and I think people had reason to be concerned about it, was that, listen, companies take years to develop drugs. We're talking 5, 10, 15 years. I think the average time is like 7 years. And they did this in a year. Like, by all means, be skeptical. Just because you guys really got this done in like 9 months, right? A year. like, let's wait and see what happens. No, you're taking it now. That's how it's going to be.
And the fucking totalitarian lockdowns and forcing you to get it or not go to school. Yeah. You're going to get out of school or you're going to lose your job.
I mean, people are winning lawsuits on that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I didn't know about that. But yeah, man, some of that shit came out about Fauci, dude. It's just fucking pure evil. Pure evil.
Well, it's the I'm right, I'm head of this, and I say this is fine. It's the power of the position.
That combined with money is the money and the power, right?
Yeah, the science was there. Like, I think if they had waited some more time to do more tests, any vaccine's going to affect people. Some people, you take 1,000 people in a room, toss a peanut, someone's going to be allergic. You're going to have bad results. I'm not sure of the degree of how many people had negative side effects from the COVID vaccine, if it was above average bad effects. But I mean, you can't make a vaccine in a year and have it across the nation. You have to take this. That's just bad news.
Plus, it's still early. It's only been a couple of years. We don't know the long-term effects of this stuff. We don't know. I mean, they don't know the long-term effects of most drugs.
Yeah.
And these pharmaceutical companies, if you look at like the history of American corporations and like the amount of fines and the amount of like civil what's the word to pay them? Like the civil lawsuit. Like the civil lawsuit, but when they have to pay the person who sues them. Yeah, like the amount of damages paid by corporations, like the top 10 or 20 companies or pharmaceutical companies that paid out like billions of dollars in damages from lawsuits.
And that's with years of research.
With years of research, right. Yes. So now we're going to create one in a couple of months, and we're going to be completely immune to any sort of lawsuits or legal action.
That's good news.
That's not good. That's fucking get me the fuck out of here. Yeah, I almost got the vaccine when I was going. I was getting ready to travel out of the country, and the country we were traveling to had when I wanted to go home, I wouldn't have been able to come home if I wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah. So did you get it?
No, I didn't do it. Last minute, we canceled the trip. I was literally about to go to the CVS and get the shot, and I didn't for whatever reason. But in hindsight, I'm kind of glad I didn't.
Yeah, I got the shot just because it was quite
That's and her father-son combo, John Willing's daughter. Yeah, she's professor of growlers on the planet right now. I just walked the map. Yeah, does she look like Jocko? She has but then also, feminine. I think she's beautiful, and she's she looks just like Jocko. Just Jocko. Yeah, and she has the muscles. Yeah, broad shoulders, good jaw. I've never met Jocko.
Head of this family, and you ain't gonna be messing with my children. Stanley, listen, this is my ship, and I am the captain, and you're just gonna have to trust me, okay? Everybody's gonna be fine.
Well, it's not a question of trust.
Yeah, it is. It is a question of trust, Stanley. And, do you trust me? Yes or no?
Yes, Michael, I trust you.
Okay, it does. Meeting adjourned. Good. Excellent meeting. Thank you very much for filing out. I would have conducted it. All right. Just ask how many of you trust me. You don't. I get a show of hands. How many of you trust me? So you don't have to use it. So let's put your hand down, please. You ask them. I must consider each one of Thank you for coming in. Do you trust me?
Is my level what I deal with?
Oh, it's a deep fake. It's a deep fake. Yeah, no, I mean, he literally admits it was a real phone call. It's a deep fake.
Ham's favorite flavor of
Yeah, the whole point is just, smack them hard enough so they just give in.
Jim said mixed berries?
I had a coworker who was class, but he didn't take the vaccine. She had to come to work with like a COVID test like twice a week. And she was just like, this is miserable. But
I don't know what's going to happen to Fauci after that. I don't know like what the latest is on him, but he should be put in fucking jail.
Something.
They should make an example of him so that people don't fucking do that shit in the future.
I mean, he has the protection of the federal government.
It just pisses me off, dude.
And through immunity due to his work position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been working in that position since what? Since like the 80s?
The 80s, during the AIDS crisis.
During the 80s, yes,
Yeah.
that's when he started during the AIDS crisis.
I mean, I think we're all conclusive enough that the COVID came from China.
Yeah, right. Even though all the media in the beginning said that there's no chance it came from China, now CNN literally came out that it probably, or no, it was the New York Times, it probably came from China was the headline.
I mean, come on. Like, gain of function therapy was in China. But it's like Jon Stewart said, if there's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Hershey, PA, it might came from the factory.
Oh my god, dude, that bit was incredible. What did he do? On Colbert show? I think it was.
He did, yeah. Or on his talk show, yeah, right.
There's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Pittsburgh, where the Hershey's factory was.
Hershey, it probably came from the factory.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
China needs to pay up big time. And did you see? I was watching those counts of like deaths from COVID the first month, just like every day. And I think like at some point the U.S. hit like 300,000. Fucking China hit like 80,000. Please,
no fucking way.
No, like millions.
Yeah.
The sheer density of the cities. I mean, come on.
Some of the did you see like some of the like people were getting locked inside their apartments and they had like loudspeakers that were talking in Chinese and like the roads were empty and there was like these crazy doomsday sirens going, cars like police cars going up down the street making sure nobody was on the streets. It was like something out of a fucking horror in China. Jeez. I mean, they paid dearly for that, dude. Especially like with what happened with the shipping crisis, like with the distribution of shit coming from China, like all the shipping lanes got stopped. Yeah, man, that was not good for China at all. And that, I mean, and like the fact that Fauci put these fucking gain of function labs. I mean, I guess it's better than it being here. But like they put it in China to evade some sort of regulations that I think Obama put in place because Obama didn't want the gain of function shit going on in North Carolina where it originated.
Interesting. I didn't
so
know
they
that.
moved it to Wuhan, and then it got brought. I mean, then it went throughout the globe. But like the fact that we're just like the human. I don't know if it's a human thing. It must be. I mean, it's definitely a human thing. But like we're in this like crazy competition of nation states to see who can fucking destroy each other better. And billions of dollars is going into creating fucking super viruses that can kill people more effectively. And it was for war, yeah. It was, of course, it was for war, dude. I mean, like that's like going back to von Neumann. The most money goes into fucking figuring out how to kill people. Going back to that computer that figured out what elevation should detonate a bomb that he or she doesn't kill the most people. It's just like if you zoom out on all this stuff on history, it's just like crazy times, man.
In some senses, I'm like, yeah, you need a good, strong defensive military in case shit goes to the fan. But at the same time, I mean, that much money that goes into it. And things happen, nuclear bomb testing, Wuhan, I mean, the cost of it. Jeez.
It's amazing another nuke hasn't gone off since the 40s, whatever it was, 45.
I think the latest was the 50s. I think the last was the 50s.
The testing. Yeah.
Oh, but like use in warfare?
Use in warfare, yeah.
No one wants to do it. I think people know.
They know. Well, that's the crazy thing about Annie's book, the nuclear war book, too. She explains, so she like interviewed all these top level generals who basically they did thousands of nuclear war games, simulations, right, in the Pentagon, like playing out what would happen. And they did the book explained a very real scenario that how it would happen if North Korea launched an ICBM towards the US. So we have like 6 minutes from launch to impact. So imagine if they were shooting one from North Korea They would shoot it over the North Pole, and it would go over the top of the Earth, and it would hit if they were targeting DC, if they were targeting the U.S. That's how they would do it. And they would essentially target the first bomb in DC. And so we have 6 minutes, right? And typically the presidents don't go through, they don't think this through when they're in office, right? There's way more things they're worried about. They're not like typically rehearsing nuclear war scenarios. Sure. That was mainly done like in the past by previous people in the Pentagon and generals and stuff like that. There's a whole base in, I think it's Montana, where the command and control center is. Yeah. It's in the Rocky Mountains. No, it's Colorado. It's in the Rocky Mountains. It's hidden in like a granite mountain. Yeah. And so they literally have 6 minutes to make a decision on what to do. But if they'll know within like, I think a minute and a half, or maybe even like 2 minutes, they'll know that bomb is targeting the U.S. Like they'll be able to figure out its trajectory based on all of our reconnaissance satellites that we have in space and like airplanes and stuff like that. They can figure out from its boost phase where it's going. So they're going to know it's hitting the U.S. So the first thing, this is a protocol that is written in stone that as soon as an ICBM is launched from any country and headed towards us, in the first 60 seconds, we have to empty our Minutemen arsenals. All of our ICBMs that are basically in these ground bases, in like, I think they're mostly in like the Midwest area, in like Montana and those areas, those have to be launched because those are going to be, we have to assume those are going to be the first target of a strike towards us. They're going to try to hit our sites, so those Minuteman rockets are rendered useless. Yeah. So it's use it or lose it for those, right? Gotcha. So as soon as one launches from another country, ours have to launch.
Just based on like they can't be used, they can also detonate here too.
Right.
But
so
potentially,
if they launch a nuke and we don't launch ours, say like we're going to try to evade a nuclear war, we're going to maybe let one hit, or we're just going to hope it doesn't hit us. Yeah. We can't do that. We have to empty ours. We have to target them.
Gotcha.
So here's the problem. Now once we have fucking 10 or 20 ICBMs, I don't know how many we have. Maybe we can find out how many ICBMs we have, how many Minutemen we have. Minutemen ICBMs, how many in the U.S. They all have to be launched. The problem is, okay, now we launch ours toward North Korea. They're going over the North Pole, right? And they're going to have to overfly Russia to get to North Korea. Now, within 2 minutes, you're going to think, we have to get on the phone with Russia and let them know this isn't coming for you. This is going for North Korea. Well, I don't think there's ever been a time in history where we were able to get Putin on the phone that quick. Sure. I think like the last time that we tried to get a hold of Putin, it took like a week for him to get back to us, at least the president. So Russia's going to see it. Now they're going to launch all their ICBMs. And before you know it, it's all, and then NATO's going to start launching all their rockets and stuff. And before you know it, it's all out nuclear war.
Just because of like the sheer time and the communication. Yeah. So
it's just a huge fucking breakdown of communication that happens because there's all these policies in place to launch ICBMs. So once the first fucking missile flies, dude, it's over. Endgame.
Yeah. Jeez. We have 400.
So 400 ready to go. So imagine this. Kim Jong-un has a bad day, decides to launch one ICBM. That means, and if it's come towards the U.S., we're launching 400. So we have to hope to God that Russia and all these other countries don't launch a counterstrike when they see these.
Even if they don't, 400 nuclear missiles, I mean, that's a nuclear holocaust. Yeah. You know? So, I mean, I think North Korea is still behind on their technology. Hope they are, though.
They have 50. Their submarines, their submarines are still diesel powered. Ours are nuclear powered, so ours can go forever. They still have to refuel with diesel. I think they can go like a week or something. Yeah, their subs are shitty.
The last nuclear test was done in '92 by the U.S. and it was halted. They were cut short in October '92, and they no longer used any tested pilots. That was in Nevada.
Yeah.
So what was the last one before that?
Have you seen the graphic or like the animation of all the nuclear bomb tests that have gone on throughout the world?
I think I have, yes.
Yeah, it shows like the timeline.
Yeah.
And then it gets into like the Cold War era. It's like all over the fucking world.
Jeez.
And then, like, you know, most people think they have this misconception that we have sort of like an iron dome of systems that can basically intercept rockets out of the sky, right? It's like essentially, this is the video. Look, 1945, Trinity, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Then you have the test over the atolls, where they tested the first thermonuclear bombs. Then you have Russia. Yes, we did that. Go 2x. 53. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Look at all those ones in Nevada.
In Russia too. I didn't know that.
Look at fucking Nevada. Holy.
Wow. We're just going up and up and up.
Yeah, now we're at 66. Now it's going crazy. Look, the U.S. is at 600.
Nevada is just getting all the action. Jeez.
Yeah, Isn't it funny? Isn't that just like hilarious that all those bombs went off in Nevada and that happens to be the place we like to go to gamble?
It's out there, yeah.
Russia's all over the place.
Yeah, Russia's huge.
They got the land for it, though.
They're only like 200 behind us. 200 nukes behind us. 87, 88. They're still going on, bro.
What's that? What's the flag with the orange, white, and green? It just did one.
I think that's Italy. Oh, orange, white, and green? Oh,
yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, what is that? Flag, yeah, it's between
not Mexico, right?
That'd be funny.
That would be funny, right? Bro, I'd be surprised if these cartels got their hands on nukes pretty soon. They're getting all kinds of crazy technology, bro. They're stealing technology from, they somehow got technology from Israel. Some sort of like crazy spyware technology that was supposed to be used by the military in Mexico, but now the military is so corrupt, they're selling it to the cartels. This guy came on the podcast that like reports on the cartels. They got a hold of this shit. You can basically type in somebody's phone number, track where they are live, read all their communications on the phone, and now the cartel's using it to track their fucking enemies.
Gotcha.
It's India. Niger?
India.
Oh, India. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like what I was saying about the misconception that we have some sort of like interceptor system that can intercept these nukes. Annie was explaining that we have like a total of 44 of these interceptor missiles, and there's like 40 of them that are based in Alaska, and there's 40 of them that are based in California. And the accuracy, or the percentage accuracy of these things being able to hit a target is like 40% maybe. So we have 40% accuracy, right? If there's a nuclear war, they send all the fucking rockets, right? Russia's got like over 1,000. We have over 1,000. All these other countries, North Korea, I think North Korea has like a couple hundred maybe. But it's fucking, there's no chance that's going to save us. No chance at all.
Just don't launch it. I mean, that's right. Or get to that country and stop launching it. But I think they developed one that was underground too.
Nukes?
Yeah.
They did a lot of underground nuclear testing for sure.
Yeah, to like induce earthquakes, which I mean, it's amazing that didn't cause any place to shift or something. Yeah, I mean, one gets launched and that's it. Goodbye.
And then she explains like the nuclear winter, how like basically it will block out the sun for years and years and years. Agriculture will cease to exist. People will have to live underground because it'll be so toxic. The atmosphere will be so toxic you won't be able to survive. People will go underground. Most people will die. And then eventually, after like 12 years or something like that, it's supposed to, the sky is supposed to clear up again, the sun will come through. But by that point, the atmosphere will be so degraded that the sun, the radiation from the sun will literally kill you.
Oh, yeah, because you'll have the ozone layer to
the ozone layer
filter it out. Yeah.
Right. Jeez. So at that point, all the fucking frozen dead bodies and frozen dead animals around the globe will start to thaw out.
Yeah.
Right? And then, then disease, it will be like just plague after that.
I mean, at that point, you're going to repeat what happened to the dinosaurs. The sun was blacked out for 15 years, they estimate. And the sub-underground mammals are the ones that live. Yeah, I didn't think about the atmosphere being degraded though. It's constant UV light. Right. That sucks. Gosh, it's big and done.
I mean, the only thing that will survive are the people, well, initially, the people in the nuclear subs will survive until they run out of food and water.
Yeah, which wouldn't take long.
Just a couple of years. Yeah, the subs can pretty much go forever on nuclear power. And then, like, you know, hunter-gatherers might survive. People like remote tribes in the Amazon, maybe, or like some of those, you know, uncontacted tribes that are out in the islands out here in the Asia Pacific. And then like animals that are underwater, like, you know, sharks and alligators survive. Sure. You know, deep water species, but like,
except for like the Mariana Trench, that'll be the dominant species.
Yeah, right. But you know, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get off this fucking planet if we're gonna survive. I mean, to even save our technology, like save like humanity, like even if humans don't survive, to like save a copy of us, we need to put a hard drive on the moon or something.
Hard drive.
Or underwater, you know, like underwater would be the best. Like if you could somehow. I think it's like, what is it? 90% of our oceans haven't even been explored yet.
Something like that's pretty high. It's like the depth, I think, or you know, what's down there. Yeah, I mean,
the ocean's more unexplored.
That's what it was. It's something like space. We know more about space than we do about like the depths of the ocean. What the hell's down there?
Isn't that crazy?
Jeez. But I mean, if we were to go terraform the moon, I mean, once your resources are exhausted, that's on there. You're screwed. Like, what do you have on the moon? There's no nutrients. There's no carbon-based materials. There's no wood.
Well, if we can figure out how to 3D print meat or steak, or there was some shit that came out recently that we figured out trying to like print steak or like grow steaks in a lab or something.
Yeah.
Somehow do that.
I've heard about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't do that on the moon unless you had the materials to grow the steak. The meat, the cells, the proteins, and carbohydrates, DNA. So I mean, it only works if you have the materials. You know? Yeah.
There was a report that came out from NASA a couple of days ago, Steve, if you could find it. They found like some crazy caves, like caverns, like underground caves that were like water. I don't think they know what it was from. NASA cave. Yeah, look, new evidence adds findings hinting at a network of caves. There's theories out there that the moon is hollow. But there's people that also think that the inside of the moon is like the very center of it is a solid core, but then it's honeycomb. The inside of it's like honeycomb.
Like it was mined out or something.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, how wild is that, dude?
I mean, those could just be from crater impact, asteroids, or
I guess.
Right?
How weird is it that we haven't gone back to the moon since 1970?
Yeah, I know, right? You think they go off, but I guess there's just not a whole lot of reason to go back. I think they know that there's nothing really on there, just a giant rock in space. You know?
Did you see that there was something like some sort of like Senate hearing with the head of NASA, and the head of NASA was basically saying, we talked about this in the podcast 2 weeks ago. He was saying that the Chinese are they're sending satellites to the backside of the moon. He thinks that China is trying to set up bases on the dark side of the moon, or the backside of the moon.
Yeah. Part of that is because if you set up sensitive material like telescope space trying to do research on for radiation in space, the dark side of the moon has no interference from the sun. You have like super sensitive readings on that side of the moon. That's like the best place to do any kind of outer space research. It's so empty and secluded. That's one reason why you want to put a base on the dark side of the moon, is you have the best sensitive readings.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But he's like, I think the guy was saying, like, we don't have any incentive, we don't want to do it, but we're going to let China do it. I find that to be kind of odd.
If China puts a base on the moon, we'll have one in 2 weeks.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah. I mean, really, I think the moon, we should be thinking about putting an automated system that's unmanned. And we can send that information and that can do an extra research too. You don't have to have a society. That's true. hell.
Or if you want to like explore places like Mars or do shit on Mars, like wouldn't be a good like place to start.
Yeah.
Like a good mediary spot to maybe I don't know if you can launch rockets from there, but it seems to be like more plausible to launch shit from the moon and from Earth. If you could have some sort of like rocket base on the moon.
If you'd have to import all of your, unless there was like, I think the moon has lots of metals, but beyond that, there's not much you can really use. It'd be a good stopping space, but it depends.
Right.
I'm not too familiar with like the moon and Mars. I would say that'd be a good spot to at least put some kind of automated research facility or something. Yeah, not in our lifetime. I don't think so.
I don't know, man. It's wild. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in our lives, like when it comes to around, like I think Ray Kurzweil was saying, like the 2030s, 2040s, that AI is really going to change the game for a lot of stuff.
True.
Especially like not only this kind of stuff, but like longevity and diseases and
if not immortal, actually much longer life.
Did you listen to Terrence Howard's podcast they did on Rogan?
Yeah. Oh
What
yeah.
did you think of it?
I was just the guy just he's so confused. So confused. I feel kind of bad for him. He has the passion for it. He's just way watching it. I'm like, I think as a scientist, you have to be having an open mind, is to listen to something. You know? Okay, this is kind of weird though. Let's sort of listen and just kind of humor it. And I got like through 15 minutes. I'm like, this is just batshit crazy. Yeah, you know.
You listened to when Weinstein went on there with him?
I did. I saw the first like half hour, and he's in the same camp. He's like, you know, you have you have a motor for a Lamborghini motor is the chassis of a Volkswagen. You're just going, but you can't do it right, you know. And I'm just thinking, like, this guy, I don't know where that came from, you know, because he was an actor, and I know he went to that was more of a liberal arts college. They had an engineering program.
If you're a sports fan, if you're looking for the truth, our sports rigged. There's been a lot of crazy talk here with the Chiefs and everything that's been going on in leagues, particularly NFL. Regardless of what sport you follow, this is the complete episode on the truth, on if sports are rigged. This is one of my favorite episodes that I've ever done, and I've got a great guest on today, the authority on this topic. I went right to the source because I've been talking about this a lot. You guys follow the channel, I've been building this up. But I want to go to the source on this topic, and this is a very important episode. Make sure you guys are glued to the channel here, onto this channel. I put timestamps here, but you want to watch the show in its absolute entirety here. We're talking, is the fix in? Are sports rigged? Everything on this topic, and I've got a special guest here, the author of The Fix Is In. I'm going to do a full introduction here, Brian. Brian Tui, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
This is our third meeting here. I'm going to give you guys a quick update on who Brian Tui is. There he is here. We're rolling up our sleeves here. I'm going to tell you exactly who he is. Okay? Brian Tui is an American author. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Brian. I want to do an introduction here. Brian Tui is an American author, recognized as a scholarly authority on the game of fixing in sports by the U.S. Supreme Court. You'll have to explain that to me later. He has written extensively on the subject, with total works including The Fix Is In, the showbiz manipulation of the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR, and its sequel, The Fix Is Still In, corruption and conspiracies that pro sports leagues don't want you to know about. In The Fix Is In, he examines the hidden aspects of professional sports, alleging the leagues manipulate outcomes to maintain viewer interest and maximize profits. He supports these claims with historical examples of behind-the-scenes dealings in various sports, including football, basketball, hockey, and car racing, and baseball. He's been a guest on over 200 radio shows across the United States and Canada, discussing his perspectives on game fixing. Is that a good intro, Brian? Do we have it right?
Yeah, that sums it up.
Okay, just so you know who we're dealing with here on the show, right? So we're going to cover a lot. We're going to talk about the motivation behind the book, evidence of manipulation, the media's role. We're going to go on. So much to talk about here. My head's spinning. I mean, the past couple days have been crazy on my social media, Brian. We talked a little bit before the show. I did a video talking about that one catch with the Chiefs and the Chiefs the Bills game, and basically that's over 3 million views on my Instagram. People are loving this stuff. I've been building you up, man. I mean, where do we start? How crazy has it been lately? Have you been getting any phone calls? Have you heard any buzz lately from your end?
No, not really, because I don't do this as hardcore as I used to. I mean, I wrote the original book, Fixes in 2010. Right. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years, which kind of blows my mind because I've been talking about the idea that sports leagues manipulate their own games for basically television ratings for almost 2 decades now. I mean, that's a long time. I've been spreading this message, telling people, warning fans, like, look, what you think you're watching, what you're getting isn't exactly what it seems. And so after a while, you can only shout it from the rooftop so long before you go, you know what? You don't have to find out on you. It's not on me anymore.
It's an absolutely different landscape when you wrote the book. I think you wrote the first book, in 2010, if I'm wrong, The Fix Is In?
Yep, 2010.
By the way, you can get your the books below. I've linked them below. Both books are going to be linked below here for your reading pleasure. I recommend you highly dive in, but this show's going to cover a lot as well. So back then, I mean, it seems like, back then it wasn't that long ago, but it kind of is.
It is, yeah.
It's like, were you kind of looked at as kind of a conspiracy theorist? Because right now, just to give you a general feel, because I've got my finger on the pulse here, the beat on the street, as they say. And when I'm doing these posts, I would say a good 90+% are agreeing that Fix Is In. In fact, I wanted to give you some context here, because again, I've been all over this stuff. They're actually, they want to boycott. Fans have come together and they're looking at boycotting the Super Bowl due to unfair officiating. True, this is true. I think this is what we need. And they built up, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the comments. I just saw this come up. But there's a change.org website, and something built up where you can sign a petition on this. This is how crazy it's gotten. And when I first talked to you, we did a talk in 2021, we met again. I always believed in this, so you didn't have to, I was not on the fence. I was totally convinced on this. But now, again, we're talking boycotting. What are your thoughts on this? It's come to this point. Did you ever expect it to come to this point based on when you wrote the book to now?
No, I mean, it's interesting because when I first wrote the book, and I've had a website since, I think 2006 is when I launched my website, which is fixesin.net. And I've always had my email and stuff available for people to reach out to me. And ever since that day forward, I mean, that's going on almost 20 full years now, people would email me, in the early days, be like, thank God somebody's writing this. Thank God somebody shares this opinion. Because I thought I was the only one. My friends would call me nuts. Because I would say, I think that game was rigged or this game was rigged, and people really enjoyed anything that's sort of about this. And today, what I wrote about even in my books is it's really hard for fans to gain control of these sports leagues because it's not theirs. As much as fans want to say, when they talk about their favorite team, we should do this or we should make this trigger, we should hire this coach, or didn't we do well this weekend, or we won the Super Bowl, whatever. You're not part of the team. You're a fan, and there's a definite separation between fandom and being a part of the actual team. But the one thing I've always said is, look, if you want to change things in professional sports, the only way to get them to change is through money. Because it's all about money. They don't play the games for free. They pay the games because it's business, and this is how they make their money. So the only way a fan can fight back is like a boycott. If you say, look, I'm not watching this, I'm not going to be involved with this until you fix this problem or that problem, the leagues are going to keep doing what they do. And I mean, I think actually saw it happen. I think in the past, like when Barry Bonds, when he broke this home run record during this whole steroid era, was a backlash. I think there was fans who really got broke kind of a sacred record, and they all believed he was cheating. And I think it did lead to the Major League Baseball actually looking out for steroids. I mean, not fully. I mean, I think there's still performance-enhancing drugs in the league, don't get me wrong. But I think it was enough to make the Major League Baseball take a step back and go, maybe we should clean up this a little bit because we are getting some backlash that's costing our bottom line. So I think the boycott type of thing is the best weapon the fans have to retaliate.
I don't know if there's enough people that get on board because people still buy the tickets. It's a Super Bowl. It's a highly touted event. and I just don't know if we're there yet. I think we just got to piss them off a little bit more because a lot of pissed off people already.
That's the problem, like you said, with sports fans is that they all have very short-term memories.
Right.
I mean, they can remember, the Chiefs 25 years ago, and they can remember the start of your roster 10 years ago. But it seems like, 3 weeks ago, they already forgot those games. You know what I mean? It's a very short memory, selective memory. And yeah, they may have been screwed in that game, but they forget about it. They wash it out. And, that's the problem, is it's always about the next game. The last game was a problem for 2 days, and then it's on to the next game, and they forget what happened.
Yeah, we're talking short-term memory here. With fantasy football, it's like one player has a good week, and the next week he's forgotten about. So I know all about short-term memory as sports fans. That's a big thing. So hopefully there's enough here now that people start waking up. And the problem is only one team that's really getting screwed. Because this game was prime time. They're standing there, right? Like it's championship weekend. And it's like, okay, the Bills got screwed. And the Bills fans can, piss them all they want. But it's like, does that really piss off the Cardinals fan, right? And then I'm still seeing a lot of people who are still like, no, it wasn't fixed. But let's talk about that game real quickly. I just want to highlight that because it's kind of hot right now. So there's a couple things that I noticed real quick. So there was the catch. Obviously, let's talk about the catch hit the floor. Hit the ground, I should say. And typically, those, once it hits the ground, and the thing is, the defender had more possession of that ball than I think that the actual receiver. So if it's going to go anyway, it should have been an interception. So that's huge right there, and that completely altered a lot of the game. And it was the Josh Allen first down. Actually, prior to that, Josh Allen threw to Kincaid. Kincaid broke the plane, got the first down, went to fourth down. Josh Allen broke the plane, and they still didn't call it, right? There was that. And then there was a bunch of holding calls on a return that basically came back for around 40-plus yards. There was 4 or 5 holding calls I watched it that were not called on that return, which really shifted the momentum. That was crazy. And then there was illegal formations. At the beginning of the game, there was also a fumble. And that fumble, what happened was the Chiefs fumbled it, Buffalo recovered, and then the refs pointed it's Buffalo's ball. That was convinced, and then all of a sudden they turned and saying that it was like an offside or something on Buffalo. But I didn't say something like that. Yeah, but I didn't see. Some people say they showed that clip. I didn't see the highlight. Maybe I was too busy recording. There was that, but then luckily Buffalo got the ball back. They fumbled again. They got their back and scored. And then the real cherry on top was at the end of the game, and he threw the ball. Allen threw the ball to Kincaid. Kincaid dropped the ball. It was fourth down. This would have converted a first down. And what ends up happening is he dropped the ball, but there was a flag thrown as an insurance policy. So, and the funny thing is it's flag. Everyone's like, they also like flag, and then it's on the screen. It had flag. It was illuminating, and then they're like, no flag. They retracted the flag. So that flag was there. If he had caught the ball, got the first down, they would have called Buffalo and pushed them back. I'm telling you, man, it was so blatantly obvious. It wasn't even maybe there's a chance that this is not fixed. It was blatantly obvious. The Bills had zero chance to win this, and that's why I had to get you on the show and talk about this because, again, I've been doing a lot of videos. People are angry, dude. And again, if you can't see this, I don't know, man. You gotta pull your head out of your ass. I don't know what to say, man. How can you not see? I just gave you evidence. I gave you 5. That's only 5 or 6 examples. The entire game was rigged like this. So what are your thoughts on that?
The funny part is it would be one thing if half those calls were against the Chiefs and half were against the Bills. Yeah, you could just say, okay, the game was more officiated. That's one thing. But when you have all these calls that always seem to favor one side, that's where it gets really shaky. That's where it gets really questionable. And that's where I think fans should really wonder what's going on here because, and this is always a point I tried to make early on in any conversation about this back. There's no law that prevents a league like the NFL from basically fixing or manipulating some game. There's no law that says they have to null certain penalties and not null certain penalties. There's nothing that prevents these leagues from fixing the game if they want to because it's entertainment. It's sports entertainment, and it opens it up to a whole terrifying wide world of possibilities that these leagues can do and manipulate games and get the outcomes they want because at the end of the day they're television shows. They're big, massive, multi-billion-dollar television shows, and that's what they care about.
But shouldn't there be, at this point, this was something we went through back in the day at WWF, I remember saying like, oh no, it's fake. It's like there's a whole thing in like the 80s and 90s, right? And now we're kind of having that same discussion. We're looking like, hey, this is fake. This is not real. But they're still playing it up. And that's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about the media's role. This is what I want to talk about. How complicit do you believe the sports media is in basically manipulating this and saying, hey man, perpetuating, you know what I'm saying? They keep buying into the narrative. How? Because again, I was watching some mainstream channels, and one of them was like a local Buffalo channel, and it's like nobody's talking about fakes. And I'm watching some of these top sports places like Bleacher Report, even the NFL, and they're just continuing on with the narrative, almost like nothing happens. Like business as usual. I'm like, hold on a second, stop. I'm the only one. That's why I guess I'm getting 3 million views. Nobody else is talking about this. It's like the torch is getting ignored. The fact that there's all this talk about Mahomes the greatest. Like, no, Mahomes is not the greatest. The team struggled the entire season. Like, why is it? This is why this is not proper journalism. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. That's why you can read it. It's like, why aren't you talking about how manipulated this was? Why aren't you talking about week 12 to week 14 or 15 or whatever it was, where they barely scraped up wins against Carolina and Vegas and the Chargers? Those games were tight, and the refs made the decision. Why is nobody documenting that they're saying, well, he's next Michael Jordan? No, he's not. It's completely rigged. It's completely fixed. So my question to you, Gino, based on your research and your books and stuff, is the media playing along? And how these mainstream consents, I call them sheepses, how involved are they in the narrative? Do they turn a blind eye? And I think right now the script is flipping, where people like myself and yourself are just like, no, we're shining because these guys are lying. People don't want this anymore. They want authenticity. How big is the media's role?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, you remember every major media, ABC, NBC, Netflix, they all make money off professionals. They all want to be in business with professionals. Whether it's the NBA, the NFL, because it's the only thing that people still have to consume live. Right? The only television show that you can't DVR and watch later, you have to consume it live, which means you have to sit through commercials and make money. All of these networks, all of these outlets, and they're all involved in it. So, of course, their media pundits are going to toe the corporate line because they want to stay in business. They still want to have a job. Journalism in sports no longer exists, especially investigative journalism. It's gone. It hasn't been in sports media for decades. I mean, it is just vanished. It's all just rah-rah and talking heads. And the talking heads just give crazy opinions because it gets people stirred up. They'll tweet about it or put it on Facebook or comment on the video or whatever it is. But they do that on purpose. I mean, half of those guys don't believe the thing they're saying. They really don't. They just take a contrarian side to get people stirred up. But yeah, they are 100% complicit in this. And I mean, I think are really naive. And probably, believe what the NFL feeding and they take it for gospel. But I know there's some for sure. I know because I've talked to some people who don't believe this. That they have seen in those suspects things that, I don't know about these things. I mean, yeah, they went to the NBA on NBC. Yeah, I mean, we were Jordan. The NBA used to get NBC every week to dictate what was going to happen on NBC show. The NBA was running NBC for professional basketball. They were saying what the pregame show would be. They were the halftime show would be, what the postgame show would be. They were running. And so, I mean, there's no separation between media and sports anymore. They're interlocked. And so they just go lockstep together forward and ignore any sort of conspiracy. Because you and I, what I find funny is we're not the conspiracy theorists. We're the skeptics. Yeah, we're both being skeptical. They're feeding us the conspiracy theory. Yeah, one step ahead. In a second. How is this true? How is this possible? When we can see with our own eyes, we can see what unfolds on the screen. You can't believe it for what it is. So, it's hard to be called a conspiracy theorist when you're the one being skeptical.
Yeah, it's really bad at how fake these people really are. They really, really are. And they just, and the thing is, like, that's why some of the mainstream, I call it consensus and sheepses, are just trying to deny it don't exist, right? But, like, you can't deny, like I said, on my program,
I don't exist. I mean, So, I mean, not to interrupt, but I wrote this book called Larceny Games, which is based on hundreds of FBI files that I obtained through Freedom of Information Act. Okay, I mean, I spent years doing this research, spent tons of money getting this stuff out of the internet that nobody ever got before, nobody had ever picked up, researched anything. And long story short, I put this book together, published it, and my publisher and I had interest reports from ESPN, from Yahoo Sports, producers from 60 Minutes called my house. I had interviews with them. I had all these major media outlets. What I did and the research I did, and then not a single one did anything with any of it ever. They just ignored it like it didn't exist. Like I didn't find this stuff out. I didn't find out all the fake basketball players investigated by the FBI for fixing games back in the 60s and 70s. They just ignored it. Like it never happened. So I mean, if they can do that and get away with it, then they can do a lot of things and get away with it. And the sad thing is, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I'm just talking about sports players. Just think about the other research and real research and, you know, subject matters and how much they've been shut down and basically censored by omission from these major media outlets because they didn't want anything. Because even if they wrote negative reviews of what I wrote, they would still be giving me money. So they just ignored it like it never took place.
I just feel that the impact on the fans right now is just so large. I just think so many people, I can use my Instagram fantasy football account, so there's a video I just showed you before this where I'm basically standing in front of my TV, in front of my house. And I wanted to swear, but my kids were that. You know, my wife's like, you know, I should be swearing. I didn't say BS, but this video, I'm telling you, man, we're talking like, how many million views? That's my other video. That one got 560K. This one's sitting at right now like 3.1 million views, 54,000 shares. It's insane. It's insane. And then people, the majority of the people, 90% plus, are saying, hey, man, I'm fed up. Like, this is BS. It's rigged. Let's boycott this stuff. And I think the impact on fans, like, what do you think the impact on fans is based on your research? Are they going to eventually fight back, or like where are we right now?
I don't know if they're going to fight back. I think the ones who understand who are fed up enough will just stop watching. And I think that's enough. Because, I mean, I know that one Super Bowl, the Rams won. Marcus Meats got screwed on the pass interference. I remember that, yeah. Like, the Super Bowl that year, New Orleans like literally cut in half because fans just said, I'm not watching this. We know our team got screwed up in the Super Bowl. We're not tuning in to watch. I mean, it was actually a huge hit. The NFL took at least an opportunity. And the more this spreads, the more it occurs again. That's what it's going to take for the NFL to change the way they do businesses. It's going to have to affect their bottom line. But when you hear, big cities just funding sports leagues by giving them free land, free stadiums, tax breaks, and all these other things, I don't know how soon that's going to happen. But fans have to realize that, again, this is entertainment. This is not sports. Sports is, may take place in Little League games or something like that. But, in the college ranks and professional football, there's too much money involved to just leave it up to chance. Especially when they don't have to, especially when they can control all of it.
Okay, I know what's up, right? Like and most of the people listening, you guys probably know what's up, right? But I want, like, again, most of the stuff could be speculation, right? Like, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of goals.
Here's the thing with the speculation, though, is, what you talked about was just one game, right? Yeah. But extrapolate that out. I mean, how many different games, we just talked about, like, the Grand Saints game, interference call that didn't happen. Extrapolate that out. Think about, how the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, played the home game, the first home Super Bowl ever during COVID when everyone was locked up at home. Yeah. Think about when the Rams won the Super Bowl and basically line by the refs to beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. And, think about the passes Peyton Manning's when they gave the Saints the Super Bowl after Hurricane Street. You start adding all this circumstantial evidence up. It's not circumstantial anymore. It's a pattern. And if you don't recognize the pattern, you don't recognize that this manipulation happens. You don't recognize that the NBA, when LeBron is finals year after year after year. If you don't recognize the pattern and you don't admit that there is a pattern and it's benefiting the league and they're making money off the back of these patterns and they're causing these patterns to happen, you're not going to realize it. You're not going to understand what it really is.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be, devil's advocate. I'm gonna play the other side here, and I get this all the time. Well, Joe, anything could be be a good story. Anything could be. And they could have made the Commanders and Bills a good story. Josh Allen fighting back, Jaden Daniels, rookie. You could.
But there's also, we could have had the Rams.
The fundamental process of how you
Could that have been a story?
also,
There are certain teams that break it down to make a story. And I think if you go back historically in the past 5-10 years and look at the teams that didn't make it, that were making those actually even the championship games, there are better stories than other stories. Because you could have had the Bills Commanders made a great story out of it because you had Jake Daniels, you had Josh. And you have the Bills potentially winning their first Super Bowl ever. The Redskins, the Commanders, and their new ownership and all that. But you also have a great story with the Chiefs and the chance for 3 P. Birds, and you have Barkley, the Eagles. There are sometimes stories you can make either way. So it's not always. Sometimes there are better stories than other stories.
Well, I think there's no coincidences. I think Peyton Manning with that Super Bowl before he retired, Ray Lewis on. I have my reasons, but I want to know because if there is any specific examples of evidence, I want hard facts now. Let's dive into the book. Is there any? Because people are like, this is a great conversation. I still don't believe you. Is there any evidence based on your research that kind of proves, hey man, these things are rigged, it's manipulation? Can you give us some cold hard facts here?
I think the first thing you should look at is the gambling aspect of it. And I think you have to look at the fact that we know, without a doubt, sports games all over the world in the United States have been fixed because of gambling purposes. Because one thing that I always hear about is, these athletes make too much money these days to fix games, right? But you can look outside, if you look outside the United States, and you look at places like India and China and around the world, cricket games are fixed everywhere, soccer matches are fixed everywhere, tennis matches are fixed everywhere, rugby matches are fixed everywhere. It's a crime that occurs around the world, but supposedly does not happen in the United States. Which is hard to believe because even though the crime that happens worldwide, it doesn't take place in the United States. Where it is no crime. It happens in the United States. Just always looking for it. There's no investigation. Unless you can find it. Sports leagues don't want to find it. Gambling companies don't want to find it. The media doesn't want to find it. The FBI police don't want to find it. Somebody's looking for it. But here you have a crime that happens all over the world. And you also have something like, for example, the Indian Premier League, which is in India, the Cricket League, which is their NFL. It's correct from top to bottom. It's been proven it's correct from top to bottom. Fans still come out watching. The league still goes on. Totally corrupt. Serie A soccer in Italy. Same thing. Corrupt from ownership on down to players, down to the referees. Proven corrupt. Guys have been sent to jail for corruption in those leagues. You look at soccer matches again, fixed for them. They can fix the soccer match and say tomorrow I want this game to end 3-1 soccer players will make it. That's what the fixers demand. So you can have fixes in all these sports. And I'm going to say if you can't have the United States, let's not turn. You just can't. Nobody's looking for it. And we know again, historically speaking, that it has happened. It just supposedly hasn't happened in decades. But again, tell me who's doing the research for it, who's looking out for it. I mean, in the NCAA, they actually give a survey to their athletes, student athletes, and then whatever it was last time, 2% was been into fixing games. 2% of them NCAA athletes have been games. Where are the investigations? Where are the arrests? Which games? Big games, small games, Big Ten, that's games. Nobody knows. But this league's admitted to doing it.
But you have evidence, actual evidence, that you pull out any files, anything specific.
Well, again, stuff like I found in his data, it goes back to the 60s and 70s. But they had information they found from these top echelon informants within the mafia, within organized crime, and from bookies. They would say this bookie is working with this player. They're going to fix this game. This team's going to win. And they had the information before the game, and that's exactly the way the game would end. But the problem for the FBI was that didn't prove to them, beyond reasonable doubt, that you could prove in a court of law to cause an arrest. So they would then start getting wiretaps and all these other things, and by that time, the season may end or things would break apart, and then they couldn't get an arrest, and the player would move on. So, again, they had information. The guys like Will Chamberlain were fixing games, Russell was fixing games. Glenn Dawson of the Chiefs was fixing games. What's his name? George Bland of the Bears and the Raiders was fixing games. I think that's why they think the Bears got rid of George Bland after he was busy fixing games. I mean, they had good information, very valid information, and coming from their top performance that this was going on, and they would dig into it, but they never got it to the point where they could make an arrest and send somebody to jail for it. And that's why I think a lot of people believe it happens because we know history. But if you look, you can see there's evidence everywhere. It's just, again, for the FBI, what's more important? Chasing after terrorists or, looking in there is more important than the game that was fixed by some baseball player.
So,
I mean, it's not high on their list of things to do.
So who knows about this? Because I talk to some players that are just, they're the bubble players, the guys that just aren't the big names. They're not Kelsey, but maybe they were like a third stringer. And I talk to some other guys, they're like, yeah, we don't know anything. It could be happening. Who do you think is in on it? Do you think it's the coaches, the owners? Do you think it's the assistant coaches? Do you think it's the training staff? Do you think it's the cheerleaders? You're like, who knows about this? And if it was so, like if these people didn't know, they swore to secrecy. Like if you do this, we're gonna take you out, right? Like, wouldn't you think that one of these guys would have came out at this point and said, yeah, this is 100% fixed, and one of these players would have came out at this point? Why they paid so well to shut up?
You just had Joe Nixon, right? They said the referees are going to screw us. When we come to Kansas City to play, we not only have to beat the Chiefs, we have to beat the referees. And you have the first player to say that. And right there, to me, that's an admission that they understand that the referees are in their favor of that team.
Of course. And they got fined $25,000 for that.
Right? And that's why they fine players, right? But you can't speak out against the officials because you get fined for it. So they kind of impose censorship on all these players and all these coaches to not speak out against the press. But then all you have to do, I think, is go back to the Tim Donaghy scandal in the NBA. Just exactly what Donaghy said is the referees knew that when they got certain directives coming straight from the NBA that said, you have to look at this, we want to emphasize these fouls, de-emphasize these fouls. The refs instantly knew what we want the Lakers to win and not the Kings. Right? So the referees would go out there and that's what they would do. Nothing was said explicitly. It wasn't written down on paper, make sure the Lakers beat the Kings. But the referees got to marching orders. They understand that they went and did it. The same with game taking in the NBA, right? You're Mark Cuban, the $1 billion owner of the Mavericks, twice, 2 different seasons, went on a podcast with Dr. J and went on the Dan Patrick show and literally said, I told my players it was in our best interest to lose. The owner told the players, don't win. Now, is that not a fixed game? Right? 100's a fixed games. The Philadelphia 76ers had the process, or the process, where they take games for like 3 seasons, and discount tickets. They didn't discount parking, hot dogs, or anything else. They played NBA basketball. They were going out to win. They had no intention to win. They didn't want to win. Those are fixed games. It's happening right in front of you. It happened. But yet people just ignore, well, that's just tanking. Well, which games matter? Tell me which games matter. Those regular season games don't matter. Playoff games matter. Super Bowl matter. What matters then? It's a really slippery slope to slide right down to the bottom of your barrel.
Well, I will say this.
Have any leagues come out to you and said, hey man, like, they responded to your claims, and what is their stance on it? Has anyone come to you and said, hey man, like, back off or screw off, or gotten any emails from the league that says, your book's got to be taken off the shelves, or any threats, anything like that? No?
Well, I mean, I know for a fact that I've been, like I say, censored. Like, I mean, when I've done, like, say, I've done 200 some odd shows on these now. But like ESPN, Chicago, ESPN, Boston, ESPN, LA, none of the major, national ESPN shows will have me on. None of the national Fox sports radio shows will ever have me on. I know, like, again, Sports Illustrated said they were going to run an excerpt from my book in their magazine, and then 2 weeks before it was scheduled to run, they shut it down, which was all based off the FBI files, which I could show them here, the actual files. Here they are. Tell me where I'm wrong. And, so I know that, and I think some of that comes from the leagues. I know they don't I am, because I even had run-ins with the MLB security when I was doing an investigation into a potentially fixed baseball game. So Major League Baseball security knows who I was. So, I mean, I know they know who I am, and I know that they communicate with, again, these broadcasters and these networks, and I feel 100% sure that they shut me down on certain ways.
Unbelievable. That's where, guys like me are coming out. And have you on the show. What's the biggest show you've been on? Like actually been on and actually
Patrick Show, probably.
He's been on there?
I was on there, yeah. Now, see, the funny thing with the Dan Patrick Show is, though, they brought me on there